In the aftermath of the apocalypse, 5 years had passed as she struggled to survive with a family deemed useless. Yet, in a moment of dire need, she was betrayed by those she held dearest, driven to treachery over mere packets of instant noodles. Thus, she became a mere plaything in the underground laboratory of a deranged scientist, reduced to a faceless experiment, labeled only as Subject 13047, a vessel for various concoctions. This marked the darkest chapter of her life. In that wretched place, a figure emerged to teach her how to suppress her body's reactions to the drugs and conceal her true power until she awakened a rare tri-elemental ability. Just as they began to glimpse the light of hope through their burgeoning strength, he perished before her eyes. In a devastating moment of despair, endowed with her rare psychic abilities, she annihilated her own existence and obliterated the entire laboratory. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself inexplicably returned to the time before the calamity unfolded. This time, her singular goal was to locate him and together dismantle the nefarious schemes that had befallen them to survive. However, upon their first encounter, he witnessed her slay 6 elite mercenaries. Chapter 85, The Harvest. We've arrived. The voice of the seasoned soldier resonated, deep and somber. As Nan Muron and her entourage of 8 lifted their gazes, they beheld a colossal tree at the foot of the mountain, 20 meters ahead, its vibrant red foliage reminiscent of a small edifice. Do not approach it. It has a tendency to devour the unwary, the veteran cautioned, his tone laced with an underlying dread. Beneath the immense tree, an expansive clearing unfolded, where grass thrived and birds flitted about. The entire space radiated a bizarre springtime essence, centered around the tree amidst the vast, snow-blanketed landscape. Suddenly, aberrant birds and mutated plants were ensnared by the tree at lightning speed, leaving the onlookers momentarily dazed. That tree has lost all semblance of sanity since its mutation. It lures creatures with illusions, only to consume them. If Muron wishes to obtain its fruit, it will require forceful acquisition, Xiao Lu remarked. Can you ascertain its condition? Nan Muron queried, intrigued by the peculiar seasonal traits manifested on the mutated tree, an unusual sight for her. The other 4 members, including Han Ingtian, shook their heads in unison, baffled by how to determine its status. It appeared visually appealing, yet utterly strange. These foolish humans, Muron, it is a level 6 mutation, Xiao Lu revealed. Nan Muron felt a pang of frustration. Her own plant abilities had only reached level 3, rendering her incapable of fully harnessing Xiao Lu's level 7 potential. Engaging in combat would certainly pose a challenge. Is there a problem? Jia Wu inquired, noting the rare look of distress on Nan Muron's face, his concern palpable. This tree has already reached the late stages of level 6, Nan Muron replied, exasperated. While this tree was not the most formidable force since the apocalypse, it represented a significant adversary, as another level 7 entity was far too gentle. Level 6, the 4 members of Han Ingtian stammered, astonished. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had prided themselves on being the elite within their ranks, buoyed by their innate talents. However, after meeting Nan Muron, they had been relegated to mere background figures, grappling with the stark contrast of their diminished significance. Trees fear fire, do they not? Perhaps we should try a fire salt, the eagle suggested, frowning at the tree's eerie presence, cautioning against proximity. Charging in at level 3? I respect your audacity, Nan Muron mused, almost inclined to applaud the eagle's boldness. The eagle himself recognized the absurdity of his suggestion and refrained from further comment. Nan Muron pondered a strategy, her mind gradually crystallizing with clarity as she assessed the distance. Simultaneously, Xia's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Utilizing their abilities to retrieve the fruit from a distance without approaching the tree seemed the most prudent course of action. Sie, Han Ingtian, head west. If the 3 of you can use your powers from here to directly pluck the fruit, Chung Chung will assist me in ensuring the fruit does not touch the ground. The eagle will use wind currents to deliver the fruit to us. 15 and Jia Wu will harness their speed abilities to safely retrieve the fruit. We think, Nan Muron proposed, her gaze surveying her companions. An excellent plan. Everyone felt invigorated by its potential. While the idea is sound, it requires our cooperation and practice to execute flawlessly, Han Ingtian acknowledged. Let's test it on that tree over there, Xi suggested, pointing to a nearby desiccated wild fruit tree, its branches heavy with dried black fruit. The 8 members positioned themselves strategically around the desiccated tree, maintaining a safe distance from the red tree, preparing to execute their plan. First, They launched ice shards and metal blades simultaneously, aimed at the dried black fruit. Then, employing their psychic and control abilities, they managed to manipulate the fruit's descent. The eagle's wind powers quickly facilitated the fruit's escape from the tree's grasp, while 15 and Jiawu utilized their speed to collect it. Initially, they struggled with coordination, either failing to secure the fruit or damaging it due to their lack of synchronization. However, after several attempts and adjustments to their positioning and timing, they began to work in harmony, flawlessly executing their plan over a series of trials. Ultimately, the ability to control the fruit directly influenced the quantity they could harvest. Han Ningtian and Qingqing could manage a maximum of 5 at once, while Nan Muran and Si doubled that, managing to secure 10. Jia Wu and the eagle exchanged glances but said nothing. Nan Muran and Si as duo could easily amass a minimum of 20. It was evident they were concealing their true strength, glancing at Han Ningtian and his team, who were proving to be a hindrance. Although Nan Muran and Si understood their unspoken concerns, they refrained from voicing anything. Once their cooperation had reached an optimal level, they returned to a position near the red tree, each finding their most effective stance. Xiao Lu encouraged, "Muran, stay brave. If it comes to worst, I can lead you all away. The tree cannot catch us." Nan Muran smiled faintly. "Thank you, Xiao Lu." Then, with a sudden shift in tone, she commanded, "Prepare for action." As her voice fell, all members focused their energies in accordance with their previous training. Before the tree could react, the 8 of them swiftly executed their plan, successfully harvesting 30 fruits in 2 rounds. However, on their 3rd attempt, the tree's branches suddenly lunged forward, targeting the group. Retreat. Sensing the imminent danger, they quickly vacated their previous positions. As they watched the tree's numerous branches extend rapidly towards where they had just stood, a collective shudder of relief coursed through them. "That was close," they murmured, shaken by the near miss. Yet Nan Muran turned to Si with a fierce determination. "I wish to test something." A wild idea materialized in her mind. "What do you intend to test?" "I want to gauge how much vitality it possesses, whether it can sustain the myriad of life flourishing around it," she declared, her gaze fixated on the tree with fervor. Without Si's time manipulation abilities, she would never have dared to entertain such a thought. However, the power to halt time felt like a second chance, even if only for a fleeting moment, sufficient for a trial. Most importantly, the allure of the level 6 tree's crystal core was irresistible for a plant manipulator like Nan Muran. As Yi nodded, "I shall accompany you." Jia Wu, Han Ningtian, take everyone to the soldiers' village. Jia Wu said nothing further. Understanding Nan Muran and Si were not the types to take reckless risks, their decision was backed by confidence. "Be cautious, you two, but we can't leave all 8 of us behind. It can't just be the 2 of you," the eagle interjected, his concern evident as he regarded Nan Muran and Cy in a moment of silence. Jia Wu pondered silently, contemplating that these 2 might indeed prove more effective than the previous 8. He reached out, grasping the eagle firmly, and began descending the mountain. "Let us proceed. Exercise caution and await your safe return," Han Ningtian cautioned, fully aware that, given their abilities, remaining here would only invite trouble. Once they had departed, only Nan Muran and Si remained. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile before sprinting towards the location of the catalpa tree. Simultaneously, Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu darted forth from Nan Muran's left wrist, forging a path ahead of them. Chapter 86. Frantic thoughts. Luan Tree was seething with anger, having had a significant number of its fruits pilfered by the group. Upon spotting Nan Muran, Si, along with Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu, who were rapidly approaching, the entire tree began to swell along its trunk, expanding to more than double its previous size. The thick, crimson branches unleashed their wrath upon the ground, each strike an embodiment of violent aesthetics. While Nan Muran and Si deftly evaded Luan Tree's assaults, their speed showed no signs of abating. They charged directly into the confined space beneath the Luan Tree. Si wielded his metal blades and fireballs to carve a path through the branches, with Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai trailing closely behind. Each wielded 2 branches, guiding Nan Muran to a position at the base of the tree. With her left hand resting against the trunk of Luan Tree, Nan Muran began to harness the vitality emanating from her body, siphoning the tree's life force to rejuvenate the surrounding flora. Initially, Luan Tree perceived their actions as suicidal. However, it soon felt its energy depleting at an alarming rate. This phenomenon was exceedingly strange. If it continued, its life force would be utterly drained. The branches rapidly retracted, forming a vast circle around them, and without hesitation, launched an assault. "Si, hold off Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu for a moment. I require some time," Nan Muron urged, frantically channeling her life force in an attempt to inflict damage upon Luan Tree.
"Si, noted."
Employing his fire abilities to shield against the tree's onslaught while simultaneously wrapping his arms around Nan Muron's waist, swiftly relocating her from harm's way. Luan Tree glared furiously at the two humans, who persistently maneuvered in and out of its control, while its attempts to strike them down repeatedly failed. Driving the tree into a frenzy, countless branches surged forth, plunging into the surrounding soil, encircling the area beneath the tree to restrict their movements. Nan Muron smirked, having longed for the opportunity to make contact with its trunk. Once near the trunk, Si conjured a massive water shield, encasing Xiao Bai, Xiao Lu, Nan Muron, and himself against the sturdy bark. Surrounding the water shield were blades of metal energy, and the outermost layer was a barrage of fireballs that seemed to possess a soul of their own, each one precisely targeting the branches that threatened them. The space beneath Luan Tree, now enveloped by its own limbs, was transformed into a sea of flames. At the same time, Nan Muron touched the trunk again, intensifying her efforts to transfer its life force. She then utilized the root systems connecting the grasses and trees beneath the soil to channel energy to other plants. Even where roots had perished, as long as seeds remained, they would sense the influx of life and flourish anew. The valley began to undergo a transformation. With Luan Tree at its heart, as once withered and despondent trees burst forth with vitality. Even seeds began to sprout and grow. The barren trees, rejuvenated, unfurled their green shoots, soon adorned with leaves and an array of unknown wildflowers. The verdant trees, grasses, and vibrant blossoms infused the once stark valley with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of rebirth. The area continued to expand, the situation accelerating at an astonishing pace. Luan Tree finally grasped that the girl affixed to its trunk was exchanging its life force for that of the withering plants. "Luan Tree, if this continues, you will wither away entirely," Xiao Lu warned. As a fellow mutated plant, it thrived on the nourishment of rain and dew, and given Luan Tree's current strength, it was destined to grow even more formidable. To be vanquished by Nan Muron would be a tremendous waste. "You too are a plant. Why do you ally with this terrifying human?" Luan Tree questioned. "That's nonsense. Nan Muron is a wonderful person, not terrifying at all," Xiao Lu retorted. "An entity capable of controlling the lives of others, and you dare claim she is not frightening?" During their exchange, Luan Tree swiftly retracted its surrounding branches, disregarding the encroaching flames, and hurled the two humans and two plants away from its trunk. As Nan Muron found herself flung aside, she glanced at Luan Tree, whose branches moved with the dexterity of human hands. Tilting her head slightly, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "Is it afraid? While Luan Tree's life force is robust, it cannot withstand such relentless extraction," Xiao Lu observed, surveying the rejuvenated plants within a radius of several hundred meters. Nan Muron felt a tinge of embarrassment. It does seem quite ruthless. However, this mutated Luan Tree has gone completely mad. It must not be allowed to survive. "Nan Muron, you haven't yet harvested its fruits," Xiao Lu reminded kindly. Though Xiao Lu felt a sense of regret regarding Nan Muron's intent to eliminate Luan Tree, it harbored no objections, knowing that Nan Muron was always right. "Fruits." Nan Muron turned her gaze to Si, prompting him. The two once again dashed toward the vicinity of Luan Tree. Si unleashed a series of 20 ice blades using his water and metal abilities, swiftly harvesting the fruits. Meanwhile, Nan Muron urged Xiao Lu and Xia Bai to gather the fallen fruits. Without the need for verbal communication, their synchronized movements conveyed their intentions, and in mere moments, they had nearly stripped Luan Tree of its bounty. As Luan Tree sensed the swift movements of the individuals around it, its vines and branches grew, increasingly agitated. Suddenly, it expanded dramatically, breaking free from the soil's constraints and charging directly at them. "Has it grown legs?" Si remarked, astonished by Luan Tree's inverted locomotion. As Luan Tree approached, Nan Muron's eyes lit up with excitement. She felt an overwhelming joy. This creature must be infuriated to the point of neglecting to conceal its core. "Xiao Lu, move close to the back of Luan Tree," she instructed, resolving to seize the opportunity to use her mental power to control Xiao Lu to retrieve the core from atop the tree. "Siyi, freeze time!" Nan Muron suddenly called out. Siyi, having spotted the glimmering 6th-level azure core atop the inverted roots of a wan tree, quickly concentrated his energy, causing time to come to a standstill. Nan Muron used her psychic abilities to direct the suspended Xiao Lu to coil around Wan Tree's core. As time resumed, Wan Tree, now devoid of its core, began to wither rapidly, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xiao Lu, bewildered, gazed at the azure core entwined in its tendrils, perplexed by how it had come to rest there. "Nan Muron and Siyi are truly remarkable," Xiao Bai remarked. "Did you see it?" Xiao Lu inquired.
"No.
"But acquiring the core of a 6th-level mutated plant is impressive," Xiao Bai replied. "Indeed, you are quite the fool," Xiao Lu teased. "All done." Through Xiao Lu's words, Nan Muron surmised the two were discussing something. With a smile, she retrieved the core and gently patted Xiao Lu, signaling it to return. "Let us head back to the village of the old soldiers halfway up the mountain." Nan Muron felt an overwhelming sense of joy. All right. She turned to descend the mountain, only to find that Siyi had not moved. "Are you not coming? Aren't you tired?" Siyi felt inexplicably anxious, uncertain if Nan Muron's extensive use of life force would affect her health. Chapter 87. Conditional Rescue. Nan Muron blinked, not comprehending his meaning, until she saw him bending down before her. "I'll carry you back." Siyi gazed at her round, blinking eyes, his heart melting into a puddle. Embracing Siyi's gesture of affection, Nan Muron accepted with delight. "Wow, this feels wonderful." The path down the mountain was narrow and rugged, yet Siyi walked with unwavering steadiness. Gazing at his impeccably shaped head, Nan Muron was reminded of the previous life when he had pulled her from the underground laboratory to escape. Though the circumstances were entirely dissimilar, the two figures inexplicably merged in her mind, leaving her momentarily uncertain of which was which. "See, how about we embark on a romantic relationship?"
Siye,
who had been walking steadily, abruptly halted at her words, his heart racing uncontrollably, and his pace slowed. "I've never been in a relationship, so I might not be very good at it." Listening to Siye's deep, hesitant voice, Nan Muron frowned, perplexed. What sort of nonsense is that? As if I have any experience in love. Siye could clearly sense her displeasure. Was she angry?
why?
Observing his silence, Nan Muron felt exasperated. Fine. That topic was closed. The stress she and T felt in ages surged back, and she broke free, standing defiantly in front of Siye. "What's wrong with you? Can't you understand Mandarin?" As she stood before him, looking rather petite yet fiercely agitated, Siye couldn't help but chuckle. "I merely said I might not do well. And then? Please be patient with me. I will strive to do my utmost." "So, Nan Muron, do you wish to be my girlfriend?" After uttering that simple sentence, Siye felt more exhausted than after a 10-kilometer arm trek. However, such declaration seemed more fitting when initiated by a man. Nan Muron chuckled at his words, her earlier irritability dissipating, and she felt a wave of joy wash over her. "All right then. Let us go. I'll carry you back."
Siye laughed.
His ears reddening uncontrollably. As they walked down the winding path, it felt as if everything had changed, yet nothing had truly altered. By the time they reached the halfway point, dusk had descended, and as they neared the village, they spotted Jiao Wu and Han Yingting waiting at the entrance. "Wan Wan. Sister Nan Wolf," they greeted. "Miss Nan Wolf, you have finally returned." Their safe return filled everyone with excitement and relief. "The old soldier's child said you would certainly come back safely, but we were still worried. We waited here the entire time," Jiao Wu explained with a smile. Suddenly, anguished cries of a child echoed from the village center.
Doesn't that sound like Qi Jin?
Lao Ying and Han Yingting exchanged glances, voicing their concern in unison. It was then that Nan Muron realized Qi Jin was the old soldier's grandson, the only psychic in the village. He had been named Qi Jin after his birth weight of 7 pounds. "Let us go see what is happening," Siye suggested, noting their urgency and gesturing for them to lead the way. The old soldier's courtyard followed the typical layout of rural houses in the area, with 2 cave dwellings facing south in the front and 3 large tiled houses to the west. The cries were emanating from the cave dwelling on the east side. Inside, a middle-aged woman was tearfully watching her son, who was clutching his head in agony, rolling on the Kong. Dad, is there any way? If this continues, Qi will lose his mind. The old soldier, seated across from her, listened to his daughter-in-law's words, his gaze fixed on his suffering grandson, filled with a chilling sense of helplessness. His once stooped figure seemed to hunch even lower. He knew he could seek help from the soldiers who had come to gather fruit. Perhaps the fruit could save his grandson, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. Beside him stood a robust-looking middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, revealing his anguish. In the corner, a pair of twins huddled together on an old sofa, trembling and beginning to cry. Nan Muron absorbed the atmosphere in the room, empathizing with each person's pain and struggle. Han Yingting, Jia Wu, and Lao Ying were anxiously pacing, concerned for Qi because the old soldier's family had graciously hosted them. Qi, the little fellow, had secretly told them of his psychic abilities and that he could predict events occurring within the village for the following day. He had assured them that Nan Muron and Si would safely return. I'll give it a try. Without hesitation, Xiangxi entered the room and touched Qi hand, attempting to use her healing powers to alleviate his suffering, but to no avail. The family, who had briefly hoped upon Xiangxi's arrival, fell back into despair. Nan Muron sighed lightly, her cool voice cutting through the tension. I can help him. The old soldier, the middle-aged couple, and even the children on the sofa all turned to her in unison. She was strikingly beautiful, her presence almost incongruous amidst the surrounding despair. After a moment, the old soldier was the first to respond, looking at Nan Muron. What are your conditions?
Speak.
The old soldier perceived clearly that this young woman was neither a soldier nor someone who acted thoughtlessly. She was not one to possess a naive kindness. Coupled with her unfinished sentence, he understood she could save Qi, but there would be conditions. Nan Muron smiled at the old soldier. Regardless of what happens, you must not interfere. The old soldier's family exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of her intentions. Nan Muron fixed her gaze on the most authoritative figure in the room. The old soldier. Agree, and I will save him now. If you do not agree, he will be reduced to a fool within 3 to 5 more episodes. Without needing the old soldier to speak, the middle-aged woman, unable to bear her son's suffering, nodded vigorously. I agree. I will accept any terms. Just save my son. Nan Muron, however, paid her no mind, simply watching the old soldier. After a long pause, the old soldier nodded. All right, I agree. Upon receiving his satisfactory reply, Nan Muron turned her attention to Qi, who was drenched in sweat on the Kong. She approached and grasped Qi's arm, channeling life force through every part of his being, nourishing his spirit. As his pain subsided, Qi ceased his struggles. Yet peculiarly he sat up. The strangeness stemming from the fact that everyone in the room could tell he was not using his own strength to do so. Nan Muron stood before Qi. Now, look at me. Qi raised his head, somewhat dazed, as his previously chaotic and noisy mind fell into a serene blankness, as if all the sounds and images had vanished. In his eyes and mind, only the strikingly beautiful sister before him remained. Nan Muron gazed at him quietly, her life-giving energy unceasing until he gradually calmed down and regained his composure. Chapter 88. Are you willing to come with me? Feeling the long-awaited tranquility in the atmosphere, Qi weary eyes began to reflect surprise, and he felt considerably lighter. Nan Muron observed the young boy before her, around 12 or 13 years old, standing less than 1.60 meters, with a bowl cut and an endearing appearance. Thank you, sister. Since the apocalypse began, Qi had never felt so unburdened. Nan Muron regarded him, her tone steady. If you do not learn to control your psychic power, you will continuously hear every minute chaotic sound within your perception. You will be tormented by these incessant clamorings, leading to unbearable headaches and disorientation until you ultimately succumb to repeated agony, becoming either a fool or driven mad. Qi lowered his head as he listened to Nan Muron's words, fully aware that this beautiful sister spoke the truth and could sense his loss of control. However, to spare his grandfather, father, and mother from worry, he had never confided in anyone. As Nan Muron's words resonated, everyone inside and outside the room was struck with astonishment. Si instinctively glanced at Nan Muron, pondering whether her psychic abilities would inflict such torment upon her as well. The old soldier and the middle-aged couple gazed sorrowfully at the exhausted Qi on the Kong, their hearts bleeding for him. Your current predicament is one that only I can assist you with. However, We shall depart early tomorrow morning. Thus, do you wish to accompany me from this place? Nan Muron continued in a calm tone. Upon hearing her words, the soldier's family changed countenance, realizing it was an attempt to take their child away. No, you. The soldier's daughter-in-law's face paled as she sought to intervene. Silence. The soldier's deep and authoritative voice cut off her protest. Simultaneously, he began to grasp Nan Muron's intentions. Had it been before, he would have never consented to Qijin leaving with this girl. Yet, upon hearing her words and observing his grandson's reaction, he understood everything. Qijin was being tormented by the very strength of his own body, unable to endure the pain any longer, and the soldier felt a pang of heartache. No wonder his once lively grandson had become so taciturn since the apocalypse began. Qijin instinctively looked towards his mother, whose eyes were misty and brimming with tears. Yet she could not bring herself to utter words of protest. Qijin lowered his head, contemplating, "But I must protect Grandpa and the villagers. Your psychic abilities can only predict. They possess no offensive power. Moreover, in your current state, you cannot endure for long. Ultimately, you will be unable to protect them and may even become a burden." Nan Muron stated matter-of-factly. Qijin turned to her and asked, "Why do you want me to follow you?" "Because, to me, you still hold some value." Nan Muron candidly expressed her thoughts. For a psychic ability user, particularly one whose powers were non-aggressive yet possessed acute sensitivity, there was no need for deceit. The middle-aged couple was taken aback by Nan Muron's words, while the old soldier breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in this cannibalistic apocalypse, a purposeful utilization was far more reassuring than aimless goodwill. Qijin regarded the striking young woman, eager to discern the truth behind her words. "You dare to use your psychic powers in my presence?" Nan Muron chuckled, reaching out to tap his forehead lightly. "Little one must experience the world to cultivate a sense of fear." This remark was directed not only at Qijin, but also at the soldier. In this apocalypse, the tranquility of the village would not endure for much longer. Qijin was a gifted psychic, yet still a child. If misled by those with ulterior motives, the outcome could only lead to his demise. The soldier sighed softly, realizing that regardless of Qijin's thoughts, it was their duty as elders to help him make this choice. "Sister, you are so remarkable," Qijin said, admiring Nan Muron and feeling no fear in the face of her formidable psychic strength, but rather a sense of admiration. Nan Muron looked at the young boy, resolute in her desire for his predictive abilities. "So, are you willing to come with me?" Qijin yearned to agree, yet remained silent, turning instead to look at his grandfather. He saw the old soldier rise and nod slightly. The crimson-eyed man beside him also affirmed his son's decision with a nod. And although the middle-aged woman was reluctant to part with her son, she understood there was no other choice. "Sister, can I come back?" Qijin asked sadly, reluctant to leave his family. "Why not? Are you planning to sell yourself to me?" Nan Muron found the boy's thoughts endearing. Upon hearing her words, the soldier's family collectively sighed in relief. With the matter settled, Nan Muron and her companions quietly exited the room, leaving space for the family to gather. Do all psychic ability users behave this way? After parting ways with Han Ingtian and his group, Siyi voiced his greatest unease. Nan Muron laughed softly. "Indeed. Have you forgotten? It was you who taught me how to control my psychic power." "I taught you?" Siyi was taken aback. "My psychic abilities were forcibly awakened in an underground laboratory. Unlike Qijin, mine are offensive in nature. I cannot help but feel pain and agitation as I sense everything around me. Eventually, you guided me to remain trapped within my own world, feeling every subtle fluctuation of my psychic energy, enabling me to gradually learn how to master it." The old hawk following them became increasingly perplexed. Sister Nan's psychic power control was taught by the wild wolves? "No, Sister Nan, I don't understand a word of what you two are saying." The nearby Jia Wu unhesitatingly pulled the bewildered hawk back. "Less talk is better than more." The hawk felt speechless, wondering why this fellow always acted as if he knew everything. Up ahead, Nan Muron and Siyi exchanged smiles without speaking. Although they did not intend to reveal everything, they also did not plan to keep it hidden indefinitely. After all, the most crucial aspect among teammates was mutual trust. Shortly after the four returned to the house, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, they found the old soldier holding 2 bowls of noodles. Clearly, the noodles were intended for Nan Muron and Siyi. as they were the only ones who had not dined. "I would like to speak with Miss Nan," the soldier said, eyeing Jia Wu with a hint of hesitation. Nan Muron, seated inside, smiled and nodded, "Come in. By the way, see, why don't you go for a stroll?" Hearing her straightforward dismissal, the three exchanged glances and exited the room. As they departed, the soldier handed one of the noodle bowls to Si. Gratefully, Si accepted it, closing the door behind him as he left. In an instant, only the old soldier and Nan Muron remained in the room. Nan Muron picked up her chopsticks and began to mix the noodles, which were topped with meat, vegetables, eggs, and red chili peppers, creating an enticing aroma. The soldier thought, witnessing a young woman so calm in the face of his intimidating presence, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you worried about Qijin coming with me?" After taking a bite of noodles, Nan Muron inquired. Of course not. In the soldier's mind, anyone capable of collaborating with the military was not a villain and thus worthy of trust. Nan Muron was surprised, then why? Her gentle demeanor eased the soldier's apprehensions considerably, and he began to recount his story. Chapter 89. A swarm of snakes approaches. Qijin was the soldier's first grandson, exceptionally sensible since childhood and closest to him. Following the apocalyptic acid rain, the soldier had taken Qijin into the mountains in search of food when they stumbled upon the strange tree-bearing fruit. To avoid danger, they refrained from approaching the tree recklessly. It was their family dog that, unbeknownst to them, pilfered the fruit and fed it to Qijin, which led to his awakening. Subsequently, the dog ventured into the mountains alone several times, but only returned twice with fruit, all of which went to Qijin. Eventually, the dog disappeared without a trace, causing Qijin to weep bitterly, claiming he had seen their yellow dog consumed by that peculiar tree. The soldier detailed many stories about Qijin until he fell silent, and the room descended into a prolonged stillness. In this unpredictable apocalypse, life and death were uncertain. "I cannot guarantee that Qijin will not encounter danger by following me, but I promise to do my utmost to avoid it." Nan Muron listened intently as the soldier spoke unusually at length. Finally, she spoke calmly, "Thank you. I may engage in many perilous endeavors in the future. Qijin's predictive abilities are crucial to me. I will enhance his powers, yet he will also grapple with the brink of life and death. You may harbor concerns, yet this is the inexorable fate destined for children like Qijin in this apocalyptic world." Nan Muron gazed earnestly into the eyes of the old soldier, her tone imbued with sincerity. The soldier understood all too well that Nan Muron spoke the truth. Qijin's peculiar abilities rendered him incapable of self-preservation, and he, too, could not safeguard him. Ultimately, there were two paths to tread. Either he would succumb to torment, becoming a shadow of himself, or he would be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Compared to others, this forthright and candid young woman instilled a semblance of reassurance within him. Very well. Indeed, there were no better alternatives. Once the old soldier departed, Si and the other two swiftly retreated to their quarters. "Are you not concerned?" Jia Wu inquired, casting a glance at Nan Muron. After all, she was but a 12-year-old child. It was hardly reasonable to expect tranquility. The old hawk sighed, a pang of nostalgia for his family washing over him. He wondered how his parents and siblings fared. Sensing the hawk's unease, Si offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. "Eagle, where is your home?" Nan Muron suddenly asked. She knew the hawk was a sentimental soul, having served alongside Si, and in critical moments, he would unhesitatingly stand by Si's side. Naturally, she would not withhold kindness from such a comrade. "From Lan City," he replied. Upon hearing this, Nan Muron promptly retrieved a map from her bag, locating one of the 5 fruit trees near Lan City. "Check this position, and see how far it is from your home. You may return to visit someday." As he observed the map, revealing a distance of over 100 kilometers from his home, the hawk nodded with a surge of excitement. It had been 3 years since he last returned. He was oblivious to the fate of his family since the onset of the apocalypse, and an inexplicable trepidation gripped him. Si and Jia Wu exchanged sighs, recognizing that they, along with Nan Muron, were solitary wanderers in this world, unencumbered by ties. Not entirely true. Jia Wu had his wife, by May. As for himself, he still had Nan Muron. "Let us tidy up and rest. We must set off early tomorrow," Nan Muron declared. producing 8 fruits from her spatial storage, 4 vibrant orange fruits from the sumac tree, and 4 dark red fruits from the towering trees. Simultaneously, she retrieved a considerable number of low-level crystal cores procured from Principal Wang in town, distributing them among everyone to restore their vitality. The hawk turned to Nan Morong and Si, Sister Nan, have you gathered all the remaining fruits from the sumac trees? More or less, Si replied nonchalantly. The hawk sighed, conceding that Jia Wu had indeed made an astute observation. Their combined strength surpassed that of 8 individuals fighting together. After consuming the fruits and absorbing the crystal cores, they settled down to rest. Nan Morong took her fruits and crystal cores into the small space designated for sleeping. The accommodations provided by the old soldier's family were quite spacious, divided by a floor-to-ceiling wardrobe, resembling a suite. Nan Morong resided within the small partition containing a bed. After finishing their fruits and absorbing all the crystal cores, the 3 of them found suitable spots on the sofa to rest. It was rather peculiar. Aside from the initial distress caused by consuming Xiaobai's fruits, none of them experienced any adverse effects from the subsequent fruits. As night descended, the rural courtyard was enveloped in darkness, with some sleeping soundly while others wore troubled expressions. The old soldier's family silently assisted Qi Jin in packing his belongings, tears streaming down their faces. Since the advent of the apocalypse, all means of communication had gradually become ineffective. Once separated, the road ahead was arduous, making reunions exceedingly difficult. Father, today I heard Captain Han say there is a safe base at the foot of the Shishan Mountains. Should we not seek refuge there? The middle-aged man tentatively suggested as he loaded the suitcase. The old soldier glanced at the white-capped mountains outside, sighing heavily. Reaching a safe base is no simple feat. In this village, with just over 50 people among a dozen households, the elderly and children comprise more than half. In this familiar mountain setting, we can barely sustain ourselves. To venture to the base. Firstly, the journey is perilous, and secondly, how will those without skill survive? In another room, Han Yingtian observed the flickering candlelight from the old soldier's dwelling, feeling increasingly uneasy. I shall pay a visit to Miss Nan, he declared. You intend to escort them to the safe base? The hawk, upon hearing this, was seized by a desire to pry open Han Yingtian's mind. He could not comprehend why anyone would find life in the village more comfortable than outside. Han Yingtian nodded. It is far too dangerous for them to remain here. Nan Morong smiled faintly, a hint of bitterness in her voice. In this apocalypse, nothing is more treacherous than the human heart. Perhaps they are ill-suited for the outside world. However, do persuade them. If the old soldier consents, I shall grant you time to escort them. Nan Morong dismissed any further entanglement with Han Yingtian, her tone turning cold. Indeed, upon hearing Han Yingtian's intentions, the old soldier promptly rejected his offer, as did the other villagers. In the dead of night, when all were deep in slumber, a knock resounded, once more at their door. What is it? Jia Wu sprang up, swiftly illuminating the space with a flashlight as he approached the door. Standing at the threshold was Qi Jin's father, his face etched with anxiety. Qi Jin said a horde of snakes is about to attack the village, he urged. His voice tinged with urgency. Awoken by the commotion, Nan Morong immediately regained her senses upon hearing the mention of snakes. The group quickly donned their gear and exited the house, coinciding with Han Yingtian and his team, who were also preparing to leave. Qi Jin rushed to Nan Morong, sister. I saw over 100 snakes. Can you ascertain the precise time? It is 3 o'clock in the morning. I recall the old soldier mentioning that Qi Jin can foresee events occurring within a day. Qi Jin concentrated, finally discerning the wall clock in his home. Around 5 o'clock? 5:45. In 2.5 hours. Han Yingtian's expression shifted considerably as he glanced at his watch. Nan Morong first extended her spiritual perception to sense the surroundings within a kilometer, detecting no anomalies. She then lightly touched the wrist of Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu. Are you within your sensing range? They have just entered my range, Ran. The snakes are moving at an alarmingly rapid pace. Chapter 90 starts the team. Their proximity is too close. We will not have time to evacuate everyone. Nan Morong turned to Si, her tone darkening slightly. Gather all the villagers together.
Si.
Upon seeing her reaction, realized that this situation was likely connected to the 3-headed serpent they encountered while harvesting fruits. He immediately turned to Han Yingtian. Han Yingtian instinctively looked to the old soldier. How many people reside in your village? 17 households, encompassing a total of 59 individuals, young and old alike. The 2 caves behind the courtyard can barely accommodate such a number, the soldier responded, understanding their intent. Are there any plants nearby that snakes and insects fear? Such as wild senna, 7-leaf lotus, or balsam? Nan Morong inquired. There's plenty of wild senna at the village entrance, the old soldier's son quickly answered. Though he did not fully grasp Nan Morong's words, he knew what snakes feared. Wild senna is indeed what we need, Nan Morong stated, retrieving 2 watches from her backpack and handing them to him. Keep track of the time and gather people to uproot those wild senna plants, planting them around this courtyard. You have half an hour. When time is up, no matter the circumstances, you must return. As the son departed, the old veteran addressed them, saying, Prepare yourselves here. I shall summon my family to gather everyone in the yard. The veteran, along with his daughter-in-law, Seven Jean and the dragon and phoenix twins, swiftly exited the courtyard. Nan Mu Ran handed Haning Ting 2 buckets of realgar powder, instructing him to generously sprinkle a thick layer around the entire perimeter of the yard, particularly in every corner of the house. Once everyone had busied themselves, only Nan Mu Ran and her 3 companions remained in the yard. Xiao Lu remarked. Ran is the female of that 3-headed cobra, a 5th-level late-stage mutated beast, along with 2 others at the 4th-level late stage. This realization struck Nan Mu Ran. If it weren't for animosity, the serpents would not have gone mad enough to attack the entire village. After all, they had coexisted harmoniously with the village for quite some time, and it was illogical for them to suddenly launch a widespread assault. Have we stirred this trouble? Sia's tone was certain. He understood Nan Mu Ran well. If they hadn't provoked this disaster, she would have remained silent, assessing the situation rather than immediately stepping forward to confront it. Nan Mu Ran nodded, the female of that 5th-level mutated snake. Goodness, they chased us this far for revenge? The old hawk couldn't help but exclaim. The 4 of them knew that since the trouble stemmed from their actions, they had to resolve it themselves. Otherwise, their consciences would be burdened. Moreover, if all went according to plan, Seven Jean would soon be one of their own. When it came to the kin of their own, they could not simply turn a blind eye. Nan Mu Ran glanced at the ever-spirited hawk and said, The bad news is that the female of the 3-headed snake is a 5th-level late stage. Alongside her, there are also 2 4th-level mid-stage ones. This is going to be a tough battle. The old hawk's brows twitched in agitation, feeling as though they had encountered formidable opponents. Let us assess our strength after consuming the fruit. Has it changed? Nan Mu Ran turned to the 3 of them. The enemy's rank was too high. While Haning Ting and the others could assist with the lower-level equipment, they would have to rely on themselves to deal with the strongest 3. As the 4 of them sensed the changes in their bodies, their eyes widened with astonishment. They had indeed broken through. The fruit combined with the crystal cores was truly remarkable. Nan Mu Ran noted, the plant system has advanced to the initial 4th level, and the mental system has reached the late 4th level. As for the ethereal mist,
No sensation.
C added, the water system has reached the late 3rd level. The fire system is at the initial 3rd level, and the metal system has directly advanced to the 2nd level. The old hawk remarked. The wind system has broken through to the 3rd level, the power system is at the initial 2nd level, and the skin hardening is at the mid-level 1st stage. Jia Wu announced, the lightning system has directly reached the initial 4th level, and the speed system has also reached the mid-level 1st stage. Nan Mu Ran was pleasantly surprised. Nearly everyone had leveled up. With their team strength, they could not afford to be reckless. The old hawk's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly suggested, Sister Nan, why don't we come up with a team name? Nan Mu Ran found herself speechless, bemused by the frivolity at such a serious moment. However, Jia Wu nodded in agreement. I think that's a good idea. Ran, you should name the team. Are we really doing this? Nan Mu Ran was taken aback. You go ahead, she replied. Noticing that even Si concurred. Invincible Squad, Nan Mu Ran blurted out. The 3 were left speechless, exchanging incredulous glances. They should have anticipated this. After all, names like Xiao Lu, Xiao Bai, and a Fu were rather lackluster, with the only semi-decent name being that of a tank, which Nan Mu Ran knew was originally given by her father. Nan Mu Ran recognized her lack of talent in naming, and observing their reactions, felt a tinge of insecurity. Does it sound bad? It's acceptable, Si replied without hesitation. The old hawk and Jia Wu looked at him in disbelief. This is considered good? Invincible? Is this the cultural level of the so-called king of land warfare, the wild wolf? Didn't he graduate with a master's degree?
Well,
Nanmu Ran was also a student from a prestigious university. Perhaps academic credentials had little bearing on this matter. All right then, you think of one, she said, turning her gaze to Siyi, as he had named the ethereal mist, which sounded lovely. Starthorn?
Siye ponderet briefly.
It does sound nice. But what does it mean? The old hawk asked, somewhat puzzled. Siyi smiled gently. It just came to mind, as long as it sounds good. In truth, the name was inspired by the small seal of the character Nan. I think it's a good name. Let us go with that, Nan Mu Rand decisively concluded. However, recalling Haning Ting's night star from her previous life and juxtaposing it with Star Thorn felt somewhat antagonistic, though thankfully no one intended any offense. Thus, the Star Thorn squad was officially established, temporarily comprising 4.5 members. No sooner had they finished speaking than villagers began to arrive one after another, with Haning Ting and the others following suit into the courtyard. Upon observing that more than half of the elders and children were present, Haning Ting finally grasped why the old veteran had so resolutely refused to go to the base. As everyone retreated to the back cave, Haning Ting set up a defensive line at the door, instructing his people to protect everyone. Nan Mu Ran watched as the old veteran's son returned, then exited the courtyard. The wild senna had been planted around the yard, densely forming a green wall, interspersed with several square vines. Nan Mu Rand harnessed her life force to rapidly accelerate the growth of all plants, even causing new wild senna to sprout in areas where it had not previously existed. She continued until the entire yard was tightly enclosed, save for the entrance, before finally ceasing her efforts. Haning Ting was aware of Nan Mu Rant's plant-based abilities. Yet this was the first time he witnessed her inducing such extensive growth. Was this the power of a third-level plant ability? It felt quite different from the plant-based ability users he had encountered before. Once everything was prepared, various cacophonous sounds began to emerge from the surroundings, hissing and chattering, coming from all directions, heading straight for the veteran's home. Chapter 91. Creatures of the Mountains. The four exchanged glances and swiftly entered the courtyard. Haning Ting immediately instructed Ching Chung and Shi Er to separate and enter 2 different rooms, closing the doors to guard over the villagers and prevent snakes from entering the 2 caves and harming those inside.
Meanwhile,
Haning Ting and 15 others stood at the door, preparing to confront the onslaught of the giant snake and its horde alongside Nan Mu Ran and her companions. As the snake swarm invaded the courtyard, they finally discerned the appearance of the massive serpent leading the charge. The serpent was more than twice the length of the previous one, as thick as an adult's embrace. Just a glance at such a colossal form instilled an involuntary dread in anyone. It crashed against the veteran's door with a resounding thud, sending dust soaring, and the entrance was instantly reduced to rubble. The villagers peering through the windows in the caves began to succumb to an uncontrollable fear. It wasn't that they doubted the 6 individuals standing steadfastly in the courtyard. Rather, it was an instinctual terror. Through the window, 7 Jean observed the imposing giant snake, but was captivated by the fearless demeanor of Nan Mu Ran and Siyi, who stood motionless, seemingly unperturbed. As the enormous serpent entered the courtyard, it immediately spotted Nan Mu Ran, unleashing a sharp blade of wind toward her. In an instant, the small white creature on Nan Mu Ran's wrist sprang forth, deflecting the wind blade. Sensing a familiar aura from the small white, the giant snake became even more agitated. The small white had already ascended to the 5th level late stage, and its rapid advancement in power was indeed due to the 5th level crystal core of the 3-headed snake. The colossal serpent locked its gaze on the small white, now returned to Nan Mu Ran's wrist, its eyes growing frenzied. These humans and her plants must perish here. At the same time, sensing the giant serpent's fury, Nan Mu Ran and Siyi moved in unison, swiftly approaching the massive serpent from either side. The enormous serpent attacked the 2 without hesitation, but suddenly it felt a sharp pain in its head that rendered it unable to react. In that fleeting moment of agony, ice blades and keen edges surged towards its skull. However, these 2 razor-sharp spikes merely grazed the serpent's flesh, leaving behind a delicate gash before falling to the ground. The scales on its body had mutated, rendering them impervious to penetration. Jia Wu swiftly approached. Once the serpent freed itself from the throbbing pain, it unhesitatingly hurled its massive form towards Nan Mu Ran and Siyi, who were charging at it once more.
No.
came a panicked cry from within the cave, while some timid souls had already closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending doom. The gargantuan body of the serpent was poised to crash down. There was no doubt that if it struck, Nanmu Ran and Siyi would be reduced to mere pulp. In a split second, Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai darted from Nanmu Ran's left wrist, wrapping around the two and swiftly whisking them away from the danger. The colossal serpent left a deep crater in the ground, sending the stones flying and raising a cloud of thick dust. Simultaneously, a snake as thick as a bull slithered into the courtyard through the breach left by the giant serpent, followed closely by dozens of smaller snakes of varying sizes. In an instant, the entire courtyard was teeming with snakes, crawling over the woodpile, the walls, and the flower beds, their mere presence sending shivers down spines. Eagle, block that thicker one. Haning Ting, 15, deal with those smaller snakes. Wu Ge, coordinate with Si Ye's blades. Nanmu Ran's gaze turned colder as she observed the giant serpent. To break free from the control of a level 4 late-stage psychic ability user was certainly beyond the capabilities of a level 5 late-stage mutated beast. How had it managed to advance in such a short time? Upon seeing only a single thick snake enter, Nanmu Ran understood. It had resorted to consuming its own kind for the sake of evolution. The serpent glared furiously at Nanmu Ran and Si and Jia Wu. These detestable humans had slain its male counterpart and taken its core. The moment it stirred, the three attacked in unison. Si unleashed a flurry of over a dozen blades, dismissing the serpent's disdain for such an assault. However, as the blades sliced through its scales, Jia Wu immediately infused them with electrical energy, causing the serpent to convulse uncontrollably, its body racked with pain. Even the full-force attack froze for an instant. While Si Yi and Jia Wu relentlessly assaulted the serpent, Nanmu Ran summoned vitality. The wild cassia and four-cornered vines in the corners of the courtyard grew at a frenzied pace, weaving over the yard and beginning to ensnare the serpent's body. As it felt the most loathed plants wrapping around it, tightening with each passing moment, the serpent grew, increasingly agitated. Simultaneously, it sensed that these wild cassia and four-cornered vines were bizarrely siphoning its life force to bolster their own growth. Its perception was accurate. Nanmu Ran was indeed doing just that, utilizing vitality to exchange the serpent's life force for the flourishing wild cassia and four-cornered vines, drawing from the serpent's bloodied wounds. This was her first time extracting life force from an animal to nourish plants. For the serpent, this was a process of diminishing and replenishing. These wild cassia and four-cornered vines treated it as soil, feeding off it to grow. It had to break free from them. The serpent lowered its head and unleashed numerous blades, severing the wild cassia and four-cornered vines, causing them to fall lifelessly to the ground. Yet, Nanmu Ran had no intention of letting the serpent escape. She released vitality once more, and her entire being radiated a mesmerizing greenish-white light. Her formerly braided hair cascaded down her shoulders, and the ethereal glow lifted slightly, morphing the roots into slender tendrils, transforming her into an otherworldly creature reminiscent of a forest spirit. At the same time, the severed wild cassia and four-cornered vines on the ground began to sprout new branches and vines from the cut ends, once again wrapping around the serpent's body as if they had eyes. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent struggled, Si Yi and Jia Wu resumed their coordinated assaults on various parts of the serpent's body, with their attacks consistently targeting one specific area. The serpent's 7 inches. "Is that girl a monster?" stammered a middle-aged woman standing by the window in the cave. Ching Ching shot her a cold glance, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment, and replied icily, "If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut." Miss Nan and her companions were out there fighting valiantly to protect these people, and yet this woman dared to speak such words. It was truly disheartening. Several others in the cave turned their icy gazes towards the disrespectful woman, though some agreed with her sentiment. The old soldier's chilling glare fell upon them. One must possess a heart and know the difference between right and wrong. If you believe these people outside are unnecessary for your protection, you may leave now. No one will stop you. Chapter 92. Not strong enough in this small mountain village. The old soldier was a well-known figure, respected for his authority and kindness. Yet his sudden harsh demeanor silenced those who had entertained such thoughts, causing them to lower their heads in shame. Qi Jin glanced at them before anxiously focusing on Nanmu Rand and her group. his mind racing with contrasting images of joy and despair, unable to determine the outcome of the situation.
Outside.
The previously planted wild cassia and four-cornered vines seemed to awaken with a soul of their own, growing wildly and wrapping around the serpent's body once more. At the same time, Sia's ice blades pierced the serpent's scales, driving straight into its 7-inch mark. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. But as they looked up, they found the serpent undeterred by the attack. How could it remain unaffected even after being pierced at its 7 inches? Both Si Yi and Jia Wu were completely taken aback by the result. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eagle, with Han Ting's assistance, had already dealt with the thick, Level 4 initial stage mutated snake. The giant serpent, witnessing its lifeless companion crash to the ground, radiated a palpable fury, its aggression escalating. Under its eerie command, increasingly more small snakes slithered into the old soldier's courtyard. Han Ting and 15 began to address the relentless influx of snakes, while Eagle swiftly redirected his attention to assist Si Yi and Jia Wu. Observing the serpent's actions, Nanmu Ran's resolve to fight to the death intensified. The slender figure radiated a brilliant greenish light, illuminating the entire courtyard in the morning glow. In addition to the wild cassia and four-cornered vines she had summoned, Xiao Lu and Xia Bai also emerged from her left wrist, joining in the entanglement of the serpent's body. Target its head. The group quickly reacted. Si Yi, Jia Wu, and Eagle adjusted their attacks, each strike aimed directly at the serpent's head. Simultaneously, Nanmu Ran channeled her psychic energy, attempting to subdue the serpent entirely. Although she coveted the level 6 crystal core, should it come to destruction, it could also resolve the matter. The wild cassia and four-cornered vines, alongside Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai, tightened around the serpent, voraciously drawing upon its life force through its wounds. The flora surrounding the courtyard, having been sown in advance, thrived with remarkable vitality, wildly encroaching upon the yard, intertwining relentlessly with the massive serpent's body. The entire courtyard soon became enshrouded in a dense tangle of branches and vines. Vines from all directions surged over the wall, ensnaring the serpent's head, casting a shadow that obscured the morning light and plunging the once bright courtyard into a new twilight. The relentless and forceful onslaught rendered the serpent in a state of turmoil. Quickly assessing the situation, the serpent chose to disregard all attacks and unleashed a blade of wind directly at the foremost figure, Nanmu Ran. The icy gleam of the wind blade bore down on the immobile Nanmu Ran. Everyone present was taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Jia Wu even contemplated using his own body as a shield. Suddenly, 2 water shields materialized before Nanmu Ran, absorbing the entirety of the wind blade. These were conjured by Si Yi and Xiang Shi, who had rushed out of the house in desperation. Simultaneously, Cheng Cheng, who had been inside safeguarding the villagers, emerged as well. With the smaller serpents already dealt with, the 7 began to coordinate their efforts to confront the colossal serpent, which was suffering under Nanmu Ran's mental suppression. Wind blades, ice blades, sharp blades, thunder, and daggers were all aimed directly at the serpent's head with unrelenting force, disregarding the potential depletion of their abilities. It soon became evident to the serpent that its strength was waning. No wonder its male counterpart had once been compelled to self-destruct its core. The power of these humans was indeed formidable. Nanmu Ran sensed the serpent's thoughts and understood that if she could not entirely vanquish it before it resorted to a desperate self-detonation, everyone here would face annihilation. She poured her mental energy into the serpent, simultaneously bestowing vitality upon the surrounding flora. Even as her head throbbed with pain, she remained resolute in her efforts. The serpent writhed in agony, but then, unexpectedly, it altered its course, whipping its tail toward the outer courtyard. It was attempting to flee.
Han Yingting's expression changed dramatically.
Si Yi immediately glanced at Nanmu Ran, whose face had turned pale. He knew that without Nanmu Ran's cooperation, his time manipulation ability would be ineffective in such a scenario. Thus, whether to let the serpent escape or to slay it on the spot depended on her condition. Teetering on the brink of exhaustion, both her vitality and mental energy depleted, Nanmu Ran felt her mind clouding. As she watched the serpent retreat in its bid for escape, she reached into her pocket, sensing the crystals stacked in the corner of her spatial pocket, and subsequently channeled a continuous flow of vitality. Suddenly, the serpent, as thick as an adult's embrace, began to shed its skin, visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. Nevertheless, even in its transformation, the serpent showed no inclination to turn back, hastening its departure from the village. Han Ting and his companions were inclined to pursue, only to find that once the serpent had exited the village, it vanished instantaneously among the foliage, leaving no trace. As they watched the serpent's retreat, a sense of dread enveloped everyone in the courtyard. Han Ting and the veterans understood all too well that had it not been for Nan Mu Rant's presence today, they would have perished beneath the serpent's winged blades. Observing her exhausted state and the encroaching plants throughout the courtyard, their emotions were complex. They were both in awe of her formidable strength and unsettled by her earlier peculiar demeanor. Ran, Si approached the drenched Nan Mu Ran, unable to conceal the concern in his eyes. I'm just tired. Nan Mu Ran managed a faint smile before resting her head heavily against his chest. He wrapped his arms around her waist, supporting her weakened form. Shall we go inside and rest for a while?
All right.
How is Ran? Jia Wu and the veteran quickly moved closer. The newly emerged family members of the seven also gathered anxiously. I'm fine, just overly fatigued. A short rest will suffice. Nan Mu Ran exhaled deeply, her voice weary. Si lifted her effortlessly and carried her into the room arranged for their rest by the veterans the previous night. Rest here for a bit. As Nan Mu Ran leaned against him on the bed, Si sat beside her. Nan Mu Ran. It's not that you can't use it, he began. Nan Mu Ran understood he was referring to his time manipulation ability. Had Si paused time for even a moment, she could have possibly delivered a fatal blow to the serpent. However, that was merely a possibility. Any misstep could lead to detection, the risks far outweighing the potential gains. Most importantly, there was also Qi Jin in the courtyard, who could observe everything. Presently, Qi Jin did not warrant complete trust. Si, we must stand together, sharing the risks. Concealment is not solely about protecting you. It is also about safeguarding us all. Si grasped her hand, falling into silence, and after a lengthy pause, inquired, is there a way for me to strengthen myself more rapidly? Nan Mu Ran chuckled softly. You are already quite strong. Not enough. Far from enough. Si tightened his embrace, his tone resolute and somber. Outside in the courtyard, the serpent had escaped, and it seemed the village could no longer be inhabited. If the serpent returned seeking vengeance, it would spell trouble. Han Ting cast a worried glance at the villagers emerging from the cave dwellings. Chapter 93. Into the mountains to find the serpent. The veteran had naturally contemplated this issue. Serpents are known to possess a remarkable intelligence, and that particular serpent had grown to an extraordinary size. Even in retreat, it clearly sought to preserve its life, indicating a level of awareness. Having suffered a significant defeat in the village today, it was certain to return for retribution. However, with a mere dozen households in the village, evacuating everyone to the base was no simple task. The journey of 200 kilometers was fraught with peril. Especially with families in tow, achieving a safe arrival was no trivial matter. Observing the veteran's troubled expression, Han Ting and Xiang Shi quickly approached him. Upon hearing that they could use vehicles to transport everyone to the military base, relief washed over the crowd. The middle-aged woman, who had previously spoken disrespectfully to Nan Mu Ran while cowering inside, hurriedly expressed her gratitude to the two men. Cheng Chung rolled her eyes at her, holding her in disdain, thinking how this woman was truly one to use others when it suited her. The middle-aged woman, aware of Cheng Cheng's fierce demeanor, could only force a smile, inwardly cursing her countless times. However, with only 2 vehicles available when they arrived, they would need to leave in batches. Since they required Nan Mu Ran's vehicle, Han Ting sought them out specifically. Jia Wu tossed the keys to Han Ting and gestured toward the group gathered in the courtyard. That woman and her companions, including their families, must not touch our vehicle. Han Ting was taken aback by this statement. Cheng Chung whispered to him about the earlier incident, and his expression darkened. Was there truly no sense of decency left? The middle-aged woman, still wishing to defend herself, was silenced by the veteran's cold glare. Everything will be arranged by Captain Han. The veteran's tone was firm. Han Ting turned to the other villagers. Initially, only a few people would leave, but now, this arrangement would simplify matters considerably. The middle-aged woman and her companions were furious, but dared not utter another word, fearing they would be abandoned here. The veteran's family opted to be the last to depart. Qi Jin, who had been anxious from the start, finally found a sense of calm. That evening, after hearing the news, Nan Muron learned that the first batch of villagers had already set off under the guidance of Shi Wu and Xiangxi. They would take 5 days for the round trip, and we are to wait here all this time? The eagle could not help but furrow his brow. Nan Muron looked at him and replied, "How can we remain idle? There is a formidable adversary in the mountains, one that would devour us whole." The great serpent? The eagle's eyes lit up, for he had thought that creature would no longer be a concern. After all, the villagers intended to depart directly for the base. The serpent must be dealt with, otherwise, it would surely pose future threats. Nan Muron retrieved all the crystal cores and several fruits from her spatial storage to distribute among the group, enhancing their abilities. Should we inform the veterans? The eagle inquired. If they were to ensure the great serpent was thoroughly eliminated, there would be no need to head to the base. Not necessary. Jia Wu shook his head lightly, his tone icy. Nan Muron understood that he was being deliberate in his stance due to the attitude those individuals had shown her the previous day. The eagle noticed the unwillingness of the other three to engage further, and thus grasped the underlying reason. Consume these fruits and absorb all the crystal cores, Nan Muron instructed. She was well aware that, aside from Siyi, it would be challenging for the others to awaken any new abilities. Suddenly, footsteps approached from outside. It was Qi Jin. As soon as Jia Wu's words fell, a soft knocking echoed from the door. The eagle promptly stood to open it, ushering the little one inside. "Sister, are you all going to find the great serpent?" Qi Jin looked at Nan Muron, his tone filled with certainty. Nan Muron regarded the child with a smile in her eyes and asked, "Did we return safely?" Qi Jin nodded, but then pointed at the eagle beside her. "But this brother is injured." Nan Muron was not foolish enough to inquire about the severity of the injury. If the eagle's wounds were not grave enough for her to handle, he would not have returned while injured. Bending down slowly to meet the child's gaze, she spoke calmly. "We must go, but to avoid further harm, we need you to accompany us. Are you brave enough to do so?" After a moment of silence, Qi Jin solemnly nodded.
All right.
When the veterans learned of Nan Muron and her companion's intention to head into the mountains, they anticipated their purpose. Hearing that they wished to take Qi Jin with them, the veterans remained silent for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. While the dawn had yet to fully break and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, the 4 adults and 1 child departed the village, ascending the mountain in search of the great serpent. After walking a short distance, Jia Wu suddenly halted. "Is there a dilapidated temple ahead?" "Yes, if you proceed another 100 meters you will see it," the eagle, ever the living map, responded, somewhat surprised by Jia Wu's sudden inquiry. Jia Wu nodded. "You all wait for me here for a moment. I shall return shortly."
Gitch.
Nan Muron could roughly guess Jia Wu's intent, and a slight pang tugged at her heart. "Be obedient. You all wait for me here. I will return in no more than 20 minutes, Jia Wu said with a smile in his eyes, gesturing for Siyi to lead her to wait ahead. Once they entered the dilapidated temple, less than 10 minutes had passed when a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the once tranquil village. Subsequently, many residents who remained lit candles, plunging into a new wave of panic. Startled, Qi Jin wished to return to the village to assess the situation. The eagle swiftly grabbed the child. "This is a matter for adults. You should not interfere." Qi Jin looked bewildered, but upon seeing the calm expressions of the others, he obediently remained still. "Let us proceed." Jia Wu, as ever, awaited outside the temple. The 4 set off in silence, following the direction gleaned from Xiao Lu and Xiao Chao. Heading straight for the summit of D Mountain, they eventually arrived at the entrance of a natural cave. "Sister, this is the spot." Qi Jin pointed to the cave in his mind, pausing to gather his thoughts. "Sister, this cave has collapsed." The brother was struck down by the cave. In his mind, the eagle lay bloodied and breathless, having been crushed while attempting to save Siyi and Nan Muron. Nan Muron poured every ounce of vitality from the mountain into rescuing the eagle. Upon hearing Qi Jin's description, the others could not suppress their trepidation. Clearly, entering directly was not an option. Nan Muron quickly resolved to utilize her mental abilities to sense the conditions within the serpent's lair. Stationed at the cave's entrance, she concentrated her mental energy, beginning to probe inside. Upon entering, the cave revealed itself as a natural shelter, dry and comfortable, but further exploration unveiled a damp, narrow crevice extending about 30 meters ahead, where the escaping great serpent resided. The serpent was coiled inside, perhaps recuperating? Chapter 94, How Amusing. Adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity while the foe is weakened, such a chance must not be squandered. Moreover, given that the cave had collapsed, they could not enter directly. They would have to devise a way to lure the great serpent out. Without hesitation, Nan began to suppress the serpent with her mental force, delighted to discover that her previously depleted mental energy had fully recovered to its optimal state, even hinting at a potential breakthrough. A breakthrough would elevate her mental abilities to level 5. Just the thought thrilled her. Simultaneously, her left wrist released vitality as Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu began to spread across the ground, hastily advancing towards the depths of the serpent's lair. The previously defeated great serpent, seething with anger after losing several hundred minions, planned to annihilate the entire village in revenge after recuperating. To its dismay, it discovered that those humans had come for it. How could they recover so swiftly in just over a day? Furthermore, 2 insidious vines had already infiltrated its cave. With pinpoint accuracy, the great serpent lashed its tail toward Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu. Nan redirected the vines toward the cache of crystal cores behind the serpent. This creature had amassed such treasures. No wonder its evolution was so rapid. Among the pile of crystal cores lay several fruits that Nan had never seen before, leaving her to ponder their origins. The eagle, recognizing that they could not assist further, shifted his gaze and produced several grenades, offering them to Nan. Let us see if it dares to emerge. We'll blow it to smithereens. Jia Wu and Si gave him a thumbs up, clearly impressed by his cunning. Nan found the notion splendid, directing Xiao Lu and Xia Bai to gather the treasures as they retreated while simultaneously using her mental power to guide the grenades deeper into the cave toward the great serpent's location. After several attacks, the great serpent, observing the 2 tendrils fleeing, felt a sense of relief, only to witness a series of black spheres appearing in the air. Momentlate. A black sphere plummeted to the ground, exploding with a resounding bang. One after another, the explosions echoed, and the walls of the cave began to tremble. The great serpent cursed the wretched humans. However, it had seen such things before. Many similar objects lay in the corner of the outer cave, and now it understood how to utilize them. Surveying its surroundings, it dared not linger any longer in the cave and hastily retreated. As soon as the body began to move, an invisible force suddenly started to drag the serpent's body, and in a state of despair, it realized it was utterly powerless to escape until it was completely pulled out of the cave. However, just before it left the depths of the earth, the massive serpent leveraged its considerable bulk to extract all the small black lumps it had previously discovered. They were grenades. Retreat quickly. Saya immediately recognized the cache of grenades the serpent had unwound. The safety pin of the topmost grenade had already been removed. Goodness, is it seeking its own demise? The eagle observed keenly, questioning the serpent's sanity. In an instant, Xiao Lu and Xia Bai sprang from Nan's wrist, swiftly wrapping around the 5 individuals who were lagging behind, pulling them back with relentless force. The earth-shattering sounds of destruction reverberated behind them as colossal boulders collapsed, and the ground erupted with a series of explosions, indicating a catastrophe far exceeding the power of a single crate of grenades. Witnessing the chaos both inside and outside the cave left Nan and her companions momentarily stunned. This serpent? Capable of using grenades? The eagle inquired with uncertainty. A level 6 mutated beast is surprisingly intelligent, Nan remarked, though her own conviction wavered. An intelligent serpent that detonates grenades on itself? Given the current devastation, it was likely that the serpent had been reduced to mere fragments. One could hardly determine whether to commend its intellect or criticize its folly. What a pity for that level 6 crystal core. Once the explosion subsided and the mushroom clouds, flames, and scorched earth returned to a semblance of calm, Jia Wu turned to them, suggesting, "Shall we take a look?" "We'll lead the way," Saya and the eagle declared, drawing their daggers to scout ahead, wary of any unexploded ordnance that could inflict harm. The 5 approached the cave entrance, now completely sealed by massive rubble, and beneath a large fragment of stone, they glimpsed a charred segment of the serpent. Scattered across the ground were mutated scales. Nan picked up a scale, lost in thought. This is quite a valuable find. The eagle, noticing the intact scales, expressed surprise. "Let's take them back." Seeing their intentions, Saya crouched down to assist. "This serpent is quite the comedian. Does this count as self-detonation, Sister Nan?" The eagle queried while rummaging for scattered scales. Nan hesitated. uncertain of the serpent's motivations. Perhaps it was simply too foolish? It could also be attributed to ignorance, how terrifying it is to lack knowledge. Animals are no different. The others exchanged smiles, remaining silent. Even Qi Jin visibly relaxed. He suddenly felt a profound sense of happiness in following these elder siblings. Suddenly, Nan Mu Ran produced a fruit from her space and waved it before Qi Jin. Here, have a bite. Although this little fellow had remarkable predictive abilities, it was best for him to remain discreet, ideally awakening an offensive ability to mask his presence. This notion stemmed from the way the veteran's family had concealed Qi Jin's powers so well. Apart from their immediate family, no one in the village could ascertain Qi Jin's condition. Qi Jin gazed at the orange-red fruit of the Chinese parasol tree, yearning for it but ultimately resisting. Sister, this fruit is quite precious. De Huang gave it to me before, which is why I could foresee what happened later. I know, it was specifically for you. Don't worry. Just eat it, she reassured him. As they descended the mountain, they discovered the village entrance packed with people, including Han Yingting and Cheng Cheng, who anxiously awaited at the threshold. Among the crowd, the most conspicuous were the veteran's family, whose expressions transformed from worry to tears of joy upon seeing the five emerge safely. The explosive sounds from the mountain had left them in turmoil, their hearts heavy with dread until they finally spotted the group on the mountain path. However, upon observing the condition of the five, the crowd instinctively stepped back. Some did so out of respect, while many did so out of fear. The gossiping wife of the Qin family had her tongue cut out early in the morning while still in bed, and her husband bore the marks of a brutal beating. Everyone was well aware, thus, of the group's involvement. Some felt the Qin wife had it coming, while others deemed the group's actions excessively cruel. Nan Mu Ran remained unfazed. The team had far too much to accomplish. If they were to concern themselves with the opinions of inconsequential individuals, it would only lead to exhaustion. That evening, Shi Wu and Xiangxi returned, accompanied by someone sent to surprise Nan Mu Ran. Chapter 95, Rising to the Challenge. Fei Go, what brings you here? Nan Mu Ran exclaimed, surprised to see Guofei arriving with the military convoy. Guofei scrutinized Saya, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet he refrained from voicing any objections. After thoroughly assessing Nan Mu Ran and confirming she was unharmed, he finally relaxed. They said you encountered a level 6 mutated beast. Yes, but it has been dealt with, Nan Mu Ran replied with a smile. Before arriving, Guofei had heard that the mutated serpent had escaped, so he was unaware that they had already vanquished it. His sole focus was to extract Nan Mu Ran from this perilous place. Since it's all resolved, let us head home. Nan Mu Ran shook her head with a smile. There are 3 fruit trees that require further journeying to the northwest. Returning now would be a diversion, wasting precious time. Guofei had previously scouted the locations of the remaining 4 trees, thus he understood Nan Mu Ran spoke the truth. He sighed slightly. Let us find a suitable place to talk. Follow me. Nan Mu Ran recognized that Guofei's insistence indicated the presence of pressing matters. She led him to the residence arranged by the veteran's family, ensuring the surroundings were secure before sitting down. Is the situation regarding this tree provided by the Ouyang family? However, it seems the information was not exclusively given to the military. Upon hearing Guofei's words, Nan Mu Ran couldn't help but frown. The Ouyang family possessed connections to underground laboratories and could have monopolized the fruit from the tree. Yet, they chose to disclose the tree's location to the military. I suspect they have ulterior motives, Guofei said, hoping to keep Nan Mu Ran from becoming embroiled in these power struggles prematurely. Nan Mu Ran smirked. What motives? Clearly, they are fishing. It remains uncertain whether the intended catch is myself or the military. However, given the current circumstances, it seems both fish have bitten the bait. She found herself increasingly curious about what machinations were at play regarding the tree. What does Qin Jiangwo intend? To completely abandon this tree? Guofei nodded. His plan is to fully comprehend the Ouyang family's intentions before proceeding to engage with the tree. Nevertheless, he has stated that since you have been entrusted with full responsibility for this matter, the final decision rests with you. Nan Mu Ran nodded, contemplating Qin Jiangwo's perspective. In the apocalypse, it is imperative to temper one's inner desires and navigate dangers to survive safely. A shrewd individual like Qin Jiangwo would never recklessly gamble without clarity. Ran, do you still wish to proceed? Guofei inquired, observing her silence. The Ouyang family is backed by underground laboratories and the madman with wealth. Before I confront them at their lair, I must first test their strength. It can only yield advantages, not drawbacks. Guofei had always been aware of Nanmu Rant's obsession with the underground laboratory, so despite his concerns, he chose to respect her decision. I knew I couldn't dissuade you. Don't worry, I value my life, Nanmu Ran replied with a smile. What's going on between you and Siyi? The image of Siyi's hand resting on Nanmu Ran's shoulder when Guofei entered the room ignited a surge of irritation within him. Nanmu Ran, upon observing his expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Are we dating? Dating? This time, Guofei could no longer contain himself. He wanted to ask who had given their consent for such a relationship. However, realizing that this girl was already an adult, he had no choice but to stifle his mounting frustration. We've been through a lot together. It's too astonishing for a few words to convey. Brother Fei, just know that he is someone I fought tooth and nail to find, Nanmu Ran said earnestly. Hearing her say this, the smoldering anger in Guofei's heart was instantly extinguished. It was evident that in this romantic affair, it was his precious little one who had pursued Siyi. Noticing that he had accepted this, Nanmu Ran chose not to elaborate further and casually produced 5 fruits from a Chinese scholar tree. What is this? Guofei, who was relatively close to Chen Jiangwo, was well aware of the value of these fruits. Observing Nanmu Ran effortlessly taking out 5 of them, he could no longer maintain his composure. Wasn't the military just allocated 15 of these? Chen Jiangwo had been hoarding them like treasures, almost as if they were sacred relics, while Nanmu Ran had casually retrieved 5. The fruits of the Chinese scholar tree could aid ordinary people in awakening their extraordinary abilities. 2 are for you and Sister Jia Jia to consume. The remaining 3, you may decide who shall receive them, Nanmu Ran continued. Guofei understood that her intention was to use these fruits to win people's hearts. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme, and these fruits were indeed appropriate. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. No need to be frugal, I have plenty more. As she spoke, Nanmu Ran opened the location of the fruit tree provided by the Ouyang family. Is there a safe base in Lan City? A sense of foreboding washed over her as she gazed at the tree. If there was indeed a safe base in Lan City, they might be heading straight into the lion's den. Yes, but it's not established by the military. Chen Jiangwo mentioned that the safe base in Lan City was entangled with complex forces. Currently, bases across the nation were operating independently, attempting to sever ties with the central base and establish autonomy. If you decide to go, it's best to keep your identities concealed. This was precisely what Guofei feared the most. The fruit tree's location provided by the Ouyang family was near Lan City, and they could not evade the safe base there. Yet it was clear that those individuals were not trustworthy. If they were to become enemies with the entire safe base of Lan City, Nanmu Ran and her companions would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate. After exchanging all relevant information, the two finally exited the house. Given the number of villagers to be transported this time, 5 vehicles would be necessary. Considering this, Chen Jiangwo promptly dispatched additional personnel to accompany them. Sister Nan, Chen Dong, and Changzi approached as they saw them emerge. However, in the presence of Nanmu Ran, the two felt inexplicably guilty, their demeanor naturally becoming somewhat timid and awkward. Nanmu Ran greeted them as usual. Is it just the 2 of you? The entire wolf pack has come. When Chen Dong mentioned this, he suddenly hesitated. Si glanced at him with a smile, his tone defiant. The wolf pack? Let me have a look at them first to see if they are worthy. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong and Changzi surprisingly felt relieved, for Si Yi resembled the assertive leader he once was. Tales of Si Yi and Eagle's heroic deeds continued to circulate among the wolf pack, and thus everyone was excited to see them. The current wolf pack still consisted of 6 members, with Chen Dong as the captain and Wang Chong as the vice-captain. The 4 new recruits were elite soldiers selected from the military, each possessing extraordinary abilities. They had awakened without any auxiliary means, and one even possessed dual abilities. It must be said that these individuals were exceptionally gifted, deserving of the name Wolf Pack. Observing the unyielding strength of the Wolf Pack, both Si Yi and Eagle felt a sense of pride. Chapter 96. Directly heading to the Lan City base. After all the villagers had departed with the military personnel, the once tranquil little mountain village was left with only Nanmu Ran and her entourage of 9. Compared to their arrival, The military S-ability team had lost 11 of their more foolish members. However, within Nanmu Ran's four-person team, they had gained a new member, Xiao Qi-jin, which could be considered a small victory. The four of them were well aware of Qi-jin's extraordinary abilities, yet this time, as they returned to the base, Xiang Shi and Shi Wu tacitly chose not to mention a word about it. Han Ting had no intention of disclosing it either, and he took the opportunity to brief Ching Cheng. How much do you know about the situation at the Lan City base? That night, they gathered around a bonfire in the courtyard. Everyone sat together to discuss the status of the 4 trees. After all, they had set out with information on 5 fruit trees, and they had only completed 20% of their mission thus far. Upon hearing Nanmu Ran's inquiry, Han Ting replied candidly, Captain Chen has already briefed us on the situation in Lan City, including the source of information regarding the fruit tree there. We 4 have discussed it, and we will follow your lead, Miss Nan. Upon learning that the Ouyang family might be problematic, the 4 of them felt a surge of anger, yet their identities rendered them powerless to effect change. Nanmu Ran nodded, deciding to act according to her own judgment, which had always been her desired outcome. In that case, we shall rest here tonight to regain our strength. Tomorrow at dawn, we will set off directly to the official base in Lan City. All right. Han Ting, a proponent of strength and authority, had no objections to Nanmu Ran's proposal. Those 2 military off-road vehicles were far too conspicuous. They couldn't drive them to Lan City. Si adjusted the branches beneath the bonfire, asserting that the Dongfeng warrior would make their identities too evident, inviting trouble. Principal Wang from the town has several excellent vehicles. He must have collected them after the onset of the apocalypse. We should use those. Han Ting recalled the vehicles parked at Jintown below. Nanmu Ran nodded in agreement. After all, she had no intention of exposing her spatial abilities, so the valuable items within her space would have to remain concealed for now. After a night of rest to regain their strength, the group of 9 descended the mountain at dawn, heading straight for Jintown. Since they had pursued Principal Wang all over town the previous night, Han Ting and Shi Wu were quite familiar with Jintown. The place where Principal Wang hid his vehicles was merely a courtyard away from where they were staying. Goodness, it seems he has gathered every usable vehicle in the entire town, Eagle remarked, gazing at the multitude of cars in the yard.
Indeed.
Several of them appear to be brand new, Shi Wu added, clutching a box of car keys as he approached. Nanmu Ran and her companions selected a notably pristine 7-seater Ford SUV, while Han Ting and his 3 companions opted for a Beijing brand off-roader. Once inside, Nanmu Ran chose to sit in the back seat alongside Si, with the adorable Xiao Qi-jin wisely taking the middle seat. The 2 vehicles set off directly toward the official base in Lan City. Not long after they had departed, they encountered a cluster of zombies on the highway. The numbers were manageable, providing a perfect opportunity to harvest crystal nuclei. Nice. There's even a level 3 zombie, Eagle exclaimed as he assessed the situation with gleaming eyes. My space has enough nuclei for us to level up. Any we encounter on the road can be left for Han Ting and his team. Nanmu Ran remarked nonchalantly. The Eagle nodded in agreement. Very well. We must expedite their upgrades. If we continue at this pace, they may hinder us when it truly matters. Shirya glanced at the Eagle, offering a reminder. The Eagle silently brought the vehicle to a halt, observing ahead as Han Ting and his companions began to dispatch the zombies with remarkable efficiency, a feeling of uncontainable satisfaction washing over him. As a second-tier supernatural being, he held a distinct advantage when confronting third-tier zombies. Are your hands itching for action? Came the languid voice of Jiawu from the passenger seat. Aren't you eager? The Eagle retorted, clearly skeptical. Jiawu peered out at the densely packed horde of zombies, dealing with a few basic ones shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Noting that Nan Muron offered no objections, the 2 promptly exited the vehicle, each wielding a baseball bat to engage in some head-smashing fun. Han Ting and his group were no fools. They understood that Nan Muron and her companions were deliberately providing them with an opportunity for advancement. Though certain sentiments were left unspoken due to their differing statuses, gratitude was nevertheless owed. Consequently, by the end of their escapades, the trunks of both vehicles were brimming with cores of varying levels. Despite Jiawu and the Eagle never having faced high-tier zombies, they still acquired a considerable number of second- and third-tier cores, gifts from Han Ting's group. Surprisingly, aside from the occasional minor zombie wave they had to handle on the highway, their journey was remarkably smooth. This fortuitous ease allowed Han Yingting and his trio to eliminate several waves of zombies over the short span of just 2 days and nights, resulting in an overall enhancement of their abilities. Particularly noteworthy was 15, whose speed-based powers had risen to Tier 3, and astonishingly, he had awakened Earth-based abilities as well. Observing 15, who stood by the roadside, freshly endowed with initial Earth abilities, effortlessly raising small earthen walls and excavating large pits, the eagle found himself glancing at Nan Muron, feeling somewhat embarrassed for Qiangzi. Just how pitiful was Qiangzi's awakening of Earth powers, if this was what they had amounted to? Nan Muron rubbed her temples, remaining silent. It appeared not all newly awakened Earth abilities were lackluster. Innate talent played a significant role as well. As the group resumed their journey, Qijin turned to the resting Nan Muron, leaning against Shurya's shoulder. Sister, I think I've awakened too. That's impressive. Quickly, let us see what your powers are, the eagle exclaimed with eagerness. As Qijin focused, the dust, branches, and debris around him began to swirl, revealing his control-based abilities, an apt fit for young Qijin. His joy was palpable, especially since he had consumed 3 fruits over the past few days. It was about time he awakened something. Just as they believed their journey to the Lancy base would proceed without incident, a sudden shift occurred. A white G-class vehicle roared towards them from behind, occupied by both men and women whose raucous laughter echoed with arrogance. While this wasn't particularly surprising, the sight of the vast horde of zombies trailing behind them was disconcerting. Destroy their vehicle, Nan Muron stated coolly. Jia Wu had been contemplating the same action. Suddenly, the white G-class suffered multiple tire blowouts. The abrupt turn of events left the driver unable to maintain control of the steering wheel, followed by the shrill sound of screeching brakes. The G-Class came to a stop approximately 20 meters away from them, its body leaning slightly due to the blown tires on one side. The previously boisterous laughter within the vehicle transformed into anxious urgings. What's going on? Can you even drive? A girl's voice dripped with impatience. The tires blew out.
How is that my fault?
Replied a young boy, his tone equally frustrated. Ollie, the zombies are catching up. We need to run. Another girl's voice rose, tinged with fear. Damn it, nerd, just drive. The boy snapped. Do you want to die here? Ollie, look. There are people ahead. They have a vehicle. Chapter 97. A new path spotting the 2 vehicles less than 20 meters ahead. The group felt as though they had grasped a lifeline. Hurry, let's ask them for help. The tall, robust boy named Ollie flung open the car door and sprinted towards the vehicles. The other 4, trembling with fear, stumbled down from the G-Class and began to dash forward. We should leave, Nan Muron stated calmly from the back seat. Jia Wu relayed her intention to Han Yingting and the others via the intercom. The 2 vehicles prepared to depart. Don't go. Help us. The 5 behind gasped in alarm as they witnessed the vehicles preparing to leave. There are still people back here. Don't leave us. A girl with a studentess haircut was already in tears. The cries for help escalated, but the Eagle and 15, who was driving, were disinclined to wait. Han Yingting's group had the desire to assist, however, considering that the swarm of zombies trailing behind was a direct consequence of the reckless actions of these 5. They felt little inclination to intervene further. Looks like we can't leave now, the Eagle remarked helplessly as he observed the situation a short distance ahead. A massive horde of zombies was converging towards their location, rendering it impossible for the vehicles to plow through and escape. With foes at their back and danger ahead, a straightforward exit was unfeasible. They had to devise an alternative route. With a sigh, Nan Muron suggested, let Han Yingting and the others retreat first. The 2 vehicles swiftly adjusted, positioning themselves side by side on the bridge. After halting, they promptly disembarked to assess their surroundings. The elevated bridge offered a view that extended endlessly, with dense hordes of zombies at both ends sending chills down their spines. Moreover, the swarms began to gather increasingly towards the center, where they stood. The 3 men and 2 women who had descended from the G-Class watched as Nan Muron and her companions emerged from their vehicle, their expressions shifting from fear to awe, momentarily forgetting their trepidation. This was largely due to the striking figures of Shurya and Nan Muron, who exuded an intimidating presence. The boy, referred to as the nerd, whispered a cautionary note. They seem formidable. These individuals possessed an aura that was sharp and unyielding. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had encountered many powerful beings at the base, yet for the first time, He felt an instinctive fear stemming from their overwhelming presence. However, the leader, Ali, remained undeterred. With his father serving as the second-in-command of the Lancy safety base, his status afforded him a sense of superiority. What could these individuals possibly do to him? Furthermore, since the apocalypse began, the Zhou family had nurtured several supernatural beings to bolster their strength, each of whom treated him with utmost respect. With such thoughts, he boldly approached Nan Muran, his eyes gleaming. "I'm Zhou Ling, and I," only to be met with her complete disregard. Shuria's cold gaze seemed to see through him, casting an emotionless glance that sent shivers down his spine. Ali felt as though his life was hanging by a thread. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, he sensed an unsettling chill at his neck. Nan Muran began to carefully survey their surroundings. They found themselves atop the elevated bridge, approximately 10 meters above the ground. Beneath them, a crossroad intersected with the bridge, although it too had zombies. The numbers were significantly fewer compared to those on the bridge. "Chung, can you control the vehicle to go down?" Nan Muran had no intention of directly confronting the horde of corpses. It was simply too laborious. Moreover, she understood well that the force capable of gathering such a massive army of the undead must be wielded by a formidable zombie adept, one who had evolved rapidly in this apocalyptic era. At the very least, it required a level 5 zombie overlord to achieve such a feat. Chung attempted to utilize her telekinetic abilities to lift 2 vehicles, nodding in affirmation. Dividing the task into 2 phases poses no issue. After the first task of harvesting the locust pods was completed, Commander Chen had specifically reserved 4 locust fruits to enhance their powers. Coupled with their relentless hunting along the way, they had also absorbed a considerable number of zombie cores. Chung Cheng's control abilities had now ascended to the early 3rd tier, allowing her to manipulate objects with exponentially increased weight and volume. Lifting a vehicle was indeed no trivial matter. Ran, look ahead, Jia Wu interjected, pointing towards the distant road. As the group turned to observe, they realized that both ends of the road were besieged by zombies that had converged from either side, just like the elevated roadway. "I can't shake the feeling that this horde of zombies possesses a certain intelligence," Han Ting remarked, furrowing his brow. It was his first experience witnessing zombies coordinate such a structured assault on humans. Nan Muran scoffed. "The intelligence lies not with them, but with the one orchestrating their movements. Could it be that they're coming for us?" Jia Wu pondered uncertainly. Throughout their journey, they had remained in a hunting mindset, and it was indeed plausible that they had attracted the attention of these monstrous beings. Nan Muran shook her head, her certainty wavering. She focused her mental energy to conduct a broad reconnaissance of their surroundings. Beyond the densely packed horde, approximately a kilometer ahead, she spotted a colossal zombie, a level 5 fire-type zombie overlord, and to her astonishment, there was more than one. Behind their current position lurked another level 5 zombie overlord. This one of the water type. "This is a volatile situation, where water and fire are incompatible," she mused. "They are not coming for us. Rather, we have unwittingly intruded upon their designated battlefield." Yet, judging by the circumstances, retreat was no longer an option. Looking around, the area within hundreds of meters was teeming with zombies, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The 5 members of Team D were paralyzed with fear at the sight, realizing that venturing outside today had indeed been ill-advised. It was a rare spectacle to witness a zombie battle of such magnitude. "What do we do now? Shall we await our demise?" A slender girl clad in a scarlet woolen dress and white leather shoes inquired, casting a glance at Nan Muran and her companions. Eagle, unceremoniously, shot her an exasperated glare. "You are your own group, and we are ours. Let us not conflate the two, shall we? While everyone faces peril, you still have the audacity to nitpick," the girl retorted, vexation evident in her voice. Her beauty had once drawn numerous suitors before the apocalypse, and with a powerful boyfriend by her side since the onset of the end times, she had never experienced hardship. Thus, this was her first encounter with a man so blatantly dismissive. "If it's life or death, it's your lives at stake, not ours." Eagle's words were laced with sarcasm, offering no quarter. The girl, taken aback by his response, countered, "As if these zombies would spare you." Eagle scoffed at her words. Meanwhile, Sia's gaze fell upon a dilapidated old water tower not far beneath the elevated bridge. "How about we take refuge up there?" "Excellent suggestion. Han Ting and the others concurred wholeheartedly. The water tower was located just over 20 meters from the bridge, and although a few scattered zombies had already approached, they posed no significant threat. "Let us abandon the vehicles," Nan Mu Ran declared. Upon her words, Han Ting and the others swiftly returned to their vehicle to gather their belongings. Once prepared, Eagle promptly lifted Xiao Qijin. The 8 of them climbed onto the protective railing on the side of the elevated bridge nearest to the water tower. The 5 members of Zhou Ling watched in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by their apparent intent to leap to their doom. Chapter 98. Zhou Gangsun. To their astonishment, Nan Mu Ran and her 7 companions leapt directly off the railing, a drop of nearly 10 meters, each landing deftly on their feet. The moment they touched down, Xiao Lu sprang forth from Nan Mu Ran's wrist, clearing the path ahead. Si Yi and Jia Wu positioned themselves on either flank alongside Han Ting, coordinating to handle the scattered zombies that had just collided with them. "We must follow them," exclaimed the bespectacled bookworm, trembling with fear yet closing his eyes to take the plunge. Upon landing, he found himself momentarily dazed. Regaining his senses, he struggled to keep pace behind Xiang Shi and Qing Cheng, making a beeline for the iron door beneath the water tower. Having been the first to jump, he observed that nothing disastrous had befallen him, prompting another boy to muster his courage and leap as well, followed closely by Zhou Ling. "Hurry and jump. The zombies are coming," Zhou Ling shouted anxiously at the 2 girls who stood frozen on the railing, their faces pale with terror. "Don't be afraid, Wen, I've got you."
Jump now.
Zhou Ling urged desperately. The 2 girls clung to each other, their fear causing tears to stream down their faces. Yet the zombies on the bridge had already drawn near. If they hesitated any longer, the horde below would inevitably converge upon them, leaving them with no option but to await their fate. With resolve, one girl gripped her companion's hand tightly and, taking a deep breath, jumped. Observing her descent, it was clear that she would land awkwardly. Suddenly, a surge of telekinetic energy emerged, gently cradling the 2 falling girls and safely depositing them on the ground. It was Qing Cheng, who, despite her indifference towards the fate of the 5, could not bear the thought of ordinary people meeting their demise before her eyes without taking action. The girls, having narrowly escaped, immediately dashed over to join Zhou Ling, keeping close behind Nan Mu Ran and her group. Si was the first to open the rusted iron door of the water tower, which had seen better days. The group began ascending the staircase towards the top. The 5 who lagged behind felt intimidated by the stern expressions of Shi Wu and Jia Wu, who were in charge of rearguard duties, and they quickly averted their gazes, hastily entering the door and climbing upward, fearful of provoking the ire of their more formidable companions. The platform atop the water tower, although only 2 meters wide, provided a valuable vantage point. Standing there, they could survey the surrounding area, breathless from the arduous climb. The 5 finally reached the top and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. The girl in the red woolen dress, her makeup now disheveled, huddled beside Zhou Ling, clearly shaken by the ordeal. The other 3 huddled together for warmth, as the sun had set and the biting cold wind swept through the elevated position. At the water tower's entrance, Shi Wu used soil to barricade the door, ensuring that no zombies could infiltrate their refuge. This measure afforded them a measure of comfort. "There must be at least 10,000 zombies out there," Han Ting remarked, eyeing the horde with furrowed brows. "If a confrontation ensues, it would surely exhaust us entirely." On the elevated bridge, their 2 vehicles had been completely engulfed by the swarm of zombies. As the hordes converged from both ends of the bridge and the road, they began to attack one another. Their methods were as clumsy and rigid as ever, biting, colliding, and drawing closer. Yet, inexplicably, even the fallen comrades did not deter the advance of the zombies behind them. In an instant, the road was strewn with severed limbs, dismembered heads, and bodies, scattered in a grotesque yet strangely harmonious display. 2 level 5 zombie overlords flanked each side. Nan Mu Ran observed the relentless assault between the zombies. "What?" Eagle gasped, stunned by the revelation of the level 5 mutated zombies, truly formidable adversaries. The 5 individuals huddled behind me were equally startled. One of the blonde boys froze in terror, succumbing to incontinence. The eagle, catching a whiff of the unpleasant odor, couldn't help but curse, but upon turning to see the frightened expressions of the 5, his irritation dissipated. After all, if they frightened a few more into submission, there would be no staying at the tower's pinnacle. Would the flames of war reach us here? Han Yingting expressed his concerns. Nan Muron gazed at the relentless tide of zombies below, sighing softly. A confrontation is inevitable, however. We must wait for them to determine a victor first. Such stubbornness? Is it really necessary? The enmity is palpable, Han Yingting pondered, somewhat perplexed. Nan Muron chuckled at his words. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. They truly are irreconcilable. One is a water-based mutated zombie, and the other, fire-based. The group erupted in laughter. Especially the eagle, who was reminded of the initial awakening of Psy. As time passed, the cold winds accompanied by falling snowflakes began to scatter. For 2 whole hours, the zombies below continued their relentless battle, much to the eagle's chagrin. This is utterly tedious, he complained. I concur, Xiangxi chimed in agreement. Nan Muron smiled. The platform inside is decent. Let us return to rest. We're also growing hungry. Let us eat something. The group entered the water tower, where Han Yingting promptly produced a flashlight, illuminating the small platform as bright as day. Let us start a fire for warmth, Zhao Wu suggested, retrieving supplies from his backpack. 15 stood up, skillfully chopping a dilapidated wooden table into firewood. Soon, the 20-square-meter platform began to radiate warmth from the central fire pit, and they each spread out their moisture-proof mats, settling around the flames. The eagle volunteered to stand guard outside. The 5, frozen from the cold, hesitated at the entrance, ultimately mustering the courage to speak. Hello, may we come in to warm ourselves? Zhou Ling asked timidly. 15 shot him a disdainful glance, remaining silent, while the others ignored him entirely. My father is Zhou Gang, the second in command of the Lan City Safe Base. Are you also heading to the base? Zhou Ling stammered, his voice trembling. Nan Muron scrutinized him. Han Yingting had already been briefed on the situation prior to their departure. If this coward was indeed Zhou Gang's son, he might prove useful. However, some matters were better left unsaid to avoid controversy. We are merely passing through, and are not heading to the Lan City base. Han Yingting replied nonchalantly, opening a military self-heating meal. Zhou Ling grew increasingly anxious. You must go to the Lan City base. It's exceptionally safe and offers a comfortable lifestyle, especially for those with abilities. I can guide you there, and you will receive the best treatment. Observing the group's continued indifference, Zhou Ling felt his heart race. Had he truly uttered a single falsehood? Why did he feel so guilty? I'm the last scion of the Zhou family. If you help me, my father will certainly express his gratitude. I swear I never lie. 15 glanced at Nan Muron, who was stifling a laugh, and then turned back to Zhou Ling. Let them in, but stay in that corner. Chapter 99. The battle commences. Once inside the water tower, the group instantly huddled in a corner of the platform. The warmth from within began to thaw their previously stiff bodies, and soon their nostrils were assailed by the enticing aroma of food. Across from them, Nan Muron and her companions were each enjoying their military self-heating meals, braised pork over rice, preserved vegetable pork over rice, and a variety of others. To their astonishment, Nan Muron even produced several flavors of self-heating hot pot from her backpack. The 5 could no longer contain themselves, their mouths watering profusely. Admittedly, their rations since the apocalypse had not been too shabby. Yet, in their current state of cold and hunger, witnessing Nan Muron's group indulging in a sumptuous dinner drove them to a frenzy of longing. Zhou Ling began, but was abruptly silenced by a cold male voice. If you don't want to be thrown out, keep your mouth shut. Zhou Wu, observing the drool pooling from the 5, felt no inclination to offer them any aid, only annoyance. Food had been scarce since the apocalypse. Even Han Yingting and his companions were not benevolent enough to share their provisions with others. Zhou Ling felt utterly aggrieved. Yet he dared not speak in front of the fierce Zhao Wu. As they maintained their silence, the others focused on satisfying their appetites. By the campfire, Psy noticed Nan Muron monotonously eating her braised meat over rice. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to retrieve a box of tomato-flavored self-heating hot pot, followed by a box of self-heating sour fish. When did you prepare these? Nan Muron asked, pleasantly surprised at the sight of her favorite foods. She had these in her space, but hadn't intended to reveal them in front of everyone. She hadn't expected Psy to bring them out from his backpack. I packed them specifically before setting out, aside from essentials. My bag is filled with food, Zhao informed her. Psy chuckled but remained silent, just eat more. The tantalizing aroma of the self-heating pots wafted through the air, enticing not only Zhou Ling and his companions, but even Han Yingding and his group, who could not help but swallow hard. Brother Mu, do you have any more food prepared by Sister Mei? Bring out some more for everyone. A full stomach will give us the strength to fight. Nan Muron proposed, knowing Sister Mei had prepared well-stored food for their journey. It wasn't mere generosity. They were about to face an unprecedented battle. Upon hearing her words, Han Yingding and the others brightened visibly. Soon, 5 self-heating pots and various flavors of marinated delicacies, clearly bearing by Mei's craftsmanship, were laid out around the campfire. The group indulged in the lavish spread, reminiscent of gatherings from before the apocalypse. Watching the 9 of them feast heartily only made Zhou Ling and his companions' stomachs growl louder. Yet, none dared to speak up, fearing the wrath of the fierce-looking man who could easily cast them out. They could only watch helplessly as the others polished off nearly all the food. May I have some hot soup to drink?
For warmth?
Finally, the bespectacled boy mustered the courage to address Nan Muron, who held the authority to decide. Nan Muron glanced at them and nodded slightly. Quickly, the remnants of the meal were brought over to the 5. They instinctively picked up the hot soup and began to drink, only to discover 2 untouched portions of sausage rice, assuming the others were simply unable to finish. They eagerly divided it among themselves and began to devour it. After the meal, Shangxi replaced the eagle on lookout duty. Let us all lean against the wall and catch some rest, Nan Muron suggested, finding a comfortable position on Sai's shoulder and closing her eyes. The 5, now warmed, felt drowsy and ready to sleep. However, those on watch remained vigilant. Aside from Nan Muron, Chengcheng, and Shijuan, the other 6 followed their assigned rotations to keep an eye on the zombie horde outside. Wan, wake up. The outside battle is over, Zhou called out as he entered, eager to rouse everyone. Upon hearing this, they sprang to their feet and rushed to peer outside the water tower. The moonlight was favorable that night, illuminating the ground covered in white snow, allowing them to clearly see the situation below. The 5th-level water-type zombie, Xiao Wang's faction, descended into chaos following his untimely demise. This disarray, however, did not persist for long. After approximately 10 minutes, the remaining zombies began to shift their focus, converging towards the water tower. After an arduous 5-hour struggle, despite the clumsy and rigid assaults, both sides had suffered the loss of over half their undead ranks. Now, the dwindling horde, less than half its original size, began to regroup around the water tower. Zombies atop the overpass began to plummet to the ground like a rain of corpses. Fire-type zombie Xiao Wang had emerged victorious. Nan Mu Rand observed the distant fire-type mutated zombie and remarked with a hint of detachment. The crimson pupils of the mutated zombie glinted brightly in the night. He was less than 500 meters from Nan Mu Rand's position, clutching a shimmering light green crystal core, the spoils from the earlier water-type mutant. I shall accompany you, C stated, aware of Nan Mu Rand's desire for those 2 5th-level crystal cores. With a gentle smile, Nan Mu Ran replied, Mu Go, Eagle. Coordinate with Han Yingting to deal with the zombies beneath the tower. The 2 of us will retrieve the crystal cores. Suddenly, Xiao Bai leapt from Nan Mu Ran's grasp, forming a protective barrier that safely transported everyone except for Qi Jin to the ground. Upon landing, Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu began to forge a path ahead. Nan Mu Ran and Si Yi unsheathed their daggers, advancing towards the fire-type mutated zombie. Xiao Wang, the fire-type zombie, regarded the approaching duo with surprise. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had yet to encounter such formidable human ability users, alas. They were merely late-stage 4th level, a full tier inferior to him, rendering them inadequate. Simultaneously, Xiao Lu and Xia Bai extended countless willow branches and vines, weaving along their path to snatch the crystal cores. As they quickly approached the fire-type zombie, Xiao Lu encircled Nan Mu Ran, ensuring her safety. Any zombies that drew near were swiftly dispatched, their heads pierced to extract the cores. Before long, a massive pile of corpses surrounded the perimeter. Meanwhile, Si Yi and Xia Bai swiftly closed in on the fire-type mutated zombie. In a moment of stunned disbelief, Xia Bai snatched the shimmering green crystal core from his grasp. As a fellow 5th-level mutated being in the late stage, the fire-type zombie's combat experience was evidently lacking compared to Xiao Bai's. With the core secured, Nan Mu Ran activated her psychic abilities, suppressing the fire-type mutated zombie's movements. Yi, now close to the target, commenced his assault with ice blades, sharp edges, and fireballs, launching attacks from 3 distinct directions. The fire-type mutated zombie, immobilized by Nanmu Rant's psychic force, could do nothing but endure Yi's relentless onslaught. Nanmu Rant's psychic powers were on the brink of a breakthrough, though not an absolute guarantee of victory. The combination with Yi, a seasoned tri-element ability user, significantly enhanced their odds. Chapter 100. Fountain fireworks atop the water tower. Zhou Ling and his companions observed the 8 individuals below, engaged in battle without a hint of retreat. Their initial excitement gradually transformed into admiration. "We are finally saved. Truly, there is hope." "The beautiful girl," Wen exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Though they had managed to find refuge atop the water tower alongside Nanmu Ran, the looming threat of the thousands of zombies below weighed heavily on their minds. It was clear that neither side could exhaust their forces, and they could not remain hidden indefinitely. Not to mention, the lack of food poses a dire problem. If we cannot fight back or escape, we shall perish of starvation atop this tower. The frightened young man, Huang Mao, marveled at the prowess displayed by the group below. Zhou Ling and the bespectacled boy nodded in agreement. They had witnessed the strongest teams at the Lan City base, none of whom could rival these individuals. In fact, not even the combined might of all the teams could contend with their strength. If it were not for the fortuitous encounter with this exceptionally capable team, they would undoubtedly meet their end here. "Ah Ling, didn't Uncle want to find some more powerful ability users? Why not introduce them to him?" Wen suggested, her gaze lingering on the radiant Nanmu Ran, a pang of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. Zhou Ling could not help but chuckle bitterly. They likely wouldn't look favorably upon the Zhou family. "True, I may be a wealthy second-generation heir and a bit unruly, but I am no fool. My father and uncle command merely a handful of ability users, the leader being a late-stage second-level user who carries himself as though invincible. What power do these individuals possess? Their ISNTA single ability user in the entire Lan City safety base daring enough to confront a 5th-level mutated zombie head-on." The bespectacled boy cast a sidelong glance at Wen, who was visibly seething with jealousy, and thought to himself, "This girl harbors a heavy heart. I should keep my distance to avoid inadvertently inciting trouble." What are few ability users? No matter how powerful, they still rely on the base for protection. So, why the arrogance? Wen, hearing Zhou Ling's words, felt a wave of discontent. Just as Zhou Ling was about to retort, his eyes widened in shock. Wen's entire body had gone out of control. She first lifted off the ground and then, with a heart-wrenching scream, was flung over the water tower's railing. Grasping the railing, Wen gazed down at the 20-meter drop and the horde of zombies surging below, her face drained of color, frozen in terror. The others were equally startled, too stunned to react. "Ah Ling, save me." Hearing her cry for help, Zhou Ling snapped back to reality, instinctively reaching out to pull her back. "Don't move. If you do, I'll throw you out too," came the chillingly calm voice of Xiao Qijin. The 5 individuals finally noticed the child who had been silently observing the battlefield below, who had not uttered a word until now. Clearly, he was also an ability user. They had initially assumed he was just an ordinary child, but it was evident he was a significant figure. The girl with the student haircut, Li Xiang, watched Wen's pale face in concern, her heart aching for her. "Can't we just let her down? She's going to die of fright." As long as a person can recognize their mistakes and amend them, they can still be considered good, right? "Look, Wen has already realized her error and is apologizing for her words. Can you let her go?" Li Xiang implored. She comprehended the child's reasoning, thus refraining from immediately refuting Qijin. Instead, she gently proposed a discussion with her. Upon hearing this, Qijin could not help but frown. It seemed she had not misspoken. Lifting her gaze towards the trembling Wen outside the railing, she felt a twinge of disdain in her eyes. "I truly acknowledge my mistake. I am sorry. I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Please, can you let me go back?" Wen's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded with Qijin for mercy. Although she had contemplated simply vaulting over the railing, she was despairingly aware of an invisible barrier that thwarted all her attempts at self-rescue. Observing Wen's tear-streaked face, Qijin could not resist mocking, "You cry quite unattractively." Taken aback, Wen's heart burned with indignation, yet she dared not utter a word. Fortunately, she soon realized the invisible barrier had vanished. Hastily, with the assistance of Zhou Ling and Li Xiang, she managed to climb back inside the railing. Faced with life and death choices, she no longer dared to speak. Simultaneously, at the forefront, Nan Muron, Si Yi, and their companions were gradually nearing the conclusion of their battle against the 5th-level fire-type mutated zombies. Having directly absorbed the crystal core of a 5th-level water-type mutated zombie, Nan Muron's mental prowess had grown increasingly formidable. By the final moments, the fire-type mutated zombies were rendered nearly incapable of any extraneous movement under her mental pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Si executed a swift maneuver, climbing onto the neck of his opponent. Using the dagger in his hand, he forcefully decapitated the 5th-level fire zombie. With the 5th-level mutated zombie completely dealt with, the surrounding horde of zombies lost their sense of direction and began to converge instinctively towards any trace of human presence. The pressure on Jiawu and his companions intensified. Nan Muron and Si also joined the ranks of those tackling the zombies. The remaining nearly 5,000 zombies began to congregate, while Xiaobai and Xiaolu frantically encircled them, coordinating with the others to eliminate the threat. Simultaneously, Nan Muron capitalized on her recently amplified mental ability to cause the zombies to explode upon impact. Black-green fireworks erupted in the moonlit night, centered around their presence, resembling a fountain as they surged forth, effortlessly dispatching hundreds of zombie heads in mere moments. Han Yingting observed Nan Muron with increasing admiration. Was this the true might of a psychic ability user? With her current strength, it was clear that no opponent could rival her within the military's supernatural team. Such formidable power in this apocalyptic world was both a blessing and a curse. Chapter 101. Someone approaches. 1-1. Shall we return to the Water Tower Summit to rest for a while? We can descend again after dawn, suggested Jiawu, feeling his muscles beginning to tingle after more than an hour of relentless exertion. The others concurred, as maintaining the monotonous action of decapitating zombies had proven to be quite exhausting. Moreover, in the dead of night, the zombies' hearing and sense of smell were exceedingly acute. Their gathering speed was astonishing, leaving the group with little opportunity to catch their breath. Once they had dealt with all the mutated zombies in the horde, they could return to rest. On one hand, the crystal cores of these mutated zombies held significant value for them. On the other, there was concern that these mutants could evolve into new zombie kings. The repeated outbreak of such extensive hordes along crucial human routes posed a grave danger. Upon hearing Nan Muron's suggestion, the 8 individuals began to instinctively pair up, forming 4 teams to search for mutated zombies amidst the horde. After dispatching the 5th-level mutated zombies, Nan Muron and Si proceeded to eliminate several 4th-level ones. Having absorbed 2 5th-level mutated zombie cores consecutively, Nan Muron had now surpassed the 5th level of her psychic abilities. Engaging 4th-level mutated zombies was now a trivial task for her, thanks to their relentless efficiency. The remaining mutated zombies in the horde were mostly at the 3rd level. For those present, all of whom possessed at least 3rd-level abilities, dealing with 3rd-level mutated zombies was hardly a challenge. They swiftly eliminated the zombies while extracting their cores. In less than half an hour, with coordinated efforts, they had eradicated all the mutated zombies. Subsequently, only ordinary zombies remained within the horde. These aimless creatures, now devoid of purpose, began to wander aimlessly beneath the water tower. However, due to the sheer number of zombies, the sight was still alarming, sending shivers down the spine. At Nan Muron's signal, Xiaobai quickly led the group back to the top of the water tower. Sister, my control abilities have reached the mid-level. Qijin exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Nan Muron upon their return. You are remarkable, Nan Muron generously praised the little one. The others also expressed their joy for her achievement. For Qijin, possessing control abilities provided a significant advantage. As they needed to rest, the group returned to the platform within the water tower, finding their respective spots to lie down and sleep. 15 glanced at the time and took it upon himself to keep watch outside. Meanwhile, Xiaolu and Xiaobai, in Nan Muron's hands, darted down the water tower. What are they doing?
Han Yingting pondered, bewildered.
With so many crystal cores on the ground, they couldn't bear to overlook them. Just as I thought, Nan Muron smiled. As expected, upon reaching the ground, Xiaolu and Xiaobai began to scurry along the floor, feverishly gathering crystal cores. In no time, They had amassed quite a collection. Zhou Ling and the others observed the energetic antics of Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu with curiosity. Are they plant-type ability users? The boy with black-rimmed glasses whispered. While he knew that Nan Neuron was a plant-type user, he could not gauge her strength. Zhou Ling nodded silently, then shook his head. He had encountered plant-type ability users before, but had never seen one as agile as her. She. The boy's trailing words were cut short by a cold glare from Jiwu, silencing the five who were eager to avoid any further disturbance to their rest. Nestled in Xi's embrace, Nan Neuron found a comfortable position and drifted into a deep sleep. All were exhausted, and with someone on watch outside, they felt secure. As dawn began to break, Qijin suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up and gently poked the back of Nan Neuron's hand that was exposed outside her military coat, only to be softly restrained by Xi, who shook his head and quietly inquired, "What happened?" A 12-member ability user team from the launcher base will arrive here at sunrise, searching for them, Qijin whispered, glancing at Zhou Ling and the others. Zhou Ling had previously mentioned that his father was Zhou Gang, the second-in-command of the launcher safety base, lending credibility to her words. Understood. It's still early. Let us get a bit more sleep. Xi adjusted the thick blanket for Qijin. Perhaps due to the sudden movement, Nan Neuron, who had been resting in his arms, furrowed her brow in her sleep. Xi quickly lowered his hand to maintain his previous posture, noticing her furrowed brows gradually easing. The warmth of the girl nestled against him caused her cheeks to flush a delightful shade of red, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch her. It was difficult to reconcile this serene version of Nan Neuron with the fierce warrior who had fought valiantly amidst the horde of zombies. Tightening his embrace, Xi leaned against the wall, feeling a newfound warmth enveloping his world. As the sun emerged, the horde of zombies beneath the water tower began to stir. Something's happening outside. Outside, Han Tian kept watch, alerting the few individuals inside who were enjoying a light breakfast. Upon waking, Nan Nuru had already been briefed by Xi about the situation, thus she was fully aware of the source of the zombie horde's movement. Have they attacked us? The old hawk spoke nonchalantly, biting into a piece of jerky. Not quite. The horde is clearly congregating towards the west side of the overpass. Han Tian settled down, retrieving small bread and milk from his backpack for breakfast. The group remained seated together, showing no intention of venturing outside. The 5 members of Zhou Ling observed the calm and composed demeanor of the others with quiet admiration. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from afar, calling out, "Ailing! Ailing!" This was soon followed by a woman's anxious and distressed voice, tinged with the slightest hint of tears. "It's Sister Yuan." Zhou Ling, upon hearing her voice filled with emotion, stood up and looked towards the railing outside the water tower. The woman beneath the tower had attracted a gathering of zombies with her cries, and she was struggling to fend them off. Zhou Ling, leaning against the railing, felt a surge of panic. "Sister Yuan, stop calling. We're right here." "Sister Yuan." Wenwen leaned against Zhou Ling, gazing at Ling Yuan below, realizing for the first time just how crucial this typically fierce woman was. "Sister Yuan, please help us. We almost died." Huang Mao, overwhelmed, clung to the railing, tears streaming down his face. Seeing the familiar group below, the 5 members of Zhou Ling felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Ling Yuan, witnessing the safe emergence of her 5 comrades, let out a sigh of relief and began using her walkie-talkie to summon all teammates to gather near the water tower. Soon enough, the 12-member abilities team converged beneath the water tower without losing a single member. The gold element ability user opened the iron door at the bottom of the tower, only to discover another barrier within. A spatial ability user swiftly passed through the wall and encountered a thick earthen wall inside. In no time, the iron door beneath the water tower was swung open. The 12 members of the Lawn City ability team began ascending the narrow staircase within the tower, only to feel an overwhelming pressure as they neared the platform. Chapter 102, Lawn City Base. Qi Yongfan, leading the group, instantly became alert, his gaze sharp as he raised a hand to halt their advance. "Ailing, are you up there?" Ling Yuan, having worked with Qi Yongfan for a considerable time, understood the significance of his gesture. She quickly called out to coordinate with Qi Yongfan's pause. Leaning against the wall, Nan Nuru cast a glance at the staircase's turn, contemplating the possibility of tossing these individuals down. "Come up. They are all here," Ching Ching said, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Sensing that if they continued to dawdle, Miss Nen might indeed throw them down. Upon hearing the unfamiliar female voice, the 12 members of Lon City's ability team instantly went on high alert. Sister Yuan, Brother Fan, it really is you. Zhou Ling rushed to the staircase, his eyes reddening. After such a harrowing night, he felt as if he might go insane from fear. Qi Yongfan and Ling Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, partly because Zhou Ling and his companions had safely appeared before them, and partly due to their narrowly avoided confrontation. Upon reaching the platform, they noticed a few individuals seated against the wall, among whom the girl in the center and the tall man beside her were indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Zhou Ling turned to Nan Muru and the others. Well, I keep my promises. You saved me last night. I can take you to the Lon City base. The base was well stocked, and he offered to provide them with supplies at no cost. Nan Muru nodded lightly. Lead the way. Upon hearing her consent to go to the Lon City base, Zhou Ling nearly leaped for joy. Qi Yongfan and Ling Yuan exchanged puzzled glances. Well aware of Zhou Ling's character, while not ill-natured and somewhat responsible, he had always been rebellious and unruly, often dismissive of others. It was unusual for him to treat these individuals with such courtesy and humility. Let's go. Ignoring the expressions of the two, Zhou Ling excitedly led the way. As they descended from the water tower, the zombies that had aimlessly roamed throughout the night had significantly dwindled in number. However, due to Qi Yongfan and the others' presence, another wave began to gather. Nan Muru expressed her discontent, her eyes cold. Ching turned back to Qi Yongfan's group. You brought this trouble upon yourselves. You deal with it. Qi Yongfan and the others instantly understood the source of her dissatisfaction but were somewhat taken aback by her authoritative tone. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ling, following closely behind, readily agreed. We'll handle it. We'll take care of it right now. Just wait a moment. His gaze turned to Qi Yongfan and his group. The implication clear. Qi Yongfan's team was essentially the Zhou family's trained abilities unit, and Zhou Ling was the only heir of the Zhou family, destined to take the reins in the future. They had no choice but to heed his words. Reluctantly, the group began to address the surrounding zombies, while Nan Muru and her companions returned to the overpass, watching as the 9 of them leapt onto the nearly 10-meter-high overpass in their peculiar manner. Qi Yongfan and Ling Yuan couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. The strength of these individuals was undoubtedly extraordinary. Responding to Qi Yongfan's comment, Zhou Ling replied nonchalantly, Of course. I've never seen abilities stronger than theirs. On the overpass, the glass on both sides of Nan Muru's vehicle was completely shattered, but fortunately, the front windshield remained intact. However, the interior of the car was still somewhat disheveled. It can still drive, but it might be a bit cold, the old hawk remarked after testing it. Nan Muru sighed, reminiscing about her several beloved vehicles in her spatial storage, lamenting their inaccessibility. Let us get in. It's not far to the Lon City base. C glanced at the map, estimating that it would take no more than half an hour on the highway. Once they entered the city, the speed would slow down, so it wouldn't be too cold. After getting into the vehicle and driving forward for just under a kilometer, they encountered 3 cars arriving from the Lon City's 12-member abilities team. The 5 vehicles journeyed along the overpass westward, and half an hour later, they entered Lon City. Built alongside rivers and mountains, Lon City featured numerous tunnels, its terrain resembling a sugar-coated hawthorn. Due to the continuous natural disasters in the apocalypse, the entire Lon City had been almost buried. Consequently, the secure base was established on a hill in a new district on the western side of Lon City, relying on a previously developed real estate project. With Zhou Ling leading the way, they entered the base with remarkable ease. I don't know you all yet, Zhou Ling said, his tone a bit excited. No need to know us. Cheng frowned at his overly eager demeanor. Yet Zhou Ling maintained his cheerful expression, showing no signs of displeasure, and attentively introduced. Over there is the commercial street of the Lon City safe base. There are food, drinks, and various restaurants. Reaching the end of the commercial street, he pointed out a rental center. If you want to stay a few more days, you can rent a place there. If it's just for a short stay, go to that 16-story white apartment building. It serves as the base's hotel. Throughout the base, crystal cores and base point cards were interchangeable. For someone like Nan Muru, who is somewhat capable yet not foolish, the impression of Zhou Ling was not entirely negative. She simply stated, Let's find someone to guide us. I will. Zhou Ling eagerly pointed to himself. Nan Muru nodded slightly. Where can we get the car repaired? Our vehicle requires some attention, Han Ingtian inquired promptly. I will arrange for the bookworm to deliver it to you, Zhou Ling readily agreed. As the group contemplated settling in, they opted for a hotel at the Lawn City base. The establishment was converted from an apartment building, with the lobby on the first floor transformed into a welcoming lounge, while the second and third floors retained leisure areas. They required 8 large double rooms and 1 suite, all on the same level. As soon as Nan Muron made a request, Zhou Ling's task was to ensure its fulfillment. In no time, 8 adjacent rooms on the top floor were secured. The 15th floor was designated as the hotel's VIP level, albeit with a higher price tag. It boasted the finest environment, with a nightly rate of 27 primary crystal nuclei. Zhou Ling himself considered the pricing quite exorbitant. However, Nan Muron remained unfazed, having recently endured a wave of corpses. Their greatest surplus was the primary crystal nuclei that merely replenished energy. They booked for a full 10 days. Suddenly, Si wrapped an arm around Nan Muron's shoulders, redirecting her body. At the same moment, Jimu, the eagle, and Han Ingtian quickly lowered their heads to obscure their faces upon receiving his glance.
Ouyang Yun, Han Yingtian remarqued.
Somewhat taken aback. Not far away, Ouyang Yun was entering the hotel with a protective entourage of several refined individuals exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Zhou Ling, find out what those people are here for, Nan Muron instructed coldly, glancing at Zhou Ling, who was gathering crystal nuclei. Following her pointed gesture, Zhou Ling caught sight of Ouyang Yun's group. Chen Shohan?
Who is that?
Why is that woman Ouyang Yun here? Do you know them? The bespectacled man at the front is Chen Shohan. His father is the head of the Lawn City base, Chen Xiong'an. Ouyang Yun is the daughter of Ouyang Feng. She is ruthless and has never engaged in anything virtuous. Zhou Ling scoffed at the two. Do you know why they are here? Chapter 103. The madman has arrived. Zhou Ling, perceiving the frosty tone in Nan Muron's voice, discerned that these prominent figures shared the same animosity towards the two families they disliked. In his view, anyone with a grievance against Chen Shohan and Ouyang Yun could potentially be his ally. Moreover, these individuals were immensely powerful. Give me 10 minutes, and I will find out. There's no need to rush. After you ascertain the situation, come directly to room 1516 upstairs, Nan Muron specified, indicating the suite occupied by the Eagle and Qi Jin. Watching their figures ascend the stairs, Zhou Ling felt an uncontrollable thrill in his heart. He strongly sensed that he had latched onto a significant advantage, a leg to stand on that surpassed all the ability users in the Lawn City base. He yearned to rush back and share this good news with his father, eager to show that he had made something of himself. Do you think he is useful? Si inquired suddenly, while helping Nan Muron carry luggage into the room. Since their acquaintance, she had rarely extended goodwill to strangers abruptly entering her life. Thus, Zhou Ling must possess considerable utility. His identity was fitting, he was not foolish, and he exhibited a modicum of integrity, sufficiently useful, Nan Muron assessed with precision. Si chuckled at her words. Nan Muron had her own logic for judging character, consistently accurate. Before the apocalypse, I encountered various second-generation elites and wealthy heirs. I can discern their character without error, she explained. Si nodded. Understanding Nan Muron's background before the apocalypse and naturally trusting her judgment, I will return to the room to drop off my belongings. Then we can head to the Eagle's place together. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had settled their belongings and congregated in the Seoul suite. The suite was deliberately chosen to be spacious, featuring a circular sofa and a dining table capable of accommodating 10 people, perfect for their needs. They were already aware of the Ouyang family's situation when they departed the base and had remained vigilant. Now, with the addition of the Chin family, the head of the Lawn City base, it necessitated even greater caution. Zhou Ling kept his promise, arriving punctually to knock on the door when the time was up.
So,
this hotel's third-floor banquet hall will host an academic exchange organized by the Ouyang and Chin families? Han Ingtian remarked, sensing an oddity in the familiar term. Zhou Ling nodded. I inquired with a friend who works at this hotel. While he did not recognize the others, he knew a medical professor named Jean Tylin was accompanying them. Upon hearing Jean Tylin's name, Nan Muron, Si Yi, the Eagle, and Jimu felt a surge of agitation. The presence of the madman implied that this exchange would be hosted by an underground laboratory. Who else is involved? Jimu, noticing their altered demeanor, tactfully interjected. Zhou shook his head. However, he overheard discussions about genetic experiments. At the mention of genetic experiments, Han Tian and the others' brows twitched in alarm. Their hearts constricted with unease. Genetic experimentation had been strictly prohibited even before the apocalypse. As soldiers, they had encountered such matters during special missions and were acutely aware of their brutality. Now, in a lawless post-apocalyptic world, these individuals, unrestrained by societal norms, would act with even more recklessness. The horrors they could unleash might utterly subvert their understanding and completely contravene humanity. We must uncover the full extent of this matter, Han Tian declared, articulating his stance to Nan Muran and the others. Cheng Cheng, Xiangxi, and 15 nodded in immediate agreement. This aligned perfectly with what Nan Muran desired. Can we find a way to obtain the list of participants for the exchange? Si looked toward Zhou. He pondered for a moment. I cannot guarantee complete success, but I can certainly try. If these individuals were conducting genetic experiments at the Lan City base, the Zhou family must find a way to address it. As the second in command of the Lan City base, it was their duty to maintain the safety and stability of the base. Do you know when the seminar begins? It starts precisely at 3 o'clock in 3 days. Zhou had gathered this information quite thoroughly. The eagle, observing that everyone was deep in thought, remained silent. He turned to Zhou and said, "Well, thank you." Zhou recognized the implication of this gratitude as a signal to depart, promptly bidding farewell. "I will take my leave then. There is a fellow named Lin Chung at the hotel front desk. If you need to reach me, just notify him. By the way, I just made a reservation for a meal at the Zhou family restaurant on the commercial street. It will be sent over shortly." Remarkable. This lad has potential, the eagle mused, watching Zhou retreating figure. Clearly, this affluent second-generation individual possessed insight, intellect, and an exceptional knack for navigating circumstances. "What are your thoughts on the exchange?" Si inquired of Han Tian and the others. In truth, they could all surmise without deep contemplation. The Ouyang family and Qin Xiong'an had orchestrated this exchange, inviting top-tier medical and genetic professors. It certainly boded ill. However, they were momentarily uncertain where to begin their inquiry. "I will devise a method to ascertain the specifics of the exchange before determining our subsequent actions." The mental type abilities not only allowed confrontation with adversaries, but also offered the potential to manipulate minds and extract the needed information. Coupled with Qi Jin's cooperation, the task should not prove overly difficult. This is a matter that can be addressed promptly in the present. There were no objections from the group. "Eagle, it seems our meal has arrived." Upon sensing the commotion in the hallway, Nan Muran immediately gestured for him to open the door. As they beheld the 4 enormous plastic bags that Eagle brought in, a wave of astonishment washed over them. When the sealed containers were unveiled, their surprise deepened. There were dishes of cold beef, grilled lamb, sweet and sour ribs, boiled fish, braised pork, large plate chicken, and cold vegetable dishes, 15 sumptuous creations in total. Additionally, there were 2 enormous portions of noodles and 2 large bags of assorted convenience foods. "Goodness, he really went all out," Eagle exclaimed in disbelief. Han Ting chuckled softly, acknowledging that this young master from the Zhou family was quite astute. "Rest assured, this meal is on him, and he stands to gain from it." Given the rarity of such lavish food in the apocalypse, the group eagerly picked up their chopsticks and feasted without restraint. In the end, every dish along with the 2 large bowls of noodles was devoured clean by the table of diners. Once everyone returned to their respective rooms, however, Nan Muran found herself unable to sleep. The name Jean Tylin haunted her like a nightmare. Each time she heard it, a fierce desire for retribution surged within her. The insatiable thirst for blood and the restless agitation coursing through her cells tormented her, rendering her incapable of slumber. Tap, 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 the sound of knocking echoed. Standing motionless before the floor-to-ceiling window, Nan Muran was momentarily lost in thought. Regaining her senses, she sighed softly and approached the door. At the entrance stood Sia. Clad in sleepwear and draped in a military coat, his expression clearly fraught with concern. "What brings you here?" Nan Muran asked, somewhat taken aback. Sensing her icy demeanor, Sia promptly removed his coat and enveloped her in its warmth. "Let's talk inside." The sudden warmth made Nan Muran shiver involuntarily. Chapter 104. The inspection of the launching base. Overall, this hotel is quite commendable. However, due to the scarcity of electricity, Air conditioning is unavailable. After a night of snowfall, the interior had grown even colder. Clad in her thin black loungewear, Nan Muron felt the chill keenly. Sia, feeling a pang of sympathy, wrapped his arms around her. Irritated with himself for having forgotten the distress she would undoubtedly feel in the face of Jin's madness and the underground laboratory. Once she settled into the soft embrace of the sofa, the cold became unbearable. "I'm sorry it took me so long to realize," Sia said, his voice husky. Nan Muron understood his sentiment and smiled as she leaned against him. "There's no need to overthink it. I'm merely frustrated." Sia gently adjusted the warm military coat around her without uttering a word, for he knew her reassurances were a means of self-comfort. "When did you return?" 3 months ago, at the onset of the apocalypse. "So, you can imagine how much I invested in the Xuanyu." Nan Muron could sense Sia's guilt and deliberately shifted the topic. Sia nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. "It must have taken quite some time then." "Indeed, and quite a bit of money as well. But having brought them and the Xuanyu this far, I find it all worthwhile." Nan Muron had always envisioned a life of tranquility in the mountains amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Regrettably, although the Nan family had perished, the underground laboratory that had tortured them in her past life still existed. To confront this formidable presence, she was compelled to forge ahead. Sia pressed a kiss to the crown of her head. "Are you tired?"
A bit.
"Then sleep. I'll stay here with you." Sia embraced her, his tone soft and soothing. Perhaps it was the comfort of his hold that instilled a sense of warmth and safety. Since her rebirth, Nan Muron had seldom enjoyed a restful night after encountering news of Jin's madness. Due to the significant influence of the Chun and Ouyang families within the launching safety base, the group chose not to venture outside after checking in. While securing accommodations posed no challenge, the absence of meals at the hotel made dining a daunting issue. They needed a reliable individual to resolve their culinary needs. After Han Yingting conveyed this sentiment to Zhou Ling, he readily agreed, without hesitation. Initially, they contemplated using crystal cores as payment for Zhou Ling's services. However, Zhou Ling's lack of sufficient talent meant he had not awakened any abilities, rendering such a trade futile. After some contemplation, Nan Muron provided Zhou Ling with the black-red fruit as payment for his meals. Zhou Ling, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the fruit, was astonished to find that it enabled him to awaken his abilities. Thus, upon awakening the next day, despite his inability to control his teleportation power, leading to a series of unfortunate mishaps, he remained exuberantly enthusiastic. Zhou Gang observed his son's foolish grin with confusion, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Could it be that he was frightened into a stupor by a zombie horde? "A Ling, don't scare your father like that. What's wrong with you?" "Look, Dad," Zhou Ling exclaimed, his excitement propelling him from the second-floor staircase to the living room, where he collided directly with the television wall. Zhou Gang first felt pain for his son's bruises, but then his rotund body went rigid, his blood running cold. His hands gestured animatedly, mouth agape, yet no words escaped him. "Calm down, Dad, calm down," Zhou Ling urged, quickly reaching out to soothe him. "Abilities?" After a long pause, Zhou Gang finally managed to utter those two incredulous words. "Yes, though I'm still learning to use them. Dad, let me tell you, I encountered an impressive team of elites. They can take on thousands of zombies and even handle level 5 mutated ones. Your team pales in comparison to theirs." Watching his son's animated gestures, Zhou Gang sighed inwardly. Although his son had awakened his abilities, it was evident he had lost his wits. After all, how could anyone easily tackle level 5 mutated zombies, or a horde of thousands? In ordinary circumstances, Zhou Ling would have been infuriated by his father's disbelief. But today, he found himself unexpectedly calm. At the hotel, Nan Muron began her inquiry into the circumstances of the hotel's occupants, deliberately circumventing the 9th floor where Jean was residing. This was partly due to the formidable abilities of those who accompanied him, but mainly because Nan Muron had an instinctual sense that Jean was a peculiar individual, one who might possess methods to deal with those with powers. For instance, there was a vine reminiscent of Xiaobai's that could instantly strip an ability user of their powers. Fortunately, the organizers of the exchange meeting, Ouyang Yun, Chen Shuhan, and several staff members, did not stay on the 9th floor with Jean and the others from the underground laboratory, but rather occupied the 7th floor. What does it mean that Dr. Jean lost a prized pupil? Chun Shuhan inquired, perplexed by Oh Yang-yun's expression. Oh Yang-yun sighed. He is my senior brother, Chi. He was highly gifted and Dr. Jin's cherished disciple. Unfortunately, a few months ago, the Venom Squad sent to retrieve him vanished without a trace. And what about the girl you encountered in Shishir? Chun Shuhan expressed his dissatisfaction with the situation in Shishir. Her name is Nan Muron. She is a plant-based ability user, possessing 2 exceptionally formidable mutated plants. Dr. Jean mentioned that one of her plants is a level 7 mutant. Oh Yang-yun experienced intense headaches at the mere mention of Nan Muran's name, deeming her utterly unpredictable.
What?
A level 7? Chun Shuhan found this notion utterly ludicrous. In a world where even level 3 ability users could navigate with ease, the sudden emergence of a level 7 mutant was simply preposterous. Furthermore, it was stated that the power of the plant depended on the girl's own ability level, thus remaining manageable for the time being. Chun Shuhan felt an overwhelming urge to pry open the minds of these individuals, questioning if they were filled with nothing but ignorance. Level 7 mutant plants. You claim they are manageable, by what means? Are we to rely on the late-stage level 3 abilities birthed from laboratory concoctions? Once the drug trials succeed, we shall cultivate even more formidable ability users, and then we need not fear her at all. Oh Yang-yun was somewhat displeased by the disdain evident in Chun Shuhan's gaze. Chun Shuhan, irked, retorted, the drug trials will require at least 6 months. Can you guarantee that during this half-year, that girl will not come to the laboratory to stir up trouble? What do you mean? Oh Yang-yun inquired. Forget it, I will arrange things swiftly. The entire Lon City base must undergo a thorough inspection before the exchange meeting. Chun Shuhan was resolute. He was known for his meticulousness, allowing no room for error. Chapter 105. Code 12089 is dead? He had grown weary of the frequent blunders made by the Ouyang family in the West City. First, they lost the plant laboratory. And while losing the fruits and crystals was regrettable, it was the near annihilation of the entire Heibing that truly vexed him.
Now,
they could potentially lead enemies directly to the Lon City safe base. With a partner like this, had their ties not been so deeply intertwined, he would have seriously considered severing their partnership. Listening to Chun Shuhan's calm analysis and observing his palpable impatience, Oh Yang-yun felt a twinge of disappointment. Ah Huan, is there nothing else to discuss between us, aside from work? Chun Shuhan frowned in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? Can't you see? Oh Yang-yun's tone was tinged with annoyance. She admitted to having seduced Chun Shuhan previously, yet it was evident that he had relished it. Just yesterday, they had engaged in a passionate bout, yet today he was all business, leaving her somewhat irked. To the outside world, it appeared that Chun Shuhan was set to marry her, given the significant intertwining of interests between the Ouyang and Chun families. Yet only she knew how emotionally distant he was toward her. Chun Shuhan, observing Oh Yang-yun's discontent, found himself at a loss for words. His feelings toward her were complex, beyond the bounds of romantic affection, yet undeniably intertwined in the intimacy they shared. He could not deny the allure of her physique. Just as he struggled to find an appropriate response, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. A somewhat stern yet artificially soft voice called out, "Shuhan, are you asleep?"
it was Zhou Jing.
Upon hearing the woman's voice, Oh Yang-yun's tone dripped with sarcasm. Since when did the serious medical PhD start to feign modesty? Chun Shuhan shot a cold glance at Oh Yang-yun, displeased by her contempt for Zhou Jing. If his feelings for Oh Yang-yun were merely physical, his affection for Zhou Jing transcended that. He loved her deeply, to the extent of considering forsaking the interests of both the Chun and Ouyang families to marry her. As he intended to answer and open the door for Zhou Jing, Oh Yang-yun swiftly blocked his path. Annoyed, Chun Shuhan sidestepped. But Oh Yang-yun resolutely shifted to obstruct him again. The corridor outside the door was narrow, and the two engaged in a standoff, with no resolution in sight. Oh Yang-yun grew increasingly frustrated with his obstinacy, and in front of him, she unabashedly removed her oversized sweater. Chun Shuhan was taken aback to discover that beneath the flowing garment, she wore nothing at all. Thus, Oh Yang-yun was left only in a pair of black snow boots. Her naked form, with its alluring curves and long, straight legs, was laid bare before Chun Shuhan, momentarily overwhelming his senses. The days of unrestrained pleasure flooded his mind. "Damn it, you vixen!" he exclaimed, tearing off his tie, unbuttoning his shirt with one hand while the other firmly grasped Oh Yang-yun's neck. Pushing her down onto the bed, Outside, Zhou Jing, hearing the gentle responses from within, felt a slight smile tug at her lips. However, the door remained unyielding, and suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head, causing her to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. From a nearby vacant room, Xiao Lu darted in, ajar the door from the inside, and stealthily ensnared Zhou Jing's ankle, dragging her away without a trace. On the 15th floor, outside the suite, the others gazed at Nan Mu Ran, perplexed by the icy aura enveloping her. "Miss Nan, is everything all right?" Han Tian inquired uncertainly. "You all should return to your respective rooms." Nan Mu Ran replied coolly after scanning the group. The four men understood that her words were not directed at Jia Wu and Si, but rather aimed at ensuring the military's ability team vacated the premises. Recognizing her unyielding disposition, they said nothing further and retreated to their rooms. Once they departed, the previously shut windows of the outer room swung open abruptly. Xiao Lu entered through the window, and in an instant, a woman clad in a khaki suit was flung onto the floor of the outer room. Who is this woman? Jia Wu wondered aloud, observing the unconscious figure adorned in khaki. Nan Mu Ran crouched down to examine the woman's face, her voice laced with bitterness. "In the underground laboratory. She is merely a psychopath who regards human lives as mere weeds. Code 12089 is dead. Code 12089 is dead. Code 12089 is dead." Since her rebirth, Nan Mu Ran had been tormented by nightmares, and this woman's voice had repeatedly echoed in her mind, driving her to the brink of despair. Thus, upon hearing that voice, she cast aside any thoughts of the present moment or whether this woman had yet to commit her misdeeds. Instead, she was consumed by an overwhelming urge to kill her, not with a swift death, but through brutal torture until demise. In her rebirth, she had dealt swiftly with those who had little connection to her past, ending their lives with a clean slice. Yet, for those who had inflicted deep torment upon her, she found it impossible to grant them such a merciful end. Retrieving a bundle of ordinary rope from her spatial pocket, she bound the woman's hands and feet, silencing her mouth. Then, without hesitation, she plunged a sharp dagger into the woman's left hand. The injured woman, jolted from her stupor by the pain, gazed in terror at the scene before her. Before her stood 4 adults and 1 child, among them a girl brandishing a bloody dagger, evidently the source of her excruciating wound. Nan Mu Ran observed the woman's terror with a cold gaze, and without hesitation, the dagger pierced the woman's other hand. Zhou Jing began to writhe in agony. Prior to reaching level 5, Nan Mu Ran could only violently destroy the human brain with her mental abilities. However, now that she had surpassed level 5, she had developed a more nuanced sensitivity to the human mind. Thus, she could distinctly sense that Zhou Jing's muffled sounds were inquiries about her identity and intentions. Zhou Jing longed to voice her questions but found herself mute, forced to struggle helplessly. Nan Mu Ran, uninterested in providing answers, crouched down once more, and the dagger plunged into Zhou Jing's thigh, blood spilling profusely onto the floor. "What do you desire? I can grant you anything." Zhou Jing continued to struggle desperately. She was uncertain whether Qin Shuhan was aware of her disappearance. Based on the decor style, she deduced that she must still be in the hotel in Lan City. If Qin Shuhan wished to find her, with his multitude of supernatural beings at his disposal and his dominance in Lan City, he would undoubtedly be able to locate her. Nan Mu Ran, sensing the turmoil within her mind, remained silent. Meanwhile, the dagger in her hand incessantly sought a suitable spot on Zhou Jing's body, piercing in and out, repeating the act. It was akin to how they had coldly administered injections and extracted blood from them for research purposes. Chapter 106, A Death in the Hotel. "Shuhan, where are you? Please save me," Zhou Jing began to plead in anguish. She felt a flicker of relief at having knocked on Qin Shuhan's door earlier. If he had not seen her, he would have gone to her room to search, thus realizing her absence immediately. "Do you wish to see him?" Nan Mu Ran questioned, her disdain for Zhou Jing, a person who had committed innumerable wrongs in her past life, evident. Zhou Jing should have met her end in despair and terror, much like Zhang Kuan, the Nan family. And Qi Li, Zhou Jing's pupils dilated, her body trembling uncontrollably as she struggled to comprehend Nan Mu Ran's words. To her, this girl who had suddenly spoken seemed like a malevolent spirit crawling out of hell. Little did she know, Nan Muron would directly force her mouth open to an angle that rendered her voiceless, subsequently pulling out her tongue to sever it. Then, binding her feet with rope, she hung Zhou Jing out of the window. Under the cover of the ink-black night, Zhou Jing slowly descended along the wall until she found herself suspended before Chen Shuhan's window. For reasons unknown, the curtain inside fluttered slightly, creating a minuscule gap.
Yet,
This tiny opening allowed Zhou Jing, pressed against the window, to behold the scene within. Inside the room, a naked man and woman were engaged in fervent activity. The man relentless and the woman alluringly seductive. Zhou Jing's heart sank in despair as she realized that her longed-for salvation was, at that moment, entangled with another woman on the bed. She watched helplessly, witnessing their passionate encounters, longing to shut her eyes but finding herself utterly unable to do so. She had no right to close her eyes. All she could do was watch them rise and fall upon the sheets while she, in the frigid winter night, awaited her slow demise. Being trained in medicine, she was acutely aware of the wounds inflicted upon her by the girl. Several of them were arterial. These injuries would not lead to an instantaneous death, but ultimately, she would bleed out. As the temperature outside continued to drop, she knew her time was running out. On the 15th floor, after Nan Muron had suspended her victim, Si grabbed her hand and returned to her own room. Jia Wu and the two eagles immediately began to erase any evidence, not only from their room but also from outside the wall and of Xiao Lu's traces. Qi Jin was greatly intimidated by the bloodthirsty Nan Muron. However, when Jia Wu informed him that the woman had caused many deaths and nearly harmed Ran, Si, and Eagle, he found solace in the fact that such a villain deserved to die. In the corner of the room, Nan Muron sat in a daze. Si held her hands, yet her psychic energy remained tethered to the despairing Zhou Jing outside the window, feeling her life slowly ebb away. It wasn't until Zhou Jing ceased to breathe, becoming as cold as ice, that she withdrew her mental presence. "Isn't this cruel?" Nan Muron suddenly asked Si. Her expression blank. He smiled as he adjusted the blanket around her. "How could it be? It's merely the death of one person. What is there to deem cruel?" Nan Muron's earlier actions deepened Si's understanding of the underground laboratory's impact on her. A person who has collapsed, endured torment to the point of numbness, would harbor equal hatred for every individual in this world, losing the ability to trust anything. Yet Nan Muron was different. Despite having experienced the worst of humanity, she still treated her family, friends, comrades, and lovers with kindness. She even chose to trust others, including strangers like Han Ningtian and the others, which was commendable. It was precisely because of this that Jia Wu and Eagle could comprehend her, allowing them to quietly observe her actions without uttering a word. In the end, they simply helped her erase the traces, preventing future complications. Gently caressing her downcast demeanor, they reassured her, "Do not be disheartened. You still have us. Regardless of what transpires, we shall stand by you." A wave of emotion washed over Nan Muron, her eyes welling with warmth. Si embraced her tightly, smiling. "You're a bit foolish." "I am not foolish," she retorted. "All right, you are not foolish. I am the foolish one." That night, Si stayed with Nan Muron, even dozing off on the sofa. Yet he slept soundly. Jia Wu, Eagle, and Qi Jin also slumbered peacefully, aware that the true moment of vigilance would arrive when Chen Shuhan discovered Zhou Jing's body the following morning. The next morning, hotel staff were the first to notice something amiss upstairs. "What is that? Is it a person?" It's a corpse." After confirming the presence of a body, screams echoed from downstairs. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Chen Shuhan and Ouyang Yun, exhausted from their frenzied activities the previous night, lay entwined in a deep slumber. This tranquility was abruptly interrupted by urgent knocking. "Young Master Chen. Young Master Chen. Please open the door. Something has happened." Awakened early, both exhibited signs of annoyance. Nevertheless, Chen Shuhan chose to put on his clothes and answer the door. He was a man who prioritized his career, and though he disliked being disturbed at such an early hour, he could tolerate it. Ouyang Yun, having been pampered since childhood, found it utterly intolerable. How bothersome. So early in the morning. Throwing her a sweater, Chen Shuhan's tone bore traces of irritation as he observed the marks on her pale, bare skin. Unable to suppress the urge to close his eyes, Ouyang Yun chuckled as she donned the sweater, casually tidying the bed. Upon opening the door, they were met by the hotel manager. Young Master Chen, I apologize for the intrusion, but we must enter your room. The manager was momentarily at a loss for words, given the unfortunate incident of a corpse hanging outside the window all night. Chen Shohan frowned at the explanation, prompting the manager to clarify. There was a death outside the hotel, and it happens to be hanging right outside your window. Ouyang Yun, having overheard the manager's phone call, felt a chill wash over her, and her stomach churned uncontrollably. Chen Shohan's expression remained grim as he hurriedly led the hotel staff and security personnel inside. As the curtain was drawn back, everyone involuntarily gasped in horror. The deceased woman's face was positioned directly against the window, her eyes wide open, appearing as if she could not rest in peace. Ah, this is... Ouyang Yun's complexion turned pale. The woman's appearance was so disfigured that she was nearly unrecognizable. Yet Ouyang Yun recognized the attire. It was the khaki professional outfit Zhou Jing had worn yesterday, along with the meticulously styled hair that confirmed her identity. Chapter 107. This is utterly cruel. Ouyang Yun recognized it immediately and naturally. Chen Shohan did too. However, he was unwilling to accept the grim reality that the person hanging upside down outside was Zhou Jing. To witness his beloved meet such a humiliating demise was a torment for Chen Shohan. The fact that she was suspended outside his own window felt like a profound provocation. Bring her in, he uttered through gritted teeth, the simple command laden with fury. Soon, personnel responsible for the base's security entered, secured by safety ropes, and carefully lowered Zhou Jing from her precarious position. They soon discovered that the rope binding her was affixed to the railing of an abandoned air conditioning unit on the 10th floor. Zhou Jing's position, suspended directly in front of the window, was maintained by a steel nail that guided the rope's direction. Among the security team were proficient criminal investigators, who promptly assessed the external scene. To their dismay, the perpetrator had left no trace after executing such a high-difficulty act. The body appeared to have materialized out of thin air, suspended 30 meters above ground, and more than 20 meters from the rooftop, an eerie and chilling sight. When they finally placed Zhou Jing's lifeless form on the ground, Chen Shohan was confronted by a series of ghastly knife wounds adorning her body. The coroner rushed over to examine the situation. Her tongue had been severed, and she bore 11 stab wounds inflicted by an Austrian military knife. The assailant had displayed remarkable professionalism, targeting specific areas to induce a slow and excessive loss of blood, prolonging her suffering. Based on the state of the corpse, it was estimated she had been suspended outside around 11 o'clock the previous night, enduring the torment for approximately half an hour while still alive. Chen Shohan felt a sharp pain in his heart. Ouyang Yun, on the other hand, was overwhelmed by nausea, her body succumbing to involuntary retching.
Get out!
Ouyang Yun's discomfort-laden voice incited Chen Shohan's agitation. He could only imagine the horror Zhou Jing had witnessed in her final moments, a torment likely intended by her murderer, aiming for her to perish in anguish and despair. Eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere, Ouyang Yun made her way out of the room. Realizing the complex connection between this woman and Chen Shohan, all personnel responsible for the base's security became more cautious. Even the hotel manager could not suppress his twitching eyebrows. Seal off the entire Lawn City base. I want everyone interrogated one by one. I demand to know who is responsible for this. Chen Shohan's voice was nearly a shout. The usually stoic and composed young Master Chen had lost his composure, instilling fear in everyone present. Soon, every individual entering or exiting the Lawn City base faced rigorous scrutiny, while residents within the base began to undergo questioning, plunging the entire facility into a state of dread and unrest. In Villa No. 2 of the Lawn City base's villa area, Zhou Ling received news from the hotel almost immediately after waking. Hanging outside the hotel?
Goodness!
What sort of enmity must this entail? The typically arrogant Zhou Ling was taken aback. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Wait, why would this matter even reach young Master Chen? He always perched high above, untouchable? Hearing this, his friend, unable to suppress his concern for Zhou Ling, remarked, "The deceased is ailing. Where are you? Get up. It's time to visit your uncle's family." Zhou Gang's voice called from outside, tinged with impatience. Zhou Ling paused in surprise. Visit them? What is there to see? Our families have been at odds since our grandfather's time. Enough chatter, just go take a look. Zhou Gang, recalling his cousin-in-law, and even that niece who always acted superior, was reluctant to involve himself. Nevertheless, Given that they were indeed family and had lost their daughter, it would be inappropriate to appear overly indifferent. Reluctantly, Zhou Ling followed his father, initially believing they would visit the family's residence, only to find themselves at the base hotel in the end. Ascending to the 9th floor of the hotel, Zhou Ling frowned. Wasn't this the floor belonging to Qin Shuhan? Zhou Jing? Staring at the motionless form on the stretcher, Zhou Ling was momentarily dazed. It was indeed Zhou Jing who had perished. After all, he had to address her as cousin, although she often looked down on him and his father, perceiving them as overly eager for success. Witnessing her lifeless body stirred a twinge of compassion within him. What do your families think of the secure base? How could my Jinger be so cruelly taken from us? The matriarch of the Zhou family, once a renowned professor of biotechnology at Lan City University before the apocalypse, nearly lunged at Qin Shuhan and Zhou Gang in her fury. At that moment, she was no longer clad in her meticulously tailored professional attire, her hair neatly pinned up. Instead, she was engulfed by grief, disheveled, distraught, and on the brink of madness. What contributions has our Zhou family made to the city, only to receive such treatment in return? Do you not find this excessive? Zhou Jing's father chimed in, joining his wife. Qin Shuhan constantly attempted to soothe the agitated emotions of Zhou Jing's parents. Meanwhile, Zhou Gang retreated slightly, his brows tightly knit. Even at this moment, the couple maintained their arrogance. Zhou Ling stole a glance at the time, silently stepping back and exiting the room. With noon approaching, he still had to deliver meals to several important figures. Reflecting on Nan Murong and the others, and recalling his newly awakened flash ability, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Unaffected by Zhou Jing's tragic fate, the meals he prepared had to be aesthetically pleasing, flavorful, and nutritionally balanced. Zhou Jing's death would undoubtedly send Qin Shuhan into a frenzy. His father would likely follow suit, though the sincerity behind their reactions remained uncertain. While ordering an array of delectable dishes at the Zhou family restaurant, a sudden speculation crossed Zhou Ling's mind. The ability to eliminate Zhou Jing without a trace, employing such a sophisticated method, must have been orchestrated by the prominent figures. By lunchtime, everyone on the 15th floor of the hotel had gathered in the suite, eagerly awaiting Zhou Ling's arrival with the meals. The hotel had been abuzz with the news of a professor's daughter's death. Cheng Cheng, often venturing downstairs to gather intel, found herself more informed than most. A professor? Which professor? Xiangxi expressed curiosity, amused by the notion that even in the apocalypse, some still clung to their former titles. Chengqing pondered. A biotechnology professor from Lan City University. I heard her daughter was a PhD candidate. 15 and Han Tian observed the two without any suspicion, treating it as a mere coincidence while engaging in lively discussion. They concluded, perhaps it's just that fools enjoy their fortunes. However, upon hearing the details of the young doctor's demise, Xiangxi could not help but lament the brutality of it all. Chapter 108, Tracing Abilities. Within the small room, Xiangxi's ill-timed exclamation plunged the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Xi immediately glanced at the silent Nan Murong, concerned she might be affected. Jia Wu contemplated directly silencing Xiangxi. The hawk-eyed member cast a disapproving glare, while even Shi Jin found the individual's remarks troubling. Meanwhile, teammates 15 and Han Tian were racking their brains, attempting to devise a way to alert the two oblivious fools. Cheng Cheng, though entirely oblivious to any impropriety, scoffed at Xiangxi's remarks, retorting, silence. Do you even comprehend the deeds this woman has committed in the past? Perhaps what she deserves is a fate far worse than death. Without knowing the full circumstances, how can one pass judgment? Do you truly understand? After a moment of contemplation, Xiangxi nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, in this apocalyptic world, one cannot assess situations as one did before. The group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Xiao Qijin leaned closer to Nanmu Ran, whispering, Sister, the Qin family has a team of 40 ability users in Lan City, and they will arrive at the hotel tomorrow. Among them, there is one who can trace the remnants of objects within a 24-hour time frame. Nanmu Ran was taken aback. She had heard of such tracing abilities before, but they were exceedingly rare, with no more than 3 in the entire country. It was unexpected that the Qin family could secure such a talent. Please describe him to me, she urged. Xiao Qijin nodded, endeavoring to convey the appearance of the individual he had seen, while Nan Mu Ran deftly sketched every detail onto paper. After approximately half an hour, the visage of a middle-aged man emerged on the sketch. "This is exactly him. Sister, you are truly remarkable," Xiao Qi-jin exclaimed, elated that the person he had seen had been so accurately depicted. The others looked on, somewhat astonished, as they witnessed Nan Mu Ran skillfully wielding a paintbrush, a sight they had never encountered before, having only seen her brandishing knives or guns in battle. "Miss Nan's artistry is exceptional," Han Ting genuinely praised. Nan Mu Ran chuckled softly, her heart filled with a bittersweet nostalgia as she gathered her tools, casually tearing the sketch from the pad. "Had it not been for this apocalypse, I might have become a commendable painter. And I could have been an accomplished dancer." Cheng Qing couldn't help but lament. The others were momentarily taken aback. "Before the apocalypse, I was a star performer in a cultural troupe." "What? You find that hard to believe?" Cheng Cheng's expression reflected her dissatisfaction as she observed their puzzled faces. Looking at her shoulder-length hair, the others fell silent. Cheng Cheng huffed but refrained from saying more. Compared to these men, the apocalypse had proven to be an even more brutal calamity for women. Thus, she held a deep-seated admiration for women like Nan Mu Ran, who could stand resiliently, beautifully, and fearlessly amidst the chaos of the world. Nan Mu Ran gazed at Cheng Cheng's somewhat forlorn silhouette and gently spoke, "You are doing wonderfully as well." Cheng Cheng was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display of warmth from Nan Mu Ran, who had always been known for her bloodthirsty, cold, and ruthless demeanor. She had never anticipated that Nan Mu Ran possessed such a sensitive and tender side. Unable to suppress a grateful smile, she replied, "Thank you." The two girls exchanged a smile, allowing the conversation to linger silently. However, this newfound atmosphere stirred a subtle unease among the men. "This matter needs to be addressed promptly," Nan Mu Ran stated, placing the sketch upon the table. "An ability user?" Han Ting inquired, studying the image. Nan Mu Ran nodded, affirming, "He is not an offensive ability user, but rather a tracer." As she spoke, she began to concentrate her mental energy, meticulously monitoring the entire hotel. Should that individual appear, she would swiftly eliminate him. "Tracing ability? What does that entail?" someone queried. "He can trace all traces of objects within 24 hours of contact," Nan Mu Ran elucidated. The eagle reached for the sketch, remarking that ability is rather impressive. "It lacks offensive capability, but it could pose significant challenges for us." C glanced at the image, his tone resolute. "What is the total population at the Lon City base?" Jia Wu interjected. Han Ting retrieved the information provided by Chun Jiangwo prior to their departure. "When we set out, we received word of approximately 70,000 people. It is likely that number has increased. Killing is easy, but locating an individual is a different challenge altogether. Finding one person among 70,000 is quite troublesome," he continued. "Moreover, the base is intricate, featuring commercial streets, office districts, slums, middle-class residential areas, and high-end villa zones. In this apocalyptic era, everyone's vigilance has heightened. Entering any of these areas is no simple task, and searching through them one by one would be exhausting. Young Master Zhou should be able to assist," Cheng Cheng suggested with a smile. Zhou Ling held the sketch, remarking, "Isn't this the secretary of the old master of the Qin family?" He provided a brief explanation. "The old master of the Qin family was the head here. You all should be aware of that. Before the apocalypse, his secretary was named Lin Li. And this is the person." Zhou Ling set the sketch down. Nan Mu Ran nodded. "Perfect. Let us sit down for a meal and discuss further." Zhou Ling was instantly filled with excitement, having personally delivered meals for 3 consecutive days, and now, for the first time, being invited to dine with a prominent figure felt immensely gratifying. With Zhou Ling's presence, the table was perfectly filled with 10 individuals. "Can you still locate him?" Nan Mu Ran inquired, prompting Zhou Ling to hastily set down his chopsticks. "We can chat while eating. No need to be anxious," the eagle reassured, patting Zhou Ling's shoulder. Finding this second-generation heir rather likable, Zhou Ling nodded, picking up a piece of meat. "Yes, he is still at the Qin family. They reside in Villa No, one of the villa district, where the residents are all of a certain status, and the security is very stringent." "Does Qin Shuhan have more than 40 ability users residing with him in Villa Number 1? C asked casually. "They all reside in Villa Number 5, Zhou Ling replied. Among those 40 or so ability users, there is one particularly formidable individual, rumored to be a fire-type level 3 late stage. Zhou Ling, feeling increasingly at ease amidst the casual conversation, continued. Due to the incident downstairs, Chen Shuhan has already begun a thorough investigation of the Lan City base. Our identities might pose a problem. Han Ting scrutinized Zhou Ling, seeking a solution to this predicament. Zhou Ling shook his head nonchalantly. Rest assured. When I booked the rooms, I used the identities of our family's ability users. No one will trace it back to you. Nan Mu Ran regarded Zhou Ling. How did you think to use the identities of ability users? Within the entire base, those responsible for security would not dare to investigate the Zhou and Qin families, as both possess their respective teams of ability users. Moreover, our ability users are residing on the 14th floor of the hotel. It is plausible to book the 15th floor as well. Zhou Ling had taken precautions in anticipation of potential complications. You secured this entire floor? The eagle found it hard to believe. Truly a second-generation heir living extravagantly. Not the entire floor, just the side after turning the corner from the elevator. There are only 11 rooms, so I casually booked them. Zhou Ling hesitated to mention that he initially intended to stay nearby to be close to the prominent figure, but refrained out of fear of misunderstanding. Suddenly, a loud, impatient knock echoed from outside the door. Is anyone in there? Room inspection. A deep, cold voice resounded, evidently unfriendly. Chapter 109. Special Ability User. The unfriendly voice outside instantly heightened the vigilance of everyone within. Clearly, the trouble they had anticipated had arrived. To prevent the tracing ability user from arriving at the hotel during this critical time, Nan Mu Ran had been utilizing her mental energy to monitor the entire hotel, allowing her to clearly see that the irate middle-aged man knocking at the door was likely responsible for security at the Lan City base. Zhou Ling, go open the door and send him away. At Nan Mu Ran's cool command, the normally indifferent second-generation heir obediently rose to open the door. The middle-aged man at the door appeared taken aback upon realizing that Zhou Ling had come to greet him, as they had assumed only ability users from the Zhou family resided here and would not pose much of a challenge. Never did he anticipate that the one who opened the door would be this individual. Upon recalling his earlier impolite actions, the man quickly plastered a smile on his face, exclaiming, "Young Master Zhou, it is indeed you." In the secure base of Lan City, two individuals were particularly formidable. One was Qin Shuhan from the Qin family, and the other was the sole heir of the Zhou clan. However, in comparison, the latter was far more challenging. At least Qin Shuhan would occasionally consider the bigger picture and engage in superficial diplomacy. On the contrary, this individual was nothing short of a reckless and capricious scion. Doesn't it hurt your hand to knock so hard? Zhou Ling's tone dripped with arrogance, leaving no room for retort. The middle-aged man hastily offered an apologetic smile. I was unaware that young Master Zhou was present. My sincerest apologies. Zhou Ling scoffed. The 15th floor is entirely reserved for our Zhou family's private rooms. Do not disturb the peace here. Now, be gone. Without caring for the man's reaction, he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Outside. The middle-aged man was seething with anger at Zhou's attitude, yet he ultimately lacked the courage to knock again. Although the Zhou family did not hold the same status as the Qin family, they were wealthy and possessed resources, rendering them a more formidable opponent. Is that it? All resolved? The old hawk expressed surprise, finding this individual rather spineless. Nan Muron shook her head. It won't be so easily dismissed. Qin Shuhan is meticulous. He will surely want to investigate the special abilities residing above us. This hurdle will not be easily surmounted. The tracing ability of the ability users had a validity of 24 hours. We must swiftly deal with that individual named Lin Li. We cannot address him here at the hotel, as it would attract endless trouble. Thus, we must head to the Villa District instead. I will take you there. Zhou Ling's tone wavered with uncertainty. I will accompany you to the Villa District to find him, I said, joining Zhou Ling. You all stay here and let Qi Jin assist in managing the situation. I'll go with you, Xi declared, gazing at Nan Muron. She bit her lip and sighed softly. Your face is far too recognizable. The others in the room chuckled. Indeed. Xia's strikingly handsome visage was not suited for a task requiring concealment. However, Nan Muron herself also appeared less than ideal for this endeavor. Qi Jin, if anything unexpected occurs, you must inform them immediately. Nan Muron disregarded the group's skepticism, bending slightly to meet Qi Jin's gaze. It was in this moment that her value to Qi Jin became evident. Even in her absence, the remaining individuals could preemptively eliminate any imminent dangers through Qi Jin's predictive abilities. Understood, Qi Jin replied. I've placed some crystal cores and fruits in the room. Consume them if you feel fatigued. Qi Jin's predictive power had only recently reached the late second tier, thanks to the vast resources provided by Nan Muron. At this level, prolonged use of abilities could easily lead to exhaustion, necessitating reliance on a substantial supply of crystal cores and mutated fruits to recharge.
All right.
Qi Jin had grown accustomed to accepting the precious mutated fruits and crystal cores, shedding any initial reluctance. Nan Muron donned her coat and addressed Jia Wu and Zhou Ling. Let us go. She secured the hood of her black down jacket and fastened the collar, leaving only her round, expressive eyes visible. The onlookers observed her completely enveloped attire, remarking, well, Miss Nan is quite suited for this. C felt he could also blend in, but standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he was undeniably conspicuous in a crowd. Nan Muron, Zhou Ling, and Jia Wu proceeded directly to the elevator. Given the substantial quantity of food they had brought, Zhou Ling had driven, making it convenient to head to the Villa District. How many routes lead from the Villa District to the base hotel? Nan Muron idly inquired while gazing out at the Lawn City base from the back seat. 2, but one is currently under construction, leaving us with only one viable route. Nan Muron nodded. It seemed likely that Linley remained in the Villa District, conveniently saving them some hassle. The vehicle smoothly entered the Villa District, and Nan Muron's mental prowess began to probe the surroundings, filtering through the chaotic information within her mind. Pull over, she commanded coldly, abruptly halting the vehicle despite the inappropriateness of the sudden stop. Zhou Ling complied immediately, steering the car to the side of the road. Inside Villa number 5, clad in a gray suit and wearing frameless glasses, Chen Xiuhan stood in the center of the living room with a stern expression. Surrounding him were 40 ability users, including Lin Li. Secretary Lin, you will accompany me directly to the base hotel. I need to know everything that transpired regarding Zhou Jing last night. Lao Qin, take 3 of the most aggressive ability users with us. One fire-type ability user, appearing to be in his 30s, nodded in agreement. With just a glance, Nan Muron discerned that these ability users were entirely devoted to Chen Xiuhan, a mere ordinary man without any abilities, yet commanding the respect of those endowed with extraordinary powers. This spoke volumes of his exceptional capabilities. Nan Muron lightly tapped her fingers on the car window, scanning the 40 ability users to identify any special ones beyond Lin Li. The typical abilities such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, control, speed, teleportation, penetration, light, darkness, space, healing, and plant manipulation did not concern her. However, special abilities like Lin Li's tracing, unobstructed perception, distance sensing, or even predictive powers akin to Qi Jin's and Xia's time manipulation were to be either utilized for her benefit or eliminated entirely. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become a significant future threat. Indeed, upon further examination, she identified not only Lin Li but also a girl and a silent youth in the corner, both possessing special abilities. Zhou Ling, find a safe place to park within 500 meters as quickly as possible, Nan Muron resolved, preparing to address these 3 special ability users simultaneously. Zhou Ling recognized that their current proximity to his home was fortuitous, and he deftly drove back to his own backyard, minimizing suspicion.
All right.
Once in the yard, Zhou Ling obediently turned off the engine. In the vehicle, Nan Muron and Jia Wu remained silent, while Zhou Ling wisely refrained from speaking. Chapter 110. The Eerie Dr. Jean. Apart from Lin Li, Nan Muron could not accurately assess the abilities of the other 2 special ability users. Fortunately, their levels were discernible. Among the trio, Lin Li was the strongest, at the initial 3rd tier, while the other 2 were at the mid-2nd tier. To avert any unknown future dangers, it was imperative to eliminate them at the outset. Therefore, if she decided to act today, she must ensure that all 3 special ability users were swiftly dispatched. This demanded that Nan Muron meticulously control the distribution of her mental energy. Closing her eyes in the back seat, she began to gather her mental force, attempting to precisely allocate her power according to her opponent's levels, then directing it toward Villa number 5, which lay 2 villas away. She opted for the most straightforward and forceful approach, utilizing her formidable mental pressure to obliterate the heads of the 3 special ability users within the villa.
Meanwhile,
After arranging everything, Chen Shuhan was poised to leave the villa for the base hotel with Lin Li and several aggressive ability users. Young Master Chen, danger! The girl with the special ability exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror as she surveyed her surroundings, urgently calling out. Suddenly, within the villa, the girl and the 2 young men were seized by an excruciating headache. Instinctively, they attempted to gather their extraordinary powers to combat the overwhelming sense of oppression, only to discover their efforts were utterly futile. Lin Yan, hurry and save them. Chen Shuhan immediately glanced towards the healer among their ranks, a woman endowed with restorative abilities. The woman snapped back to reality and rushed forward, ready to assist. Yet, before she could draw near, a spray of blood erupted from the heads of Lin Li. The girl and the young man and their lifeless, headless bodies crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from the gaping wounds. Their severed heads had been reduced to mere remnants of flesh and blood, scattered across the living room. Lin Li, who was none other than her brother, had his blood splattered across the woman's face. Initially frozen in shock, she struggled to breathe, paralyzed by the horror before her. Then, upon witnessing Lin Li's headless corpse, she was overtaken by a heart-wrenching sob. Chen Shuhan, who was usually composed, was equally shaken by the sight, taking a moment to regain his senses. Forcing himself to remain calm, he commanded, Old Qin, take a team to investigate the surroundings for any anomalies. Xiao Feng, go to the luxurious Suite 909 at the base hotel and summon Dr. Jean Tylin. The situation was too bizarre and terrifying for him to probe alone. Chen Shuhan, being a man of intelligence, was not one to act recklessly. Upon hearing his words, Nan Muron felt her blood run cold, rendered momentarily speechless. The luxurious Suite 909 at the base hotel was etched into her memory. Soon, the diverse array of extraordinary individuals from Villa Number 5 exited the premises, beginning their search along the road flanking the Villa district. Naturally, they noticed the blue Ferrari in the Zhou family's backyard, but no one deemed the idle vehicle suspicious. Given the family's penchant for ostentation, the white G-Class, blue Ferrari, and red Pamela were familiar sights around the entire Lan City safe base. Zhou Ling and Jiao Wu, seeing that Nan Muron had no intention of leaving, tacitly remained in the vehicle, waiting. Approximately half an hour later, Jean Tylin arrived at Villa Number 5 with Xiao Feng. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he appeared refined, a stark contrast to the frenzied, obstinate figure from the underground laboratory. Soon, the 3 headless corpses were presented before him. Were they executed sequentially or simultaneously? His gaze, once familiar but now distant, revealed a hint of madness as he examined the wounds he hadn't seen in ages. At the same time, Chen Shuhan replied with certainty. What level are these 3 corpses? Jean Tylin continued his inquiry. Lin Yi was a level 3 beginner retroactive ability user. The girl was a level 2 mid-tier predictive ability user, and the other was a level 2 mid-tier X-ray ability user. Among 40 extraordinary individuals, they were the most unique. Yet they were the ones who perished. Chen Shuhan couldn't help but suspect that this attack had been targeted specifically at them. Jean Tylin's eyes gleamed with fervor. To instantaneously eliminate a level 3 beginner and 2 level 2 mid-tier users suggests the assailant possesses a mental ability and has reached level 5. Level 5. Chen Shuhan felt his understanding being continually shattered over the past few days. What did it mean to be a level 5 mental ability user? He had never even contemplated such a notion. Moreover, it was evident that she was well acquainted with her powers. Such mastery could not have been achieved overnight. You must be cautious. A level 5 mental ability user can easily eliminate opponents of lower ranks, Jean Tylin warned, his gaze growing inscrutable as he scrutinized the corpses. He was almost certain of the assailant's identity, recalling how she had acted during the incident at the West City military base, albeit with less brutality than today. How could a level 5 mental ability user suddenly appear in the Lan City safe base? Is it possible that Ouyang Yun's mention of that extraordinarily powerful girl and her team is true? Chen Shuhan immediately thought of the formidable entity Ouyang Yun had described. Jean Tylin regarded Chen Shuhan with a strangely sinister smile. She will come looking for me. If you wish to meet her, we can return to the hotel together. Chen Shuhan's expression deepened with suspicion. What do you mean? The ties between us are beyond the comprehension of you ordinary folk. Jean Tylene's voice suddenly took on a chilling tone, sending shivers down the listener's spine. Observing Jean Tylene's evident madness, Chen Shuhan frowned, questioning the man's sanity. Perhaps, he mused, genius and madness were merely two sides of the same coin. Meanwhile, seated in the vehicle, Nan Muron listened intently to every word from Jean Tylene, feeling an increasingly frigid aura envelop her. Based on his words, it seemed he was aware of her existence, even her experience of rebirth. Why was that? Had fate been so cruel as to allow this aberrant individual to be reborn as well? Damn it, why? Nan Muron, who typically refrained from cursing, found it impossible to contain herself. However, it mattered little. His rebirth would not deter her from killing him. If rebirth granted her the chance to eliminate him once more, she was all the more eager to discover the extent of his capabilities. Ran, let us return to the hotel, Jia Wu quietly reminded the contemplative Nan Muron. Earlier, when they had set out, Si Yi and the others had been restless. After this prolonged delay, they likely awaited their return anxiously at the hotel. At this juncture, Nan Muron could not recklessly confront Jean Tylene in front of more than 30 aggressive ability users, so she simply nodded in agreement. All right, let us head back to the hotel. Upon their safe return, a collective sigh of relief swept through everyone at the hotel. However, when they learned that a top-tier medical and geneticist, a developer of human mutation genes, resided in the luxurious Suite 909 on the 9th floor, their calm was shattered once more. Were they conducting experiments on living humans? When Han Yingting voiced this question, his hands trembled slightly, overwhelmed by indignation. Chapter 111. An Unavoidable Matter. Nan Muron did not respond to Han Yingting's question, nor was there a need for her to do so. After all, none present were fools. They understood that his inquiry merely reflected the grim reality of their situation. Before the apocalypse, various genetic laboratories had proliferated despite repeated bans, with infants, young girls, and youths often exploited as experimental subjects, especially now that the world had plunged into chaos. Humanity had regressed to a primal state, where death had become commonplace. In such an environment, genetic laboratories would surely run rampant, using living subjects for experiments as a matter of course. Upon hearing Jean Tylene's name, Si Yi, the Eagle, and Jia Wu were already aware of the decision Nan Muron would make. She would heedlessly confront this man. It was not merely her individual obsession. It was a shared resolve among the four of them. Naturally, even without such a conviction, they would unconditionally stand by Nan Muron's side. Meanwhile, the usually silent Qi Jin began subconsciously attempting to predict the events that would unfold within the next day. His mind racing with various incredulous scenarios, some depicting Nan Muron and her companions lying incapacitated, and others showing Jean Tylene fleeing in panic, intertwining in a web of uncertainty. Suddenly, a colossal vine appeared before them, obstructing their path, rendering them powerless to resist.
Sister, I saw it.
A thick, long vine, like Xiaobai, Qi Jin exclaimed, uncertain if the vine he had seen truly resembled Xiaobai. Xiaobai was Ranran's contracted plant, and while the vine was evidently not the same, the two were strikingly similar. The words of Qi Jin evoked a shared recollection in Nan Mu Ran and Jia Wu, reminiscent of the time they had taken Xiaobai away. Xiaobai had spoken of the great vine that had been unearthed by the personnel of the underground laboratory. At that moment, on that very land, Nan Mu Ran had also inexplicably lost her supernatural abilities. Yet, even after consistently being in Xiaobai's company, her powers had never shown any signs of anomaly, which caused them to nearly forget the incident. If Jean Tylene's leverage was indeed that great vine, the situation they faced would be exceedingly intricate. After all, should the 9 of them lose their powers, relying solely on their physical strength to confront the entire Lan City safe base would be nothing short of delusional. Xiao Lu, could you inquire with Xiao Bai if the Great Vine is present here? Nan Mu Ran extended her hand to lightly touch Xiao Lu's wrist, where Xiao Bai was connected. Xiao Bai, can you sense the location of the grapevine? Xiao Lu asked. The grapevine? Xiao Bai replied. Yes, do you know where it is? Xiao Bai attentively sensed the surrounding aura of similar beings. It seems to be nearby. Ran, Xiao Bai says the grapevine might be close. Nan Mu Ran turned to Si Yi and the others. Jean Tylene possesses a vine that shares the same origin as Xiao Bai. It can instantaneously seal off our abilities. Han Yingting and his companions were visibly taken aback, The notion of sealing abilities was one they had never contemplated. Clearly, the realities of the apocalypse were far more complex than they had comprehended. Supernatural beings were not the most formidable presence. We must make a decision regarding this matter, whether to intervene or not. Nan Muran's tone carried an air of inquiry. Regardless of the ultimate decision made by Han Ting and his three companions, Nan Muran would seek out Jean Tai-lin. However, their decision would directly influence her future attitude toward them. If we choose not to intervene, many lives will likely be lost, Chung Chung remarked, looking at Nan Muran with a sense of helplessness. Their experiment would likely require over 15,000 living individuals as subjects for complete success. Furthermore, as the experiment progressed, numerous supernatural beings would be necessary as tools. Nan Muran regarded Chung Chung with a calm demeanor as she stated the facts. Had she not obliterated the entire underground laboratory in her previous life, the number representing life would have likely expanded infinitely. The room fell into a prolonged silence due to her words. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity struggled for survival. With less than 1/5 of the population enduring, and even fewer awakening supernatural powers, the underground laboratory's ruthless methods were fundamentally aimed at human extinction. Let us take decisive action and eliminate these individuals, the usually reticent 15 suddenly spoke after a lengthy pause. Han Ting and Xiang Shi exchanged incredulous glances. Chung Chung silently nodded, finding 15's idea quite feasible. Shouldn't they be punished? 15 questioned, observing Han Ting and Xiang Shi's reactions. I wish to assess the situation at the conference venue first. Han Ting found it unacceptable to engage in indiscriminate killing. Yet, this matter could not be overlooked, even at the cost of their own lives. The exchange meeting begins at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. They will likely set a trap to provide us an opportunity to participate directly, Nan Muran remarked with a hint of amusement. If Jean Tai-lin were aware of her rebirth, it would imply he could deduce her attitude toward him. Based on what he had said to Qin Shu Han in Villa No. 5, he too was likely waiting for her arrival. Shall we then boldly enter? Chung Cheng's tone reflected uncertainty. The eagle's eyes sparkled. I find this idea quite appealing. Wait, since we can confront the enemy directly, why must we deal with that Secretary Lin? Isn't that somewhat redundant? Xiang Shi raised his doubts. Chung Chung felt inclined to chastise his naivety, but restrained herself. Not only do we eliminate a Secretary Lin linked to the tracing ability, but we also deal with 2 special-type supernatural beings. Moreover, we uncovered Dr. Jin's secret. How is that redundant? Xiang Shi remained puzzled. Chung Chung rolled her eyes, choosing not to engage further. With 1 predicting ability user and 1 psychic ability user among them, it was astonishing that Xiang Shi failed to recognize the formidable nature of such special-type supernatural beings. If that is the case, let us return to our respective rooms and get a good night's rest. Tomorrow afternoon, we shall meet this Dr. Jean at the exchange meeting, Han Ting declared as he stood up. Hearing their conversation, Zhou Ling timidly raised his hand. Esteemed ones, may I join you? Better not. This kind of perilous work is not suited for you. The eagle rejected him outright. Although Zhou Ling was quite capable, such matters were not something he should be involved in. Zhou Ling turned to Nan Muran. Miss Nan, can I assist you in any way? Are you intending to leverage this situation to sway public opinion, thereby undermining the Chun family's authority in the Lan City safe base and altering the existing power dynamics? Nan Muran regarded Zhou Ling with newfound respect. This second-generation heir, while somewhat arrogant, possessed a sharp intellect. Zhou Ling scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. If the Qin family is indeed colluding with the genetic laboratory, they are unfit to wield absolute power over the Lan City safe base. Everything has its limits. Some matters must be approached with moderation. The roots of the Qin family run far deeper than you perceive. Nan Muran smiled at Zhou Ling. It is always advantageous to strip them of a lair. Zhou Ling spoke with bravado. Then it settled. You take charge. In the luxurious Suite 909 of the base hotel, Qin Shu Han scrutinized Jean Tai-lin, who seemed to know everything. His tone imbued with an urgency previously unseen. Dr. Jean, you know who killed Zhou Jing, don't you? It's merely speculation. I cannot ascertain for certain. Jean Tai-lin replied, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he poured himself a glass of red wine, savoring it with satisfaction. Speculation is sufficient. Reveal the identity of the perpetrator. Jin Shuhan's thoughts turned to Zhou Jing's gruesome fate, igniting a reckless desire for vengeance against the murderer. Unfortunately, the tracing ability user, Secretary Lin, had already been killed, and two special-type supernatural beings, one predictive and one clairvoyant, had also lost their lives. In such circumstances, uncovering the culprit relied solely on investigative methods. Anything else seemed futile. Yet, it was evident that their adversary was far too powerful, rendering all investigative techniques ineffective. And he had utterly lost the chance to identify the killer. Jean Tai Lin frowned at his agitation. Displeased with the choice of his partner by He Bing, you are no match for her. It's the girl with the 7th-level mutated plant that Ouyang Yun mentioned. Isn't it? Dr. Jean, do not forget that Zhou Jing was your chosen first assistant. Her murder is also an affront to you. Chen Shuhan leveraged Jean Tai Lin's reaction to affirm that the killer was indeed the girl they spoke of, attempting to extract further information through emotional appeal. Jean Tai Lin's eyes gleamed with an unsettling madness as he regarded the agitated Chen Shuhan. Yes, it is her, a remarkably beautiful girl. She commands a formidable team of supernatural beings. They must have entered the Lan City safe base in the past day or two. Upon hearing Jean Tai Lin's words, Chen Shuhan fell into contemplation before decisively exiting. If those individuals had indeed arrived at the Lan City base in the last few days, then with the Chen family's influence, they could undoubtedly unearth their whereabouts. Jean Tai Lin watched his departing figure with delight, genuinely curious about the outcome when a prodigy cultivated by such a high-ranking family, accompanied by 40 supernatural beings, confronted his two most successful experimental subjects. As Nan Muran, who was attentively monitoring the situation upstairs, could not help but chuckle. Little did she expect that, even after such a long time, Jin Fengzi remained unchanged. His life was devoid of morality, principles, rules, or systems. It was solely characterized by frenzied experiments and relentless madness. Moreover, he claimed that she and Si Yi were his most successful subjects. What could that possibly mean? Never mind, she decided. It would be best to confront him directly and seek clarification. Rising, she turned to Si Yi, who was seated on the sofa, meticulously cleaning his handgun. Chen Shohan has departed. We must descend to confront Jin Fengzi. Handling Jin Fengzi would likely require Si Yi's unique abilities, and thus, they had never considered involving anyone else from the outset. Si Yi, securing his weapon, stood up. Are we planning to kill him outright? He inquired. I have a premonition.
We may not be able to accomplish that.
Nan Muran's tone carried a hint of resignation. If Jin Fengzi had also been reborn, he would undoubtedly strive to enhance his own power, perhaps even laying plans in advance. A well-prepared adversary would certainly prove formidable. It's all right. Opportunities will arise. Si Yi reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. The moment they opened the door, they were taken aback. Outside stood Jia Wu, Lao Ying, and Qi Jin, as if they had anticipated the duo's emergence. Perfect timing, you're all ready. Let us go, Lao Ying stated in an exceedingly casual tone. Nan Muran and Si Yi exchanged resigned glances, wishing to dissuade them. Let us think this through. If you treat us as outsiders, we three will be deeply hurt. Lao Ying warned, his expression serious. Let us proceed. Si Yi, understanding their sentiments, refrained from further objections, and Nan Muran clearly had no objections either. With shared smiles, the group descended towards the 9th floor. Upon reaching the door of room 909, Nan Muran contemplated for a moment before opting to knock. Shortly, the sound of the door opening resonated, revealing Jean Tai Lin, who regarded Nan Muran and Si Yi with no surprise. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement as though he had laid eyes on a rare treasure.
Urri, come in,
he urged. The two exchanged glances, bemused, yet complied with his request and entered the room. Jia Wu, Lao Ying, and Qi Jin chose to remain outside, preferring to monitor the situation. Room 909 was indeed a lavish suite, with the outer hall spanning over 80 square meters. Silence enveloped the three as they stood in the living room. Is Xuanwu still here? Jean Tailin's eyes were filled with intense longing. Nan Muran frowned. What do you mean? Is its time still in motion? And you, Si Yi, have you awakened your time abilities? Jean Tailin gazed at Si Yi with an almost fanatical expression. Si Yi hesitated, observing the seemingly omniscient madman before him, and chose to remain silent. Jean Tylen's initial excitement morphed into a sudden, eerie laughter. Nan, your life abilities and CE's time abilities are all the product of my genetic serum research. If you collaborate with me, the three of us can completely dominate this world. Life abilities? Nan regarded Jean Fingzi with confusion. Yes, the ability to transform vitality and exchange life force. That's not merely a plant-based ability. It is the most powerful life ability in existence. You, Nan, are the sovereign of all living beings in this world. Did you know? You could be revered as a deity. Jean Tylen gestured animatedly before her, as if channeling divine power. In her past life and current existence, Nan had never encountered the term life abilities. She had always believed her plant abilities were merely distinct from others, not realizing they were an entirely different phenomenon. CE, listening to Jean Tylen's words, felt a rising panic within him, stronger than when he had awakened his time abilities. He grasped Nan right hand tightly. You too have been reborn? Nan inquired, glancing at Jean Tylen, uncertainty clouding her expression. Jean Tylen suddenly laughed, wiggling his fingers at her. No, not rebirth. It was Xuanwu's formidable time powers that brought us back. 5 years. I never knew it could reverse time by 5 years. Xuanwu sent both you and me back. Nan found it hard to believe. Wasn't Xuanwu her own domain? Moreover, it hadn't merely returned her and CE, but also this maniac, Jean Tylen. It never belonged to you. Jean Tylen observed her perplexity, his tone laced with an unsettling aura. He then turned to CE. In the previous life, you destroyed everything I painstakingly created. But splendidly, another person spared no effort and granted me a chance to start anew. You don't remember, do you? Jean Tylen's gaze bore into CE, revealing a hint of surprise. So you truly don't recall. Suddenly, an inexplicable change enveloped him, an unknown force erupting from his being, fierce and domineering. It doesn't matter. Now I present you with a choice. Will you collaborate with me? Or will you meet the same tragic end as last time? Chapter 113, A Sniper. What if we choose neither? Nan disregarded the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jean Tylen. Her tone tinged with disdain. Jean Tylen's cold laughter resonated, his voice dripping with malice. From the moment you stepped into this room, the choice was no longer yours. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nan immediately focused her mental energy to sense the corners of room 909. Suddenly, she discovered an invisible barrier surrounding them, blocking all connections to the outside world. Is this a fortress created by your mental energy? She asked, astonished, as she had never encountered such a type of ability before. Jean Tylen, genuinely excited by her inquiry, replied, I call it a fortress as well. It is a unique form of mental ability. Curious? You too should return to the underground laboratory with me. I will help you awaken more abilities and gain greater power until we completely eliminate those people, becoming the true rulers of this world. This man was truly deranged, C thought, looking at the frenzied Jean Tylen with disdain. Nan pursed her lips, equally disapproving. I told you he was a madman. But who are these people? Those people are far more terrifying than you can imagine. You think I'm insane? That's fine. Once we return to the underground laboratory, a little medicine will make you indifferent to it all. Jean Tylen was unfazed by this assessment. Make your move, C said coldly. Nan began to evade the inexplicable force restricting the room, consolidating her mental energy to form an imposing pressure directed at Jean Tylen. Jean Tylen, observing the two before him, disregarded Nan mental pressure, smiling widely. Regardless of your willingness, you have no choice. The massive vines behind me can instantly seal your abilities, leaving you powerless against my fortress. Transformed into mere mortals, they engaged in a conflict where the outcome was devoid of any suspense. Thus, from the very outset, Jean Tylen's intent was to return his 2 successful specimens to the underground laboratory in hopes of recreating past glories alongside them. Upon sensing the oppressive psychic force emanating from Nan, a robust vine surged forth from behind Jean Tylen, rapidly advancing towards Nan and Sino. Realizing her supernatural powers were being restrained, Nan reluctantly drew a dagger. Little Bai, perched on her left wrist, swiftly leaped forth to entangle itself with the formidable vine. Sino, your task is to assist Little Bai in blocking its advance, she commanded. Simultaneously, Nan Murian deftly evaded the vine's onslaught, propelling herself towards Jean Tylin. Jean Tylin stared in disbelief at the sudden emergence of Little Bai from Nan Murian's wrist, astonished that such an entity could remain unaffected by the vine. While he was momentarily distracted, Nan Murian closed the distance between them. The dagger sliced through his skin, her hand grasping the wound on his arm. Vitality began to surge from Nan Murian's delicate, pale hand, drawing on Jean Tylin's life force at an alarming rate. In fact, she owed Jean Tylin a debt of gratitude. His warning had sparked her realization that vitality might aid her in overcoming the vine's binding influence. After all, during her previous self-detonation using her psychic abilities, the vine had remained, yet her powers seemed entirely unaffected. This was the essence of life energy. Observing the swirling white and green vitality in Nan Murian's grasp, Jean Tylin felt a surge of surprise. Indeed, life energy was not constrained by the vine. Nan Murian offered no reply, her pace quickening. Suddenly, Jean Tylin caught sight of his reflection in a nearby mirror. The vibrant man he once was appeared to have aged a decade in mere moments, looking even older than he had 5 years post the last underground experiment. Vine, return. Jean Tylin's complexion paled. In the previous underground laboratory, Nan Murian's vitality had manifested boundless power, allowing her other abilities to remain unaffected, rendering the vine meaningless before her. He had not anticipated her grasp of the technique to be so rapid this time. The vine, seemingly endowed with sentience, swiftly retreated, its massive tail wrapping around Nan Murian and flinging her away. Sino jumped forward, catching her securely. "Are you alright? Are you hurt?" he inquired anxiously. "I'm fine. Don't let him escape." They quickly regained their footing, drawing their firearms and unleashing a relentless barrage upon Jean Tylin. The bullet struck an invisible barrier, falling to the ground, a manifestation of Jean Tylin's power. Nan Murian attempted to wield her abilities once more, yet the vine's influence still stifled her strength. It appeared that even with the aid of vitality, her powers were still compromised by the vine. "We must eliminate this vine," Nan Murian declared resolutely. "It is merely a level 6 mutated plant, yet it can so effectively restrain both me and Sino. What will happen when it fully matures?" Having made her decision, their focus shifted entirely to the vine, and simultaneously, Nan Murian released Little Bai. The trio commenced their assault on the vine. While Jean Tylin became acutely aware of their intentions, the vine represented his greatest asset in achieving unparalleled strength. It absolutely could not fail him. When he had encountered the vine in the mountains, it had become uncontrollable. He had fed it thousands of supernatural beings, expending immense effort to barely subdue it. This time, he had located it first and had claimed it swiftly. The vine now embodied his aspirations for world domination, and it could not falter. Jean Tylin furiously deployed his barriers to restrict Nan Murian and Sino's movements, preventing them from harming the vine. Unfortunately for him, he could not hinder the actions of Little Bai, which seemed unaffected by the supernatural forces, displaying a nimbleness that surpassed even the vine. As the two vines entwined, Little Bai began to contract its form, transforming into an exceedingly thin line, and then it tightened abruptly. Bright green blood began to seep from the vine. "Release it." Jean Tylin's face paled as he beheld the vine's injury, causing a brief pause in his barriers. In that fleeting moment, Sino's dagger pierced through Jean Tylin's defenses, aimed directly at his neck. Just as it seemed Jean Tylin was on the brink of defeat, Sino abruptly altered his course, abandoning the intent to kill Jean Tylin, and instead leaped to tackle Nan Murian. As they rolled to safety, countless sniper rifle holes appeared where they had just stood. Snipers. Sino tightened his hold around Nan Murian, shaken by the near miss. Had they been a second slower, the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, Little Bai sensed a formidable controlling force that prevented it from continuing its previous actions of severing the vine. On the rooftop across from them, a sniper had taken aim. Hearing the gunfire, Jia Wu and the Eagle reacted instantly. "Eagle, stay with 7 Jean. I'll pursue," Jia Wu declared, utilizing his speed abilities to hasten towards the rooftop. While simultaneously, a lean, dark figure sprang from room 15 above, racing toward the same destination. Chapter 114. The War on the Brink. Han Yingtian, Shi and Cheng Cheng, alerted by the commotion outside, quickly rose and exited their room. Upon stepping out, They were puzzled to find no sign of Nan Murian and her companions, as their vigilance should have been sharper. After knocking on their doors and receiving no response, the three exchanged bewildered glances before suddenly realizing, to room 909, quickly. They hurried down the fire escape, racing down to the 9th floor of the hotel. In the luxurious suite 909. Understanding the intentions of the one who had come to his aid, Jean Tylin resolved to escape through the window with the vine. Little by, do not let the vine escape. Nan Murian strained with all her might to redirect her restrained psychic energy, enveloping the entire 909 in her mental grasp, thereby preventing the vine from fleeing. At the same time, she began to harness the power of vitality to swiftly release Xiao Lu from her confinement. Upon feeling her newfound freedom, Xiao Lu dashed toward Jean Tylin and the vine without hesitation. Seeing Xiao Lu rush towards him, Jean Tylin, once fearless and mad, now paled. Faced with a level 7 mutated plant, a level 5 pinnacle, alongside Nan Murian and Sino, he realized he had no chance of victory. Continuing this fight would render escape nearly impossible. In this dire situation, he could only choose to save himself. The vine, left behind in the room with no means of escape, found itself in disbelief, abandoned by the human it had trusted. Little by, the vine, your human has forsaken you. Xiao Lu, that human is a villain. Why do you still side with him? The vine fell silent, recalling the promise made by that human to help it grow strong. At that moment, Nan Murian suddenly drew forth a machine gun and commenced a frenzied assault on the colossal vine. Seizing the opportunity as the vine writhed in pain, she swiftly scaled its massive form, locating the pristine white flower perched atop it, and without hesitation, plunged her weapon into its core. As a plant-based ability user, Nan Murian possessed an innate talent for identifying the vital weaknesses of flora. The vine's Achilles heel resided in that very white bloom. Once the flower was struck, the entire vine began to rapidly retract until it was no larger than a finger. Simultaneously, a ghostly blue crystal core materialized on the ground. Xiao Bai began to writhe with excitement, yearning for the crystal to enhance his abilities, being at the pinnacle of level 5. This object could propel him directly to level 6. Here you go, Nan Murian tenderly spoke, stroking Xiao Bai. She then crouched down, aiming her dagger at the diminutive vine on the ground, intent on obliterating the colossal vine entirely. Xiao Bai pleaded, Reran, can we spare the vine? It has reverted to a mere ordinary vine. Xiao Lu interjected, that is not an option. It once caused harm to Reran and Yi. Xiao Bai proposed. Then let Reran absorb all of the vine's remaining life force and sap. Xiao Lu inquired, why would we do that? Xiao Bai explained, this way, Reran will never fear her abilities being sealed again. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, Nan Murian acted without hesitation. The once minuscule vine was absorbed by her, transforming into a cloud of ash that vanished into the ether, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Lu remarked, Xiao Bai, didn't you just plead for the vine? How quickly you turned to obliterating it. Xiao Bai retorted, I don't understand. Xiao Lu sighed. Indeed, you remain a fool. Siyi observed Nan Murian as she absorbed the last vestiges of the vine's power and remarked, we must pursue Jean Tylin. That's no longer possible. Our significant troubles have arrived. Nan Murian furrowed her brow as she sensed Chen Shuhan approaching with over 30 ability users. As Chen Shuhan departed the hotel to investigate the personnel entering and exiting the Lan City base over the past 3 days, Zhou Ling was at Villa No. 2, attempting to persuade his father to join him in thwarting the Qin family's dealings with the Gene Laboratory. The Gene Laboratory? What nonsense! Zhou Gang exclaimed, after hearing Zhou Ling's concerns, convinced that Nan Murian and her companions were indeed problematic. He held little faith that the Qin family would engage in such nefarious activities. Despite their numerous minor issues and Chen Shuhan's self-serving tendencies, Zhou Gang believed that, on matters of great significance, the Qin family could be trusted. Zhou Ling was taken aback by his father's unwavering faith in the Qin family. Observing his father's resolute demeanor, he inquired, if that were the case, why does Chen Shuhan treat my uncle's family with such favoritism? Just because he fancies Zhou Jing, does that make him some lecherous man? Father, let's not forget what my uncle and his family do. Zhou Jing is a medical doctorate, while my uncle and aunt are top professors in genetic science. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gang felt a sudden pang of apprehension. What about the scientific exchange seminar at the base hotel tomorrow at 3? Zhou Ling continued to press. Zhou Gang responded. Qin Shuhan specifically mentioned that it is merely a standard medical seminar aimed at connecting with peers to research antidotes against the zombie virus. Do you honestly believe that? Zhou Ling felt embarrassed for the Qin family's flimsy excuse, questioning how one could counter the undead. Zhou Gang's temper flared at his son's lack of respect, feeling insulted. Suddenly, an anxious voice interrupted from outside. Lingo, Lingo, something terrible has happened. What is it? Zhou Ling, still focused on the base hotel, felt a rush of urgency. Qin Shuhan has brought the ability users from Villa Number 5 to the base hotel. He is likely seeking trouble with Miss Nand and her companions. Breathless from running, the messenger conveyed the news. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling lost interest in further debate with his father and dashed towards the base hotel. Aling, come back. Zhou Gang yelled, fuming as he watched Zhou Ling's retreating figure. Without a clear understanding of the situation, rushing in would only invite disaster. Yet, considering that the Zhou family had but one heir, he could not simply disregard it. Turning to his secretary, he commanded, Secretary Liang, accompany me to the base hotel. Fortunately, the Zhou family's 20-some ability users were stationed at the base hotel, ready to lend a hand, if necessary. The father and son made their way to the base hotel, where a conflict loomed on the horizon. Chapter 115, The Superpower. Immediately, Jia Wu and Shi Wu, displaying remarkable coordination, set off in pursuit of the sniper. Their blades and lightning surged towards the sniper positioned on the rooftop of the opposite building. As they advanced, they intended to engage the adversary, only to catch sight of Dr. Jean plummeting from the rear window of room 909. The two swiftly unleashed their abilities upon Jean Tylin, targeting his vital points. Jean Tylin, taken aback by their assault, could hardly comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Nan Muron on the upper floor adjusted her abilities, witnessing the unfolding chaos in the hotel's rear alley. However, a more pressing concern awaited her. A fierce Qin Shuhan, accompanied by over 30 ability users, was advancing on the hotel. Does Qin Shuhan possess any evidence? Observing his confident demeanor, Nan Muron found herself questioning. C considered her query, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What do you think? Having dealt with the aftermath through Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai, coupled with the expertise of Jia Wu and the Eagle in covering their tracks, Nan Muron doubted Qin Shuhan could procure any evidence. How can he be so brazen, not fearing the repercussions? Perhaps he was merely blinded by rage, C surmised. Recalling Qin Shuhan's demeanor towards Zhou Jing, which shed light on his current mindset, Nan Muron nodded, let us go down and confront him. As they opened the door, they found not only the ever-present Eagle and Qi Jin but also Han Yingting, Qing Cheng, and Xiang Shi, who all exhaled in relief upon seeing them emerge unscathed. Let us descend. Our troubles are upon us, Nan Muron declared with her usual icy composure. As her mental abilities gradually restored, she perceived the surrounding circumstances clearly. It became evident that the individual who had rescued Jean Tylin was a pinnacle level 5 control-type ability user, now fixated on her. As long as she remained still, he would not act recklessly. Yet, should she take the initiative, he would undoubtedly intervene. The threat he wielded was represented by the two who had just pursued her. Nan Muron's perception was astute. Indeed, a control-type ability user lurked nearby, equally aware of her formidable prowess. Simultaneously, Jia Wu continued to edge closer to the rear of the opposite building, in search of the sniper who had previously targeted Nan Muron and Si. Shi Wu lingered behind, directing his attacks at Jean Tylin, only to discover that all his offensive maneuvers were thwarted by an invisible barrier. Falling uselessly to the ground just 5 meters from Jean Tylin, Jean Tylin watched as the swift and ruthless 15 launched his attacks, and an involuntary sense of panic surged within him. His defensive ability, the encirclement, had already been employed during his earlier skirmish with Nan Murian and Si upstairs. In this precarious situation, its energy could deplete at any moment. If the formidable man before him persisted too long in his assault, Jean Tylin feared he might be unable to escape. Casting a fleeting glance at the dark alley behind him, he swiftly enveloped 15 in his encirclement and, without looking back, fled deeper into the passage. Observing the retreating figure, 15 began to attempt to breach the barrier obstructing his path. With unwavering resolve, he pursued Jean Tylin, his blade poised and ready. He faintly heard the sound of steel piercing flesh, though whether it struck a vital point remained uncertain. Simultaneously, Jia Wu had reached the ground floor of the opposite building. Instead of ascending immediately, he meticulously determined the escape route his adversaries would take. He seamlessly blended into the shadows around the corner, waiting in silence like a predator. As seconds ticked by, Jia Wu's gaze remained fixed on the exit, unwavering. Unsurprisingly, two figures emerged from the building, one following the other. In an instant, Jia Wu's previously motionless body erupted with astonishing speed, his dagger swiftly closing in on the duo from behind. It must be noted that the two snipers exhibited remarkable reflexes, sensing the imminent danger. They swiftly evaded to the side, causing Jia Wu's dagger to strike nothing but air. He altered his course, blocking their path. As he observed them closely, he realized they were indeed members of the Black Ice Organization. "Leave if you wish to live," remarked a young sniper approximately in his 20s, who bore a sniper rifle, his tone icy and indifferent. Beside him, the older sniper's expression shifted dramatically. "Jia Wu, you're still alive." The younger sniper paused, clearly taken aback. The name Jia Wu was all too familiar to him, a legendary figure among mercenaries, known for obliterating a 100-member gangster stronghold in a quest for vengeance, and somehow emerging unscathed. Jia Wu did not soften his approach, due to their prior acquaintance. With a piercing gaze, he summoned the power of lightning, condensing and releasing it in a split second. Almost instantaneously, the two men began to tremble uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground, their life force extinguished. Satisfied that they were no longer breathing, Jia Wu turned and hastened towards the base hotel. Jean Tylin had escaped. Without the barrier to restrain him, 15 quickly coordinated with him, rushing towards the hotel. Not far above, a graceful woman turned her head to the elegantly dressed man in a white shirt beside her. Expressing her bewilderment at his decision to let Jia Wu and 15 go, "Xing Chen, you merely watched as they slaughtered our people without intervening?" The man with phoenix-like eyes gently shook his head and replied softly, "If I were to intervene, we would be unable to leave today."
How could that be?
The woman clearly found it hard to believe. Xing Chen was reputed to be the most formidable ability user in the world. How could he possibly be unable to escape? With a soft sigh, Xing Chen replied, "She is a level 5 psychic ability user, and an offensive one at that." "What does that mean?" The woman was perplexed. Xing Chen offered no further explanation, merely saying, "All right, let us return. Our mission for this outing is complete." Reluctantly, the woman regarded him but refrained from pressing further. Since their acquaintance, Xing Chen had always been an enigma. He possessed striking looks, yet was not effeminate. He appeared gentle in temperament, yet was stubborn and resolute. Few could truly discern his thoughts, even those closest to him, like herself. Nan Murian sensed the departure of that overwhelming force. Feeling relieved that Jia Wu and 15 had returned safely, Chen Shohan, accompanied by 37 ability users from the Qin family, number 5 villa, promptly identified which rooms Zhou Ling had occupied 2 days prior in the hotel lobby. 15 floors, the 11 rooms on the east side of the elevator, stated a hotel attendant, visibly trembling at Chen Shohan's menacing demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chen Shohan's gaze darkened further. He could nearly ascertain with absolute certainty that those residing on the 15th floor were responsible for Zhou Jing's murder. At the same time, Zhou Ling had also arrived, and upon entering the hotel lobby, he called out loudly, "Chen Shohan, what are you doing?" Hearing Zhou Ling's arrogant voice and recalling the gruesome fate of Zhou Jing, who had been brutally hung outside, Chen Shohan glared at Zhou Ling with bloodshot eyes. "Do you not know?" Zhou Ling, feigning ignorance, shook his head. "I heard you were targeting our Zhou family as ability users. They killed Zhou Jing, do you not know?" Chen Shohan's demeanor turned volatile. As prominent figures of the Lan City safe base, their sudden public confrontation began to attract onlookers. Zhou Ling, observing the growing crowd, felt increasingly satisfied with the unfolding situation. He was determined to impart a profound lesson to the often arrogant Qin heir today. A sarcastic smile crept onto his lips as his words grew more aggressive. "You brought a bunch of inexplicable people into the safe base, leading to my cousin's death, and you want to pin the blame on us, the Zhou family? Do you think everyone is blind? What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Shohan was infuriated by Zhou Ling's unfounded accusations. "Zhou Jing was my cousin, and you dare claim our Zhou family's ability team was responsible for her death? Do you not find that laughable?" This Lawn City safe base is a sanctuary for all of us in Lawn City, governed by sound management, rules, systems, and justice. It is not your Chin family's dictatorship. Without evidence, how dare you slander us? Are you a rabid dog? Zhou Ling's tone was brash and disrespectful. Yet, his words resonated with many in the audience, garnering their sympathy. Zhou Gang, following closely behind, observed his son's adept performance for the first time, realizing that his son was neither a fool nor inept, but rather quite clever. A single statement had effectively rallied support for him. Secretary Liang, please go to the Chin family and invite their key players over. Inquire whether this is their family's stance or merely Qin Shuhan's individual opinion. Since Zhou Ling had already set the tone for the day's events, it was imperative to achieve a favorable outcome. Descending from the 9th floor, Nan Murian had not anticipated that Qin Shuhan, accompanied by over 30 ability users to confront her group, would ultimately be foolish enough to fail even to get past Zhou Ling claiming to be the chosen one. He was nothing more than a brainless fool. Do you doubt my ability to present evidence of their crimes? Qin Shuhan's tone was resolute. His confidence stemmed from Jean Tailin, a man shrouded in mystery. Since their acquaintance, he had proven nearly omnipotent. If he could inform Qin Shuhan about Nan Murian, then surely he possessed the means to provide evidence. If all else failed, Qin Shuhan could always call upon him as a witness. Old Qin, take a team to Suite 909 and bring Professor Jean down, Qin Shuhan instructed calmly. The group accompanying Nan Murian nearby nearly burst into laughter upon hearing his command. To have the notorious Jean Fingzi testify on his behalf, this young master Qin truly possesses an extraordinary degree of audacity. Moreover, Jean Fingzi remains oblivious to whether he is alive or dead. To enlist his testimony is nothing short of absurd. Zhou Ling observed the distant figures of Nan Murong and Si, who stood among the onlookers, their expressions adorned with faint smiles. He understood in his heart that Qin Shuhan would undoubtedly be unable to procure any evidence. It was likely that the individual from room 909 was no longer present either. All you need to do is present the relevant evidence. Regardless of who the perpetrator may be or how formidable their strength, my Zhou family will fully cooperate in apprehending the culprit. After all, Zhou Jing is my direct cousin and also a member of the base. It is our family's duty. Yet, what if there is no evidence? Young Master Qin, how do you intend to deal with this mess before you? Zhou Ling regarded Qin Shuhan with a provocative tone. Qin Shuhan had always walked the path of an elite, meticulously nurtured to graduate from top-tier institutions, exuding calmness and grace, a paragon of nobility. In his memories, Zhou Ling was merely a reckless second-generation heir, unabashedly wielding the power and wealth of the Zhou family throughout the base. In Qin Shuhan's eyes, Zhou Ling seemed a mere waste, boasting only a prominent lineage, and thus he had never regarded him as a serious contender. Yet at this moment, this so-called waste stood resolutely before him and over 30 other empowered individuals, arguing with conviction and showing no signs of retreat, compelling him to reassess his opinion of Zhou Ling. It must be said, he had indeed underestimated Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling was not devoid of fear regarding Qin Shuhan and his entourage. Rather, he held firm trust in the support of Nan Murong and her companions, as well as Jia Wu and Shi Wu, who were gradually making their way over. After all, Nan Murong was a formidable figure capable of swiftly neutralizing 3 empowered individuals within Villa No. 5 from a distance of 500 meters. This formidable ally evidently stood with him, thus Zhou Ling faced Qin Shuhan without a hint of trepidation. Qin Shuhan's surprise was fleeting, and he quickly adjusted his suit, straightened his glasses, and spoke with gravity. If no evidence can be found, then young Master Zhou, whatever you say shall be as you dictate. Excellent. This condition shall be noted, young Master Qin. I kindly ask you to procure the evidence regarding the murder of my cousin Zhou Jing by our family's empowered individuals. Zhou Ling was unperturbed by the possibility of Qin Shuhan later denying his words, for the crowd of onlookers was substantial. Zhou Gang gazed at his son, his eyes alight with pride. This son, who had always been deemed a disappointment, had finally shown promise. The remaining onlookers frowned upon hearing Zhou Ling's words. The notion that the Zhou family's empowered individuals had killed one of their own was indeed peculiar. Isn't Zhou Jing the daughter of Professor Zhou? She is one of the Zhou family. Has young Master Qin lost his mind? Keep your voices down, lest we attract trouble. This base is under the Qin family's dominion. The crowd began to murmur, the tide of sentiment evidently shifting. One could not deny that Zhou Ling had made a significant catch and performed exceptionally well.
Meanwhile,
Zhou Gang's secretary, Secretary Liang, had arrived with several elders from the Qin family. On the way, Secretary Liang had meticulously briefed the two power brokers about the situation encountered at the base hotel, per his employer's request. The Qin father and son were incensed by their descendants' blatant disrespect, but more so, they felt a deep disappointment. After all, it was merely a woman. Such a lack of decorum was utterly unacceptable. More critically, the Qin family's standing was already tenuous, particularly with their close ties to the Ouyang family, which hinted at potential alliances. If this matter reached the ears of the elder members of the Ouyang family, it could spell further trouble. Chen Shuhan, what on earth are you doing? The elderly patriarch of the Qin family, nearing 80, could no longer contain himself upon entering the hotel lobby and hearing the discussions among the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at his grandson, his face flushed with anger. Simultaneously, a Chen family-empowered individual, tasked with fetching Jean Hanlin, descended the stairs, his expression decidedly grim. Leaning closer to Chen Shuhan, he lowered his voice, "Young master, room 909 is in complete disarray. It appears uninhabited." Upon hearing this, the Chen patriarch's countenance shifted dramatically. At the same time, Nan Morong took a few steps closer. Approaching Qi Yongfan and Ling Yuan, who had just come down from the 14th floor, still looking bewildered. She lowered her voice significantly. "The occupant of room 909, Dr. Jean, is a top-tier medical professor with a history of conducting genetic experiments for foreign enterprises prior to the apocalypse. We need to thoroughly search room 909 and retrieve any documentation related to genetic experiments for Zhou Ling. Since Chen Shuhan had already exposed himself, he must be dealt with decisively." Though Qi Yongfan initially wished to counter her, Ling Yuan gently tugged at him and addressed Nan Morong, "We should act swiftly. Please monitor the situation here, Miss Nan." Zhou Ling, observing Nan Morong's actions, gradually grasped her intentions and boldly revealed Jean Tailin's identity before the gathered crowd. The fact that Jean Tailin had been conducting experiments on living subjects even before the apocalypse rendered him a universally acknowledged demon in the eyes of all. With this revelation, the Qin family instantly became perceived as accomplices in the eyes of the base's inhabitants. Allowing such a family to continue holding power over the base stirred a sense of unease among the populace. The Qin father and son, witnessing the pointed fingers and whispers of the surrounding crowd, felt a surge of indignation. Unfortunately, the situation had spiraled beyond their control since Chen Shuhan's mention of Hotel Room 909. To preserve the patriarch's position of authority within the base, the Qin family had forfeited their security rights. From then on, the Zhou family would assume full responsibility for the security forces of the entire Lan City base. Zhou Gang felt a sense of vindication as his previously derided son had finally emerged triumphant. After 24 years of nurturing, hope had finally materialized today. Before the disheartened Qin family could catch their breath, a woman's voice rang out from the crowd. Dr. Jean does not limit his genetic experiments to mere ordinary individuals. Various empowered individuals serve as his optimal subjects. Nan Morong's icy voice, imbued with a persuasive force, reverberated throughout the lobby, causing the remaining 30-odd empowered individuals from the Qin family to grow increasingly restless. This was a calculated strike, effectively sowing discord. Listening to Nan Morong's calm, unwavering words, Zhou Ling felt his heart race uncontrollably. The indignation directed at the Qin family fueled his excitement over today's triumph. Soon, the base's security personnel arrived to maintain order, gradually dispersing the onlookers in the hotel lobby. Upon returning to the 15th floor, Nan Morong exchanged a glance with Si, and upon mutual understanding, they all entered Si's room. A peak-level control-type empowered individual? The old eagle found it hard to believe the sheer power. Nan Morong picked up a brush and began sketching the pair she had observed standing atop the distant building earlier. The man, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, was tall and possessed a strikingly clean appearance, his phoenix-like eyes reflecting an otherworldly aloofness. Despite the surrounding blanket of snow, he seemed unperturbed by the chill. Dressed in thin garments, the woman, in a white down jacket, had round, adorable eyes that conveyed a clear sense of dissatisfaction. The control-type empowered individual, is this man? Jiawu stated it as a certainty. Nan Morong nodded. Indeed, today we both refrained from confrontation out of mutual caution, but that was merely for today. Jean Tylin has expressed a desire to take us back to his laboratory with the intent to eliminate those individuals entirely. Might those individuals be connected to this man? C pondered with a hint of skepticism. Nan Murian gazed at the man depicted in the painting and inscribed his name, Stardust. It might not refer to an individual but rather a collective or perhaps an organization. Setting aside the artwork, Nan Murian turned her attention to the vast expanse of pristine snow visible through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. December had arrived, and the bitter chill of winter was less than a fortnight away. It was imperative to swiftly gather the fruits from launcher before returning. Are we not pursuing these individuals? The old hawk questioned, his uncertainty palpable in response to Nan Murian's words. Casting a glance at the two portraits on the table, she replied, "We certainly shall. But not at this moment. As the year draws to a close, the weather will become increasingly frigid, potentially plummeting to -70 degrees. I have no desire to endure the winter outdoors." The others, accustomed to unconditionally trusting Nan Murian, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Then let us hasten to collect the fruits and return home," the old hawk suggested, recalling the chilling temperatures reminiscent of Yakutia. One could suffer excruciating pain from merely standing outside for 10 minutes, and a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal encounter with such frigid air. Jiawu grimaced at the thought. At that temperature, even one's bodily functions could freeze. We must indeed head back. Sai and Nan Murian exchanged smiles, but remained silent. The following morning, the group approached Zhou Ling to express their intention to depart. "May I accompany you?" Zhou Ling inquired timidly. Nan Murian shook her head. "That's not possible. But I'm not just anyone. You can't dismiss me so easily. I am quite useful, and I have awakened the ability to teleport," Zhou Ling insisted, promoting his worth. "The scholars at the launcher safe base need to process the classified information swiftly." Nan Murian regarded Zhou Ling thoughtfully.
Ah.
"But I have a meeting with the scholars at 3 this afternoon," he suddenly recalled. Although Dr. Jean had fled, the Ouyang and Qin families remained, and the matter was far from resolved. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the academic exchange meeting commenced punctually. Relying on the invitation that Zhou Ling had procured, Nan Murian and her companions entered the venue, only to discover it filled with nearly 100 attendees. The gathering resembled a university classroom, with a whiteboard cluttered with dense and peculiar proclamations, and the participants seated in attentive silence. As more people congregated, discussions began to unfold. Topics ranged from the latest advancements in medical science to the understanding of superhumans, culminating in a brazen mention of genetic serums. If experimental drugs can aid in awakening more superhumans and help humanity endure the apocalypse, why should we not pursue this? A 50-something geneticist proclaimed earnestly. A girl clad in a deep blue down coat rose to her feet. "If we proceed, where lies the limit, and what delineates our boundaries? According to your hypothesis, our experimental subjects would transform into living beings. If we cannot impose effective restrictions, we would not be preserving humanity's existence and capabilities. Instead, we would be precipitating a complete degradation of our humanity." The girl's words ignited a fervent debate within the classroom. "Survival of the fittest," echoed some. "If we cannot live under the pressure of these drugs, we will not survive in the apocalypse either. Are you willing to be the first test subject for the serum?" The girl coldly challenged a man who had spoken boastfully. The old hawk regarded the girl with intrigue. "Interesting. I expected only lunatics like Jean to attend this exchange. Yet here stands a voice of reason." Chapter 118. Boss Lu Mei. Nan Murian leaned closer to Zhou Ling, lowering her voice. "Please assist in gathering information on those scholars with particularly extreme viewpoints." Zhou Ling nodded, recognizing that these individuals might be facing dire consequences.
Boss.
"My father wishes to invite you for a meal, may I? We shall depart shortly after the exchange meeting. If time permits on our return journey, we may dine together." Nan Murian did not outright refuse. Zhou Ling nodded, refraining from pressing further. As the group prepared to leave, Zhou Ling arranged for the restaurant chef to prepare a substantial quantity of food that was convenient for storage and reheating, which was placed in their car's trunk. Even Zhou Gang came out to bid them farewell. "Remember to visit us upon your return," Zhou Gang urged earnestly. Having previously deemed his son a failure, He could see the transformation in him since meeting these individuals and felt immensely grateful. Nanmurian smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The group set off in their vehicles. It seems we must take a detour. We can reach Guxian in 3 hours. Do you think there are still living souls in that county? The old hawk pondered, glancing at the map near the water's edge. It's unlikely to be entirely devoid of life. There are forests beyond that area, Sai replied calmly. After a 3-hour journey, they entered Guxian, where the county was adorned with crimson buildings, and the towering structures under the night sky loomed like ghostly silhouettes, sending chills down their spines. The headlights illuminated the desolate street far ahead, disappearing into the darkness. Ranyan Jiawu, in the passenger seat, called out, directing her gaze forward. Following his line of sight, they noticed a hotel sign emanating colorful light in the distance, with individuals entering and exiting. Eternal Night Hotel? What a peculiar name, the old hawk remarked, furrowing his brow. Utilizing her mental prowess, Nanmurian attempted to probe the hotel but found her abilities curiously hindered. Let us approach and investigate, she suggested. As their vehicle came to a halt at the entrance, a man clad in a long black down coat approached them, his smile warm and demeanor eager. Welcome to the Eternal Night Hotel. The parking lot is to your right. You may park your vehicle there. Nanmurian signaled for the old hawk to move the car, and the others followed suit. Upon exiting, they exchanged wary glances. This hotel feels off, Honington whispered. Nanmurian nodded. We've arrived. Let us assess the situation. As the 9 of them entered the hotel lobby, another tall man with a beaming smile welcomed them. Welcome to the Eternal Night Hotel. Are you here for dining or lodging? Both dining and lodging, Nanmurian replied coolly. Please follow me. The man maintained a flawless service smile as he led them to a round table, adorned with a semicircular sofa and chairs. The overhead lighting artfully designed with a unique flair. Once seated, the man presented a menu from a nearby rack. Here is our menu. You may also convey your lodging requirements. For suites will suffice, Nanmurian stated. The male attendant paused momentarily, then continued in a gentle tone. 1 suite for 1 day and night requires 50 basic crystal cores or 1 second-level crystal core. Food can also be used as a deduction. 1 room per day requires 1 kilogram of food. Goodness, this price is quite exorbitant, the old hawk exclaimed in disbelief. The attendant maintained his perfect smile, unfazed by the old hawk's complaint, and calmly responded, How would you like to settle the payment? Please arrange for 5 days accommodation. Nanmurian directly placed 20 second-level crystal cores on the table. After the attendant collected the cores, he opened the menu for the group. Upon viewing the lavish array of food options and appetizing images, they were taken aback. Many vegetables adorned the menu. Can you prepare this vegetable salad and fruit pizza? Chung inquired tentatively. Certainly, everything on the menu is available, the attendant assured them. A roasted leg of lamb, sweet and sour pork, stir-fried noodles, glutinous rice with lotus root paired with yam, and clay pot vermicelli with shrimp. After taking into account everyone's opinions, Chung ordered, without the slightest hesitation. The waiter swiftly verified the menu and smiled at the group. The bill amounts to 5 level 3 crystal cores or 1 level 4 crystal core. Upon hearing this, the group collectively inhaled sharply. Isn't food payable with other means? She expressed uncertainty. The male waiter, with a courteous smile, replied no. Food can only be paid for with crystal cores. Nanmurian cheerfully handed over a level 4 crystal core. Please expedite the meal. The waiter couldn't help but tremble slightly as he received the yellow crystal core. The layout of the Eternal Night Hotel mimicked ancient inns, with dining halls on the 1st and 2nd floors and accommodation starting from the 4th floor. Hence, many patrons were gathered on the 1st floor for their meals, though many hesitated at the prices of the dishes and opted for simpler orders. To their surprise, someone boldly paid, without haggling. My sister is quite generous. I, Lu Mei, shall not be outdone. A woman clad in a crimson dress and draped in fur approached with a bottle of 60-year-aged liquor, placing it on the table. Nanmurian regarded her. The woman stood about 5 feet tall, donned 10-centimeter red high heels, her figure voluptuous and alluring, with meticulously styled wavy hair, crimson lips, and her nails painted a striking red. Are you the owner of this hotel? Lu Mei admired the girl before her, who had round, bright eyes and fair skin, appearing youthful yet exuding an undeniable presence. I am Lu Mei, indeed the proprietor of Eternal Night. Thank you for the wine, Boss Lu. Nan Murian lowered her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with courtesy. My sister is truly remarkable, Lu Mei remarked, surprised to encounter such a girl since the apocalypse. Thank you for your kind words, Boss Lu. Nan Murian's confident demeanor deepened Lu Mei's smile. I appreciate people like you, who are so forthright. Qin, return their meal expenses. This meal is on me. As she took back the level 4 crystal core, Nan Murian's gaze followed Lu Mei's graceful figure, intrigued by the fact that she couldn't discern the owner's abilities or their level. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hotel, a man and a woman entered. Rian. It's them. The man at the door was none other than Xingchen, who wore a khaki woolen coat over his attire, while the girl beside him remained unchanged. Upon sensing their gaze, Xingchen looked up and locked eyes with her, his gaze filled with the brilliance of stars, which caught him off guard. After regaining his composure, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Nan Murian quietly observed Xingchen and his companion, sensing that this control-type ability user was likely also drawn here by the fruit tree in the forest behind. Chapter 119. Disturbances at the hotel. Nan Murian withdrew her gaze, calmly stating, What a coincidence. Why are they here? Lao Ying frowned. They must be after the fruit in the forest, Yi remarked, unperturbed. The apocalypse had only begun, yet these individuals had evidently attained formidable abilities, an achievement unattainable without the aid of mutated fruit. Han Ting glanced at Xingchen and the woman, surprised that Nan Murian's group recognized them. Who are they? That individual was seen earlier today in a building not far from the Lancheng Hotel, 15 asserted confidently. Nan Murian was taken aback by his precise deduction. How did you know? He carries a faint scent of source treasure, 15 replied. Lao Ying was astonished. Your nose is that keen? 15 remained silent. When it came to tracking, he was indeed a top-tier expert, with a nose even more sensitive than a military dog's, and he had never been wrong. Nan Murian nodded slightly at 15. He saved Jean Tylin at the launching base today. Is he also from the Jean laboratory? Han Ting's demeanor shifted at the mention of Jean Tylin, as he held little regard for that group. Uncertain, but we will soon engage with them, and then we shall know. On the other side, upon seeing Xingchen's arrival, the hotel staff approached with their customary politeness. Welcome to Eternal Night Hotel. How may we assist you? Xingchen first spotted Lu Mei near the front desk and fixed his gaze. We require dinner and 2 rooms. Lu Mei's eyes glimmered with playful intrigue upon seeing him. Internally, she mused that while the exquisite newcomer was appealing, he unmistakably belonged to the young girl, and she would not encroach upon another's affection, no matter her own feelings. However, the man before her was equally captivating, and she realized he was unlike any other in her hotel. An impulse to undress him and admire him closely stirred within her, perhaps intentionally. Despite the ample vacancies in the lobby, the waiter seated Xingchen and the woman near Nan Murian's table. As they promptly paid the crystal cores for their meal and lodging, whispers began to circulate among the diners who had previously watched Nan Murian's group pay hefty sums. Just as they had contemplated, the arrival of the man and woman, he appearing genteel and she strikingly beautiful but seemingly lacking in strength, piqued their desires. 3 burly men exchanged glances and slowly approached Xingchen and the woman. Brother, shall we share a table? One of the men boldly sat beside Xingchen, while another took the seat adjacent to the woman, deliberately crowding her without leaving any space. Xingchen's phoenix eyes revealed a flicker of impatience, but he refrained from immediate action. The woman, sensing the man's lewd intentions and brazen gaze, could no longer remain seated. She sprang up, disdain written across her face as she confronted the troublemakers. You're filthy and disgusting. Who would want to share a table with you? Oh, feisty little girl. What if we must share this table? Another group of previously separate diners stood up to join the fray. At that moment, Nan Murian's dishes began to arrive one after another, each more enticing than the last, whetting their appetites as they unabashedly picked up their chopsticks.
You may.
Leaning against the front desk with her highball glass, watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. It had been ages since her establishment had been so lively. The 5 male waiters, all tall and robust in black suits and white shirts, observed the situation, initially intending to restore order. But Lu Mei waved them off with a graceful hand. The men positioned themselves beside her, joining in the spectacle. Lu Mei instinctively leaned closer to the nearest suited man, who promptly extended a supportive hand to steady her. Meanwhile, Xing Chen surveyed the escalating situation with a deepening frown. "Boss, there's a disturbance here," he remarked, his detached voice rising above the din in the hotel lobby. "The atmosphere of this hotel is rather eerie, and the female proprietor is the most peculiar of all." He had no intention of recklessly making a move on someone else's territory. Lu Mei was initially taken aback, but then burst into a fit of laughter, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "If you wish to cause trouble, go right ahead. Just compensate me for any damages, and if you can't afford it, you won't be leaving my hotel." Originally, the group of men had hesitated upon finding the hotel owner through Xing Chen, but upon hearing Lu Mei's nonchalant remarks, they became even more brazen. Nan Muran cast a surprised glance at Lu Mei, who was clearly enjoying the spectacle. This proprietress has quite the character. The 5 men beside her were also capable of supernatural abilities, and their levels were not to be underestimated. Han Ting was astonished to discover that even the security personnel of such a small hotel were all 2nd and 3rd-tier supernatural beings. Cheng Cheng's eyes flickered as she regarded the group of men. "Why do I find them rather handsome?" Their aura was reminiscent of that of the proprietress. Sherwu looked at Cheng Cheng and said, "You know, I think they are indeed quite dashing." Cheng Cheng was momentarily taken aback by Sherwu's words and then suddenly understood, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. The proprietress and those 5 men were undeniably striking. A curious scene unfolded in the hotel's lobby as the group began to eat while observing the unfolding drama. Guests at the dining area, including Nan Muran and her companions, watched with keen interest, yet not a single soul came to the apparent aid of the seemingly weaker Xing Chen against the woman. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Xing Chen harnessed his powers, causing the men who had been advancing toward him to feel their bodies stiffen, before being lifted and suspended in midair. In an instant, they crashed heavily to the ground, only to be lifted and thrown down repeatedly, enduring countless cycles of this torment until they were left bloodied and bruised. After landing, one of the supernatural beings hurled a sharp blade at Xing Chen, but he effortlessly deflected it back, embedding it into the assailant's body. Yet, this did not deter the others, who had previously remained inactive, from joining the fray. Various supernatural attacks began to fly towards Xing Chen and his companion, putting Nan Muran and her group, who had been engrossed in their meal and the spectacle, at risk of collateral damage. As ice blades and wind cuts approached them, Ci instinctively prepared to unleash a water escape technique, but was taken aback as a flash of light swiftly passed by, neutralizing all incoming attacks.
Too tall.
Dapper gentlemen in suits appeared on either side of their table. They were among the 5 handsome men who had just accompanied the proprietress, Lu Mei. "Rest assured, sisters. Enjoy your meal and the show. These 2 will keep watch over you." Lu Mei pointed to the well-dressed gentleman, smiling at Nan Muran, who nodded in response. Although she could not discern the true strength of this woman, Lu Mei's demeanor suggested goodwill, and thus, it was only fitting to reciprocate with grace. As a psychic supernatural being, she sensed the sincerity of Lu Mei's fondness, albeit its origins were somewhat perplexing. Though there were 12 men standing up to provoke Xing Chen, appearing overwhelming in numbers, they stood little chance against a peak-level 5th-tier control-type supernatural being. In short order, the 12 men lay bloodied on the ground, none dead but all battered, resembling tattered dolls. Xing Chen gestured to the woman across from him. "Inu, please sit down and enjoy your meal." He remained indifferent to the worthless scum before him. What truly concerned him were the group of 9 quietly observing the drama, evidently also in pursuit of the fruits in the forest beyond, although they were not as powerful in terms of supernatural levels. Nan Muran was a 5th-tier early-stage psychic adept at using her abilities to their fullest extent. Psychic beings possess the capability to defeat opponents of higher tiers, and in a one-on-one confrontation, he might not even be her equal, let alone when she had 8 capable companions by her side. Yet, the unique nature of the fruit tree's enhancement to supernatural powers was too vital, and the organization desperately needed those fruits. He simply could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Noticing Xing Chen's evident displeasure, Inu reluctantly sat down. But the overwhelming scent of blood in the air extinguished her appetite. Lu Mei maintained her nonchalant demeanor, yet her gaze had deepened with intrigue. She had clearly not anticipated that this seemingly gentle man possessed such formidable power. Similarly, among the diners in the hotel lobby, Those who had previously harbored intentions of taking advantage were now displaying expressions of fear at Xing Chen's display of strength. Only Nanmu Ran and her companions remained unfazed by the unfolding scene, their appetites undeterred by the sanguine atmosphere. A peak-level 5th-tier control-type supernatural being could easily handle a dozen second- and third-tier beings. If it were Nanmu Rand employing her psychic abilities, the outcome would likely have been even more decisive, leaving no survivors. While the furniture remained intact, the carpet was stained with blood, which would require considerable effort to clean. Lu Mei's soft voice broke the silence. Emu, sitting across from Xing Chen, attempted to interject, but before she could, Xing Chen set down his chopsticks and stood, calmly stating, "I will cover the cost of cleaning the lobby. Just send the bill to my room." Watching as Xing Chen and Inu departed, Nanmu Ran could not help but ponder whether it would be prudent to deal with this man now to avoid complications when they sought the fruits the following day. She felt confident in her chances against Xing Chen in a direct confrontation. "Sister, do you know those two?" Lu Mei's tone was laced with a hint of curiosity. Nanmu Ran smiled at Lu Mei, but said nothing. Lu Mei, recognizing her lack of response, sighed in resignation before suddenly laughing. Her laughter tinged with a seductive allure. "I have a penchant for handsome men. It would be splendid if they could stay at my hotel." "Stay at the hotel?" Nanmu Ran couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Mei's choice of words was indeed clever. It was difficult to discern whether it implied captivity or voluntary residence.
Yu Mei nodded,
gesturing towards the nearby waitstaff and the suited security personnel. "Just like them. Staying at the hotel means no worries for food and shelter, plus the opportunity to cultivate. What could be better? Handsome fellow, are you interested?" She directed her question at Han Ting. In truth, she was most intrigued by the towering figure beside the girl, whose striking features could rival the finest in Asia. Alas, he was already taken, so she thought to inquire about Han Ting instead. "Apologies." Han Ting could only manage a polite smile, feeling somewhat awkward. Lu Mei's expression soured at his rejection, and with a flirtatious roll of her eyes, she departed, saying, "Truly lacking in taste." Han Ting felt a shiver run down his spine, reluctantly acknowledging Lu Mei's captivating charm. The notion of having ample food and drink without danger was appealing. "See," teased Han Ting, "I think it sounds quite nice." Chung Ching joined in, laughing unabashedly. However, it was curious that Lu Mei seemed more interested in Si Yi than in Han Ting. The group continued to jest and enjoy their meal before planning to return to their respective rooms for rest, ready to venture into the forest for the fruit trees come morning. The Eternal Night Hotel stands at a modest height of merely 6 stories. As it happens, the 4 rooms requested by Nan Muron and her companions are luxurious suites, conveniently located on the topmost 6th floor. Upon exiting the elevator on this floor, they are greeted by a corridor that, while not excessively long, leads to their respective accommodations. The rooms designated for Nan Muron and her party face east, while the opposite end is obstructed by a notably heavy, ornately engraved door of dark copper hue. A peculiar atmosphere envelopes the surroundings, prompting Lao Ying to furrow his brow in unease. Nan Muron, attempting to use her mental prowess, seeks to discern the nature of this strange ambience, only to be met with an overwhelming chaos devoid of any discernible imagery. It seems this area belongs to the proprietress herself. With his keen sense of smell, Sherwu deduces that the fragrance emanating from Lu Mei is quite distinct. After a brief exchange of nods, the group decides against further investigation. Lao Ying, Jia Wu, and Shi Jin share a suite, while Nan Muron and Si occupy another. Once inside their room, Si sets about rearranging the furniture, moving a bed from the bedroom to the living area. "You take the inner room, and I shall stay in the outer living space." "Sounds good." Nan Muron replies with a smile, accustomed to his thoughtful nature, before heading straight to the bathroom for a shower. After her bath, Nan Muron emerges in her usual loose-knit nightwear, though today it is a softer shade of coffee brown. Noticing her damp hair, Si instinctively rises to retrieve a hairdryer from his bag, saying, "Come sit over here on the sofa. I shall dry your hair." His long fingers glide through her hair, providing a pleasantly tingling sensation. Nan Muron relaxes against the sofa, closing her eyes to fully enjoy Si Ye's meticulous care. Perhaps due to the injustices she endured in her previous life, this time around, she spares no effort in her self-care. Regular maintenance for her curls and timely applications of hair masks have become Si Ye's domain. From initial awkwardness He has grown adept and now approaches the task with genuine pleasure, devoid of any impatience. Suddenly, a woman's anguished scream pierces the air, laced with an indescribable dread. What is happening? Nan Neuron exclaims, momentarily taken aback. C also sets down the hairdryer, the sound seeming to originate from the direction of the proprietress's quarters. Chapter 121. The two little roots watch the drama unfold. As Nan Neuron and C step into the corridor, the residents of the 6th floor, alarmed by Lu Mei's distressing cries, emerge to investigate. Alongside their group of 9, they encounter 2 others, Xing Chun and Inu. Realizing they are all on the same floor, Xing Chun and Inu exchange concerned glances, pondering whether the hotel management has orchestrated this arrangement intentionally. What is up with the proprietress's voice? It sounds rather unsettling, Lauing remarks, dismissing the unexpected newcomers with a frown. Han Yingting nods in agreement. Indeed, something feels amiss. She seems to be in considerable pain. Observing the reactions of others, Jia Wu falls into contemplation, uncertain if his suspicions are well-founded. Noticing the bewildered expressions around him, he resigns himself to the fact that, as a mercenary, he possesses a broader understanding of such matters. Once more, Lu Mei's voice resonates, now tinged with a suppressed yet unbearable anguish. This sound startles Jia Wu, prompting him to ponder whether they have stumbled into a dangerous situation. Let us hope it doesn't end in tragedy. Given Lu Mei's prior kindness, Nan Neuron contemplates her next move. Stepping forward to the heavy copper door and knocking. Lu, are you in there? The painful groans within cease abruptly at her call. After a moment, the ornate copper door opens just a crack, revealing Lu Mei, her complexion ashen and devoid of vitality. With a strained smile, she greets Nan Neuron. What brings you here at this late hour, sister? Are you well? Upon approaching the door, Nan Neuron is struck by a potent scent of blood emanating from within, prompting her to express genuine concern. Most notably, she senses the presence of a formidable plant inside, an aura both vibrant and eerily unsettling. Lu Mei shakes her head, her beauty undiminished. I am fine. Thank you for your concern. It is late. You should return to your rest. With her dismissal clear, the group exchanges glances before retreating to their respective rooms. Once back, Nan Neuron sinks into the sofa. Siyi joins her, absently stroking her hair, relieved it has dried. Otherwise, the chill of the evening could lead to illness. Nan Neuron finds a comfortable position nestled against him, sharing. It seems there is a remarkably powerful mutated plant within Lu Mei's room. A mutated plant? Siyi echoes, equally disturbed by the hotel and Lu Mei's oddities, yet taken aback by the notion of such a plant. Furthermore, the presence of a bloody scent and the pervasive darkness within raise numerous questions. Even mutated flora post-apocalypse requires photosynthesis, yet the dark copper door evidently provides no light source. How then could such a plant thrive within? Are you curious about what lies inside? C inquires, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he anticipates her thoughts. Nan Neuron nods, a hint of exasperation in her voice. I can't help it. I'm genuinely intrigued by this mysteriously appearing plant. C tightens his embrace, affirming, understood. Nan Neuron gently touches the small figures of Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai on her wrist. Can you sense the plant's presence? Xiao Lu responds, I can sense it, but I'm unsure. I'd love to take a look. Xiao Bai adds, I'll accompany you. Xiao Lu insists, Wan, let us go investigate and report back. 2 slender threads of faint light drift from Nan Neuron's wrist. As they await news from the 2 little roots, Nan Neuron casually retrieves a tablet from her space. Turning to C, do you have a movie or series in mind that you'd like to watch? I'd like to see Hell's Vanguard. Do you have it? C requests. Nan Neuron readily agrees. I enjoy it as well. Opening the tablet, she locates the resources downloaded prior to the apocalypse. The 2 settle close together, savoring bubble tea and popcorn as they immerse themselves in the unfolding drama. Gunfire, cannon blasts, the rumble of tanks, the cacophony of explosions, all war elements play out with brutal realism, a harrowing portrayal of inevitable death and devastation. Meanwhile, behind the copper door, Lu Mei gazes at the immobile, colossal figure shrouded in darkness, exuding a sense of helplessness. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs. There's no need for guilt. After a prolonged silence, the figure leans slightly forward, its terrifying visage eliciting a scream. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, its body resembles cracked, desiccated bark, with only its eyes betraying any semblance of humanity. Even its lips appear as hardened, fissured tree bark, and atop its head sprout a tangle of branches, some even budding. "I'm sorry," a low, raspy voice emerges, the guilt in its gaze affirming its culpability. Lu Mei's expression shifts, tinged with impatience and a trace of sympathy. "I've said it before, we are merely fulfilling our needs." Seeing the figure bow its head in silence, Lu Mei rises and strides towards the exit, her frustration palpable. Who is the fool that arranged for these people to stay on the 6th floor? Truly infuriating. Suddenly, a gnarled branch reaches out, ensnaring her and dragging her back, casting her into a dark corner. Lu Mei, having fallen and feeling pain, could not help but exclaim in anger, "Have you lost your mind?" However, judging by the sound of her body's descent, it seemed she had not been hurt. Rather, it felt as if she had been gently tossed onto a vast bed. The treeman, with a hint of resignation, glanced back and together they vanished into the depths of the room's shadows. "Do not touch me," Lu Mei's voice dripped with ire as she sensed the treeman's proximity. Ultimately, only one phrase remained, an exquisite yet indescribable spectacle. By the end, Lu Mei, overwhelmed by an intense discomfort, was left with tears unshed. In another part of the room, Nanmu Ran leaned against Yi, tilting her head and blinking her eyes as she listened to the peculiar accounts and actions of Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai, who had returned with news. The details were muddled, leaving her increasingly perplexed. A treeman with eyes? And then what? What transpired next? Nanmu Ran stared blankly at the two, gesturing animatedly. Xiao Lu remarked, "Lu Mei seems to be in great pain. She cried so pitifully, and there was a lot of blood on her legs." Xiao Bai added, "The treeman was pressing down on Lu Mei. Their behavior was quite strange." Xiao Lu continued, "That treeman is fused with a level 7 mutated plant, nourished by much dark blood. He is incredibly powerful. I might not even stand a chance against him." Xiao Bai noted, there were bloodstains everywhere. Xiao Lu elaborated. He even asked Lu Boss why he could not do what others could. Xiao Bai inquired, "Who are the others that the treeman spoke of?" Xiao Lu replied, "I have no idea." Xiao Bai lamented, "Am I the only one who feels foolish?" Xiao Lu sighed in response. Finding it difficult to comprehend, Nanmu Ran began to relay their words to Si. Initially, Si remained silent, but then suddenly turned to Xiao Lu, biting his lip in slight embarrassment, and asked, "Did they put on clothes while entangled together?" Xiao Lu answered, "The clothes were thrown on the ground, and then strange sounds emerged." It was only after Nanmu Ran instinctively repeated Xiao Lu's words to Si that she realized the nature of the encounter between Lu Mei and the treeman. So, these two had actually witnessed the events unfold. Si observed the flush of confusion rising on Nanmu Ran's cheeks and sighed softly. "It seems that the century-old matter is of little consequence. It is nearly midnight. Shall we retire for the night?" What could Nanmu Ran say? At that moment, she longed to reprimand the two mischief-makers. Ran, do you know who the treeman referred to as others?" Xiao Lu asked. Nanmu Ran pressed her temples, feeling exasperated. She turned and retreated to her room, heading straight to bed. Outside the door, Si chuckled as he watched her hurried retreat, then turned to his own bed, which was positioned against the wall beside the door. Had Nanmu Ran not closed the door, he might have heard her breathing clearly. As she lay in bed, Nanmu Ran exhaled deeply. Yet, for reasons unknown, she soon found herself ensnared in a nightmare, and curiously, the scenes she beheld were unfamiliar to her. It was still the underground laboratory at the moment of their escape, with everything around her shattering due to her self-detonation. However, this time was different. After the chaos ensued, Si, cradled in her arms, was visibly aging at an alarming rate, until his form began to wither, ultimately devoid of any life force. In a frenzy, Nanmu Ran attempted to infuse him with her vitality, even as the life forces of all the researchers around them seemed to converge frantically towards them. Yet, it remained futile. Si still faded away. She felt an unbearable pain, incredulous as everything around her shifted, as if time itself had reversed. Until she awoke in her apartment bed. "Si," Nanmu Ran murmured, now drenched in sweat and curled up in agony. Outside, Si immediately sensed her distress, leaping out of bed and rushing into the room without pausing to put on his slippers. Under the dim light, he found Nanmu Ran drenched in cold sweat, her hair stretching in a bizarre manner, glowing with an eerie green light, covering the entire bed. Si reached out to touch her cheek, feeling at a loss. Ran. As Nanmu Rant's breath began to change, Si watched in disbelief as smaller objects around them were inexplicably lifted into the air.
See?
Nanmu Rant's voice, strained and suppressed, carried a hint of tears. Si embraced her tightly, saying, "Do not be afraid, I am here." Perhaps sensing his presence, Nanmu Rant's rapid breathing and torment began to subside, and even the floating objects gradually descended. "I am here with you, do not worry." Si settled by the head of the bed. By the break of dawn, as sunlight streamed through the curtains and kissed Nanmu Rant's face, she slowly awoke. The weight of a hand on her shoulder startled her, and as she looked up, she saw Si, clad in a thin pajama, dozing at the head of the bed. Her movement roused him, and upon seeing her illuminated by the morning light, he felt everything was utterly beautiful. "How did you sleep?" he inquired. "Splendidly," she replied. As she observed him, memories of her harrowing nightmare from the previous night began to resurface. She felt uncertain, as if she had overlooked something profoundly significant. Otherwise, why did her recollections not align with what Jean Fingzi had mentioned? Si, as if reading her thoughts, advised, "Do not dwell on it. First, wash up and have something to eat." Unable to resist, Nanmu Ran looked at Si. "I had a very strange dream yesterday. I dreamed that I suddenly grew old." Si smiled gently into her eyes, his own sparkling with warmth. "You know?" Nanmu Ran's surprise was palpable.
Si nodded.
"Yes, you said it yourself, it was just a dream." Nanmu Ran nodded, still uncertain about the nature of her dream. Yet, she obediently followed Si's instructions, rising to wash up in the bathroom. As she disappeared into the bathroom, Si's smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn gaze. He too had dreamt of what Nanmu Ran described, and he was certain it was a true experience of his own. He could vividly recall that it represented the ultimate form of time-related powers. Using the life force of the ability user as a vessel, everything was pushed back to be relived, and the cost for the ability user was a sacrifice of tenfold their future life. If everything in the dream was real, he had used 50 years of his lifespan to push time back by 5 years. According to the rules governing time abilities, he should have completely vanished. Why then was he still alive? This situation was profoundly abnormal. "See, I forgot to grab the facial cleanser." Before he had the chance to fully comprehend the situation, the melodic voice of Nan Murang resonated through the room. With a gentle smile, he rose to retrieve her preferred facial cleanser from the ornate box of skincare products, delivering it to her in the bathroom. After their morning rituals, everything resumed its usual cadence. With an array of tasks looming ahead, neither of them broached the subject of their dreams. The 5 of them gathered seamlessly in the room belonging to Jiawu, ready to partake in breakfast. "Good news or bad news? What shall we hear first?" Eagle inquired as he observed Nan Murang and Sai entering. "Let us start with the good news," Nan Murang replied, casually handing various breakfast items to Qijin, who was diligently arranging them. "We are formidable and have earned the respect of our adversaries." Eagle picked up a freshly placed youtiao. "The bad news is, it seems Stardust has acquired assistance?" Sai interjected as he settled beside Eagle, speaking without hesitation. "Astute observation. This morning, I witnessed 2 men and a woman entering Stardust's room." Nan Murang sipped her milk, reflecting, "It appears that since the Lawn City safe base, Stardust and his companions have never been merely 2 individuals." She felt relieved that she hadn't acted impulsively the previous night. Chapter 123. Confrontation commences. Nan Murang casually picked up a ham sandwich. "For now, let us enjoy our meal. Afterward, we shall confer with Han Tian and the others to devise a reasonable strategy regarding our current predicament." Stardust and Inu, having recognized their shared objectives, had enlisted the aid of those who had been covertly observing at the Lawn City base, indicating their resolute determination to seize the mutated fruit tree hidden within the jungle. Furthermore, the intelligence regarding this fruit tree had initially been disseminated by the underground laboratory as bait to lure Nan Murang and her companions. Thus, Stardust's group undoubtedly possessed more comprehensive and precise information about the tree than they did. Ironically, it was those very individuals who were the first to act in haste. A peculiar development indeed. Perhaps we should have them join us, since we are all vying for the mutated fruit in the dense forest. A well-laid plan is essential, Eagle acknowledged with a nod. The military ability team, led by Han Tian, stood to gain from this situation, necessitating a collective approach to the challenges ahead. Rang rang. In light of this, the fact that they dare to appear openly before us suggests they are no weaklings, Jiawu remarked solemnly. Stardust's audacity in allowing those three to appear after having encountered their group speaks volumes about his confidence in his own abilities. Nan Murang nodded in agreement. Yet I am curious as to why these three did not appear at the Lawn City base. Sai pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was simply a matter of timing. What do you mean? Judging by their attire, the three individuals seemed to have originated from the west. Thus, it was not that Stardust did not want them to appear, but rather that they were not in close proximity to the Lawn City base at that time. Jiawu recalled their encounter with the trio in the hallway that morning, further solidifying Sai's hypothesis. Nan Murang contemplated, could it be that Stardust sought their assistance only after encountering us? It stands to reason that such an arrangement was preordained. Sai asserted. Stardust must belong to an organization, and it would be illogical for such a group to send merely two individuals to acquire a significant quantity of mutated fruit. Eagle interjected. So, their appearance was not solely to assist us, but rather a fortunate alignment of prior arrangements? Let us wait and see. The truth will soon reveal itself, Sai said, offering Nan Murang her favorite soy milk. Amidst their conversation, Qijin, who had been engrossed in a scallion pancake, suddenly paused. Sister, I saw the treeman in the hotel owner's room. He can access the mutated fruit from the forest. The vibrant green fruits, numerous in number, were vividly described. Nan Murang gazed at Qijin. Can you discern the nature of the treeman's mutation? I cannot see it, but I did witness him bringing back numerous images of those mutated fruits to Boss Liu. However, I did not see you all return. Qijin's voice wavered, a hint of anxiety creeping in. Though their time together was brief, he had already come to regard them as family. Nan Murang and the others did not dwell on his concerns. They believed that, given their current circumstances, it was improbable for anyone to annihilate their quartet. Moreover, they possessed a secret weapon, Sai's temporal abilities, which could now halt time for 30 seconds. Suddenly, Qijin stood. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed toward the corridor. It's those individuals. They have made their move. Witnessing Qijin's predictive abilities in action, Nan Murang began to channel her own mental powers, only to discover that her psychic abilities were now utterly unrestrained within the hotel. The others attempted to utilize their respective powers, finding themselves similarly unaffected, liberated from the oppressive force they had previously felt. Through her psychic exploration, Nan Murang accurately discerned that 3 members of Stardust's group had directly entered the dark, ominous room where Lu Mei resided. Meanwhile, 2 individuals, a man and a woman, lingered at the 6th floor staircase, concealed in the shadows, observing the situation in their rooms, utterly still. Clearly, the 3 at the forefront had a specific objective, while the pair were poised to thwart any actions from their group. The behavior of Stardust's 5 companions indicated that Lu Mei and the treeman were intricately linked to the fruits in the forest. Sai spoke affirmatively. Given their prior encounters with Nan Murang's formidable abilities at the Lawn City safe base, Stardust's group is acutely aware of how challenging she is to contend with. Yet, even in such circumstances, they opted to recklessly confront the treeman and Lu Mei, thereby placing themselves in a precarious position. This underscores the treeman's significance in their quest for the fruits. Eagle, go out and summon Han Tian and his quartet, Nan Murang instructed. Having resolved to observe the unfolding drama, I, too, wish to ascertain whether they truly intend to act. Eagle was curious about how the man and woman lurking in the corner would respond once he exited. He even felt a slight inclination to provoke a confrontation. Sai smiled subtly. If they were to engage you now, it would only indicate a lack of prudence. After Eagle departed to summon help, Nan Murang reclined on the sofa. Observing as they tidied the table, logically, they should possess more knowledge than we do. They merely need to bide their time and wait for the opportune moment to seize the fruits. Why, after just one night, do they suddenly seem so eager to act? Almost recklessly? Taking the initiative is ill-advised, yet they have chosen to proceed. Therefore, only one explanation remains. Jiawu and Sai chimed in unison. It appeared that the issues extended beyond Lu Mei and the treeman. The organization behind the underground laboratory was equally suspect. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Han Tian and his group had gathered for breakfast early that morning. as they discovered their powers were now freely accessible. They also noticed the two pairs of eyes watching them from the corridor, contemplating their next course of action when a knock echoed through the door. Upon seeing Eagle at the threshold, the four of them collectively exhaled in relief. After a brief exchange of information, they seamlessly entered the room where Nan Murang and her companions were situated. Having thoroughly grasped the situation, they quickly reached a consensus to remain in this location and observe the unfolding events before deciding on their subsequent actions. After all, among the three individuals who came to assist Stardust and Hidden Moon were one formidable opponent at the initial stage of level 5 and two others at the pinnacle of level 4, compelling them to proceed with utmost caution. Nan Murang pondered for a moment and directly touched the small willow and the little white creature on her left wrist, signaling them to investigate the situation over there thoroughly. Chapter 124. The Defeated Treant. Meanwhile, within the room, Lu Mei, who had been exhausted from the inexplicable rampage of the Treant throughout the night, gradually succumbed to slumber. Although she appeared to be in a deeper sleep, she sensed the presence of intruders the moment Stardust, Hidden Moon, and another level 5 water ability user entered. The Treant, tightly embracing her waist, also felt the impending danger. Huifeng, someone has entered this side, Lu Mei whispered to the Treant beside her. The Treant gently caressed her shoulder, becoming increasingly vigilant. Initially, to ensure his comfort, the hotel's 6th floor was illuminated only by a few faint lights in the nearly 300 square meters of space. Lu Mei occasionally used the light, but in the chaotic circumstances of the previous day, she had not thought to turn it on. Now, the entire space was engulfed in the pitch blackness of night, which ironically favored the two who were intimately familiar with their surroundings. The trio of Stardust, Hidden Moon, and the level 5 water ability user paused momentarily upon entering, before swiftly donning their pre-prepared night vision goggles. Once equipped, they were taken aback by the sight of the walls and ceiling, which were densely covered with dry branches of varying thicknesses, nearly obscuring the wall's original hue. As they were mesmerized by the surrounding strangeness, the desiccated branches began to silently extend throughout the dark space, resembling tentacles as they reached out. Before Stardust, Hidden Moon, and the level 5 water ability user could comprehend the peculiarities of the space, they were suddenly assailed by the agile, yet withered branches. Be careful. Stardust instinctively alerted the two. However, to his dismay, he was swiftly knocked down by a branch that had lurked behind him. Steadying himself, he discovered an enormous bed within the vast space, adorned with a thick mattress and comfortable bedding. Strangely, countless dry branches rapidly extended from both the head and foot of the bed, ultimately forming a hollow that encircled it. At that moment, two figures were seated by the window, one tall and somewhat eerie, the other completely naked and gracefully formed. The Treant, referred to by Lu Mei as Huifeng, first used the dry branches to push Lu Mei behind him, shielding her body. He then leaned closer, his voice hoarse and deep, as if echoing from a distant past. You dare to appear here once more? Truly, you have lost your patience with life.
Lu Mei,
Having donned a scarlet dress from a cabinet at the foot of the bed, wore a rather grim expression. What woman could bear to be seen in such a state? Upon hearing the Treant's words and seeing his form, Stardust sighed softly. We did not come seeking trouble. We merely desire the green fruit from the tree. With your kind, do you even think you are worthy? The Treant's voice grew more ancient, laced with palpable disdain. He was genuinely weary of those who incessantly came for the fruit. Humans are indeed insatiably greedy. After Lu Mei had dressed, she was disinclined to listen to their dispute over right and wrong, choosing instead to rise and exit the room through the darkness, preferring to avoid any confrontation. You must block her path. Stardust urgently warned the two level 4 ability users stationed outside. Lu Mei found his words amusing. To block her on the territory of eternal night was indeed an act of utter folly. With a cold smirk, she extended her hand, unleashing an eerie aura. Her tone frigid and merciless. You seek death. Simultaneously, as the two ability users attacked Lu Mei, the Treant, who had begun to descend into madness, emitted strange sounds. The darkness around them filled with rustling noises. The dry branches surged forth like a volley of arrows, relentlessly targeting those within the room. The trio of Stardust found themselves utterly constrained, caught in a predicament with no clear escape. Stardust felt a pang of regret for having foolishly adhered to the organization's misguided commands. In this dire situation, he wondered how they could possibly extricate themselves, feeling that merely surviving was a luxury. Stardust, we can't continue like this. We will be worn down, spoke the voice of the level 5 man. After several rounds of attacks, he realized, as a water ability user, he was not only unable to inflict significant damage on the Treant but seemed instead to be nourishing it, making it even more formidable and its attacks increasingly ferocious. Stardust's eyes darkened. We must withdraw. Attempting to leave? This is not a place where you can come and go as you please, the Treant mocked mercilessly. Greedy and cowardly humans. Outside, after dispatching the two assailants, Lu Mei's expression soured. Eternal Night. Activate the hotel's defense system. Ensure they remain trapped here. Suddenly, the entire hotel began to emit strange sounds. The two ability users who had been intently observing the situation found themselves enveloped in a bizarre crimson light, as if their souls had been ensnared. Upon realizing, they attempted to launch their attacks, only to discover that their abilities had no effect under the red glow.
You may.
Two began to glow with an inexplicable red hue. Soon, the entire building of the Eternal Night Hotel radiated with crimson light. Nanmu ran, utilizing her mental abilities. Distinctly sensed everything unfolding within the room, her expression growing increasingly somber. It seemed that not only Lu Mei and the Treant, but the entire hotel was steeped in mystery. Eternal Night, the name resonated deeply within her thoughts. Sister, the proprietress and the Treant, as well as Stardust and the others, are all doomed, the small Qichin stated to Nanmu Ran, recounting his predictions. Nanmu Ran turned in astonishment, for even amid their encounter, such an outcome seemed improbable. Why? The Treant cannot control his power. He seems not to be himself, Qichin replied, his tone laced with uncertainty. Nanmu Ran felt bewildered. Who is the other him? Siyi observed Qichin, his voice calm and steady, gradually soothing the anxious Qichin. It is a tree laden with verdant fruit. He proclaimed that all humans should perish, with Lu Mei being the most deserving of death, Qichin asserted confidently. Nanmu Ran sensed the three engaged in battle with the Treant in the darkness nearby, and she could almost ascertain that this Treant was a human whose roots had fused unsuccessfully. Or perhaps it was not a failure, as the power he exhibited was undeniably formidable. Chapter 125, Joining the Fray. Upon hearing Qichin's description, Siya's voice turned cold. Devoid of emotion, it seems that to obtain the mutated fruits deep within the forest, we must first confront the Treant. Either Stardust and his companions will vanquish it, or we will intervene. While it would be ideal for them to reap the benefits without direct involvement, the current circumstances did not permit such luxury. As Nanmu Ran stood close to Siyi, she instinctively tugged at his fingers. How peculiar. Today, Siya's aura had transformed into a more profound stillness. Yet it carried an even colder edge. Shurya felt the gentle motion of Nanmurong and turned back, a smile glimmering in his eyes as he reached out to tenderly caress the top of her head, offering her solace. Such a simple gesture, yet it sent a chill coursing through Nanmurong, for this familiar demeanor of Shurya was not one that should manifest at this moment. In the presence of others, she found herself unable to voice the perplexities swirling within her mind. What exactly were these tree people? Were they trees or were they humans? The old hawk queried, perplexed. The bizarre phenomena of this apocalyptic world continually shattered everyone's understanding. The tree people were once ordinary humans or plant-based ability users, whose bodies were overtaken by mutated flora. When an ordinary human's body is invaded, two scenarios typically unfold. 1. If their innate abilities are sufficiently potent, they may become a host to the mutated plants, thus forming a contract. Or 2. If they are weak, they are wholly consumed by the mutated flora, ultimately losing all sense of self and becoming mere vessels for the aberrant vegetation. Utilizing her mental prowess, Nanmurong frowned as she observed the fierce confrontation between Stardust and the tree people within the nearby room. An inexplicable sense of danger surged within her as they battled. When one's psychic abilities sense peril, it invariably heralds ominous events. After a brief contemplation, Nanmurong turned directly to Qichin. Qichin, can you discern how our group meets its demise? Upon hearing this, Qichin cast a glance at Nanmurong and her companions before a shiver ran down his spine, his entire being trembling involuntarily from the horrifying vision he had witnessed. Do not be afraid, Qichin. What is it? The old hawk gently pressed his hand upon Chi-Jin's shoulder, his tone soothing. The usually stern Jiawu also shifted closer, a clear intent to provide comfort and protection. Sister, I just saw all of us perishing because of this hotel. It is exceedingly strange, Chi-Jin stammered, his voice quaking. What on earth is happening? The old hawk cursed vehemently. They were merely here to witness a spectacle. How could they endanger their very lives? All of us are doomed because of this Evernight hotel? Shirya noted the crux of Chi-Jin's revelation. Chi-Jin nodded, then uncertainly shook his head. This hotel shares a life bond with the proprietress, Lu Mei. Once Lu Mei meets her end today, this hotel cannot exist independently either. It will take us all to our doom? Han Ingtian furrowed his brows, looking as if he could crush a fly with his glare. Damn it! To be caught in the crossfire like this is utterly pathetic. If that is the case, we must leave this hotel post-haste. As Han Ingtian and the others began to devise a plan, Nan Murong doubted that simply departing the hotel would resolve their predicament. Yet she resolved to give it a try. After a moment of thought, she stood and addressed Shirya. Shirya, let us step outside to assess the situation of both sides. The rest can exit through the windows and await our signal. Upon hearing Nan Murong's words, Han Ingtian immediately shook his head. How can we leave you two to face danger alone? We should all stay together. Enough of the talk. Let us first determine if the windows allow for escape. Nan Murong frowned, expressing her discontent with Han Ingtian's insistence, while Shirya spoke coldly to him. Han Ingtian and the others were visibly taken aback. Although Shirya typically exuded a chilling aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with, he seldom spoke with such frigidness. Today, he was acting quite strangely. Meanwhile, Shirya exchanged a glance with Jiawu and the old hawk, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. I believe we are trapped, Shirya stated. Open the window towards the west. The window of their room was ensnared by a dense web of crimson threads, resembling capillaries, which tightly enveloped the entire hotel. Simultaneously, these filaments, akin to human veins, writhed incessantly, glowing with a sinister red luminescence in the oppressive gloom of the ancient city. Chi-Jin suddenly urged the group near the window with an anxious voice. Beware, do not touch those things. During his earlier vision, he had witnessed these entities attacking the inhabitants of the hotel. Regardless of whether they were ability users or ordinary people, once these threads made contact with skin, they would rapidly decay, leading to complete consumption without a trace. Xiangxi, somewhat shaken, retracted his hand, reassessing the situation until he felt at ease. It appears we have but one path forward, Nan Murong remarked with a cold smile, her gaze directed toward the door of their room. Exiting is feasible, but we cannot merely stand by and watch. We must involve ourselves. We must decide whom to aid. The old hawk inquired curiously about Nan Murong and Shirya's intentions. A slight smile graced Nan Murong's lips, her eyes reflecting an icy resolve. Once we step outside, we shall know. There is no need for us to choose. Chi-Jin's prediction was clear. Their demise was linked to the Evernight Hotel. Now, trapped within its confines, it was imperative to ensure that the hotel did not turn against them. Since the hotel coexisted with Lu Mei, the true key lay in her hands. Moreover, last night, Xiao Lu had hinted at a complex relationship between Lu Mei and the Tree People, one that bore elements of both coercion and a tumultuous love-hate dynamic. Therefore, assisting Lu Mei would not be a mistake. They would neither side with the Tree People nor the Stardust faction behind the underground laboratory. Their foremost objective was to protect Lu Mei and preserve their own lives while attempting to restrain the Tree People. Outside, a male and female ability user, ensnared by the crimson threads that sprouted from the hotel's walls and floors, hastily summoned their powers. One of them was a fire ability user. Channeling their abilities, they conjured fireballs that surged toward the constricting red threads, which recoiled in response to the flames. The male ability user saw hope as numerous fireballs spread wildly down the corridor of the 6th floor. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air as the hotel corridor ignited in a furious blaze. Evernight, are you alright? Lu Mei, disregarding her own disheveled state, gazed with concern at the writhing crimson threads throughout the hotel. Simultaneously, a female wind ability user began to synergize with the fire user, engulfing the entire 6th floor in flames. Their cooperation sparked a trend of fire spreading downward. The flesh of Evernight intertwined with the hotel's very structure. began to suffer immensely under the searing flames, emitting anguished cries. The eerie, oppressive howls that erupted from various corners of the hotel awakened all its residents. Except for the sixth floor, inhabitants across all other levels sensed something was amiss. The Evernight Hotel plunged into an unprecedented state of panic. Lu Mei was exceedingly anxious. Her powers stemmed from the strength of Evernight, and should it falter against its adversaries, she would be left awaiting her demise. Meanwhile, as Nan Morong opened the door and beheld the seemingly endless inferno in the corridor, her brow furrowed. It was no wonder these individuals ultimately met their doom. Their reckless methods of attack and combat were utterly reckless, showing no consideration for their escape routes. Dying was almost a deserved fate. The old hawk expressed his irritation with a sardonic remark. These fools will not only bring about their own demise, but endanger everyone else as well. Nan Morong turned to Xiangxi and Shirya, signaling them to utilize their water abilities to extinguish the flames engulfing the corridor. In a private meeting, water began to flow from the entrance of their room, extending outward on both sides. The corridor, once engulfed in fierce flames, transformed into a damp curtain of water under the continuous influence of the water-based abilities. Outside, Lu Mei observed the completely extinguished flames in the corridor, her eyes reflecting a sense of relief, as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. Upon recognizing the group led by Nan Muron as they emerged, a playful smile danced across her alluring features. I truly underestimated you, little sister. Hearing her playful banter, Nan Muron raised an eyebrow, noting the distressing purple bruises peeking out from under Lu Mei's disheveled dress. Even in such a pitiful state, you still seem so spirited. My dear sister, after over 30 years of living, has there ever been a day free from such wretchedness? Lu Mei's gaze lingered on Nan Muron, her voice tinged with an overflowing bitterness. She was a person who had bartered everything for survival, struggling through adversity both before and after the apocalypse. As she lowered her gaze to the myriad scars on her fair skin, her smile deepened with a hint of defiance. Nan Muron turned and retrieved a gray windbreaker from her backpack, tossing it to Lu Mei.
Put this on.
Lu Mei felt the awkward warmth of her sister's concern and chuckled softly. Thank you, sister. After quickly donning the garment, her expression softened as she looked at Nan Muron. The presence of Nan Muron and her companions heightened the vigilance of the two aides stationed outside. One formidable boss was already challenging enough. Now, with the addition of several evidently powerful individuals, the task at hand seemed increasingly precarious. Exchanging glances, they swiftly resolved that they must first deal with the hotel owner. The female ability user rapidly concentrated her powers, summoning a blade of wind that hurtled toward Lu Mei's vulnerable neck.
Lu Mei,
lacking the strength to evade such a lethal attack, found herself cornered. The entire sixth floor, once a domain of the Eternal Knight's bloodline, had been nearly consumed by the earlier fire, leaving others powerless to intervene. With an uncanny speed, the plant creature, Xiaolu, darted forth from Nan Muron's hand, skillfully deflecting the approaching wind blade. Simultaneously, the small white creature, Xiaobai, who had remained behind to observe, leaped out to join the fray. Together, they advanced toward the two ability users. Nan Muron's plant-based powers had reached the pinnacle of level 4, allowing Xiaolu, even under constraints, to exhibit the prowess of a level 6 mutated plant, coupled with the capabilities of a level 5 Xiaobai. They found it remarkably effortless to tackle the two level 4 novices. The two early-stage level 4 ability users, who had awakened their powers early in the apocalypse and seldom encountered stronger opponents, were utterly outmatched. Despite having previously vanquished numerous mutated plants to harvest their fruits, and even taking down creatures of a higher rank, they had never faced adversaries like these. The mutated plants they had encountered were often somewhat simple-minded. Despite their strength, they struggled to wield their powers with precision. However, the two before them were nimble and exhibited a keen awareness of combat. As the fire ability user hurled a fireball, Xiaolu swiftly summoned water from the ground to extinguish the flames, leaving the fire user dumbfounded. Is this really a mutated plant? Are there such intelligent mutated plants? Xiaolu quipped. How foolish. We are well-traveled mutated plants, you know. Xiaobai chimed in. Can Lulu eat their heads? They're such precious treasures. Xiaolu responded, Ranan. I want to eat their heads. Is that all right? Though they truly desired the yellow treasures, they were still inclined to heed Nan Muron's wishes. If she disagreed, they would relent. Nan Muron nodded, "Do as you wish, but try not to make it too bloody." With her consent, Xiaolu and Xiaobai erupted into a frenzy, launching an unabashed assault on the two ability users. The male and female duo, who could have easily navigated the post-apocalyptic world, found themselves retreating under the relentless onslaught of the two plants. "Xingqian, we can't hold on any longer," the male ability user shouted. Nan Muron's pupils widened slightly. Does this mean they wish to flee? It seemed so, as Sai nodded in affirmation. Han Ningtian sneered, "It is truly lamentable to fight alongside such comrades." As the battle within raged on, the notion of escape seemed unfathomable. Did they not realize that once they left, their own chances of survival would vanish, potentially leading to their demise? "Do not let them escape," Nan Muron commanded coldly. At the same time, outside, Xingqian, in a stalemate with the tree creature, felt a surge of panic as they overheard the conversation, instinctively preparing to retreat to better observe the situation outside. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and Xiaolu had completely subdued the two ability users. Gazing at the coveted yellow treasures before them, the two plants rejoiced, having reached a consensus, one treasure for each, in a fair and just manner. However, just as they were about to seize their prizes, a gnarled branch suddenly emerged, snatching the treasures away with astonishing speed. The two plants were left dumbfounded. "How shameless!" Chung Chung lamented on their behalf. Others shared their shock, clearly recognizing the deed as the work of the tree creature. Though the two plants yearned to charge in and confront the intruder, they ultimately retreated, returning to Nan Muron's wrist in a display of grievance. Their message was clear: the yellow treasures must be reclaimed. As Xiaolu and Xiaobai returned to Nan Muron's wrist, Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with joy. "Sister, you too possess plant-based abilities, don't you?" Chapter 127. A Cunning Merchant. Nan Muron regarded Lu Mei with a cool gaze, her tone as frigid as water. "The wither tree in your room took 2 crystals from my contracted plants. I must retrieve them." Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback by Nan Muron's words. She discerned the clear dissatisfaction in her tone regarding Huaifeng's actions, but was unprepared for the sudden shift from warmth to icy detachment in her demeanor. Just then, Huaifeng had also pursued Xingqian and the others, bursting through the heavy door. The two parties emerged onto the corridor of the Eternal Night Hotel on the 6th floor, revealing the complete form of the tree creature combined with Huaifeng. It retained a humanoid shape, standing over 2 meters tall, with every inch of its body covered in cracked bark. Its features remained distinctly human, but its hair had been replaced by green sprouts, and its limbs moved with an agility indistinguishable from that of a normal human. "Is this a contracted plant?" Eagle observed the tree creature's bizarre appearance, then glanced at Nan Muron, who evidently surpassed it by numerous levels. It was clear that this tree creature was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, the yellow crystals that Xiaobai and Xiaolu coveted lay firmly grasped in the tree creature's hand, as if it intended to absorb them. After battling Xingqian and the others, the tree creature felt its energy depleting, its body growing weary. Human crystals were far more precious than those of plants or animals. For mutated plants like it, human crystals represented the pinnacle of value. Not only could they elevate their abilities across ranks, but they could also replenish their powers instantaneously. However, before it could absorb the 2 yellow treasures, Xiaolu and Xiaobai swiftly darted forward, aiming directly for the crystals held by the tree creature. At the same moment, Nan Muran began to exert her mental prowess to restrain the movements of the treant, while the 2 small entities swiftly retrieved the treasures they had fought so hard to obtain. She observed as the 2, one white and one green, rapidly approached from behind. Sensing the ominous power drawing near, the trio of Stardust, engaged in battle, hastily dodged to the sides, anxious about potential friendly fire. The treant, caught off guard by the sudden immobilization, stood frozen in astonishment, allowing Xiaobai and Xiaolu to swiftly close the distance and reclaim their precious yellow gems. They were attuned to Nan Muran's intentions, so from the outset, they had no desire to become embroiled in the chaotic fray. After successfully securing the crystals, the 2 adorable beings quickly retreated. The treant appeared momentarily stunned, while Stardust Trio found it hard to comprehend Nan Muran's unexpected actions. Even more astonishing was the harmonious symbiotic relationship between the evidently powerful mutated plants, Xiaolu and Xiaobai, and Nan Muran, a mere human, a rarity in this apocalyptic world. They gazed in bewilderment at the two who had returned to their possession. Nanmu Ran lightly lifted her chin, signaling, "What are you dawdling for? Continue fighting. You haven't reached a conclusion yet." Lu Mei, who had been watching Nanmu Ran intently, couldn't help but chuckle at her nonchalant words. She had never anticipated that the strongest among their group of 9 would be this little girl. Furthermore, she was a plant-type ability user, precisely the kind of individual Huaifeng needed, a master of botanical control. Huaifeng must learn to wield the power of the great tree rather than succumb to its overwhelming force over time. However, it was evident that this seemingly gentle girl was, in fact, formidable and not to be trifled with. In the presence of such strength, Lu Mei knew she couldn't afford to be cunning. Sincerity was the most potent weapon. Stardust, observing the calm demeanor of Nanmu Ran, felt an urge to curse. Did they appear as mere actors, merely there to provide entertainment? Meanwhile, the Treant regarded Nanmu Ran's wrist with a contemplative gaze. Realizing this was what it meant for a plant-type ability user to command nature, its very existence had been a mistake from the beginning. Feeling Huaifeng's thoughts, a hoarse and deep voice escaped the Treant's lips. "You dare to imagine you can completely control me? How audacious." Lu Mei turned pale at the sound of that terrifying voice, realizing that Nanmu Ran's shock had affected Huaifeng, causing him to forget that the Treant could sense his malice. She anxiously urged, "Huaifeng, maintain your composure. Do not let it control you completely." The Treant, experiencing an unusual physical transformation, finally halted at the corridor's entrance, its pupils shifting to green before reverting to their original hue, a cycle that persisted, with each eye occasionally displaying different colors simultaneously. Was it truly on the verge of being utterly dominated? Han Ting and the others, having heard Nanmu Ran's previous explanations regarding such entities, could roughly discern the situation unfolding before them. Nanmu Ran had no intention of meddling further and even gestured for the group to step back a few paces. Understanding her cue, they complied without objection. However, Lu Mei turned to Nanmu Ran, her tone urgent yet resolute. "Sister, you have a way to assist Huaifeng, don't you?" Nanmu Ran regarded Lu Mei silently for a moment, then turned her gaze to the struggling Treant, clearly awaiting them to propose a satisfactory offer. "If you can help Huaifeng, I will agree to anything you ask." Lu Mei, observing Nanmu Ran's indifferent demeanor, couldn't help but grow anxious. Nanmu Ran responded coolly, "What you possess is of no interest to me, and what I require is not within your control." It was evident that the Treant was the true master of the verdant fruits. Lu Mei's mention of Huaifeng was merely a puppet of the Treant, ready to be entirely commanded, rendering him of little value. "You desire the fruits, do you not?" It was Huaifeng, battling against the Treant's will, who spoke. One of his eyes had turned entirely green, while the other still struggled against the transformation. Nanmu Ran scoffed derisively. "Do you think you can obtain the fruits? Save me, and I will provide you with information." Huaifeng's voice became increasingly pained as he fought against his predicament. "Information? That bargaining chip seems rather insubstantial. Without your insight, we could afford to bide our time and would not need to take risks at this juncture." Nanmu Ran retreated a step back. Huaifeng had not anticipated that this seemingly naive girl would be so unyielding. "I know how to acquire the fruits. Even if you die, I can still obtain them, although it would be more troublesome." Nanmu Ran, uninterested in engaging in his riddles, directly exposed his identity. Both Huaifeng and Lu Mei's expressions changed simultaneously, taken aback by her awareness of the fruit situation. Indeed, the tree that had failed to merge with Huaifeng was one of the main trunks of the fruit tree. In other words, the soul of that fruit tree had been intertwined with Huaifeng, attempting to completely dominate him, while its limbs bore abundant green fruits in the surrounding forest. "I can share the fruits with you." Huaifeng finally relented, though still resentful. Nanmu Ran thought to herself that her gamble had paid off. She had merely surmised the connection between the fruits and the Treant, having heard such tales in her previous life, and thus had tested Huaifeng's reactions. With an impassive smile and a cold tone, she declared, "You must choose between your life and that entire tree of fruits. I demand every single one, not even one less." Huaifeng was left utterly stunned. Was she truly this ruthless? Lu Mei's expression mirrored Huaifeng's as she realized. This little girl must have been a shrewd negotiator before the apocalypse. There was no room for negotiation when one was so brutally direct, leaving no path for retreat. Make your decision swiftly, your time is running out. Clearly, the Trent's control over this body was far greater than Huai Feng's own. Without timely intervention from an external force, Huai Feng wouldn't last long before being consumed by the tree's consciousness, reduced to nothing but a shell. Alright, I agree. Feeling the increasing agony within his body, Huai Feng was ultimately compelled to acquiesce. Upon hearing his words, Nan Mu Ran did not immediately act but instinctively used her mental power to sense Huai Feng's thoughts. She couldn't help but smirk. This individual was indeed deeply calculating, which justified her own ruthless tactics. Your words alone are insufficient. I must impose some restrictions on you. Huai Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then, a slender branch from Xiao Lu emerged from Nan Mu Ran's left wrist, inching toward the Trent's mouth, swaying gently to ensure it could see clearly. Nan Mu Ran coldly commanded, "Open your mouth." Lu Mei questioned, "What is that? What are you planning to do? Whether you want it or not." "It's not my life on the line," Nan Mu Ran replied dismissively, unwilling to explain further. Lu Mei bristled at her detached attitude, yet refrained from hurling any harsh words at Nan Mu Ran, for it was evident that Huai Feng's life now depended on her. Huai Feng was acutely aware of his precarious situation, internally wryly smiling. This little girl clearly did not trust him, just as he harbored no trust for her. Yet, her desire was merely for the fruits that the tree sought, while he was fighting for his very life. Reluctantly, yet with no alternative, she eventually forced her mouth open, watching helplessly as a 10-centimeter-long willow branch slithered its way into her body. Nan Mu Ran was quite satisfied with his choice. Since it has come to this, let you be the one to fight them to a conclusion. She had no intention of recklessly intervening at this moment, risking mutual destruction with this desiccated tree, allowing the individuals in the underground laboratory to reap the benefits. Lu Mei and Huai Feng were both driven to the brink of madness. Had they been deceived? Without her assistance, Huai Feng was unable to control the tree-like body, let alone negotiate any terms. "I can't control it. It's attacking my back heart." Huai Feng suddenly began to struggle in agony, his voice turning hoarse, the last two words uttered with great difficulty. The back heart was his vital weakness. A secret he could never reveal, yet now he found himself with no choice. Upon hearing his warning, Nan Mu Ran's lips curled into a faint smile. She had been waiting for this very moment. It seemed the tree man's weak point lay right at his heart, much like a human. Huai Feng could distinctly feel a surge of power within him, shifting along his blood vessels towards his back heart. Meanwhile, the small willow in Nan Mu Ran's hand suddenly sprang from her left wrist, heading directly for the tree man's vital spot. At the moment of contact, the life force at the tree man's back heart began to be drained away with a vigorous momentum, dissipating into the surroundings. Huai Feng could keenly sense the loss of his vitality, yet he also felt his control over his body gradually returning. The other force within him, once so formidable that he had repeatedly failed to resist it, was now waning. Xing Chen observed Nan Mu Ran's actions and suddenly grasped her intentions. She aimed to let Huai Feng completely seize control of the tree man's power, then use that power to exhaust the three of them, ultimately guiding herself, under Huai Feng's direction, to pluck the fruit from the mutated tree deep in the forest. He could not allow him to gain full control over the tree man's body. Xing Chen glanced at Yin Yu and another level 5 water ability user who had come to assist, his tone grave. Upon hearing his warning, Yin Yu and the man quickly adjusted and made their way towards Nan Mu Ran, who was aiding Huai Feng in seizing control of his body. As their abilities closed in on Nan Mu Ran, a massive water shield combined with an earthen wall rose swiftly, blocking their myriad of attacks. This was the result of the defensive collaboration between Si Yi and Shi Wu, who were not far behind Nan Mu Ran. Xing Chen looked at the remaining few, excluding Nan Mu Ran, with palpable disdain. 8 against 3 may seem overwhelmingly advantageous, yet among them, the highest rank was a level 4 peak, Jiao Wu, a thunder ability user, followed by Si Yi with his level 4 initial water abilities. The rest were a mix of level 3 peaks and level 2 ability users. The disparity in ability levels was often fatal. Xing Chen had never regarded opponents of such inferior ranks as worthy adversaries. However, after the skirmish commenced, Xing Chen was left frustrated. Even without Nan Mu Ran, the three of them, a level 5 peak control user, a level 5 initial water user, and Yin Yu, a level 3 traversal ability user, were unable to overcome these 8 opponents, all of whom were peak level 4. Their numerical superiority was not their only advantage. The most terrifying aspect lay in their seamless teamwork, extensive combat experience, and Sia's precise judgment of every attack. Clearly, the prowess displayed by these 8 individuals was not solely a product of relying on abilities in the post-apocalyptic era, but rather a result of countless battles honed before the apocalypse. After being continuously assaulted by wind blades, weaponry, and the daggers of speed-type ability users. Even though his injuries were not severe, Xingchen realized that his mission to retrieve the mutated fruit was unattainable. The very survival of the 3 of them was now in question. On the other side, due to Nanmu Ran's profound understanding of plants, she had commandeered the power of the great tree through the willow branch within Huaifeng's body, allowing him to successfully regain control. This newfound mastery over his own body filled him with unprecedented exhilaration. The moment Huaifeng fully asserted control, Nanmu Ran signaled to Si Yi and the others to withdraw from the battlefield. The 9 of them began to watch the spectacle unfold with ease. Xing Chen's trio had been engaged in battle from the outset, and after being successively injured by Si Yi and his group, the outcome was utterly predictable. The tree man's dry, rigid branches began to launch attacks under Huaifeng's command, and since the fruit tree was a level 7 mutated plant, its strength remained formidable even when completely controlled. Soon, Xing Chen and his companions found themselves defeated. In a critical moment, the level 5 water ability user used himself as a shield while Inu swiftly took the gravely injured Xing Chen and vanished. After the victory, Huaifeng, now in command of his body, glared at Nanmu Ran with evident hatred. "You truly deserve to die." Lu Mei, standing to the side, was taken aback by his reaction, her beautiful eyes reflecting clear astonishment. "Huaifeng, what are you doing?" Observing his self-assured demeanor after seizing control of his current body, Nanmuran asked with a smile, "Do you truly intend to challenge me?" Chapter 129. The Mind of Nanmu Ran. After Xing Chen and Inu escaped from the Eternal Night Hotel, the water ability user tasked with covering their retreat had already collapsed, utterly exhausted. In a corner of the 6th floor corridor, seeing the water ability user sprawled on the ground, Huaifeng wasted no time and approached. A branch as thick as an arm extended towards the water ability user, inching closer. In his disbelieving gaze, the man's head was completely pierced, and ultimately, his crystal core was extracted. Watching Huaifeng's actions unfold with an air of inevitability, Lu Mei felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Why did the tree man before her still appear the same, yet seem somehow different? Upon fully absorbing the green crystal core, Huaifeng, feeling a surge of power coursing through his body, turned to the smiling Nanmu Ran. "You don't truly believe that a mere willow branch within my body can grant you complete control over me, do you?"
Then,
Huaifeng began to gather strength, sensing the foreign entity within him. Nanmu Ran understood his intentions, but showed no signs of intervention. The others behind her were poised to act, but upon observing Nanmu Ran's stillness, they all retreated. Moments later, a ghostly green light erupted from the tree man's mouth and vanished into the air. Huaifeng's expression shifted to one of arrogance as he gazed at Nanmu Ran. "I abhor the feeling of being controlled." Nanmu Ran watched Huaifeng's every move quietly, as if observing a petty jester, and her previously serene aura began to turn cold and severe.
"You may."
Sensing the tension between the two, stepped forward to shield Nanmu Ran. "Huaifeng, have you lost your mind? She just helped you." Huaifeng responded with a mocking gaze directed at Lu Mei. "She did not help me. It was merely a transaction." "So what? You intend to backtrack? You wish to kill?" Lu Mei recalled Huaifeng's previous demeanor, polite and trustworthy. Even if coerced by Nanmu Ran into an agreement, he would never be so foolish as to contemplate murder afterward. This current version of Huaifeng felt utterly foreign to her. Yet, each relied on their own abilities. Huaifeng was unwilling to engage in further debate with Lu Mei. Before Lu Mei could utter another word, the small willow in Nanmu Ran's hand suddenly sprang forth, ensnaring Lu Mei in midair, its sharp tip poised against her carotid artery. As Lu Mei struggled to land, she realized she was utterly immobilized, unable to utter a single word. "And now?" Nanmu Ran asked coldly, addressing Huaifeng. Huaifeng gazed at Lu Mei, who was trapped within the confines of Shaolu. Writhing in agony and on the brink of death, showing no signs of compromise, she poses no threat to me. So, what is your plan? Are you simply going to watch her perish? Nan Muron spoke in a calm tone. A promiscuous woman who has shared countless beds does not have the right to threaten me, Huifeng retorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Nan Muron. Not only were Seiya and Han Tian, who stood behind her, taken aback, but even Lu Mei, suspended in midair, was left in utter shock. You don't love her? Nan Muron continued her inquiry, unfazed by Huifeng's words. Love her? Huifeng responded, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. As a top student from a prestigious university, who has always stood in the sunlight, how could I ever fall for a woman who offers herself so readily? What a preposterous notion. What did you say? His words plunged Lu Mei into a chilling despair. Memories of their 5 years together flooded her mind, from Huifeng's fervent pursuit of her to their eventual relationship, and then to the torment she had endured since the apocalypse, both physically and mentally, almost tearing her apart. Huifeng looked at Lu Mei with disdain, spitting in her direction, and exclaimed with a hint of madness, Did you think it was me who abused you each time? You are mistaken, it was that fruit tree. Yet, despite your refusals, didn't you find it quite enjoyable afterwards? You were so vocal.
Oh.
And it's not just the fruit tree. What about all those men you entertained at the hotel? Which of them did you not serve with utmost dedication?
You may.
You are utterly tainted. Observing Lu Mei's evident distress, Nan Muron released the hold Xiao Lu had on her. As Lu Mei felt the freedom of movement return, she swiftly stepped forward and slapped Huifeng without hesitation. Why didn't you call me dirty when you spent my money before the apocalypse? You didn't say a word when you relied on me for everything since then. What gives you the right to say that now? Pain surged through Huifeng as he exploded in rage, his withered hand gripping Lu Mei's neck without hesitation. You're asking for death. As Lu Mei felt her breath constricting, her face flushed from the lack of air, the realization struck her that Huifeng genuinely intended to kill her. How absurd. The very person she had sacrificed everything to protect was now threatening her life. Yongye, save me, she pleaded, almost losing consciousness from the pressure on her throat. She regretted not allowing Yongye to cover this room on the 6th floor. Now, her life was in jeopardy. In an instant, a crimson substance, resembling capillaries, surged into the room at an eerie speed. Upon encountering the pooled water, it transformed into a puddle of blood, which then congealed and began to crawl up Huifeng's body. What on earth is happening? Seiya and the others approached Nan Muron, disbelief etched on their faces. Nan Muron cast a casual glance at the confrontation between Yongye and Huifeng. Isn't it splendid? Everything that needed to emerge has done so. Previously, when confronted by the treant, she had quickly grasped Huifeng's intentions and devised a plan in her mind. With careful maneuvering, she had orchestrated the current situation to her satisfaction. That is all well and good, but what if Yongye kills Huifeng? What will happen to the fruit? The eagle murmured, unable to contain his concern. Seiya chuckled softly. How do you know that the fruit tree within the treant's body is no longer there? Upon hearing this, the eagle, Jia Wu, and Han Tian exchanged astonished glances. Their inquiries evident. Nan Muron retrieved a snack from her backpack and began to eat. Xiao Lu merely confined the fruit tree's power within the treant's back. Thus, Huifeng's belief that he fully controls the treant is merely an illusion. From the very beginning, as she watched Stardust and the others suddenly attack the treant, Nan Muron had formulated her strategy. She intended to exploit Huifeng's greed for control over the treant's body before addressing Stardust and his companions. After all, dealing with a peak-level Stardust alongside a beginner-level ability user could indeed be troublesome. Then, she would use the enmity between Lu Mei and Huifeng to allow Yongye to handle him before ultimately releasing the fruit tree herself. This way, her group could simply enjoy the spectacle, intervening when necessary to acquire the coveted emerald mutated fruit hidden in the forest. Moreover, this approach would expose all the hidden powers within the hotel, thus preventing potential conflicts later on. Each step was meticulously planned, requiring intellect, judgment, and meticulous thought, all of which were indispensable. Chapter 130. The Disgusting Huifeng. Upon realizing the intricacies of the situation, the eagle could not help but give Nan Muron a thumbs up. Han Tian's gaze deepened. Nan Muron was a person who, the longer one observed her, the more one admired and feared her, not only for her formidable strength, but also for her astute mind. Let us watch. Nan Muron signaled to everyone to step back, granting space for Yongye and Huifeng. Xiaoqi approached Nan Muron, who bent down in understanding. Sister, Yongye cannot defeat Huifeng. It fears water and will soon be exposed to its weakness. Nan Muron nodded, aware of her upcoming actions. Neither of them could afford to die. Yet they could not maintain their current strength either. The situation could become quite complicated. Cheng Cheng assessed the scenario and, recognizing that it would not conclude anytime soon, took out a large bag of sunflower seeds from her backpack, distributing them among the group. Soon, all 9 of them, the onlookers, lined up neatly, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Their aim was to witness the inevitable outcome of the intense confrontation. Having gained control of the treant, Huifeng now wielded the powers of a level 7 mutated plant. Given the treant's natural strength, ordinary ability users stood no chance against him, which is why he had looked down upon Nan Muron and her companions. Yet, when faced with Yongye, who controlled the entire hotel, he realized that the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. In fact, the hotel being Yongye's domain made it even more formidable. Yongye seemed to emerge from nowhere, an incessant force that could corrode everything in its path, leaving no trace behind. I'm quite curious about what this creature truly is, Nan Muron mused, munching on chocolate. Shall I accompany you to assess the situation? Seiya suggested softly in her ear. After contemplating, Nan Muron shook her head in refusal. No need. We'll have the chance to find out shortly. The treant's body housed 2 forces, one belonging to Huifeng and the other to the fruit tree. Based on Huifeng's earlier comments, the treant seemed to have an unusual connection to Lu Mei, which could be reasonably exploited. Therefore, she could not afford to leave. She needed to keep a close eye on the situation, ready to intervene at any moment. Meanwhile, Huifeng observed as the aged branches throughout the vast space were relentlessly corroded by Yongye, causing him to grow increasingly anxious. He had never anticipated Yongye's formidable strength. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his mind, Lu Mei's inadvertent warning to a waiter. Don't just throw water around. It could harm Yongye. The branches began to move toward the pooled water in the corridor, sweeping it up and flinging it onto Yongye as threads. As expected, upon contact with water, the threads instantly transformed into a puddle of blood, leaving no trace behind. As water was repeatedly splashed toward Yongye, Lu Mei's expression shifted dramatically. She glanced around, seeking Nan Muron's help. Please, can you intervene and assist Yongye? Nan Muron regarded Lu Mei. What exactly is Yongye? Lu Mei hesitated, uncertain whether to speak, for this was the trump card of Eternal Night. Nan Muron, however, remained unflustered, recognizing that regardless of which of the two was ultimately rendered useless, it would not affect her ability to obtain the fruit. Whether she chose to save them or not was inconsequential. It was merely toxic blood, the blood of many, which had ultimately merged with this hotel. Lu Mei understood that she had no alternatives. No crystal core? This entity had clearly developed a life of its own and had undergone evident mutations. There was no reason for it to lack a crystal core.
Liu Mei exhaled deeply.
Resolute. I am the crystal core of Eternal Night. Nan Muron regarded Lu Mei with a frown. Are you the one in control, or is it controlling you? The question of dominance was irrelevant. We are inextricably linked. Without it, I would perish, and without me, it would meet the same fate. Lu Mei revealed nothing but the truth. Nan Muron nodded towards the individuals behind her. Gather the water. For the water manipulators, Si Yi and Xiang Shi, this task posed no challenge. In an almost instantaneous manner, the entire space was devoid of moisture. Huifeng's countenance shifted upon witnessing the vanished puddles. You truly deserve to die. Nan Muron suddenly smiled. You really are asking for it. Then, Huifeng sensed a shift in the power within his body, distinctly feeling the fruit tree's energy emanating from the area behind his heart. The body he once controlled began to change once more. What did you just do? Nan Muron, uninterested in his inquiries, released a portion of the fruit tree's power and continued to observe the unfolding drama. It was only when the poison of Eternal Night began to corrode the treant's body that she slowly rose. Eternal Night, return. Observing Nan Muron's actions, Lu Mei comprehended her intent and quickly called for Eternal Night to cease. Watching his body, now reduced to half, Huifeng grew anxious. What are you planning to do? Don't kill me. So cowardly? The eagle scoffed disdainfully. Lu Mei turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of the Trent's bloodied, severed form. The crimson threads of eternal night lightly brushed against her as a gesture of comfort. Nan Mu Ran sneered. How obnoxious. Spare me, and I will reveal the location of the fruit tree. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Nan Mu Ran, Huai Feng began to retreat, propping himself up. Nan Mu Ran, who despised noise, unleashed the remaining power of the fruit tree. In an instant, the fruit tree seized control of the entire body. Huai Feng's consciousness faded entirely within the Trent's form, and from the wound, withered branches began to emerge, ultimately forming into the semblance of legs. Are you planning to directly divulge the location of the fruit, or do we need to fight again? Nan Mu Ran asked, gazing at the fruit tree's vibrant green eyes. Xiao Lu, fruit tree, cease your attacks. My branches are still embedded in your heart. Ran could extinguish you in an instant. Xiao Bai, reveal the location of the fruit to Ran and Yi. They are good people. Fruit tree. Good people? Can't you see how many have perished here? They have merely been spectators, yet you still call them good. Xiao Lu. Then shall I crush your heart? Xiao Bai. Are we about to acquire a magnificent treasure? Fruit tree. Are you even polite? Xiao Lu. Earlier, Huai Feng claimed you bullied Lu Mei. You are a wicked plant. What courtesy is owed to you? Fruit tree. He lies. It was he who acted first, wronging me. Xiao Bai. Then he is a wicked human. Fruit tree. He said Lu Mei had many males, that he had relations with each one, and that he was furious enough to strike at Lu Mei, which prompted his actions. Xiao Lu. What does relations entail? Xiao Bai. I have no idea. Fruit tree. Did you not witness it? The fruit tree is a level 7 mutated plant, and Nan Mu Ran could easily comprehend its words. Yet, upon realizing that Huai Feng was such a person, a chill ran down her spine. Fruit tree. Enough. My fruit is about to drop. I might as well let you have it. We need to head to the forest behind. Upon hearing the fruit tree's words, Nan Mu Ran quickly instructed Si Yi and the others. Fruit tree. This is dire. Someone is approaching my fruit tree. The fruit is in danger. Nan Mu Ran swiftly gathered her belongings. We cannot delay any longer. Someone is already nearing the fruit tree. Chapter 131. Someone intends to transplant. The fruit tree looked anxiously at Nan Mu Ran, aware that only this human could assist it. I will guide you. Due to Eternal Night's aversion to water, Lu Mei had deliberately chosen a location that avoided water but remained near the forest. Thus, the Eternal Night Hotel was not far from the forest behind. Once the group confirmed the fruit tree's direction, they hastily exited the Eternal Night Hotel and headed straight for the forest. Along the way, the 2-meter-tall fruit tree hurried ahead, visibly agitated as it rushed to its remains deep within the forest. Did it not claim to be indifferent to its fruit? Why the sudden urgency? Han Ting was puzzled. Had the fruit tree not just bestowed the fruit upon them? The fruit was inconsequential. It would bear more. The roots, however, were essential. Observing the fruit tree's demeanor, Nan Mu Ran deduced that those individuals must have set their sights on the tree's root system. Si Yi, hearing Nan Mu Ran's observation, pondered, are they not supernatural beings? Because a supernatural being would have no need to uproot the entire fruit tree. It's possible that earth element manipulators could directly excavate the mutated plant's roots. While answering his question, Nan Mu Ran found herself somewhat surprised. Si had transformed significantly and had gained a deeper understanding of the apocalypse. If the fruit tree's roots were excavated, it would surely perish. It was only natural to be anxious. Suddenly, the fruit tree, leading the group, felt its steps weaken, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Its once towering form dwindling until it became increasingly smaller. They have dug up my roots. What is happening? Witnessing the Trent's evident struggle and pain, the group began to feel uneasy. Those individuals had completely uprooted its roots. Si spoke with certainty. Nan Mu Ran turned to the fruit tree. Have they plucked your fruit or left it on the tree? Fruit tree. It remains on the tree. Xiao Lu. The fruit is still on the tree. How could they have uprooted your roots? Fruit tree. I do not know. Xiao Bai, what a fool. Nan Mu Ran furrowed her brow. If the main force remained with the fruit tree's shell, then uprooting it wouldn't be a concern. However, in the current situation, with the roots excavated, the main trunk would swiftly lose its strength, ultimately withering away. Simultaneously, the fruit that had not been harvested would also become entirely useless. It seemed they intended to transplant it, C speculated. Nan Mu Ran concurred with his assessment. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped forward and reached out to touch the fruit tree. Life energy began to flow into its body, and the fruit tree's shriveling form gradually revitalized. The fruit tree felt the burgeoning power within, its green eyes wide with disbelief. How could this human possess such potent vitality, far surpassing that of the soil? No wonder those two mutated plants had obediently followed her. It desired that energy as well. Hurry and lead the way. There isn't an abundance of vitality to spare for you. Sensing the fruit tree's thoughts, Nan Mu Ran shot it a cold glance, her tone indifferent. The fruit tree quickly complied, rising, understood. The group continued deeper into the forest, towards the location of the fruit tree's branches. After covering approximately 3 kilometers, the leading fruit tree came to a halt. Through the tangled underbrush, less than 100 meters ahead, a group of about 20 individuals was seen transferring the fruit tree onto a large truck. Nan Muran could distinctly sense the fluctuations of extraordinary abilities emanating from each individual present, and their faces were strikingly familiar. At that moment, the power type and control type ability users were cooperating seamlessly, gradually shifting a colossal fruit tree. Was that Chen Shuhan and Ouyingyan? Han Yingtian felt a twinge of surprise. He hadn't anticipated encountering these two once more in this location. They were certainly not virtuous individuals, and their presence here suggested that matters were far from simple. It was likely that the underground laboratory was involved as well. Nan Muran cast a cool gaze towards the thicket opposite the group. It wasn't just them. There was a contingent lurking in the grass, observing as well. Zhouling? Upon hearing her words, the others expressed no doubt, affirming her statement. Chen Shuhan and Ouyang had been stationed at the Lan City base, and if Zhouling, responsible for overseeing security there, was unaware of such a significant upheaval, that would indeed reflect poorly on him. Nan Muran slowly crouched down. Go fetch them. We mustn't be discovered. It could lead to calamity. The 20 or so ability users accompanying Chen Shuhan, though lacking any specialized powers, were still formidable. In contrast, several among Zhou Ling's dozen followers were newly awakened. I'll go. 15 said quickly, bending down. Jia Wu glanced at him. I'll accompany you. The two lowered their bodies and cautiously retreated, only accelerating once they were certain of not being detected. Initially, Zhou Ling's group was on edge, acutely aware of the danger presented by the approaching presence. After all, they were no match for the opposing force. Their strength and numbers were insufficient. If discovered, a confrontation would spell certain doom for them. When they discerned that Jia Wu and 15 were the ones approaching, Zhou Ling's pupils involuntarily dilated, a surge of excitement coursing through him. They were saved. He no longer had to fear that group. The odds of his dozen ability users facing off against over 20 of Chen Shuhan's were dismal. But with the presence of these powerful allies, the outcome would be decidedly different. It would surely be a resounding victory for them. The group of 10 or so followed Jia Wu and 15 without needing further persuasion, making their way around to Nan Muran's side. Miss Nand, Brother Yi, Brother Wu, Eagle. Captain Han, Zhou Ling greeted enthusiastically, skillfully addressing each individual. Eagle, however, expressed his displeasure at being addressed so casually. Why the sudden informality? Why is it that you only call me by name? Then how should I address you? Old brother or Eagle brother? Zhou Ling replied hesitantly. The rest of the group struggled to suppress their laughter at these somewhat juvenile titles, while Eagle's expression darkened. He regretted asking at all. Zhou Ling, why are both your groups down to half strength? Did they remain at the base for some reason? Nan Muran ignored their banter and coldly inquired. After offering a sheepish smile to the disgruntled Eagle, Zhou Ling stepped closer to stand at Nan Muran's left. They split into two teams. And I sent some of my people to follow the other group. It seems there are alternative plans at play. We might gain further insights. C observed the actions of Chen Shuhan's group with a chilling demeanor. Then should we refrain from engaging them and simply follow? Nan Muran quickly made a decision. The fruit tree interjected. But what about my fruits? Nan Muran shot a frosty glance at the nearby treant, with a proximity between both parties. Can't you manage on your own? For crying out loud, are you really so inept that you can't handle less than 100 meters? You're even inferior to the little cutie, Xiao Lu, and certainly not as competent as the peak 5th level Xiao Bai. The fruit tree retorted, it's not that I can't. I merely desire a bit of vitality. Nan Muran scoffed, finding such bargaining tiresome. Spare me the chatter. Either you comply and fetch me the fruits, or I'll let you wither away. Chapter 132. The Mutated Fruit Tree Base. The fruit tree was no fool. Since merging with Huai Feng in the post-apocalyptic world, it had grown somewhat astute, understanding the dynamics of human interactions. It sensed that Nan Muron was a person of resolute disposition. Quickly adopting a conciliatory tone, it replied, All right, I will obey. Xiao Lu chimed in. Fruit tree, you're a bad plant for attempting to deceive Ran out of her vitality. Xiao Bai added, Indeed. A wicked plant unworthy of Ran's assistance. The fruit tree, listening to the accusations from the two youngsters, felt quite exasperated. They were no slouches in terms of power. Had they failed to recognize the implications of their words? If its wishes were fulfilled and it remained in their company, would it too become as foolish as they? It genuinely felt a twinge of concern. Zhou Ling and his group, initially apprehensive of the towering treant, found themselves no longer fearful as they witnessed it standing beside Nan Muron, looking like a chastised schoolboy. Instead, they felt a surge of admiration. After all, this was the formidable ally they had chosen, capable of taming even such a fearsome creature, a truly impressive feat watching the unfolding scene. The vehicle designed to transport the fruit tree's main trunk soon roared to life. The group, having hurriedly traversed, struggled to keep pace with the vehicle's speed. Nan Muron signaled for the treant to return to its branch, instructing it to collect all the azure fruits before the vehicle came to a halt. Are you not planning to assist me? The treant protested as it sensed Nan Muron's intention to send it back to the main trunk. Nan Muron shot at a glance, finding it exceedingly lacking in ambition. I haven't forgotten your fruits. When I infused you with Xiao Lu's power at the Eternal Night Hotel, as long as you're alive within a 15-mile radius, it will be able to locate you. Nan Muron rarely took the time to explain such matters. Feeling the gentleness in Nan Muron's tone, the treant relaxed. As long as it wasn't being dismissed, it could manage. Its previously towering form shrank, transforming into a brown branch that coiled around Nan Muron's left wrist before returning to its own body. With the return of the fruit tree's power, the entire tree visibly ceased its decline. Siyi regarded Nan Muron. It appears it has taken a liking to you. I know, Nan Muron nodded, letting out a slight sigh as she looked at Siyi with some concern. However, I truly cannot tolerate ineptitude. Siyi nodded in agreement. You decide. There's no need for excessive hesitation. The group behind them, overhearing their discussion, could only feel envy. After all, it was a 7th-level mutated plant, and it was undeniably intelligent. Meanwhile, Chen Shuhan's group was diligently managing the last of the tree trunks, wholly oblivious to any anomalies occurring nearby. Is this the last one? Ouyang Yin asked, feeling relieved as she looked at Chen Shuhan. Beneath his golden-rimmed glasses, Chen Shuhan's narrowed eyes glinted with coldness. Yes. The other team has successfully reached the base. The remaining trees have also been delivered to the designated spots in the laboratory. Why not just have a helicopter come to take the trees away? Now we're a large group, yet we still have to walk back, Ouyang Yin complained. Chen Shuhan thought her reasoning rather flawed. The proximity to the ancient county meant there were survivors everywhere. Sending in a helicopter would draw attention from miles around, potentially attracting unwanted trouble, possibly even that girl's team. Those individuals were indeed formidable adversaries. In the absence of absolute certainty, one must refrain from acting impulsively. Otherwise, one might find oneself in a predicament akin to that of Zhou Jing, who inadvertently harmed her own interests. Shall we depart together, young Master Chen? An older man from the Chen family's extraordinary abilities team approached, interrupting Chen Shuhan's contemplations. Chen Shuhan shook his head. Let the vehicle return first. We will drive from Guxian and head directly to the mutated tree base afterwards. Subsequently, Nan Muron instructed Xiao Lu to attune to the energies within the fruit trees, while she herself released several streams of vitality to ensure Xiao Lu's sensing range extended no less than 60 miles. Only then did they descend the mountain to retrieve their vehicle. You may accompany us. Let the others wait at the Eternal Night Hotel, Nan Muron directed Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling regarded her. Miss Nan, a larger group could be beneficial, perhaps. No more than 2 individuals, otherwise you may as well refrain from joining. Nan Muron retorted without a hint of courtesy. Ultimately, Zhou Ling selected Lin Yuan and another man to accompany him. while the remaining individuals adhered to his instructions and took refuge at the Eternal Night Hotel. Lu Mei spotted Nan Murong and her entourage. Yet the absence of the tree person left her with unanswered questions, leading her to retreat silently back into the hotel. Nan Murong, however, remained preoccupied with matters of greater significance. Once Ouyang Yun and Qin Shuhan initiated their movement, their group promptly followed suit. With only a 3-kilometer distance separating them, the front group remained oblivious to their presence. Zhou Ling initially contemplated inquiring whether they could keep pace from such a distance, but upon observing Nan Murong reclining against Xia's shoulder in apparent slumber, he chose silence. After more than 2 hours of travel, the vehicle veered into a peculiar tunnel. Beyond the tunnel's exit lay an impassable barrier. Nan Murong distinctly sensed the situation ahead. The tunnel measured barely 500 meters, and on the opposite side, a cacophony of voices echoed, teeming with people. Even several helicopters hovered above. Most crucially, she discerned 2 fruit trees. One appeared somewhat withered, while the other, presumably nearer, remained intact. In the shadows behind these trees, additional plants were visible, along with a considerable number of individuals. Xiao Lu, revive that tree. Nan Murong extended her wrist, signaling for Xiao Lu to guide several crystal cores infused with the life force she had bestowed upon it into the tunnel. Xi glanced at the mountains on either side. It seems we must traverse the mountains. The group prepared their belongings, and Zhou Ling gestured toward the male ability user accompanying them. Aside from Lin Yuan, Miss Nan, he is a penetrating ability user. How far can he penetrate? Nan Murong inquired nonchalantly. 50 meters, Zhou Ling replied with confidence. Nan Murong sighed, sensing a lack of clarity in his reasoning. That tunnel stretches over 500 meters. Can he guarantee to penetrate continuously 10 times without succumbing within the mountain? Zhou Ling awkwardly chuckled, realizing the improbability of such a feat. Then let us expedite our preparations. We must scale this mountain to reach their mutated fruit tree base, Nan Murong stated matter-of-factly. The mention of the mutated fruit trees sent a ripple of excitement through the group. Upon hearing the word base, they were seized with eagerness. Chapter 133. Formulating a plan. The group first organized their belongings and weapons at the tunnel's entrance before concealing their vehicle in the nearby thicket, masking all traces of their presence. They then began their ascent along the cliffside adjacent to the tunnel. Among the 11, Cheng Chung and Qi Jin were both control-type ability users, while the others possessed abilities that aided their ascent. Even on a steep 90-degree cliff, they exerted minimal effort and safely reached the halfway point. Beyond this hill lies their gathering place, Nan Murong conveyed, guided by Xiao Lu. The path up the mountain was densely forested, leaving little room for passage. Xi led the way with Laoing, Jia Wu, and Haning Tian, clearing a path ahead. After approximately an hour of arduous trekking, they reached the mountaintop. Gazing down from the summit revealed an expansive valley. The valley's perimeter was encircled by 3-story buildings, with substantial military presence clad in uniforms stationed around. The rooftops were heavily guarded, and numerous defensive positions had been established at critical junctures, equipped with an array of weaponry. At the entrance of the tunnel, a defensive line had been erected, clearly indicating that any unfamiliar faces attempting entry would face dire consequences. In the center of the valley, a lively crowd bustled, comprising individuals in camouflage and ordinary attire, weaving among one another. Most significantly, they spotted 5 mutated fruit trees, 4 of which matched the images they had previously acquired, alongside an additional tree they had never seen before. Nearby, 5 substantial pits were visible. Where on earth did they source these mutated fruit trees? Han Yingtian exclaimed, clearly envious. Securing even one of such rarity was an arduous task. The fact that these people had managed to acquire 5 was astounding, suggesting tremendous effort had been expended. The inner circle directly facing them housed a large laboratory, seemingly the site of their genetic agent research. Nan Murong observed researchers bustling in and out, puzzled by the unfamiliar faces. Although this place wasn't the underground laboratory of Tianshan, it was odd that none of the researchers appeared recognizable. After all, many of those who had worked in the underground lab had been transferred from the genetic research facility. Recalling the last moments when she had encountered those avaricious gazes directed at her, she now found it peculiar that none were present. It was indeed unsettling. Is this the work of WJ? 15's voice bore a chilling tone, a profound sense of disappointment enveloping him. The formidable manpower of an enhanced battalion, equipped with the most advanced and aggressive firepower, could not be achieved without the backing of extraordinary influence. The group remained silent. They had already experienced a similar scenario at the safety shelter. Meanwhile, the expressions of Han Tian and his companions shifted dramatically, their hearts heavy with apprehension. These 5 trees were all mutated fruit trees, each possessing formidable combat capabilities. There was no rationale for them to remain entirely passive. Chung expressed confusion, reasoning that 5 mutated plants, especially those of the 7th level such as fruit trees, would undoubtedly resist. In a confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. The underground laboratory possesses a red suppressive agent that can conceal the powers of plants. They also have means to suppress the abilities of ability users, Nan Morong contemplated, yearning to descend and eradicate all those present, yet recognizing the impulsiveness of such an action. It could potentially endanger those accompanying her. Conceal yourselves, see ye. Along with Lao Ying, Jia Wu, Han Tian, and 15, spoke in unison. They each brought along the nearest individuals to them and crawled into a dense patch of grass nearby. Si swiftly enveloped Nan Morong's shoulders, guiding her into the foliage, shielding her from the thorns and brambles, while one hand secured the back of her head. Moments later, the thunderous roar of helicopters resonated overhead, and the group silently rejoiced. Had it not been for their vigilance, they might have been discovered. Once the helicopters passed and the danger subsided, they cautiously rose and congregated beneath a more concealed tree nearby. Below them lay at least one enhanced battalion, fully armed to the teeth, should they come under attack. Their firepower could swiftly blanket the entire valley and surrounding mountains without leaving a single blind spot. Sino and Han Ting began sketching the defensive situation they had just observed in the open space. Nan Morwen furrowed her brow. She had witnessed the overwhelming firepower of helicopters and had seen her fair share of war films. Thus, she understood that even for those with supernatural abilities, prior to reaching level 5, facing a barrage of extensive firepower would still render them considerably powerless, with injuries being inevitable and even death a distinct possibility. This location appeared to be a dead zone for firepower. Jia Wu pointed to a corner, observing Sino and the others. Han Ting nodded, offering a wry smile. However, judging by the enemy's layout, it appears to have been intentionally left exposed. How many individuals are in an enhanced battalion? Nan Morwen inquired, somewhat perplexed. The enhanced battalion below consists of 800 personnel. Sino provided her with a precise figure based on the deployment of firepower. Nan Morwen nodded, her tone wavering. There are still 50 supernatural beings and approximately 60 captives inside. We cannot charge in, so there is only one course of action. What course of action? The others expressed curiosity regarding her thoughts. We must harvest all the fruits and depart, Nan Morwen asserted with conviction. All the fruits must be taken, otherwise, should these malicious researchers get their hands on such a bounty, who knows what dreadful creations they might concoct.
Sino grasped Nan Morwen ese intent.
You wish to destroy the 4 fruit trees, leaving only the treemen intact. Nan Morwen sighed. I am uncertain, as I have yet to devise a better plan. It is indeed unacceptable to leave them to those underground laboratories, yet this course of action feels somewhat cruel. Ching could not help but express her dismay. After their mutation, these plants seem to possess life. To obliterate them merely to suppress the malevolence of the underground laboratory feels unjust and undeniably harsh. Sino gently took Nan Morwen's hand, fully aware that no one cherished these mutated plants more than she did. After all, as a plant-based supernatural being, she could empathize with these flora more profoundly than the rest of them. Upon sensing little Lu's position, the treeman realized they were nearby and approached them. Having left its thoroughly exhausted trunk behind, it fortuitously overheard their conversation. What if I persuade them to follow you? The treeman proposed. Nan Morwen turned back, somewhat astonished. Follow me? Like me? The treeman continued, leaving their trunks here to wither while they accompany you to harvest fruits. This proposition would be unattainable with anyone else. But the human before them radiated a vigorous life force that could sustain them even without roots. Would they be willing? Nan Morwen asked, intrigued. Little Lu chimed in. I can go with the treeman to find them. Ran, if they are unwilling, shall we excavate their treasures instead? Xiao Bai added. We can bring them home, allowing them to regrow roots on the mountain. With their fruits, they will surely manage. The group watched in astonishment as Nan Morwen conversed with the treeman, attempting to decipher their dialogue, yet gleaned nothing. Sensing their confidence, Nan Morwen pondered before nodding in agreement. If such an endeavor were indeed feasible, it would certainly yield the optimal outcome given the current circumstances. Chapter 134. Discovery. Soon little Lu, Xiao Bai, and the treeman transformed into slender twigs, stealthily blending into the dense underbrush as they made their way towards the central fruit trees in the courtyard. Upon reaching the heart of the valley, they swiftly entwined themselves around the roots of the fruit trees. After hearing their words, all the fruit trees fell into a state of bewilderment. To abandon their mutated fruits and leave their roots to follow others seemed utterly implausible. The level 3 yellow fruit tree expressed its skepticism. Plants without roots will perish. The level 4 purple fruit tree echoed its fear. I'm scared. I dare not go. Little Lu countered. Are you more frightened than being uprooted by those humans? They are malevolent, and they might use you as firewood in the future. The level 3 pink fruit tree lamented, but we lack the strength to move. We cannot walk. Little Lu reassured them. I possess vitality and can share some with you. Once it reaches Ran, you need not fear. The level 5 green fruit tree inquired. Who is Ran? Is she one of your humans? It was not uncommon for mutated plants to forge contracts with plant-based supernatural beings. They were well aware of this. The treeman affirmed, yes, Ran is a powerful human and a good one at that. Xiao Bai added, Ran has a mountain, a vast one. You can take root there with your fruits. Tank, Defu, and Tian Lang will protect you, ensuring you won't be uprooted like now. The level 3 yellow fruit tree declared, I wish to go. I have 11 fruits. The level 4 purple fruit tree protested, but I do not wish to leave. Little Lu replied, you need not go, but I shall excavate your precious yellow treasures. The level 4 purple fruit tree wailed, woe is me. You are a wicked plant, seeking to rob my treasures. Little Lu retorted, I promised Ran. Disobedient plants shall have their treasures excavated, and the treeman agreed. The treeman added, Ran is a good human, yet she does not favor disobedient plants. Little Lu warned, she is formidable. Disobedience may lead to dire consequences. Xiao Bai urged, quickly, harvest your fruits. Do not await your doom. The 4 little ones listened to the trio's banter, feeling quite frightened. Among them, the strongest was merely a recently ascended level 5 green fruit tree, currently sealed of its powers. Faced with the threat of 2 level 7 mutated beings, what could they say? Were they truly to have their treasures excavated? That would mean certain death. Moreover, they had been informed that this human possessed a mountain, which would provide safety. Nan Morwen distinctly heard the words exchanged between Little Lu and the treeman, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. How did she come across as so malevolent in the eyes of these 3 little ones? Once it was confirmed that the 4 fruit trees would leave with Nan Morwen, Little Lu began to impart vitality to them. As the 4 fruit trees felt the surge of life force, they were filled with exhilaration. Was this the power of that human-esque body? Such a bountiful and potent vitality, far superior to soil. All their concerns dissipated, and the 4 little darlings began diligently collecting their fruits. It was just then that dinner time arrived, and the crowd that had been centrally gathered began to disperse towards the dining halls on either side. Due to the rarity of the mutated fruit trees, a perimeter was established to prevent anyone from harboring ill intentions. Even the armed patrols could only stand at a distance, leaning against the trees while remaining vigilant of external dangers. For a moment, no one noticed that the fruits on the grand trees were gradually diminishing. Of course, this was also aided by the fact that the trees possessed very few fruits to begin with. Collectively, they bore fewer fruits than a single fruit of a treeman. In the large dining hall, a girl of about 15 or 16 years was initially engrossed in her meal. Suddenly, she began to hear the voices of plants, which soon revealed a directive to harvest their own fruits. She was undoubtedly a plant-based supernatural being, yet being only at the late stage of level 1. She had never possessed the ability to hear the voices of plants. Thus, at first, she assumed she had misheard, but as the sounds grew increasingly evident, she sensed something awry. Rushing to her feet, she exclaimed, "The plants outside." However, before she could finish her sentence, a wave of sharp pain surged through her temples. "Xiaoya, what's wrong?" A slightly older girl seated beside her quickly approached with concern. Other nearby diners also stood up, gathering around the girl. The healing-type abilities user attempted to extend a hand to aid the girl, only to find that his efforts were utterly in vain. The girl collapsed onto the ground in sheer agony, writhing in distress. In the distance, Nan Neuron let out a sigh of relief. From the moment she detected the presence of plant-type abilities among the group, she had been vigilantly observing, fearing a mishap, and indeed, it had come perilously close. However, merely preventing further harm to this girl held little significance. It was imperative to stir the waters of this place into chaos. Soon, the gathering of abilities users in the cafeteria was afflicted by headaches, not just the girl. Suddenly, individuals began to unleash their powers uncontrollably against the nearest person. One after another, first, second, third, an unrelenting cascade of attacks ensued. Some were injured, while others retaliated, and within moments, the entire cafeteria descended into pandemonium. While Nan Neuron utilized her mental prowess to incite turmoil among the abilities users below, she signaled to Xiaolu, Xiaobai, and the Treant to hasten their pace. Meanwhile, in another room, Chen Shuhan's complexion darkened. Ouyang Yin mirrored his surprise, exclaiming, "Why does it seem as if they are fighting among themselves?" At the head table, an elderly man clad in military garb, appearing to be in his 50s, furrowed his brows at the commotion. "This situation is highly abnormal. I shall go and investigate." Chen Shuhan laid down his chopsticks, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. The elder also set aside his utensils, saying, "Let us go together." A group of 9 exited their quarters, making their way to the cafeteria for abilities users. "It's him," C thought in disbelief, gazing at the elderly man in military attire leading the group. Han Yingting shared the same astonishment. "Is that Commander Lin? How could he be involved with those from the underground laboratory?" The hawk felt incredulous. Si Yi was equally astonished. This individual held a unique status, having endured numerous wars and rendered distinguished service to the nation, yet here he was. Nan Neuron couldn't help but frown. In her previous life, she remembered this elder as a man of honor. At the foot of the mountain, Commander Lin led Chen Shuhan, Ouyang Yun, and the others to the cafeteria for abilities users. They beheld a scene of utter chaos. Food, tables, and people strewn across the floor in disarray. Water blades, ice shards, fireballs, and earth shields, various offensive and defensive techniques were being unleashed throughout the space, nearly dismantling the very structure of the building. Chapter 135. The search of the mountains must commence. Commander Lin observed the sudden volatility among the abilities users before falling silent, his expression shifting abruptly. After years on the battlefield, he had developed a keen sensitivity to crises. Turning to a man in military attire, approximately 40 years of age, he exchanged a glance that conveyed his intent. The man promptly addressed his subordinates, "Notify everyone for an emergency assembly." Chen Shuhan was not unfamiliar with Commander Lin and understood how alert this veteran of the battlefield could be. "Has something gone awry?" Ouyang Yin questioned, uncertainty lacing her tone. Commander Lin turned to Chen Shuhan. "Have your team conduct a thorough inspection of everything." Chen Shuhan's mind immediately leaped to the fruit trees and gestured for the elder from the Chen family to promptly assess the situation of the 5 fruit trees. The sound of the emergency assembly trumpet echoed throughout the valley. Soldiers stationed at various lookout points and attack sites swiftly adopted a serious demeanor, readying their weapons at a moment's notice. The soldiers who had been dining in the cafeteria also began to sprint out, forming an orderly assembly fully armed at the center of the valley. Even helicopters, having just completed their patrols, were beginning to take flight. It was as if war was on the brink of erupting, with each individual standing tall, eyes resolute, unafraid of death. "Search all surrounding mountains. Quickly check the status of those fruit trees. We must act swiftly," Commander Lin commanded in a somber tone. Sensing the sudden tension enveloping the valley and observing the 7 young ones who had ventured into the jungle, Nan Neuron silently breathed a sigh of relief. This team displayed formidable combat prowess and reacted with remarkable speed. Had her group entered the valley to handle the mutated fruit trees directly, they would likely have been engulfed by relentless gunfire. Beside her, Si, the hawk, Han Yingting, and the others stood straight, solemnly saluting the direction of the valley. This was their first encounter with the urgent assembly order etched into their very bones, and they remained motionless. At the back, Zhou Ling surveyed the unfolding situation, finally comprehending why Nan Neuron had advised against bringing anyone along. Had those around him encountered such a scenario, they would likely be paralyzed with fear. In that brief moment, he felt a pang of urgency. Ling Yuan exchanged a glance with another penetrating type abilities user who had accompanied her, both clearly reflecting their shared apprehension. Just then, Chun Shohan's team and a squad of soldiers hastily converged at the location of the fruit trees. "Commander, all the fruits from the trees have vanished," reported the elder from the Chin family, flanked by a soldier, their expressions echoing the strangeness of the situation. So bizarre that they had to conduct multiple checks before confirming it. Upon hearing this, Commander Lin and Qin Shuhan swiftly made their way to the fruit trees, neglecting the complexities of the current situation. Before them stood 5 bare trees, which had begun to droop, prompting disbelief among all present. Where are the fruits? How could not a single one remain? Who tampered with the fruit trees? Ouyang Yun's face turned pale. The significance of these mutated fruit trees was immense. Such an incident could endanger their lives. The soldier responsible for guarding the area shook his head. Our squad followed the orders, standing 15 meters away with our backs to the fruit trees. It wasn't until the incident occurred that we inspected, as per Mr. Chen's request, and discovered all the fruits were gone. Listening to the soldier, Ouyang Yun couldn't help but sneer. How do I know this isn't the result of your own thievery? The soldier's face darkened, a simmering rage brewing within him. You insult us. I urge you to choose your words wisely, Miss Ouyang, Commander Lin interjected, deliberately softening his cold tone, the aura of his battlefield experience palpable. Chun Shohan, noticing the soldier's obvious shift in demeanor, hastily reprimanded Ouyang Yun. Have you lost your mind? We are on the same side. He quickly turned to apologize to the surrounding soldiers and Commander Lin. Commander Lin raised his gaze, his tone sharp. The outer search is the responsibility of our military. The situation here falls under your jurisdiction. Let us each fulfill our roles and see this through. Deploy soldiers to search the mountains. Watching the figures gradually depart, their spines erect, Qin Shuhan was filled with pent-up frustration. Directing his ire towards the troublemaker Ouyang Yun, summon all sensing abilities users and plant-type abilities users immediately. Hurry! Ouyang Yun felt a sense of injustice, but refrained from voicing her anger at that moment. These 5 mutated fruit trees had taken the underground laboratory and the organization behind them 3 months to locate, costing numerous lives of abilities users. If they truly vanished, both the Chun and Ouyang families would be ruined, with not enough lives to pay the price. Simultaneously, Nan Muron on the mountain commenced her cleanup efforts. She exerted her mental power to control a peak-level wind-type abilities user within the valley, and then decisively utilized a wind blade to eliminate the plant-type girl who had been the first to overhear Xiaolu and the others' conversation. Following that, she swiftly scanned the crowd for special-type abilities users to inform her companions. After confirming their objective with Nan Muron, Saya and Jia Wu followed her lead, effectively eliminating all threats. The reason others refrained from intervening was straightforward. Those with abilities below level 4 simply lacked the range to engage. Thus, the onlookers could only spectate as the battlefield turned red with the blood of 15 fallen ability users, felled by various powers. Nan Muron and her companions silently offered their apologies. They could not discern whether that Commander Lin was benevolent or malevolent, nor could they assess the moral standing of these ability users. Yet, in this dire situation, they felt compelled to act. Saya clasped Nan Muron's hand firmly, urging, "We must depart swiftly. Otherwise, more lives will be lost here today." This admonition was directed not only at Nan Muron but also at Han Yingting and his visibly distressed companions. Should the soldiers discover them, a confrontation would be inevitable. There was no possibility of surrender. It would mean that they would have to face these earnest soldiers in the valley, igniting a brutal struggle for survival. If they were to respond with full force, the death toll would be staggering. Han Yingting recognized the wisdom in Saya's words, sighing with resignation at his lack of alternatives. Let us leave quickly. Helicopter patrols are not to be trifled with. Xiao Lu and the others have yet to return. Just then, Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu leaped up from the ground, returning to Nan Muron's left wrist. Following them was a treant, which hesitated momentarily before taking a stand. It was accompanied by 4 others of varying sizes. Nan Muron understood that the treant awaited her acknowledgement. Once she extended her hand toward it, it would become her contracted plant. Truth be told, she found it somewhat unappealing due to its dirtiness, yet she could not deny that, in this apocalyptic world. A being strong enough to evolve into a level 7 variant through its own strength would undoubtedly be a formidable ally, even surpassing Xiao Lu in prowess. After a moment of deliberation, she ultimately capitulated to the allure of strength, gesturing for the treant to bring the others closer. The treant chose to position itself between Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai, thus becoming Nan Muron's new contracted plant. Its addition infused the already exquisite pattern with a striking brown hue, rendering it even more resplendent. The other four, Xiao Zi, Xiao Fun, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Qing, wound themselves around her wrist, resembling a colorful ribbon. They even formed a closed loop, giving the illusion that Nan Muron was wearing a bracelet. Upon making contact with Nan Muron's body, they sensed an invigorating vitality. The level 3 Xiao Huang fruit tree exclaimed, "How marvelous! This human is truly extraordinary. I wish to contract with her." "I wish to as well," chimed in the level 4 Xiao Zi fruit tree. The level 5 Xiao Qing fruit tree and the level 3 Xiao Fen fruit tree were yet to voice their desires when the treant's ancient voice interrupted. Laced with evident impatience, silence. Xiao Lu added, "Ran will not contract with you. You are too weak." Xiao Bai nodded in agreement. The level 5 Xiao Qing fruit tree lamented, being scorned by one of the same level. "Where can I seek recourse?" "What about the fruits?" Zhou Ling queried, observing the empty-handed return of a few. Han Yingting and the others were not curious, having spent considerable time with Nan Muron. They were well aware that she harbored other secrets and held absolute trust in her. Nan Muron looked at him, her eyes sparkling with playful mirth. "Life is hanging by a thread, yet you still remember the fruits." Zhou Ling sheepishly scratched his head. "We will lead the way, everyone. Keep close and descend the mountain swiftly," Saya urged, pulling Nan Muron along as they sprinted downhill. The others followed closely behind, grateful that the path up the mountain was already cleared, making their descent manageable. As they descended, Nan Muron utilized her plant-based abilities to restore the surroundings to their original state, even riding the trampled grass. To ensure a smooth helicopter takeoff, she also employed her mental abilities to pilfer a small component, causing several helicopters' instrument panels to malfunction, rendering them incapable of flight. Taking advantage of the massive soldiers ascending the mountain, they reached their previous hiding place in less than half the time it took to climb. "There are people pursuing from the tunnel. We cannot take the vehicles," Jia Wu assessed quickly based on the sounds. Nan Muron regarded them thoughtfully for a moment. "Han Yingting, take your people along with Qi Jin and Zhou Ling back to the Eternal Night Hotel first." "And you?" Han Yingting asked, concern etched on his face as he looked at the four of them. "We must erase all traces of our presence. Otherwise, we will attract significant trouble," Saya replied with unwavering resolve. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. No one knew who the strengthened regiment in the valley truly represented. Should the enemy follow their trail and uncover the West City security base, which could lead to Qin Jiangwo and the others, the consequences would be dire. Han Yingting regarded them, his eyes filled with concern. "Stay safe. See you at the hotel." Once soldiers, they all comprehended the seriousness embedded in his words. Qi Jin's foresight allowed him to perceive the actions Nan Muron intended to undertake next, and he understood that as long as they did not impede her, she could return safely. Once they departed, Nan Muron immediately stored the two vehicles in her space, then restored all traces to their original state. "Are we going to take their military vehicles?" Eagle remarked, his eyes gleaming as he observed the cars emerging from the tunnel. "You truly have some audacity," Saya mused. After some contemplation, he added, "Leaving behind inconsequential traces wouldn't be amiss. If there are no traces at all, it might lead to suspicion." Chen Shuhan is no fool. Nan Muron nodded in agreement. Jia Wu suddenly suggested, "Shall we seize one?" "What would you do if you were abroad?" Eagle inquired curiously. "Simply take one and drive off." For their group, commandeering a military vehicle posed little challenge, and they soon discovered a suitable fork in the road. First, they selected a vehicle while utilizing the treant to create numerous traces on one of the paths. Subsequently, the vehicle they had set their sights on conveniently suffered a flat tire, leaving two individuals to repair the car, while the others continued tracking. The military personnel looked at the two. "Captain, there's a fork in the road. One person could jump out to scout. Run a bit further ahead and see if there are any traces." The captain, observing the marks on the ground, felt they seemed somewhat contrived and instructed one of his soldiers accordingly. Before long, The soldier returned, confirming their decision to proceed along the path devoid of traces. As the remaining vehicles followed the unmarked route, Nan-Muron employed her mental abilities to ensure there were no anomalies nearby. Saya then utilized his water-based powers to conjure ice pillars, swiftly knocking out the 2 soldiers who were fixing the car. "Are we just leaving them here to sleep?" Eagle asked, glancing at the 2 laid out in the snow, concerned they might freeze. Jia Wu furrowed his brow. "What if you take off your clothes and cover them for warmth?" "That's unnecessary. They'll sleep just fine like this." Eagle quickly wrapped himself tighter. "They have their backpacks in the car. Let us give them sleeping bags to keep warm." Saya tossed out their backpacks. Once prepared and traces cleared, the 4 of them climbed into the vehicle. Eagle, the living map, leaned back in the passenger seat, feeling utterly relaxed. "I must say, the path we left is quite fitting. We won't need to take a detour to reach Gu County." Their earlier actions, which left traces, were not deliberately guided. Thus, the soldiers could choose either path, and they would simply take the other. Both routes led to the ancient county, differing only in distance. Fortunately, one path remained that did not require detours. Nan-Muron leaned back against Yi in the rear seat and exhaled deeply. "This day has been quite exhausting. However, the fruits of our labor were commendable. I just counted, and we harvested a total of 209 fruits. With such significant losses, they surely won't let this slide," Jia Wu asserted confidently. They had all experienced the difficulty of locating mutated fruit trees, not to mention the effort required to transplant them. The time, resources, and manpower expended to find and relocate these 5 fruit trees were unimaginable. It was no wonder they would be driven to madness. Nan-Muron, however, was not concerned about this. Instead, she inquired, "Who is that Commander Lin? It seems you all know him." Chapter 137. Entering Lan City. Si was not surprised that Nan-Muron would pose this question, and he harbored no intention of concealing the truth from her. Commander Chen succeeded him. "What sort of person is he?" Nan-Muron recalled that in her previous life, this elder had perished on the battlefield against the horde of zombies. The reputation he held within the safety base of Shishir was commendable. There was no reason for him to be a villain. A veteran emerging from the battlefield, he was upright, honest, wise, and astute. After departing from the Blood Wolf Special Operations Brigade, he joined the WJ Corps as the chief commander. To be candid, based on my understanding of him, I cannot believe he would be a person who aids the wicked. Si had one arm draped around Nan-Muron, while his other hand skillfully rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a loaf of alkaline bread and a bottle of water to offer her. After an entire day of exertion, they had only had breakfast, and Nan-Muron indeed felt a pang of hunger. Chewing on the bread, she remarked to the others, "I spotted quite a few captives in the buildings on the outskirts of the valley. Among them were those ability users who were previously with Shou Ling at the Lan City safety base. However, they seemed to be unharmed, aside from their lack of freedom. Are they Qi Yongfan and his group?" The Eagle had some recollection of these individuals. At the Lan City safety base, only 2 of Zhou's ability users were qualified to be team leaders. One was Qi Yongfan and the other was Ling Yuan, who had accompanied Zhou Ling. Thus, it appeared that another team led by Qi Yongfan, dispatched for reconnaissance, had encountered misfortune. Nan-Muron nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The others also refrained from continuing this topic, as they all understood that, under the previous circumstances, it was utterly impossible for them to venture out to rescue anyone. It is far better for them to remain safe as captives than to be released into the current perilous situation, the Eagle offered judiciously. After all, freeing them could result in their inability to escape the encirclement of that enhanced battalion, leading to potential slaughter. Remaining captives was, in fact, a more pragmatic approach to survival. In this apocalypse, the most crucial thing was to stay alive. Suddenly, Xiao Lu reminded Nan-Muron, "Ranfan, those people have realized they are chasing in the wrong direction and are now heading this way. That team is closing in on us. Should we abandon the vehicle and head into the mountains, or continue forward?" Nan-Muron refrained from making the decision herself. After all, Si Yi and the Eagle were with her, and they were the most knowledgeable about how to deal with these former comrades. "If they come after us, Han Tian and the others will be safe." Jia Wu sighed in relief, even though they had not spent much time together. He treated Qi Jin as one of his own, and was fond of the little fellow's cleverness and understanding. Nan-Muron nodded, however. "It seems we need to create a larger commotion on our end. Let us drive straight to Lan City, Ci instructed the eagle at the wheel. To Lan City? That will certainly make a ruckus. The problem is, night is falling, and zombies are extremely sensitive to sound and movement. Plunging into Lan City may ensure our survival. But the fate of these people is uncertain, Jia Wu cautioned earnestly. He could see that Ci, the eagle, and Nan Muron had no intention of directly confronting these soldiers. They were deliberately exercising restraint to preserve their lives. The reason Ci chose this course of action was that he understood Commander Lin. He wagered that Commander Lin would never permit his soldiers to perish needlessly. Moreover, not entering the zombie-infested city at night was an unbreakable decree for survival in this apocalypse. They might not necessarily follow us into the city. The eagle quickly grasped Ci's implication. Sure enough, as their vehicle entered the city limits of Lan City, the military vehicles trailing behind halted at the entrance. A contingent of dozens of soldiers disembarked without delay. Captain, they have driven into the city, an anxious soldier reported. These individuals had not harmed their own comrades, indicating they were not irredeemably wicked. It would indeed be a pity for them to die in such a manner. These people truly fear nothing, a squad leader remarked, unable to contain his astonishment at their audacity to enter a city teeming with zombies. The summoned captain sighed deeply and ordered, "Send a squad to return and report. The rest of you stay here." Soon, 2 military vehicles turned around and sped back towards the base in the valley.
Meanwhile,
After Nan Muron and her group drove into the city, they discovered it was densely populated with zombies, their vehicle crashing into several approaching undead. However, they had not traveled far before they found their progress utterly obstructed. This is just as bad as leeches, the eagle mused, feeling a chill run down his spine as he beheld the ever-encroaching horde of zombies. Let's find a higher building to take refuge in before we seek an escape route, Nan Muron signaled to Jia Wu, who was driving. In circumstances like these at night, it's best not to engage in killing zombies. Otherwise, we could be overwhelmed and exhausted by their relentless waves. To their left rear stood a commercial building. Jia Wu spotted a nearby skyscraper with a glass curtain wall. Fortunately, it was not far away, and the zombies congregating along the way were not overly numerous. He quickly reversed the vehicle, managing to park it in front of the commercial building just before they were completely surrounded by the horde. The group swiftly exited the vehicle, dispatching the nearby zombies without lingering in combat, and entered the building. Nan Muron even took the opportunity to store the vehicle in her spatial realm, delighted to have acquired another rugged vehicle for their endeavors. Ascending the staircase of the commercial building, they utilized the cabinets, sofas, and various debris in the lobby to barricade the stairwell, blocking the zombies following their scent. They first reached the second floor, which was spacious and furnished with distinctive sofas and tables. It had likely been an upscale cafe before the apocalypse. A few zombies in standard uniforms still roamed within. Jia Wu easily dealt with a few wandering zombies, extracting their crystal cores and discarding the bodies in a corner. Ci casually ignited a fire, reducing the corpses to a pile of ash in mere moments. Observing the flames that barely flickered and produced no smoke, Nan Muron was astonished. Ci's mastery over his abilities seemed to have reached new heights. I just took a closer look. This building is a connected structure that links to a sky bridge leading to the adjacent building, the eagle noted while surveying the situation ahead. Though those soldiers would not venture into the city, they could not afford to remain idle here either. In no more than an hour and a half, the main force would arrive. Once they blocked the key routes of Lan City, escape would become impossible. Ci retrieved a map from his backpack. The eagle timely moved over a table and spread out the map. With the Jiao Yi behind them, the three promptly organized their route to leave Lan City. Just as they were engrossed in their study, Chapter 138, Pampered, revealed an abundance of coffee beans. Nan Muron looked up at the rows of coffee jars on the counter, visibly surprised. She stepped forward, picked one up and opened it. However, her delicate brows furrowed as she endured the foul stench emanating from several jars she opened in succession. Discovering that the coffee beans had become moldy from being soaked in water, Jia Wu and the eagle exchanged glances, sighing indulgently as they observed Nan Muron's evident disappointment. Sai surveyed the surroundings and finally opened the door to a corner storage room, revealing a row of cabinets. He gestured for Jia Wu and the eagle to assist. Together, the three of them retrieved all the coffee from the storage room, meticulously inspecting each batch before categorizing them. They ultimately selected the sealed coffee beans that had not been damaged by water and presented them to Nan Muron. After careful examination, these are all intact and can be kept. Seeing them, Nan Muron's lips curled into a smile, and without hesitation, she stored the entire heap of coffee beans into her space. Raising her gaze, she noticed an entire wall adorned with various coffee utensils. In the dim light, the uniquely designed coffee cups captivated her, making them irresistible. They are beautiful. If there's space, I can take them all, she remarked. Sai smiled as he looked at the assortment of mugs with diverse shapes and patterns. For Nan Muron, an art student, these items were undeniably alluring. Without hesitation, she waved her hand and stored the entire wall of cups, along with the cup racks, into her space. Noticing her interest, Sai turned to the eagle and Jiawu behind him. Shall we explore further upstairs? It might help us find our way out. The two nodded in agreement. On the third floor, before the apocalypse, there had been a fast food restaurant. Everything stored inside had spoiled, the rancid odor making it unbearable, leaving little to salvage. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they were greeted by a row of comfortable massage chairs, igniting excitement in their eyes. Is this a spa? It seemed somewhat like one, yet not entirely so. Should we take a break here? The eagerness in the eagle's eyes was unmistakable. Let's dine here, Nan Muron suggested. After eating, we can rest a bit and then find our way out. Having consumed a piece of bread on the vehicle and feeling both exhausted and hungry, she could only imagine the state of the three men. Sai looked at Jiawu and the eagle, and seeing their lack of objections, nodded. All right, we'll eat here. As they agreed, Nan Muron promptly retrieved 2 camping lanterns from her space. Witnessing her actions, Sai and the others instinctively stepped forward to draw the curtains tightly, leaving not a single gap. The entire space was instantly enveloped in darkness. Only then did Nan Muron turn on the lanterns, illuminating their surroundings without drawing attention from the outside. Jiawu and the eagle swiftly moved over tables, tidying up 4 chairs. Nan Muron collaborated with Sai to arrange 4 nearby massage chairs for everyone to rest. Today we have reaped a bountiful harvest. Let us order some food, Sai declared. Let us have noodles, something simple, he added, suggesting Lanzhou beef noodles. The eagle quickly understood Sai's intent and responded, fried noodles. 5-in-1 mixed noodles, Jiawu chimed in. She looked at Nan Muron. I'll join you for noodles. Let us add a vegetable platter, a meat platter, and 3 stir-fried dishes. Nan Muron swiftly retrieved the food from her space and placed it on the table. The eagle, enjoying his beloved beef noodles with a vegetable platter and several stir-fried dishes, felt his spirits lift. This is truly blissful. Nan Muron, savoring her 5-in-1 mixed noodles, smiled quietly. In the past, she had not been particularly fond of carbohydrates, but since the apocalypse, her tastes seemed to have transformed, turning her into a fervent enthusiast of them. After quickly satisfying their hunger, the 4 found themselves a massage chair to recline in. Let us depart after half an hour of rest, Sai suggested, estimating that Qin Shuhan and his group would arrive within an hour. In order to avoid a confrontation that could escalate into chaos, they needed to evacuate swiftly. Setting an alarm, Nan Muron signaled for the treemen to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Approximately 20 minutes later, the treemen sensed danger approaching from a distance and promptly touched Nan Muron. 1-1. Over 30 ability users are nearing the city. This news jolted Nan Muron awake, and she felt a wave of resignation wash over her. Someone is pursuing us. The 3, already alert, opened their eyes and swiftly organized their belongings. Observing them, Nan Muron suddenly realized that she was the only one who had fallen asleep. Contemplating for a moment, she thought, I'm not that tired. I can hold on a bit longer. Hearing her words, the 3 smiled. No worries. We have time to evacuate, Sai reassured her, gently tucking back some of her stray hair with a warm smile. Jiawu handed her a bottle of water. Drink this to wake up. You wouldn't want to catch a cold later. Aware of their genuine concern, Nan Muron accepted the water without pretense. Taking a sip, the treeman mentioned over 30 ability users. They must be with Qin Shuhan. We dealt with over a dozen special-type ability users today. The remaining ones are just ordinary folks. The horde of zombies below will be enough trouble for them. Once their belongings were packed, the group continued up the stairs until they reached the 15th floor. Following the bridge between the 2 staircases, they crossed to the opposite building. Nan Muron then signaled for Xiaolu, Xiaobai, and the treeman to construct a plant bridge for everyone to traverse. In the dead of night, an eerie scene unfolded above Lawn City, where four figures moved gracefully among the towering buildings as if walking on solid ground. I must say, this does look somewhat impressive, the eagle remarked, gazing down at the dark expanse below and feeling the chilling wind. I dislike being stepped on by anyone other than Ronron and Ye, Xiaolu complained. Me too, Xiaobai echoed. How petty, the treeman commented. Nan Muron, sensing the little one's displeasure, could only remind the eagle. Hurry up. We might get caught. 20 minutes after their departure, Qin Shuhan and his group of ability users arrived outside Lawn City, accompanied by Elder Lin and a reinforcement battalion. My people will not enter the city at night, Elder Lin stated firmly, having come to prevent this situation from escalating and showing no signs of yielding. Qin Shuhan was at a loss for words. Beside him, Ouyang Yun, who had been seething with frustration, finally exploded. Elder. Don't forget what Captain Lin said in his letter from the West City. We are to cooperate in completing the mission assigned to us. Elder Lin snorted coldly. In this apocalyptic era, everyone is looking out for themselves. This is not a new development. Moreover, I have not received any orders from the Beijing base. My willingness to assist you is solely based on the regard for Lin Weiqing's letter explaining the situation. However, none of this is worth risking the lives of my people. Chapter 139. Safely leaving Lawn City. Listening to Elder Lin's resolute words, Qin Shuhan understood that continuing to press the stubborn old soldier was futile. In fact, it could provoke a backlash. Elder Lin, I respect your principles. Your men need not enter Lawn City for a search, but could you assist in securing several key exits? After hearing Qin Shuhan's request, Elder Lin coldly nodded. Although Ouyang Yun's fiery temperament and harsh words were unappealing, he remained firm in his position. However, in stark contrast, he harbored a deeper disdain for the morose and calculating young master of the Qin family. Let us speak plainly. The topography of Lawn City is characterized by its mountainous and elongated terrain, a fact that I trust Master Chen is well aware of. My men will have to take a detour to reach the other side of the expressway, which will undoubtedly consume time. Should we fail to successfully intercept anyone, I hope Master Chen can show some understanding. Qin Shuhan, observing the utter lack of accountability from the other party, felt a surge of frustration welling up within him, almost compelling him to curse. Yet, he ultimately suppressed desire, forcing a smile and nodding, I understand. Thank you for your efforts. Watching as a dozen military vehicles gradually dispersed in various directions, Qin Shuhan silently breathed a sigh of relief. Although their collaborative time was brief, he was not unfamiliar with the operational style of the esteemed Commander Lin. This stubborn old man, while difficult to deceive, held the military's promise in high regard. Once he committed to a task, he would certainly not treat it lightly. Old Qin, the leader of the Qin family's supernatural team, stepped forward hesitantly and inquired, Young master, shall we enter Lawn City? Qin Shuhan was acutely aware that venturing into a city overrun by zombies at night was far from prudent, yet he also understood that both he and the Qin family had run out of options. Turning towards the group of supernatural beings, he called out, Xiao Yuan, come here to your brother. A boy, appearing to be around 11 or 12, somewhat frail and dull, stepped forward. Perhaps due to the late hour, it was evident that the boy was struggling to stay awake. Help your brother take a look. From here to the city center, are there any other people nearby? Qin Shuhan endeavored to soften his voice, coaxing the young boy. Obediently, the boy scanned the surroundings and then pointed towards a nearby residential complex. There are people in that building. How many? Qin Shuhan's heart tightened as he gazed at the distant apartment building. He surmised that those individuals likely dared not venture too deeply into Lawn City at night, which was why they were hiding in a location close to the city's outskirts, where the zombie presence was comparatively sparse. 17. The boy replied after counting for a while. Qin Shuhan refrained from pressing further. This boy was a peak-level sensory-type supernatural being, capable of sensing life forms within a radius of 300 meters, yet he could not visually perceive the scenes within that range. Old Qin observed the boy's indicated location. It's not far from the city's outskirts. I can take a team of supernatural beings there. Qin Shuhan nodded. You and Xiao Yuan proceed together. If they are not individuals after the mutated fruit, you may continue your search. Old Qin appeared momentarily taken aback. Delving deeper into the core of Lawn City at this juncture was tantamount to courting death. Noting his evident hesitation, Qin Shuhan sighed and asserted, Old Qin. We have no other choice now. Old Qin understood the Qin family's ties to the Ouyang family and the underground laboratory, and thus recognized the significance of those fruit trees. With a resigned sigh, he silently nodded and then organized a team of 16 supernatural beings to approach the not-so-distant apartment building. A staff officer standing behind Commander Lin frowned at their actions, contemplating a warning, but was silenced by a look from Commander Lin. The old commander could sense the imminent danger within the city, fully aware that these individuals might not return. Yet, he also knew that Qin Shohan would not relent. Since the moment the fruits from the trees were taken, the reactions of Qin Shohan and Ouyang Yun indicated that those 5 trees held more value in their eyes than the lives of everyone present. Commander, their actions are nothing short of a death sentence, the officer with a spirited demeanor frowned. He understood better than anyone the complexity of the nighttime situation in the city. Since the apocalypse, the military had remained in the mountains, with limited exposure to the external environment. Meanwhile, the Qin family was responsible for maintaining safety within Lan City, and thus should have a clear understanding of the conditions inside. Therefore, Qin Shohan's decision to essentially send his subordinates to their demise was both unwise and abnormal. Reflecting on this, Commander Lin instinctively recalled the words shared by Qin Shohan, Ouyang Yun, and Lin Weiqing in their correspondence. The existence of those mutated fruit trees was indisputable. The question lay in the purported uses of the trees. The claim that they were meant to enhance the soldiers' physical prowess was, evidently, highly suspect. Meanwhile, Nan Morong and her companions successfully navigated the aerial corridors constructed by several small beings high above Lan City, deftly avoiding the hordes of zombies accumulating on the ground until they exited the city limits. Standing outside the toll station that had existed before the apocalypse, gazing at the skyscrapers engulfed in darkness behind them, Eagle could not help but exclaim, "It has been less than half a year since the apocalypse began. Yet it feels as though an eternity has passed." "Your use of idioms is commendable," Jia Wu remarked from behind him. Even in jest, his tone remained icy. Nan Morong shared this sentiment, even more profoundly than Eagle, yet chose to remain silent. She directly retrieved her Kalman King from her spatial storage.
Wow.
"We can drive this car again," Eagle exclaimed, his weariness evaporating, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he eagerly accepted the keys and took the driver's seat. Once inside the vehicle, the 4 of them sped westward towards the Evernight Hotel in Guxian. Less than 10 minutes into their drive, they encountered a fork in the road. Xiao Lu gently touched Nan Morong's left wrist. Ran, there are people on the road across from us, less than 3 kilometers away. Eagle, pull over and turn off the engine immediately, Nan Morong instructed, having deduced the nature of the approaching individuals. Once their vehicle was silent and concealed in the shadows of the night, they soon heard military SUVs racing past on the opposite expressway. Eagle exhaled a sigh of relief. Are they planning to seal off all entrances and exits of Lan City? Unfortunately, a bit slow on the uptake, Jia Wu coldly retorted. Shi Yi observed the 5 military trucks passing by and shook his head slightly. If this matter were under the complete jurisdiction of the old commander,
He would not be this slow to react.
Are you suggesting that your old commander, fully aware of the need to seal off all entrances and exits at the first opportunity, chose not to alert Qin Shohan? Nan Morong pondered, unable to dismiss the implications of their mutual distrust. Chapter 140. Back at the Evernight Hotel. His character was resolute, sharp, and astute. He could never conspire with the nefarious individuals from the underground laboratory. Thus, Qin Shohan must be employing some means of deception to secure his assistance. Should a careless slip reveal their sinister intentions, he would not let it go unpunished. Shi held unwavering confidence in his old commander. Nan Morong nodded. Yet this matter cannot be left unattended. We must devise a proper course of action. Zhouling's involvement in handling this issue would indeed be apt. Shi remarked with a smile. Nan Morong agreed. Certainly. Upon our return, we should have Zhouling prepared to represent the official base of Lan City in approaching Commander Lin. It would be best to guide him towards directly confronting Qin Shohan and his group. We need only return and inform Commander Qian of the situation. The rest he can manage. Shi analyzed calmly. While he too wished to address the matter, he did not intend to embroil Nan Morong and himself in trouble. Stripping the roots of the problem was an excellent strategy. But what if your old commander proves untrustworthy? Jia Wu offered a more objective assessment. Given Zhou's family status, No one in Lon City would dare to easily move against Zhou Ling, especially with a dozen supernatural beings by his side. Sure, Yi harbored no concerns. After all, those at the pinnacle of power are often the most vulnerable to the constraints of various forces, making them easier to hinder. Indeed, Eagle clicked his tongue, sensing that the wild wolf had changed, becoming considerably more cunning. After confirming the subsequent matters, the group sped back directly to the Eternal Night Hotel in the ancient county. In the lobby on the first floor, Han Tian and his companions anxiously awaited the return of the four, losing all interest in the food that Lu Mei had sent over. Sister, the prescient Qijin was the first to ascertain the direction from which they had hurriedly returned, subsequently feeling relieved. However, after exhausting his abilities, he suddenly felt overwhelmingly fatigued and collapsed straight to the ground. Qijin, what's wrong? Cheng, standing nearby, hurriedly supported the little one, her tone laced with concern. Qijin offered a weak smile. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Since parting ways with Nan Muron and the others, Qijin had been diligently employing his abilities to predict their situation, and only now could he feel at ease. Have they successfully evaded their pursuers? Han Tian surmised their circumstances based on Qijin's reaction. Qijin nodded, prompting everyone to collectively exhale in relief. Only Zhou Ling and his group regarded their actions with some confusion, but soon their attention shifted back to Qijin, who seemed quite extraordinary for his age. No wonder he could accompany such formidable individuals. After waiting for over an hour, the four finally returned, and upon seeing them unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, brother, you're back. Though Qijin's face was pale, he was evidently overjoyed. Observing the little one's expression, Nan Muron understood how worried he had been, leading to the depletion of his abilities. Silently, she took his hand, and a continuous flow of vitality began to nourish his body. Qijin felt all his fatigue dissipate, and even his drained abilities started to replenish. He felt lighter, and color gradually returned to his face. All right, everyone else should quickly return to their rooms and rest. Nan Muron instructed. Han Tian, Zhou Ling, come with me. The 6th floor of the Eternal Night Hotel was utterly destroyed by fire and flooding, leaving behind nothing but bad memories for its owner, Lu Mei, who decided to seal off that area along with another room. Thus, Nan Muron and her group were relocated to the 3rd floor. These are the mutated fruits collected by the kids today. Let us share them. Nan Muron announced as she entered the outer chamber of her room, revealing over 200 mutated fruits they had gathered, neatly piled on the table. Zhou Ling stared at the vibrant array of pink, yellow, and various other mutated fruits, feeling utterly astounded by the bounty before him. Glancing at the calm Yi and Han Tian, he realized that he was the only one unaccustomed to such sights. After a moment's hesitation, Han Tian remarked, the images of the mutated fruit trees we brought from the Western City safe base did not include these pink fruits, so they all belong to you. As for the remaining mutated fruits from the other trees, they had been prearranged between Commander Chen and Nan Muron before their departure. He had no authority to decide otherwise. Nan Muron nodded in agreement with Han Tian's assessment before turning her gaze to Zhou Ling. What about you? Which one would you like? Zhou Ling was taken aback, pondering that he hadn't contributed much at all. His very life had been saved by these leaders. I can still choose? Isn't that a bit too generous? Generosity is fine, just don't act coy. Of course, you can also decline. The old eagle was remarkably straightforward. Then let us do this. Each of us 3 will take one. Zhou Ling hurriedly replied, fearful that these powerful individuals might suddenly change their minds. Seeing his lack of greed, Nan Muron decided to be more generous. I'll give you 5. Each of them will take 1, and you can have 3. The green fruit enhances abilities, the purple one promotes awakening, and the pink one improves constitution and heals hidden injuries. Zhou Ling nodded fervently, overwhelmed with excitement at the thought of having 3 of these treasures. After eagerly swallowing several mouthfuls of saliva, he reluctantly stowed them away. Subsequently, Nan Muron and Han Tian divided the remaining fruits according to the pre-established agreement with Chen Jiangwo from the Western City safe base. After Han Tian carefully secured all the fruits, Nan Muron handed him 4 of the pink ones, saying, since we've collaborated, this is my treat. Han Tian gazed at the pink fruits in her hand, a tumult of emotions surging within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Nan Muron would offer her own share to the 4 of them, and after a moment of profound gratitude, He could only manage 2 words. Thank you. As a soldier, he, along with Chung Chung, who had danced for years, bore various hidden injuries that directly impacted their capabilities as ability users. Thus, the pink fruit was precisely what they needed. There's no need for formality.
Now,
Let us discuss matters regarding the valley, which may require Zhou Ling to personally lead a team.
me?
Zhou Ling exclaimed in disbelief. Si nodded and briefed him on the situation in the valley. Brother Yi, are you suggesting that I seek help from old Chief Lin and simultaneously expose Qin Shohan's intentions? Upon grasping the plan, Zhou Ling found it feasible. However, approaching him out of the blue might make it hard for them to trust me. Si responded directly. Qi Yongfan and the others have been captured. They are among the prisoners in the valley. Captured by whom? Zhou Ling asked, only to realize that they had been tracking Qin Shohan's team. They were caught by Qin Shohan's people. Then, I can use the excuse of searching for them to meet old Chief Lin, naturally leading to the unmasking of Qin Shohan's plot. That was one aspect. The second and more crucial point was that in this apocalyptic world, where zombies roamed freely, mutated plants and animals would soon invade human territories. The Lon City safe base, aside from your family and the Chen family as ability users, had virtually no other protective forces, which meant that everyone in the Lon City safe base needed the protection of these soldiers. Do you understand my meaning? Ci's tone turned grave. Zhou Ling looked at Ci, suddenly feeling that this version of him was unfamiliar yet commanding respect. After a long pause, Zhou Ling nodded earnestly. I understand. I will sincerely request the military's assistance for everyone in the Lon City safe base. They are currently in Lon City. Ci reminded Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling instantly understood. Let us pack up and head back to the Lon City base immediately. I look forward to your good news. Nan Muron encouraged with a smile. Zhou Ling, buoyed by the support of the leaders, nodded confidently. Once Zhou Ling departed, Nan Muron turned to Han Tian. This collaboration of ours has reached a conclusion. We have personal matters to attend to, and will be leaving early tomorrow morning. Han Tian was taken aback. We're parting ways? At the Lon City safe base, we heard the madman mention that extreme cold weather is approaching. You must relay this information back to Commander Chen and the others as soon as possible, Nan Muron continued. If it weren't for the necessity of finding a suitable reason, she would not have risked alerting the base.
Now,
With the emergence of the madman and the organization behind him, it provided an excellent pretext. Han Tian's expression grew serious. Extreme cold weather. Indeed. This year we shall not witness the arrival of spring. The weather will only grow increasingly frigid, plummeting to around -70 degrees. Thus, we must make early preparations. For failing to do so could result in the demise of countless individuals. The sudden onset of extreme cold in the previous life caught humanity off guard, leading to a new wave of widespread mortality among those who had barely managed to survive. It is my fervent hope that this time, the base can prepare in advance and achieve a favorable outcome. Han Tian understands that Nan Murian is not one to act without purpose, which weighs heavily on his mind. It seems he cannot afford to delay any longer. He must return promptly to alert the base to prepare ahead of time. After all the others had vacated the room, Nan Murian finally fixed her gaze upon Si. Is there something you have forgotten to tell me? Si momentarily lost his train of thought, gazing at her as she blinked at him, a hint of helplessness surfacing in his usually distant eyes. On the day you dreamed of my old age, I too had a dream. What did you dream about? Nan Murian was somewhat taken aback that it was so. I dreamt of your self-detonation, of me growing old, and of the ultimate state of time manipulation. Si wished to conceal nothing from Nan Murian, thus he recounted every detail of his dream to her. As he spoke, tears began to well in Nan Murian's beautiful eyes. She had always believed that her return to the past was a blessing from the heavens. And even when the madman Jean mentioned it later, she did not delve deeper. Little did she know that all of this was at the cost of Si's complete disappearance. Si's fingers wove through her hair, his thumb gently wiping away her tears, his tone tender and affectionate. Do not be sad. You see, none of this has truly come to pass. I am still here with you. Nan Murian embraced him, burying her head against his chest, taking a long while to regain her composure. Since it was you who brought me back, what about the madman Jean? How did he return? I cannot fathom it. One is the madman Jean, who should not have returned, and the other is me, who should have completely vanished after employing time manipulation, yet I remain unaffected. Si kissed her forehead, speaking softly. Nan Murian felt a bit bewildered, but chose not to dwell on it. Just gazing at Si in front of her brought her comfort. So, you are still you. Yes, I am with you. We returned together. Perhaps some memories are incomplete.
But I know we are still ourselves.
Si locked eyes with her, and they both smiled. Nan Murian noted the luminous glimmer in his gaze. It seems we ought to celebrate with some wine. While Si was still in a daze, Nan Murian suddenly produced candles, flowers, red wine, and a collection of other items from her space. After stepping back to assess the arrangement, seemingly unsatisfied, she retrieved cushions and even a scented candle, ultimately pulling out a lazy sofa. Si gazed at her, utterly captivated by her flurry of activity, never once diverting his eyes from her. He had never felt so tethered to another person before. In that moment, he even wished for time to come to a standstill. Once Nan Murian was content with the setup, they nestled together on the lazy sofa she had brought out, raising their glasses filled with red wine and joyfully drinking. Since their encounter in the apocalypse, this was the first time Nan Murian quietly observed Si. She saw her own clear reflection mirrored in his perfect eyes, feeling his calm presence envelop her, granting her a profound sense of peace. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between them gradually diminished, so close that they could distinctly sense each other's breaths. Gazing into one another's eyes, they felt the rapid beating of each other's hearts. Slowly, they began to draw closer. Their lips met, and for a moment, their breaths intertwined, the lingering kiss igniting a symphony of sensations throughout their beings. Yet, they both chose to keep it gentle, for they were intimately acquainted with one another, and even in this newfound closeness, they felt no embarrassment. After parting, they exchanged smiles before leaning tightly against each other once more, with Si firmly embracing Nan Murian's slender waist, burying his face in her long hair. It is truly wonderful that we are both still alive, Nan Murian could not help but exclaim softly. Si nodded, his voice hoarse. Rian, I will stay with you tonight. Hearing those words, which could easily be misinterpreted, Nan Murian felt her eyes welling with tears. She was certain that the Si who had once struggled to survive alongside her in the underground laboratory had indeed returned. In the countless moments of despair and exhaustion she had spent in that underground lab, unable to find peace and sleep, Si would always say, Rian, I will stay with you tonight. This was more than a simple promise of companionship. It represented every moment of salvation during her times of utter breakdown and despair. Chapter 142. Lu Mei's Secret. The winter morning sun was gentle, and upon awakening, Nan Murian felt a profound warmth as she gazed at Si beside her. She reached out her fingers to lightly trace his brow and eyes. He possessed an irresistibly captivating visage, with high, arching brows, a prominent nose, full, petal-like lips, an ideal length-to-width ratio of the face, a harmonious jawline, and an exquisite balance of features that seemed almost enhanced by special effects. As an art student, she was typically sensitive to facial proportions, yet she found no flaw in him. If such a face were paired with his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and lean physique, combined with a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he would undoubtedly conquer the entertainment industry, making waves across Asia and beyond. Is he truly that handsome? Si's voice carried a hint of restrained amusement. Nan Murian nodded. From the perspective of an art student, he is absolutely perfect. Si chuckled as he pulled her closer, tucking the blanket around her to keep her warm. Are you getting up? Nan Murian shook her head, just a little longer before rising. Si, do you remember our first encounter? Not quite clearly. I vaguely recall you being a cold and unfeeling little bald head, while I resembled a mere shell of a person. Nan Murian sighed softly. Indeed. Si's memories were incomplete, consisting mostly of fragments or fleeting images, so Nan Murian filled in the gaps for him. As they lay face to face in bed, recounting their past hardships, they found themselves able to speak of their former struggles with a sense of humor. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. It must be Eagle, likely eager to see them. Let us get up. Nan Murian stretched languidly. Si helped her sit up. Before everyone parted ways the previous night, it had been agreed that they would set off for Eagle's hometown today. As they prepared to leave, they discovered that Han Tian and the others had departed the previous night. Sister, I and Lu Mei exchanged glances as they prepared to leave, hesitating to speak. Nan Murian furrowed her brow slightly. Do you wish to see the tree person? I merely wanted to ask you. When it realized the torment and humiliation it had endured, Lu Mei was reluctant to leave matters so unclear. Upon hearing her words, Nan Murian immediately understood and contemplated. Just in time, it's nearly 11 o'clock. Let us have lunch before we depart. Eagle's pupils widened slightly, realizing this was a straightforward invitation to dine. Upon hearing her proposal, Lu Mei smiled. This meal is on my sister. That is precisely my intention. Nan Murian had no intention of being modest. Ultimately, however, Si Yi and the others remained in the hall while Nan Murian and Lu Mei entered a private room. Looking at the table laden with meats, vegetables, fruits, and grains, Nan Murian couldn't help but express her curiosity. Your hotel seems to have everything. As long as I do not leave this hotel, I have access to an inexhaustible supply of ingredients, replenished daily. Why that is, I cannot quite explain, Lu Mei admitted candidly. Having encountered all manner of peculiarities since the end of the world, Nan Murian chose not to inquire further. Sister, Hui Feng remarked about the tree man. Nan Mu-ran set her chopsticks down and quietly gazed at her. Do you truly believe what he said? That the aberrant flora is what has tormented and harmed you? Lu Mei's heart ached profoundly, tears cascading down her cheeks. Even if plants had mutated, they remained pure and uncomplicated, hardly capable of harboring human emotions, let alone inflicting cruelty upon a person. Nan Mu-ran pressed on, leaving her no room for retreat. Suddenly, the tearful Lu Mei laughed. A laugh that pierced the heart. In truth, I have considered it, yet I am loath to believe that Hui Feng would treat me in such a manner. After all, we have shared a bond for 10 years. Nan Mu-ran understood her need for catharsis and continued to eat in silence, awaiting her further words. The men in this hotel are indeed necessary for me, and I find myself entangled with them. But what I truly require is a continual supply of semen and embryos to sustain our current existence. Nan Mu-ran abruptly halted, incredulity washing over her as she set down her chopsticks. Is it you who needs this, or does eternal night require it? Eternal night needs my embryos for nourishment. Only while it survives can I retain everything I have now. I cannot bear to witness Hui Feng lost in the forest, completely consumed by the great tree. I also cannot endure the agonies of the apocalypse. I can only live here in filth, allowing him to survive as well. After taking a large gulp of wine, Lu Mei recounted her plight, filled with bitterness and helplessness. Nan Mu-ran continued to consume her meal, remaining silent. In the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, every individual faced tremendous hardship, and she felt she had no right to judge others' choices. Do you think I am utterly filthy? Lu Mei asked, gazing at Nan Mu-ran. Her once alluring and proud eyes now tinged with a hint of timidity. Before the apocalypse, everyone struggled, let alone now. Simply existing is a blessing. The means by which one lives are of lesser importance, Nan Mu-ran replied softly. For the first time, Lu Mei encountered someone who faced her actions with such indifference, no criticism, no reproach, nor affirmation. Yet, paradoxically, this demeanor instantly unraveled all her internal conflicts. Can eternal night move about freely? Nan Mu-ran suddenly inquired. Indeed, Lu Mei instinctively answered. Do not confine yourself here. Go wherever you desire. After all, you have food, drink, and handsome men to share your bed with. Is that not a delightful way to live? Nan Mu-ran teased as she looked at Lu Mei. Lu Mei's earlier despondency and despair were swept away by her words, and she beamed with a renewed spirit. Considering your sweet tongue, I shall cover your rations. No need for rations. Your culinary skills are commendable. Prepare more finished meals for me instead. Is there anything you require? I can pay you with food. Nan Mu-ran stated, not one to let others take advantage of her. Lu Mei replied, I do not need much, just some skincare products and clean, attractive new clothes. Nan Mu-ran chuckled. That is easily arranged. With a grand gesture, an array of high-end international brand products appeared upon the table. Lu Mei was momentarily stunned. Are you a spatial ability user? How incredible! You are akin to my personal Aladdin S-lamp. Fear not, dear sister. I will have the kitchen prepare all the ingredients available today for you. Lu Mei's face lit up with joy, all her previous emotions dissipating. Nan Mu-ran casually produced several outfits for her, even bringing forth matching jewelry and high-heeled shoes. Lu Mei gazed at everything before her, unable to resist their allure. feeling extravagant in her delight. In the back kitchen of the Eternal Night Hotel, Nanmu Ran watched as the chef meticulously packaged 200 meals, her brows furrowing. In this world ravaged by the apocalypse, what was most precious?
Food, indeed.
Trading a pile of inconsequential skincare products for such a bounty was an extraordinary gain. Since you are so generous, I shall not hold back. As Lu Mei gathered the meals, a gentle smile graced her lips. I have made up my mind. I will settle at the Lawn City base. Nanmu Ran said little further. They were merely passing acquaintances, yet as women, they shared a deeper sense of compassion and thus aided one another, but that was the extent of their involvement. No need to delve deeper. Chapter 143. We must enter the mountains. Sister, thank you, Lu Mei expressed, observing Nanmu Ran as she organized her belongings, her tone infused with evident gratitude. Nanmu Ran smiled softly. Upon our first meeting, I saw those 5 handsome men surrounding you and instinctively thought you were a woman of wild abandon. Yet here you are living in such turmoil? Turmoil? Lu Mei looked at Nanmu Ran in surprise. Now, in this apocalypse, do not measure your current circumstances with obsolete moral standards. Consider this ancient county. It must still have a population of at least 100,000. Where have they all gone? In this world, survival is the only standard, Nanmu Ran articulated with clarity. Lu Mei gazed into Nanmu Ran's clear eyes, feeling an unexpected sense of ease. The internal struggles and shame she had harbored suddenly felt utterly trivial. In that moment, she found release. Thank you. Nanmu Ran returned her a broad smile. We are about to depart. Watching the departing Star Thorn team, Lu Mei's smile remained enchanting, until we meet again. Once the figures of the 4 men and 1 woman had completely vanished from sight, Lu Mei turned to the 5 handsome men behind her and said, All right, we should gather our belongings and prepare to move. The unceasing neon lights of the Eternal Night Hotel still shone brightly, and since the onset of the apocalypse, Lu Mei had never stepped into the hotel with such resolute strides. She resonated deeply with Nanmu Ran's words. It had been a struggle to exist even before the apocalypse, let alone now. From now on, she would live for herself, carefree and unrestrained, regardless of her circumstances. The journey from Gu County to Ning City would take nearly 3 hours by car. If you are tired, you can catch some sleep in the car, Old Eagle said as he drove. Jiao Wu frowned. It's barely past noon. After yesterday's exhausting endeavors, everyone had risen late, and the meal Lu Mei had treated them to felt more like breakfast than lunch. The small figure of Xiao Qi, seated in the middle, smirked silently. He missed his grandfather and the others, but knowing they were safe at the base eased his worries. Old Eagle, who else is at home? Nanmu Ran pondered and asked in a hushed tone. In this harsh world, surviving was challenging. If only the elderly remained at home, the outcome could be dire. I have parents, a brother and sister-in-law, and a little nephew. It's been 3.5 years since I last visited home. Old Eagle spoke of his family, his tone noticeably softening. As a soldier, tasked with defending the homeland, it was difficult to remain close to one's family, let alone the blood wolves. Years of absence were commonplace. Old Eagle's home was in Ning City, near Ling Mountain. By 4 that afternoon, they successfully arrived at the outskirts of Ning City. Ning City was not small, boasting a resident population of approximately 2.5 million. After the onset of the apocalypse, Ning City had also succumbed to decay, with the entire city engulfed in relentless waves of the undead. Observing the throngs of aimlessly wandering zombies on the streets, a collective sigh escaped the group. In recent days, it seemed that wherever they went, they encountered swarms of zombies, many of whom had once been living individuals at the onset of the apocalypse. Furthermore, the greater the number of zombies in the city, the fewer survivors remained. As Old Eagle surveyed the grim scene before him, he fell silent, his heart racing with anxiety. Feeling increasingly unsettled, in the back seat, Nanmu Ran immediately turned to Old Eagle. Which direction is your home? Is there a possibility of circumventing through the outer roads of the city? My home is on the opposite side of Ling Mountain. I can navigate around via the city bypass. The Eagle swiftly maneuvered the vehicle, altering its course. The city's outskirts were still populated with wandering zombies, yet fortunately, they appeared to be rather sparse. The military-grade Hummer, robust and formidable, sped past before the undead could react, ensuring a relatively smooth passage. Upon nearing the vicinity of the Eagle's home, The group sought out a discreet location to halt the vehicle. Once they retrieved the car into Nan Neuron's spatial realm, the 5 individuals commenced their approach towards the multi-storied community where the Eagle resided. This residential complex, being the family quarters of the largest electromechanical factory in the city, was extensive, boasting a total of 36 buildings. The moment they entered the community, Nan Neuron began to deploy her mental energy to survey the entire vicinity. After a brief moment, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Strange, I sense no trace of vitality," she remarked subtly to the Eagle. However, the Eagle instantly grasped what she meant by vitality. After a moment of stunned silence, he dashed towards his building without hesitation, but hesitated at his doorstep, overcome by trepidation. "You have the house key," C gently reminded him as he remained motionless. Having been comrades for nearly 7 years, C was acutely aware of the Eagle's sentiments towards his family. The thought of any misfortune befalling them was unfathomable. Summoning the courage to retrieve the key from around his neck, which had lain dormant for over 3 years, he unlocked the door. Sunlight spilled onto the tiled floor of the living room, revealing a tidy and immaculate space. Even the balcony plants were well tended, indicating the presence of occupants who led a refined lifestyle. Where could they be? The Eagle sighed in relief as he checked several rooms, only to find them utterly empty. The front door was securely locked. Observing the conditions within, it became evident that this was a positive sign. "Stop scaring yourself," Jia Wu consoled, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Xiao Qi first concentrated for a moment, then sighed softly, revealing that he had seen the situation within this house would remain unchanged for the next 24 hours. The Eagle understood the implications of his reaction. "Shall we venture out to search?" Nan Neuron proposed, observing the Eagle's disoriented state. The Eagle appeared momentarily taken aback by her suggestion. "Sister Nan, thank you. No need for such politeness between us. Let us head downstairs," Nan Neuron stated directly. The trio descended once more, and within the community, numerous plants were present. As 7th-level mutated plants, the treeman and Xiao Lu were capable of communicating with them, and they quickly gathered a wealth of information. Ran. The trees and grasses informed me that the survivors from this community left yesterday afternoon for the mountains across the way. Upon hearing this, Nan Neuron frowned. Over 24 hours had passed since then. If they had indeed ventured into the mountains, the prospects appeared grim. Why would they go to the mountains? In an era of mutated plants and animals, rife with peril, the mountains posed a far greater danger than the city. Their aim is to seek out others. The treeman responded. Listening to their words, Nan Neuron gazed towards Ling Mountain. "We must head into the mountains." "Into Ling Mountain?" The Eagle expressed disbelief. "Yes. All the survivors from the community have gone to the mountains in search of others. The mountain before them did not appear to be a welcoming place." As a plant-based ability user, Nan Neuron typically felt an innate affinity for forests, yet this particular mountain emanated an unsettling aura that urged her to retreat. The Eagle, recalling a time when Ling Mountain was merely a few hundred meters tall, now found it strangely unfamiliar. The vegetation on the mountain appeared denser and more vigorous than he remembered, and the once abundant birds had vanished entirely, leaving the entire mountain suffused with an inexplicable sense of danger. Under ordinary circumstances, Nan Neuron would have unhesitatingly ordered a retreat. Yet, with the fate of the Eagle's family unknown, they had no choice but to hasten into the mountains to search for them. A day and night had already elapsed. Any further delay might prove catastrophic. "Stop dawdling. Let us ascend the mountain quickly," Nan Neuron urged, mirroring C's concerns regarding the eerie nature of the mountain. The Eagle understood the reasons for their apprehension but was equally grateful for their unwavering resolve, nodding as he took the lead. The previously constructed steps were now obscured by a dense thicket of foliage. Fortunately, having grown up at the foot of Ling Mountain, the Eagle was adept at navigating these paths with precision. "Why are there no signs of anyone having traversed this mountain path?" Jia Wu frowned, surveying the entirely overgrown trail devoid of any human traces. This was the sole route from the electromechanical factory's residential area to the mountain, while another path lay on the opposite side of Ling Mountain, which they would not take. The Eagle shared his confusion. "I'll have Xiao Lu and the others give it a try." Once they entered the forest, the plant-based ability users could sense a plethora of energies and presences. Xiao Lu and the treeman, being 7th-level mutated plants, could amplify this energy significantly. A green willow branch and a brown tree branch rapidly shot from her left wrist, disappearing into the forest. The group continued their ascent up the mountain, and after approximately 10 minutes, Xiao Lu and the treeman returned successfully. Did you see that? I was terrified. Xiao Lu exclaimed. How could there be so many beavers here? The mention of beavers caused Nan Muron to frown. A multitude of beavers? If the forest was teeming with them, how could the treemen be thriving as well? Ran, this forest is quite peculiar. Many plants and animals have mutated, including the beaver colony we encountered earlier, which nearly bit us, Xiao Lu explained. It seems something strange within this mountain is causing life to mutate, not through mutated fruit, but rather a special substance. Nan Muron's attention sharpened at the mention of the beaver colony. Aren't they a nationally protected species? They are on the brink of extinction. Where did all these beavers come from?
How many did you see?
She inquired. Over 10? Xiao Lu responded. This fellow can't even count. The treeman sighed in exasperation. 39 in total, and they are all mutated, consuming trees at an alarming rate. However, even the larger trees on the mountain have mutated, albeit at around a third-level mutation, and there are simply too many for them to tackle all at once. What was that special substance you mentioned? At this moment, Nan Muron felt fortunate that she hadn't dismissed the treeman too hastily. Otherwise, she would have likely stumbled into a trap today. It appears to be unique to this mountain, a substance capable of inducing mutations in all forms of life. Upon hearing about this substance that could cause universal mutations, Nan Muron couldn't suppress her excitement. What could possibly be responsible for such widespread transformations throughout the mountain? If she could locate the substance and transport it back to her villa, it would be sheer bliss. Suppressing her impractical thoughts, Nan Muron continued. Do we have any news about the individuals who headed up from the electromechanical factory? The small grasses and trees ahead reported seeing many people ascend the mountain, claiming they were searching for colleagues who had entered, Xiao Lu relayed. That must be them. Nan Muron trusted the treeman's judgment. After all, he had spent quite some time among humans. Though he hadn't always engaged in virtuous deeds, his experience was considerable. Before Nan Muron could convey this information to the others, a sudden cacophony of squeaking sounds erupted ahead. It's a horde of rodents. Jia Wu and Si shouted in unison, the first to react. At the same moment, Nan Mu Rand established a water shield, while Xiao Lu and the treant fell into an eerie silence, for the swarm of rats posed an existential threat to the flora. Not far away, a dense mass of rodents advanced toward them. Si grasped Nan Mu Rand's somewhat cold hand tightly and immediately activated the water shield. He recalled that Nan Mu Rand had once expressed her profound aversion to rodents. Their mere sight was enough to make her skin crawl. The lightning powers of Jia Wu began to pierce through the water shield, swiftly obliterating the rat swarm, yet sensing the onslaught. The rodents began to converge rapidly towards their group. My God, I'm about to succumb to my fear of densely packed creatures. The eagle, while employing wind blades to manage the rats, felt a shiver run down his spine at the seemingly endless tide of vermin. Most infuriating was the fact that these rats appeared to be mutated, each roughly the size of a cat. As the wind blades swept through, dozens were slain, only for more to rush forth in their place. Nan Mu Rand turned to Si Yi and declared, You are responsible for my protection. She then closed her eyes, channeling her mental energy, causing the rats to explode in clusters of 5, their crimson blood erupting like a musical fountain, surging rhythmically. Qi Jin also began to utilize his control abilities to exterminate the mutated rodents. We can't continue this slaughter indefinitely. If we don't eliminate the swarm soon, we will be overwhelmed here, Si remarked, observing the relentless tide of rats. Suddenly, Nan Mu Ran recalled the rodenticide in her spatial pocket. Will the poison work? Let us give it a try. She produced an entire box of potent pest powder from her space. Staring at the overflowing box, the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Her spatial pocket truly contained an astonishing array of items. Eagle, use the wind to disperse the powder and assess the situation, Si instructed, continuously forming water shields. As the swarm breached the water shields one after another, their maneuvering space diminished perilously. Ran, I will deploy 2 layers of water shields. You handle the first wave of rats that penetrate the shield. In the blink of an eye, Nan Mu Ran, faster than anyone else, began to deal with the incoming rodents. She nodded, simultaneously releasing Xiao Lu, the treant, and Xiao Bai to circle within the confines of the water shield. As sea swiftly expanded the outer layer of the water shield, the trio of adorable creatures darted beneath it, each clutching a string of candied hawthorn. Concurrently, the eagle unleashed gusts of wind, sending bag after bag of rodenticide into the fray, carefully coating the water shield as well. Initially, the mutated rats seemed unaffected, yet after a brief interval, some began to collapse, followed by a cascade of poisoned rats, the ranks of fallen increasing steadily. Chapter 145. A prickling sensation. Look. There's a snow-white rat ahead. Nan Mu Ran observed a particularly striking rat amidst the vast swarm, standing about a meter tall. Was it the leader of the pack? Everyone noticed it due to its conspicuousness. It must be a fourth-level mutated rat. When Nan Mu Ran locked eyes with the Rat King, it too recognized her. You all maintain your positions. I shall utilize my mental pressure to eliminate it. Nan Mu Ran retracted her mental energy, and the crimson fountain of blood ceased its tumult. Then, she directed her full mental force toward the distant white fourth-level mutated rat. The Rat King first perceived the audacity of this human, and then a sharp pain seized its head. In an instant, it lost consciousness, the most flamboyant bloom in the rat swarm exploding forth. Regrettably, before they could celebrate, the entire swarm descended into chaos, their focus shifting from merely attacking the water shield below to leveraging their comrades to mount a layered assault upon it. The five watched in dismay as the outer layer of the water shield became overwhelmed by the accumulating mutated rats, ultimately forming a towering wall of vermin. Damn it! The leader has been taken down. Why haven't you retreated? The eagle felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that everyone had entered Ling Mountain because of him. If anything were to happen, he would loathe himself. Nan Mu Ran continued to harness her mental energy. Searching the swarm, there may be more than just this one high-level mutated rat. As expected, she soon identified 3 additional fourth-level mutated rats, and without the need for any preparation, she unleashed her mental force upon them, instantly exploding their heads. A headache began to throb within her. If another one appeared, she would truly reach her limit. What the hell? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she spotted a 5th-level mutated rat at the end of the swarm, towering over a meter tall, its gray body and round, glimmering eyes spinning curiously. With the mental strength at her disposal, if she attempted to overpower it directly, the 5th-level mutated rat would certainly resist, and she wouldn't have the capacity for another strike. To avoid a miscalculation, she needed to create a singular opportunity for a decisive blow. Nan Mu Ran turned to Si beside her and whispered, I need your assistance. Si immediately grasped her intent and nodded. Prepare, 3, 2, 1. Nan Mu Ran lowered her voice, initiating the countdown. At the utterance of 1, time seemed to freeze. Nan Mu Ran concentrated all her mental energy on the distant 5th-level mutated rat, unleashing a dazzling crimson blood mist. The commanding 5th-level mutated rat at the rear of the swarm felt an inexplicable demise befall it, bewildered as to how it had met its end. Are we retreating? The eagle observed the withdrawing swarm, astonished. Jia Wu, too, exhaled a rare sigh of relief, realizing that if this relentless battle continued, the 5 of them would surely perish that day. Qi Jin glanced at Nan Mu Ran and Si Yi, a momentary silence enveloping him before a smile broke forth. Both Nan Mu Ran and Si Yi shared a sigh of relief as they watched the retreating swarm, fully aware that had that 5th-level mutated rat retreated even a meter further, Si Yi's time abilities would have likely faltered. They had discovered through repeated trials that Si Yi's time manipulation was indeed confined by spatial limitations. The stench was overpowering, making Si Yi feel nauseous as he removed the water shield, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting toward them. Nan Mu Ran nearly retched. Hurriedly, she retrieved a mask from her space to shield herself before daring to breathe, in an effort to prevent igniting a forest fire. Both Si Yi and Jia Wu had controlled the radius of their elemental attacks when employing fire and lightning abilities, sparing the surrounding flora from harm. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the surrounding vegetation. What is happening? Is someone there? The eagle and Jia Wu rushed forward to investigate. Qi Jin instinctively employed his control ability to push the grass aside, but found nothing. Ran, it's just some mutated small animals from Ling Mountain, the Treant remarked. They were secretly observing us battling the rats from the periphery. Nan Mu Ran nodded, pondering the abundance of mutated creatures in the mountain. No need to worry. They're merely the mountain's small animals, watching the spectacle. Watching a show? What on earth is happening in this mountain? The animals and plants have all become sentient. Jiawu looked at Nan Muran. She proceeded to share her hypothesis that there was a substance in the mountain that could induce mutations in living beings. Observing the gleam in their eyes, Nan Muran chuckled. All right then, we are indeed on the same wavelength. However, one thing Nan Muran had miscalculated. The small animals were not there to watch a show. They were there to witness the downfall of the rat swarm. The rodent colony, comprising thousands of mice, has long been a formidable presence within the forest, particularly due to their formidable 5th-level mutated mouse king and 4 4th-level mutated mice. Overwhelming in number, numerous small animals and plants have fallen victim to their rampage, rendering them the sworn enemies of all forest dwellers.
Today,
The creatures of the forest anticipated yet another assault on their lives, gathering anxiously from a distance, only to witness these 5 remarkable humans swiftly dispatching the mouse horde. Little Grass remarked, "These 5 humans are truly impressive." Little Squirrel added, "It seems they intend to venture deeper into the forest." Little Rabbit exclaimed, "They have slain the most powerful Mouse King. We need no longer fear it preying on us." Little Flower declared, "They are good humans." Little Tree pondered, "What do good humans wish to accomplish? Can we assist them?" Little Squirrel suggested, "Perhaps I should go over and investigate." The party led by Nan Muran was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of several small squirrels and rabbits bounding before them. When had the squirrels and rabbits of this mountain grown so audacious? Even the eagle, well acquainted with the terrain, found it perplexing. "Let us catch a few for cooking," Jiawu said, reaching for his dagger. Nan Muran quickly restrained him, saying, "No. I sense these little creatures are unafraid of us." Little Lu observed, "They have come to express gratitude for our extermination of the mouse colony. Perhaps we can inquire for information." Nan Muran felt a surge of excitement, recognizing that animals often possess a nimbleness and intelligence surpassing that of plants, making them more reliable for gathering news. Little Lu inquired, "Have you seen any other humans?" "We are searching for fellow humans." Little Squirrel replied, "Humans?" "Yes, many different humans, but they went to the back mountain." Little Rabbit added, "The back mountain is too perilous." A bird perched in the trees chirped, "The back mountain is the territory of the great tiger and the pack of wolves. You cannot go there." As more small creatures congregated, their chatter grew frantic, clearly engaged in communication. Nan Muran and her companions exchanged astonished glances, captivated by the spectacle before them. They resolved to locate that elusive thing and bring it back, marveling at how amusing the scene was. Halfway up the mountain should appear just as lively. Chapter 146. Tracing the clues, Little Lu reported, Ran, they say the people from the nearby power plant have gone to the back mountain, arriving in several groups. Let us ask them if they can guide us." After expressing Nan Muran's thoughts to the gathering of adorable creatures, a peculiar silence enveloped the once chattering assembly of small animals. Little Rabbit, Little Squirrel, and a recently joined fawn exchanged silent, fearful glances, their expressions betraying a palpable terror. "What is happening?" the eagle questioned, perplexed. Suddenly, the small animals vanished into the surrounding underbrush, leaving only a bewildered little squirrel behind. Faced with the intense gaze of the 5 formidable humans, the squirrel found itself in a dilemma. Neither moving away nor remaining was an option. "Shall we inquire about the situation?" Nan Muran glanced at the solitary little creature, signaling to Little Lu for assistance. The others, startled, dared not move, fearing even this innocent little fool might flee, leaving them without a guide. Little Lu asked, "Why did they all run away?" Little Squirrel replied, "They are frightened." "Why are you not afraid?" Little Lu probed. With a hint of sadness and resignation, Little Squirrel responded, "I cannot run as fast." "Such a silly creature," remarked the tree man. "We do not require you to lead us to the back mountain. We only need to know why they fled." Upon hearing the tree man's words, Little Squirrel sighed in relief. Those humans have gone to the back mountain. The back mountain is not merely the back mountain. It begins not far from here, where the tiger and wolf pack reside. They have consumed many of the small creatures in the forest and have even attacked humans, which is why we are too afraid to guide you. Little Lu clarified, "You need not lead us, but please inform Ran how we can reach the back mountain." Little Squirrel explained, "Just follow this path straight ahead." The Taoist temple marks the tiger's territory. The wolf pack's territory requires crossing the mountain. Familiar with the Taoist temple mentioned by Little Squirrel, the eagle inquired, Are you referring to the temple at the mountain summit? Little Squirrel tilted its head in confusion, blinking in bewilderment, as if its tiny brain were overwhelmed. Nan chuckled. How many Taoist temples are there on this mountain? Only one, the eagle replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed for asking such a foolish question. Why trouble this little fool? Nan remarked, pulling a generous handful of nuts from her space. Little Squirrel's eyes brightened at the sight of the fruits. These are for you. Thank you for guiding us. Noticing the little creature hesitated to approach, Nan placed the nuts directly on the ground. However, the moment the nuts touched the earth, a throng of squirrels emerged from the underbrush at astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers in awe. When they looked down again, not a single nut remained. Did they just get robbed? Chi-Jin observed, feeling sympathy for the little squirrel that stood frozen in place, clearly dejected by the actions of its peers. You're so foolish. Will you starve like this? As Si crouched down to poke at the little creature, it unexpectedly leaped onto his hand and then scampered up to his shoulder. Nan had no choice but to retrieve another handful of nuts, watching as the little fool gobbled and snatched them clean. After the little creature's belly was bulging with food, Si set it back on the ground, saying, All right, we are heading to the back mountain now. You can go play with your friends. Following the route indicated by the little squirrel, the five soon discovered a new path. The trails on either side were clearly marked, indicating recent passage. I will lead the way, the eagle declared, having gauged their position. With evident signs of ascent, the trek proved not too arduous. After about an hour of climbing, they suddenly heard faint cries. There are people ahead, Jiawu affirmed. They spotted 3 women and 1 man in a dilapidated pavilion not far off. Nan immediately utilized her mental energy to probe ahead, relaying the situation to her companions. Jiawu quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming there are no other anomalies nearby. We can approach and assess the situation. The group swiftly advanced, soon realizing that within the abandoned pavilion, nestled against the steep mountainside, sat 4 individuals, 3 women and 1 man. The man at the edge wore a look of deep frustration, while 2 of the women were visibly weeping. Do you recognize them? Si asked the eagle. Given their limited circle within the factory's familial quarters, even years apart might not preclude recognition. The eagle scrutinized them closely before shaking his head. I do not know the women. The man appears young. He is likely a new university graduate who joined the factory in the past 2 years. Let us proceed, they decided, navigating the stone steps along the mountain's base. After covering some distance, the 4 individuals clearly noticed their approach. The men, upon seeing their camouflage uniforms, could hardly contain their excitement, even causing the woman beside them to forget her tears. Are they soldiers? Hope surged within all of us. An older woman, wiping her tears, murmured. However, the men's palpable enthusiasm dissipated as the 5 of them drew closer. It was evident that this was not a group of soldiers, especially with a child who appeared to be no more than 10 years old and a strikingly beautiful woman among them. Are you from the family compound of the machinery and electronics factory at the foot of the mountain? Eagle inquired urgently, stepping forward. The man was taken aback. The woman behind him quickly nodded. Yes, we are. What about factory director Fu and his family? Where are they? Do you know? Eagle exhaled in relief upon confirming they were from the family compound. The man scrutinized Eagle's face, finding it familiar, and suddenly his eyes brightened. You are the brother of Deputy Director Fu, who is away in the army. Astonishingly, these 5 individuals were indeed soldiers. I am. Where are they? Eagle nodded eagerly. It was through the man's words that Nan and her companions learned of all that had transpired in the machinery and electronics factory since the onset of the apocalypse. As they were all familiar with one another due to being from the same factory district and with an ample supply at the convenience station, the residents had managed to endure the initial stages of the apocalypse through mutual support. Aside from those who fell ill without effective treatment, and some elderly and children with low immunity, the majority had survived. However, this also led to a rampant zombie infestation in the factory following the acid rain, and many lives were lost while dealing with the zombies under the guidance of the security department. It was not until recently that the survivors' lives had barely stabilized, because the family compound was just a stone's throw from Ling Mountain, which boasted abundant resources. The residents had managed to scrape by through continuous resource searches and foraging in the mountains. Chapter 147. Finding the Taoist Temple. To enhance their food foraging efforts in the mountains, the survivor group formed 2 hunting teams. 10 days prior, one hunting team ventured into the mountains to search for food, but they disappeared without a trace. After a week of anxious waiting, the remaining individuals could not hold back any longer and followed suit, only to meet the same fate as the second hunting team. Initially, it was a tiger in the mountains that trapped all the hunters in a nearby Taoist temple. Just when they were at a loss for what to do, a pack of over 10 wolves entered the machinery and electronics factory 2 days ago. The remaining individuals were compelled to flee into the mountains to evade the wolves. Not long after they set off, they encountered a swarm of rats, which ultimately claimed many lives. The woman recalled the harrowing scene from 2 days prior, her terror palpable, as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Such imagery haunted her, rendering her too frightened to close her eyes, even amidst exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Eagle mustered the courage to ask, "Are our families still safe?" "Your sister-in-law and nephew perished during the acid rain," the man began hesitantly, but the implication was clear to all. Eagle felt his body go rigid. His little nephew was only 6 this year, and his sister-in-law, such a gentle and graceful woman. How could she be gone? Sensing Eagle's grief, Shreya placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, solemnly reminding him, "This is not the time for sorrow." "Are the remaining survivors in the Taoist temple ahead?" Nan Muron interjected coldly, eyeing the man who had been speaking. The man paused, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head vigorously. "Some are in the temple, while others have been captured by the wolves." "Captured by the wolves? Who captured them?" Eagle exclaimed, astonished. "Are there still people in the mountains?" "It was the wolves. They deliberately frightened everyone into the mountains and herded them into their den, likely viewing all as winter sustenance," the man sighed. Shreya scrutinized the 4 individuals, particularly the man, with a penetrating gaze. "Then why weren't you 4 captured?" "We only ventured deeper into the mountains this morning," the man replied, somewhat helplessly. "Previously, we had been at the observation deck at the foot of the mountain, observing the situation in the family compound, waiting for the wolves to leave, so we could inform everyone." Nan Muron furrowed her brow at his explanation, sensing an inconsistency. Shreya withdrew his gaze, pondering. "Who instructed you to stay behind to send word, and why were there 4 of you?" The man's voice faltered, and the 3 women beside him noticeably averted their eyes. "Speak the truth, otherwise I will have no qualms about leaving you 4 behind." Nan Muron's tone was icy. The man remained silent, clearly reluctant to divulge. Yet one of the women broke down first. "We lured the wolves over. We were just panicking and wanted to find help, never anticipating the wolves would be so terrifying." "You lured the wolves into the family compound while you hid in the mountains?" Jimu's voice was stern. "That is not how it happened. Initially, there was only one white wolf. We all could have certainly killed it together, but in the end..." Her words trailed off. It was evident that by the time they realized it was a pack of wolves, the others in the family compound were left with no options but to flee in the face of the wolf pack's onslaught. "Stay quiet, and do not make a sound." Eagle's voice was hoarse and low, as he struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate these troublemakers. "You can't leave." The man, realizing they intended to depart, turned pale. "We must go rescue the others," Eagle replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the man hurriedly obstructed their path. "In the temple ahead, there is a tiger with red eyes. It can spit fireballs. It is far too dangerous to go. Since you are familiar with the situation, then you should accompany us," Nan Muron stated directly. The man pointed at himself. "Bewildered me? No, I mean you cannot go ahead." The last woman, filled with regret and sorrow, stood up and glared at the man.
"What do you mean by that?"
"What do I mean? I am merely stating the facts," the man replied. "Say what you really want to say." Nan Muron's voice was devoid of emotion, making it difficult to discern her feelings. The man hastily looked at Nan Muron. "Going ahead is tantamount to walking into death. It would be better to take us down the mountain. Have you lost your mind to utter such foolishness?" The woman began to berate him. Eagle stared at the man, his heart ablaze with fury as if it might consume him. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind swept through, and the man standing at the edge of the mountain path was whisked away by the wind. His terrified screams echoed in the valley as he plummeted toward the steep ravine below, where escape was clearly impossible. "The rat swarm halfway up the mountain has been dealt with. We will proceed ahead to rescue the others. You may wait here or descend the mountain." Eagle's voice was chillingly indifferent. The three women, witnessing the man being swept down the valley, were deeply frightened. Upon hearing Eagle's words, their minds seemed to stall, and they could only nod dumbly. Nan Muron and her group paid little heed to what decision they would make and directly headed toward the Taoist temple. After approximately half an hour of walking, they heard muffled cries of fear in the distance. This time, the cries were more complex, mingling the voices of children and women, and faintly, the deep murmurs of men. This situation differed somewhat from what the previous four had described. Could there still be children among the hunting teams from the machinery and electronics factory? Let me assess the situation. Nan Muron grasped Eagle's arm and began to utilize her psychic abilities to probe ahead. Not far away stood a Taoist temple, featuring a grand courtyard divided into 3 sections. Having endured the ravages of the apocalypse, it had long since fallen into disrepair. The wooden structures were in a state of dilapidation, which was to be expected. However, as one ventured deeper into the temple's back courtyard, a gathering of dozens of individuals of various ages could be observed, alongside a menacing tiger that watched them intently. The tiger, which should have possessed yellow eyes, now glowed a fierce crimson. It was a level 4 mutated tiger, elegantly reclining on one side of the crowd. Its presence was accentuated by several new skeletons of varying sizes scattered before it. Those huddled on the opposite side, pale-faced with fear, dared not make loud noises, shrinking their bodies closer to those nearest them. It was evident that these individuals had been hoarded by the tiger as food for the winter. Suddenly, Nan Muron froze, her gaze drawn to the distant hilltop behind the temple, where a pack of wolves was also fixated on the scene. The lead wolf was entirely snow-white, its piercing blue eyes glimmering with a sinister red light. Behind it, 11 other wolves prowled restlessly. This situation was indeed troublesome. With a level 4 mutated tiger inside and a pack of wolves on the hill, it seemed a confrontation was inevitable. They'll have to fight first. Nan Muron remarked with a tone of resignation. What's the deal with this tiger and the wolves? Eagle pondered, struggling to grasp the situation. Among those guarded by the level 4 mutated tiger were not only some able-bodied men, but also several elderly individuals, women, and children. Nan Muron spoke softly, clearly. The tiger has employed some tactics to seize those from the wolf pack, driving them back to its lair. Naturally, the wolves, deprived of their winter provisions, have come seeking a confrontation for food. It was impossible to ignore the unsettling reality that humans, once at the top of the food chain before the apocalypse, had now become mere prey for these ferocious beasts. This revelation only deepened Eagle's unease. With his sister and young nephew lost, he could not afford for his parents and older brother to face any further peril. I need to keep a close watch on their situation, he thought, instinctively glancing at Nan Muron. Let us find a spot where we can observe the situation inside, Nan Muron suggested directly. If the tiger and the wolves were indeed poised for battle, the 5 of them charging in would only complicate matters. It would be wiser to remain as bystanders and assess the situation before making any decisions. That location over there looks promising, Jimu remarked, scanning the surroundings and pointing to a small platform jutting out from the cliff not far ahead. The platform, situated about 10 meters high, was flanked by a large tree that would effectively conceal their presence, allowing them to clearly view the entire temple grounds. Let us head there, Sai agreed, glancing at the chosen spot. With the assistance of Xiaolu and Xiaobai, the 5 of them climbed up to the small platform along the steep cliffside. The platform was rather limited in space, barely 5 square meters, with perilous slopes on either side. Just enough room for them to lie side by side. To prevent any accidental falls, Nan Muron promptly summoned a treant, instructing it to secure the entire platform. The treant extended its form, sending forth countless dry vines from the mountainside to construct a protective fence 50 centimeters high along the treacherous edges. Well done, Nan Muron praised without hesitation. The treant, elated by the compliment, responded, Wan, there are many mutated trees on this back mountain. Even this crooked tree beside us is one of them. The crooked tree, about to retort, halted abruptly. Sensing the treant's formidable power, it recognized that it could not contend with such a being, and thus surrendered in silence. Nan Muron noted this and turned to Sai. It seems not only plants, but animals might have mutated as well.
Sai,
peering through binoculars at the tiger and the wolves below, recalled that the rat swarm they encountered upon entering Ling Mountain had also emerged from the back mountain, hinting at numerous secrets hidden within. Meanwhile, Eagle and Jimu swiftly set up a protective barrier, then immediately retrieved their binoculars to survey the group behind the temple. There were approximately 30 individuals, instinctively clustering together in fear. Among them, Eagle recognized several faces, including a close friend of his father S and a childhood companion of his older brother. Scanning the crowd, he spotted his parents and older brother at the very back. While both his brother and father appeared relatively well, his mother looked pale and exhausted, leaning heavily against his father's shoulder in evident distress. "Did you see them?" Jimu asked Eagle, his voice betraying a rare hint of concern. This sensation was all too familiar to him. "I saw them. They're all there," Eagle replied, relieved. "But my mother seems unwell. Point out your family to me." "I'll send Xiaolu over first," Nan Neuron instructed, turning to Eagle. Eagle paused, taken aback by her suggestion. "Let Xiaolu go over?" "I'd almost forgotten how you saved us on that occasion in the University City South Commercial Street." With a smile, Nan Neuron recalled, "That time, I left Xiaobai with Sai, ensuring you received protection in a critical moment. Sending Xiaolu now will wrap your family in a formidable shield." "Thank you, Sister Nan," Eagle expressed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Sai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, advising, "First, find something recognizable for your parents and brother to identify. We wouldn't want to startle them and draw attention." Level 4 mutated beasts had developed intelligence, and if they sensed any anomalies, it could lead to complications. After a moment's contemplation, Eagle removed the key from around his neck, the red cord woven by his mother's own hands. They would surely recognize it. Xiaolu slipped out from Nan Neuron's wrist, shrinking its form before dashing towards the back of the temple with the key in tow. Inside the temple, the remaining survivors could only stare in fear and numbness at the slumbering tiger not far away. Since their capture, the tiger and the wolves had already devoured 3 adults and 1 child. Even now, several fresh skeletons lay before the tiger. Initially, they had not comprehended the tiger's intentions in confining them. Now it was clear, they were intended to be the tiger's winter sustenance. This realization indicated that they would not be killed outright, but would be consumed gradually. Recalling the last human who had been devoured alive by the tiger, a chill of despair enveloped them. "Dad, we can't just wait here to die. We have to find a way to escape," Fu Chao whispered urgently to his father. "Indeed, Uncle Fu," another man of similar age to Eagle chimed in. "We can't simply sit here and let the tiger feast upon us." The group huddled at the rear, pressed against the back wall, speaking in hushed tones to avoid alarming the dozing tiger. Eagle's father sighed, putting an arm around his frail wife. "Your mother and I can no longer run. If we leave together, we'll only be a burden to you two. If an opportunity arises, you must escape on your own."
Dad, what are you saying?
Fu Chao's eyes brimmed with tears. "Don't speak such disheartening words, uncle. If something happens to you, Eagle will surely make me pay for it," the young man quipped, attempting to lighten the grim atmosphere. "Indeed, our second son. I wonder how he is faring now, whether he is alive or deceased. If the latter is true, our family would be irrevocably shattered." The mother of the eagle could not help but shed tears. The eagle gazed through the telescope at his parents and elder brother, who appeared noticeably aged and significantly thinner. And he felt a lump in his throat. Suddenly, the eagle's father, with a stiffened right hand, patted his son beside him. Overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words, he ultimately pointed towards a red cord key stealthily inching its way from behind his eldest son, Fu Chao, leaning against the wall. Chapter 149. Awaiting results. Both Fu Chao and the eagle's childhood friend were momentarily stunned at the sight of the key. Those who shared a long-standing friendship were quite familiar with the key to the Fu family home. For the 11 small knots on the red cord were crafted by Fu's mother, one by one. It was hung around the eagle's neck on the day he left to join the army. It was his most prized possession, more precious than his very life. How could it possibly appear here? Could it be the second son? Fu Chao found it hard to believe. "I, too, am inclined to think it is him," the eagle's childhood friend said, his heart racing as he suddenly felt that these individuals might be saved. Although he was not well versed in matters concerning the eagle, he had certainly heard much. After all, he was a king among soldiers, the most enigmatic and powerful of them all. The eagle's parents were equally entranced. Xiao Lu, seeing that the family recognized him, sighed in relief internally, choosing to remain silent. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness." He then approached the eagle's mother with assurance, tossing the key in front of her, while he himself curled up into a small ball and slipped into the pocket of the eagle's mother's clothing. The onlookers watched in astonishment as a willow twig seemed to possess a soul, their surprise mingled with anticipation. What is happening? The four of them stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Fortunately, after the apocalyptic acid rain, the wonders of Ling Mountain were truly numerous, and seeing Xiao Lu, agile as a child, made it somewhat easier to accept. Is the second son back? The eagle's mother expressed uncertainty. The eagle's father nodded, and Fu Chao, along with the eagle's childhood friend, firmly believed that the eagle had returned. Moreover, the fact that he was able to send the key suggested he was signaling their return, providing them with solace. The young man exhaled deeply. We have hope now. The eagle's mother, who had been in utter despair, felt a flicker of hope at the news of her second son. Before they could continue discussing the circumstances, a distant, yet chilling wolf howl echoed from the mountains behind the temple, sharp and relentless. The crowd huddled in the corner instinctively shrank back to avoid drawing attention. Yet, the eagle's family felt no fear, rather, their curiosity was piqued. The tiger, who had been feigning sleep on the other side of the straw, suddenly opened its eyes. It cautiously rose to observe the surroundings, noting that the crowd remained huddled together, before leisurely stepping out of the temple's door. Sensing the threat posed by its old adversaries on the back mountain, a mighty roar, emblematic of the king of the forest, reverberated throughout the mountains. More ferocious and resonant than the wolf howls, sending chills down spines. What does this mean? Are we about to engage in battle? The eagle, observing Xiao Lu entering his mother's pocket through the telescope, felt considerably relieved and began to concern himself with other matters. Nan Morong looked up at the sky and shook her head. The wolf pack will likely wait a while longer. Are they waiting for darkness to fall? Si inquired. Indeed, only after nightfall will the wolves' advantage in attacking become apparent, Nan Morong replied calmly. The eagle lifted the telescope once more to scrutinize his family, apprehensive that the tiger and wolf pack might clash and inadvertently harm them. With Xiao Lu protecting them, there is no need for concern. We shall remain here and await the outcome. Perhaps we will even reap great rewards, Nan Morong reassured, turning over and comfortably lying down on the grass. The sky had transformed into a blue-gray hue, and it seemed that stars would soon appear. Rewards? The eagle was somewhat puzzled. Si, however, grasped the implication behind Nan Morong's words. That tiger is a level 4 mutated beast. What about the wolf pack? The wolf king is a level 5 mutated beast. And within the pack, there are 2 level 3 mutated beasts and 4 level 2 mutated beasts, Nan Morong elucidated. The crystal cores of mutated beasts are more compatible with the human body than those of plants, and they can assist individuals in enhancing their abilities more swiftly. The eagle was astonished. What extraordinary entities exist in this mountain that enable such rapid mutations among these animals and plants? Since the Wolf King is a level 5 mutated beast, and the pack has such formidable allies, the outcome seems inevitable. Not necessarily. Although the tiger is a level 4 mutated beast, it has reached the pinnacle of its level. Moreover, as the king of beasts, it holds a prestigious status within the jungle and exudes the pressure of a ruler. The wolf pack, even when exerting their utmost, may not emerge victorious. Otherwise, they would not have waited until nightfall to launch their attack. As Nan Morong spoke, she attuned herself to the subtle anomalies throughout the mountain, attempting to identify the special substance responsible for the mountain's mutations. Si, recognizing her intentions, said, I have a thought that may help you locate that substance.
Speak.
Nan Morong responded, her eyes lighting up. Earlier, the treeman mentioned that many plants here have mutated. Moreover, it is evident that the flora on the back mountain appears more robust compared to those in the front, and the mutations of the Wolf King and the tiger are more advanced than those of the smaller creatures. Nan Morong pondered briefly while using her mental energy to sense the plants on the back mountain, confirming Si Ye's observations. Are you suggesting that what I seek is likely located on the back mountain of Ling Mountain? Once we rescue the others, we shall accompany you to explore the back mountain, Jia Wu said, turning over to regard the darkening sky. Nan Morong smiled and nodded, feeling warmth in her heart. Having companions, support, and a reliable presence was an experience she had never encountered in her previous apocalypse. The wolf pack is approaching the temple. As the sky darkened completely, the eagle suddenly remarked, The group turned over, intently observing the situation below the mountain. They saw the wolf pack gradually approaching the temple from the back mountain, halting approximately 100 meters away, where they began to split into two groups. One part of the wolves advanced towards the corner of the temple's backyard, while the other entered the temple through the front door. The Wolf King, meanwhile, stood on elevated ground not far from the temple entrance, vigilantly monitoring the movements of all the wolves. These creatures are alarmingly astute. Not only do they understand the importance of a frontal assault, but they also know to apply pressure from the flanks and remain vigilant of the battlefield at all times. Wolves are inherently well-trained and disciplined. They are apex predators within the food chain, C scoffed, recalling how the blood wolves earned their name due to this very trait. The eagle nodded. Indeed, they certainly are. As robust adult wolves began to infiltrate the backyard of the temple, the impending conflict between the tiger and the wolf pack felt palpable, causing the group to tense with anticipation. Chapter 150. The Fisherman Prophets. Standing at the entrance of the temple's back hall, the tiger cast a menacing glance at the three young wolves that had entered, its eyes filled with lethal intent. Then, with no reservation, it let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest, instilling fear in all who heard it. In its territory, the encroachment was utterly intolerable. Simultaneously, a fireball, roughly the size of a soccer ball, erupted from the tiger's mouth. The fireball split midair into three, each hurtling towards the three wolves that had entered the temple's backyard. As the flames approached, it seemed inevitable that the pelts of the wolves would soon be ignited by the scorching fireballs. Three spheres of water suddenly materialized from thin air, perfectly matching the size of the fireball unleashed by the tiger, extinguishing it effortlessly. Witnessing its powerful ability being so easily countered, the tiger was consumed by fury. This cunning white wolf, if not for the treasures it hoarded in the cave of the rear mountain and its rapid ascension in strength, would never have instilled such fear in him, the king of the forest. Now, even its subordinates dared to act brazenly before him, as if questioning the legitimacy of his reign. The tiger's whiskers quivered with rage as it let out a ferocious roar, leaping forward at an astonishing speed towards the nearest gray wolf. The gray wolf, sensing the tiger's intent, halted its advance just in time to evade the attack. Yet, it was too late. Although it narrowly escaped with its life, the tiger's sharp claws left several gaping wounds on its body. With its first strike successful, the tiger swiftly pivoted upon landing, its roar escalating in intensity as it prepared for a faster onslaught, evidently intent on tearing apart these three audacious wolves. Even with the icy blades continuously emitted by the Wolf King outside the temple to assist them, the trio of young wolves still proved no match for the jungle monarch. In a mere 5 minutes of combat, the three wolves were left gravely injured and sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. A wolf attempted to breach the temple from the rear wall. No sooner had the eagle spoken than two wolves, previously positioned at the back wall of the temple, leaped inside. Simultaneously, three robust wolves entered through the front door to divert the tiger's attention, providing cover for their comrades. A standoff ensued in the open space before the rear hall of the temple, with the wolves baring their teeth, poised to attack, while the tiger growled menacingly. Yet neither side dared to make a rash move.
Meanwhile,
the two wolves that had been waiting for an opportunity seized the moment to slip into the rear hall where the crowd gathered. The members of the mechanical plant, who had previously felt a sense of relief with the eagle's presence, now changed expressions upon seeing the intruding wolves. Fear escalated the cries of the children, as the two wolves in the rear hall began to deliberately unleash fireballs, forcing the crowd to retreat towards the exit. The eagle's family was likewise compelled to follow the throng toward the doorway. Outside in the courtyard, despite being outnumbered 3-1, the tiger still hurled one of the injured wolves to the ground. Observing the crowd that had emerged from the building, the tiger's roar echoed through the forest, sending even the most lively creatures scurrying into their burrows in terror. The mechanical plants group was driven out of the grand hall by the wolves, only to be met with the tiger's roar in the courtyard, forcing them to cower beneath the eaves, trapped between the tiger in front and wolves behind. With no clear path of retreat, Eagle's elder brother, Fu Chao, and his childhood friend tightly shielded their parents, paralyzed by the scene unfolding before them. Even the children and women, who had previously cried out in the hall, were now silenced by fear. Did the wolf pack not wish to engage in battle? The eagle pondered, uncertain. If they intended to fight, They would not be so stealthy in driving the people away, yet was this tactic not somewhat foolish? Nan Murian surveyed the situation within and around the temple, shaking her head. The Wolf King must have entered by now.
Indeed.
The entirely white Wolf King leaped down from the hill and gracefully advanced into the temple, confronting the tiger at the back courtyard. Wolf King, return all the food, and we shall depart. Tiger, agreed, but you must relinquish the cave in the rear mountain. Wolf King, I refuse. Tiger, then it shall be a matter of life and death. One mountain cannot harbor two tigers, let alone you wolves. The brevity of their exchange made it abundantly clear that both parties were resolute in their determination to settle the conflict. Ice blades and massive fireballs began to fly through the confined courtyard. The Wolf King's snowy figure shimmered with silver under the moonlight, while the tiger's fur glistened like flowing gold, and beyond their relentless abilities, the two mutated beasts began to instinctively claw and bite at one another. The mechanical plants group, witnessing the unfolding scene, had grown numb to the chaos. Unable to dictate their fate, they could only cower in the corner, awaiting the inevitable conclusion. Judging by the circumstances, the Wolf King might not prevail against the tiger after all. The usually silent Jia Wu raised a telescope, intrigued. Why do you suppose the surrounding young wolves and those two mutated wolves outside the temple remain inactive? Nan Murian's tone hinted at amusement. The eagle pondered slightly before looking at her with disbelief. The sacrifice of those three robust young wolves was to deceive the tiger.
Now,
the Wolf King's intervention serves to exhaust the tiger's powers. Once its abilities are depleted, the wolf pack will launch a relentless assault, overwhelming the tiger with sheer numbers. One fist cannot contend with four hands, and the tiger is destined to lose. Goodness, this Wolf King is quite clever, Nan Murian chuckled, her admiration for the Wolf King undeniable. Sure enough, when both the Wolf King and the tiger had exhausted their abilities, the wolves that had been lying in wait outside the temple surged into the rear courtyard. However, two level 3 mutated wolves remained outside the temple. Why are there still sentinels outside? The eagle frowned. See, while packing his belongings, replied in a low voice, there are still mutated rats in these mountains. Impressive. The eagle could hardly suppress his admiration for the Wolf King's strategic prowess. Within the temple, as both sides depleted their abilities, the battle, once a one-on-one duel, transformed into a 10-on-1 struggle. With the conflict reaching this juncture, it was high time for them to intervene. Nan Murian stood up, signaling her companions that it was time to descend. C slung his prepared backpack over his shoulder and handed Nan Murian the one he had packed for her, saying, "Zip up your jacket, it's quite cold in the mountains now." Indeed, huddled together, they had not noticed the chill setting in. Nan Murian donned her backpack, smiling as she replied. The others, accustomed to their demeanor, began to gather their belongings as well. As the tiger and wolf pack exhausted their abilities, the moment had come for them to reap the rewards of this battle. Chapter 151. The Wolf King Negotiates. The treant withdrew the barrier formed by its branches and constructed a smooth slide leading down from the platform, a feat of remarkable craftsmanship. Impressive, the eagle couldn't help but exclaim. Nan Murian also smiled and patted the treant in appreciation. Observing the treant's performance, she mused that those who had ventured out were indeed different. Little Lu could never possess such awareness. The treant, elated by her praise, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Having earned recognition from Rian, Little White, so embarrassing. Treant, is that more embarrassing than you, who hasn't upgraded after absorbing the precious level 6 crystal core? Little White, so infuriating. The matter of Little White absorbing the level 6 crystal core, which had been painstakingly acquired by Nan Murian and her companions, became a point of jest among the lower-tier creatures after Little Lu inadvertently revealed it during their casual banter. Since then, even the lower-tier creatures would mock Little White. Little White had been quite distressed. Rian didn't blame me. Treant, what else can be done? You're so useless. Little White, I'm your second sister. Treant, that doesn't change your uselessness. Little White, I want to fight it. Treant, you wouldn't win. Little White, so infuriating. Nan Murian occasionally overheard their exchanges, but paid them no mind, believing that such verbal sparring was beneficial for stimulating their minds. After all, Xiaobai is indeed somewhat inept. The fact that it failed to break through despite absorbing the 6th-level plant crystal nucleus from the Sephora tree was something Nan Morong had never anticipated. Hence, she had no objections to the words of the treant. Seeing the smile in her eyes, C understood that she had once again heard some lively commotion. Be careful, we're going down. The 5 of them slid down the slide constructed by the treant, landing smoothly on the ground. One must admit that the treant was quite clever. The slide was built facing backward, ensuring that even if the Taoist temple's occupants glanced over, they would remain oblivious. Simultaneously, in the backyard of the Taoist temple, a pack of 10 robust young wolves, including 4 second-level mutated wolves, commenced their assault on the tiger. Although the tiger was the king of the forest and possessed formidable combat abilities when fighting alone, it was nonetheless constrained by the limitations of its supernatural powers and physical strength. Under these circumstances, even with great reluctance, it could only endure the relentless attacks of the wolf pack, leaving it battered and unable to move on the ground. Wolf King, this is the consequence of your own actions. The Wolf King had always harbored apprehension towards the tiger and had never intended to kill it. After all, even with meticulous planning, the loss within the pack would be substantial. Yet, this insatiable creature had dared to steal their winter provisions. The Wolf King sensed that the extreme cold was imminent. Although there were many mutated beasts in the mountains, capturing them was becoming increasingly difficult. These defenseless humans represented the best food source for winter. If taken away, the wolf pack risked starvation when the harsh cold arrived. Tiger, what a pity. You won to be able to escape. Upon hearing the tiger's words, the Wolf King was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned around. At the entrance of the second courtyard of the Taoist temple, for adults and 1 child, had just crossed the threshold. Not all wolves had entered the temple to fight. Some were stationed outside to keep watch, particularly wary of the dreaded mutated rat. Yet, these humans approached without raising any alarms, indicating they had dealt with the outside guards. Even the 2 third-level mutated wolves stationed outside had shown no signs of resistance. Clearly, these 5 humans were formidable. The Wolf King slowly turned its body, fixing its gaze on the 5 who entered. Its eyes first settled on Ce, then gradually shifted to Nan Morong. The chilling glint in its azure eyes instilled fear. Yet it did not faze Nan Morong and her companions. Even Xiao Qijin, upon being pulled by Jia Wu, lost all sense of trepidation. Wolf King, humans, perhaps we can negotiate. It was uncertain whether this strongest human could comprehend its words, but it wished to attempt a dialogue. Not only for itself, but for the survival of the wolf pack. The treant conveyed the Wolf King's words to Nan Morong. A slight smirk graced Nan Morong's lips, and her gaze turned indifferent. You no longer possess any bargaining chips. Upon hearing the treant's translation, the Wolf King initially appeared perplexed, but then let out a low growl. The wolf pack, which had been lurking in the corner, suddenly surged toward the remaining 30 or so individuals at the machinery factory. Clearly, these were the bargaining chips the Wolf King believed it could negotiate with Nan Morong. Xiao Lu. Nan Morong spoke softly. The small willow, which had been curled up in the eagle's mother's pouch, sprang forth in an instant, wrapping around all the surviving individuals at the machinery factory with lightning speed. It moved so swiftly that by the time everyone regained their composure, the survivors had already been encircled by a wall of willow branches. The eagle's parents and older brother stared at Xiao Lu in disbelief, wondering if they were dreaming. Was this truly the same small branch that had been no longer than a thumb? It seemed to have undergone a transformation. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, Taozi. Just stay by Xiao Lu and don't move. It won't harm you. The eagle, noticing some individuals were visibly frightened, hastily reassured them. The Wolf King looked at Xiao Lu, which shimmered with a ghostly green light, feeling a sense of despair. This was a 7th-level mutated plant. Even in Ling Mountain, where treasures abounded, it was nearly impossible to find a 7th-level mutated plant. The strength of these humans was truly alarming. You no longer have any bargaining chips. And your crystal nucleus is of great importance to me, Nan Morong stated, her gaze fixed on the Wolf King. The Wolf King's crystal nucleus was a 5th-level mutated beast. Possessing it would allow Wu Ge and Ce to elevate one of their abilities from level 4 to 5. Its crystal nucleus was indeed valuable, yet not essential. The Wolf King was disheartened. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Nan Morong silently regarded the Wolf King, not uttering a word. The treant had mentioned that the tiger referred to a cave in the back mountain. Considering Ce's assessment and the Wolf King's rank, Nan Morong speculated that the Wolf King must know the location of the substance that caused all the mutations. Wolf King, another super treasure in the back mountain of Ling Mountain. Hearing the Wolf King's words, a hint of disdain flickered across Nan Morong's face. You are merely a fifth-level mutated beast. How impressive could your treasure possibly be? Simultaneously, the treant sprang forth from Nan Morong's left wrist, instantly taking on a humanoid form on the ground. Wolf King, how can there be a seventh-level mutated plant? The strength of these humans is truly terrifying. No wonder she could converse with it. The Wolf King continued to struggle. That treasure is genuinely remarkable. It can aid all living beings in their evolution. If you spare us, I can lead you to it. Nan Morong nonchalantly sat down on the steps. I have already stated that I am not interested. The Wolf King, feeling exasperated, tried to remain patient. I can take you to see it right now. You can decide afterwards. With your strength, I am no match for you. Chapter 152. Reaching an agreement. One must admit that the Wolf King was quite astute, even resorting to flattery, and the terms it proposed were exceedingly agreeable, making it difficult for anyone to refuse. Feigning contemplation, Nan Morong furrowed her brow before reluctantly nodding. Very well, at dawn. We shall follow you to take a look. Just as the Wolf King felt relieved that she had finally agreed, a streak of white-green light shot forth from Nan Morong's left wrist, swirling around the Wolf King's nose before vanishing without a trace. The Wolf King instinctively assessed its body, finding no abnormalities. However, that thing had clearly vanished from its presence. It won't affect your body. It will only temporarily inhibit your supernatural abilities, Nan Morong remarked, her eyes cold and her tone indifferent. This was the essence of the vine absorbed from Dr. Jin's original vine, combined with the small vine derived from Xiaobai. Initially curious as to why Xiaobai had urged her to absorb this vine, she later realized that this small vine, crafted from the larger vine, effectively suppressed the abilities of supernatural beings while allowing her, as the host, to remain unaffected in her own use of powers. The Wolf King listened to each word relayed by the treant, understanding them, yet it did not alter the fact that the entire wolf was utterly stupefied. Originally, it had painstakingly maneuvered to persuade Nan Morong to agree to seek the great treasure in the cave, hoping to recover its strength upon approaching the treasure and potentially contend with these humans. But what was the situation now? The inability to recover its abilities meant that all escape routes were effectively sealed. Nan Morong could clearly sense the Wolf King's hidden intentions and had no intention of granting it that opportunity. Wu Go. You and the eagle go retrieve the tiger's crystal nucleus. Jia Wu and the eagle did not hesitate for a moment, drawing their daggers and approaching the barely conscious tiger. Crouching beside it. Give it a quick end. Jia Wu glanced at the eagle. The tiger still drew breath, and the act of extracting its crystal core felt somewhat brutal. However, to instill fear in the Wolf King, this crystal core was indispensable. Their swift actions were largely influenced by the fact that this tiger had already claimed human lives. The eagle deftly sliced through the tiger's throat with a dagger, blood gushing forth as the creature gasped its last breath. Zhao skillfully plunged the dagger into the tiger's skull, retrieving a brilliant yellow crystal core. The eagle promptly absorbed it. Nan Morong calmly commanded, her voice steady and cool as the wind. The eagle seemed taken aback by the urgency of her demand. Yet Zhao grasped Nan Morong's intent, exchanging a subtle nod with his superior, solidifying their shared understanding. Their motives were twofold: to intimidate the Wolf King and to demonstrate to the employees of the machinery factory that the eagle was merely a compliant subordinate, not to be underestimated. He gently nudged the dazed eagle, urging, "Don't just stand there. Absorb it directly." Although the eagle was perplexed, he complied. For Nan was his queen. Before the eyes of all present, the eagle summoned his powers to absorb the tiger's crystal core, which swiftly transformed from a deep yellow to a translucent white crystal under his influence. Once the eagle completed the absorption, Nan Morong turned her gaze back to the Wolf King, inquiring, "Now, are you certain you wish to lead me to the treasure you mentioned?" The Wolf King, gazing at the lifeless tiger, felt a tumult of emotions. This creature was the king of the forest. He understood that harboring any thoughts of resistance would lead this seemingly elegant human to unhesitatingly extract his own crystal core. After a prolonged silence, the Wolf King finally spoke. "I will take you to the great treasure, but you must allow the wolf pack to return. Sacrificing one was sufficient. The others must survive." Nan Muron clapped her hands and rose, declaring, "It's a deal." She, along with Sai and Qijin, stepped aside, granting the wolf pack a path to depart. The Wolf King, relieved by her agreement, let out a low growl to the wolves surrounding the courtyard. Initially, they responded with a similar growl, but upon seeing the Wolf King's icy demeanor, they scattered to leave. A mother wolf hesitated, glancing back several times, but ultimately was urged away by the Wolf King. Seeing the wolves had departed, Xiao Lu retracted the protective barrier he had set up around the machinery factory, returning to Nan Muron's left wrist. The unrestrained parents of the Fu family were momentarily taken aback before hastily supporting one another as they rushed toward the eagle. "Second brother, you're back,"
Fu mother exclaimed.
tears brimming in her eyes as she observed her son trembling. Fu father placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, his eyes also reddening. "It's all right. As long as you're not starving and have returned safely." "Big brother, I'm back," the eagle said, his tone subdued, knowing how much pain his brother must feel at the absence of his sister-in-law and nephew. "It's good that you're back," Fu Chao replied, relieved to finally ease his worries for his younger brother. The family embraced tightly, while the others, all from the machinery factory, recognized the eagle and breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sai surveyed the remaining 30 or so individuals from the machinery factory, sighing in resignation. "It's too dark. It's dangerous for the elderly and children to descend the mountain. Let us rest here tonight and roast that tiger for sustenance." Before the apocalypse, this creature was a protected species, and consuming it could lead to imprisonment. However, in this new world, survival was paramount, and the tiger had merely become a source of nourishment. Sai and Zhou swiftly coordinated to skin the entire tiger. They then gathered firewood to ignite a bonfire and set up a roasting rack. Once the flames roared to life, they hung the prepared tiger over the fire, cooking it whole. Before long, the courtyard was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat, seasoned with various spices. Jia Wu had a complete set of seasonings in his backpack, a thoughtful gift from Bai Mei when they departed, which now proved to be quite useful. The tantalizing scent of the roasted meat made the previously famished group from the machinery factory salivate uncontrollably. "Daddy, I want to eat meat." A small boy of about 7 or 8 lamented, licking his lips after 2 days without food, feeling utterly famished. The men were equally hungry, yet they hesitated to approach the girl and the 2 men for food. Their reluctance stemmed not only from unfamiliarity, but also from the cold, ruthless efficiency with which they had dispatched the tiger and dealt with the Wolf King. Everyone shared similar thoughts. Hunger was real, but fear held them back. Ultimately, nearly all eyes turned to the familiar figure of the eagle. Eagle, a man, roughly the same age as the eagle's father, ventured to suggest that the eagle procure some meat for everyone. "No, Uncle Chin, can't you see that the eagle is merely a subordinate? Why put him in such a predicament?" Tazi, equally starved, had no intention of asking for the meat. He had clearly heard the authoritative tone of the girl earlier, and aside from the eagle, he felt uneasy dealing with the other 3, whose imposing presence suggested they were not to be trifled with. Even the young boy by the fire bore an unsettling gaze, as if he could see straight through anyone. Such individuals possessed formidable strength and unpredictable temperaments. In this lawless post-apocalyptic world, they could easily eliminate the very people who had fought hard to survive. The thought of seeking food from them felt akin to courting death. Fu Mother observed the reactions of the crowd, feeling discontented, and pulled her son protectively behind her. She then addressed an old colleague who seemed eager to seek help from her son. "They have already saved our lives. We cannot further entreat them for food." Food had become an invaluable commodity since the onset of the apocalypse, a matter of survival. How could they simply demand it? But that tiger was so large. "There are only 5 of us. We can't possibly finish it," a woman grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Whether you can finish it or not is their concern. Besides, it's winter. Don't you find it amusing to voice such thoughts?" Tazi retorted, without hesitation. The people of the machinery factory had come to understand the Fu family, recognizing their strong principles and clear sense of right and wrong. To continue pressing for more would yield no favorable outcome. Having received no food, the group silently retreated, while the Fu family exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The world had changed. One must not show undue compassion, for it would only lead to unnecessary difficulties. Fu Mother bitterly advised her son. Observing his mother's reaction, the eagle sensed something was amiss. "Mom, What has happened? His mother, usually kind-hearted and gentle, would not utter such cold and clear-headed words unless she had experienced something deeply distressing. Fu Chao wrapped an arm around his mother, saying, "Mom, you need not feel guilty. You are not to blame for Qiu Qiu and the others' predicament." The eagle wished to inquire further, but at that moment, a child's wails pierced the air, followed by the caustic reprimands of adults. "You don't deserve to live, so why are you crying? No one pities you. Stop pretending to be pitiful." The cacophony of scolding mixed with the child's cries was overwhelmingly loud. The Fu family, incensed by the reactions of the others, felt powerless to intervene. This was unacceptable. Fu mother, usually gentle, was now visibly angered, yet she found herself at a loss for what to do. Taozi was equally furious, glaring at the increasingly cold expressions of those by the fire, muttering, "Damn it, a bunch of fools. Are you truly aware that we are amidst an apocalyptic world, yet still clinging to moral constraints? Beware, lest you find your life swiftly claimed by others." Nan Mu Ran cast a cold glance at the scene before her, where the cacophony of curses and the wailing of children grew increasingly louder, clearly a performance meant for her eyes. Rising, she severed a substantial chunk of hind leg meat, and the members of the mechanical factory looked on in eager anticipation, even the older children momentarily forgetting their tears. However, to their surprise, she did not offer the meat to them but instead turned to present it to the drooling Wolf King, who was utterly unprepared for such an unexpected gesture from a human. Caught off guard, he was unable to conceal his impending drool, rendering him quite awkward. Nan Mu Ran smiled and said, "I prefer a quieter environment. Please assist with this. Consider this piece of meat as your reward." To prevent the meat from becoming tainted by contact with the ground, she thoughtfully plucked a large leaf from a nearby mutated tree to serve as a plate for the Wolf King. The Wolf King, initially taken aback by the enticing aroma of the roasted meat, then glanced at the adults and children in the crowd who had intentionally made noise. Grasping the implication behind Nan Mu Ran's words, upholding the principle of addressing matters before claiming rewards, the Wolf King rose, shook his shimmering white fur, and gracefully approached the crowd. The previously raucous assembly fell silent in terror at the advancing Wolf King, who continued to growl threateningly. Even the younger children, who had been crying, found themselves silenced as their parents hurriedly covered their mouths. The Wolf King navigated through the throng of the mechanical factory group, deliberately avoiding the Eagle family and Taozi. After fulfilling his task, he glanced back at the distant Nan Mu Ran, seeking her approval of the scene he had just orchestrated. Upon receiving a nod of satisfaction, he returned to his meal. Although the mutated beast meat was somewhat tough, the seasoning provided by Jiawu and Xia was exceptional, making it still quite delectable. Nan Mu Ran herself found the meal satisfying, then turned to the Eagle family and said, "Bring your family and friends over to warm up and enjoy some food." The sight of the girl, her eyes sparkling like stardust and her smile radiant, left the Fu family momentarily entranced. "Is this appropriate?" Fu mother felt a twinge of embarrassment.
It's perfectly fine, Andy.
"Come join us. You can taste our culinary skills," Xia said with a smile, making space for the Fu family. Without offering her parents, older brother, or Taozi a chance to refuse, Eagle directly addressed Nan Mu Ran. "Thank you, Sister Nan." Observing the reactions of the mechanical factory crew, he began to understand how Nan Mu Ran's deliberate command had spared him from considerable trouble. "Do not mention it," Nan Mu Ran replied, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Although she, Xia, and Wu Ge lacked families of their own, it did not mean they were unaware of how to treat family. Thus, they would extend kindness to Eagle's family and friends. However, they would certainly not be overly benevolent, and judging by the earlier scene, it was clear that Eagle's family and friends were deserving of their goodwill. Accepting the roasted meat that Xia had placed in a disposable plate, Taozi felt a sense of bewilderment. How did things seem so different now? These individuals appeared unlike what he had imagined. Initially, Eagle's mother could not bear to see the child weeping. But recalling how those people had disregarded her son's plight with their antics, she ultimately suppressed her compulsion to share the roasted meat with them. At the right moment, Xia produced water from his backpack and offered it to them. Drinking clean bottled water and savoring delicious roasted meat was indeed a luxurious affair in this apocalyptic world. Eagle recounted his retirement and decision to follow Nan Mu Ran. Fu family's parents had no objections, fully respecting their son's choice. understanding that in this world of collapse, survival was of utmost importance. They also learned of the Fu family's recent trials, realizing why the usually gentle Fu mother had undergone such a stark transformation. Chapter 154. Providing Food for the Wolf King. In the early days of the apocalypse, relentless downpours inundated the family compound, resulting in severe flooding on the lower levels, leaving some suffering from persistent fevers. At that time, there was still a flicker of hope that the rains would cease, and Fu Mother believed that the disaster would not last long and that the government would surely provide assistance. Thus, she offered the last few remaining fever reducers and cold medications to a fellow resident in need. However, by the time the second storm passed and her grandson's fever remained unabated, 2 months had already passed in this new world. They had pleaded with the surviving hundreds in the compound, yet only Tauzi had shared his meager supply of medicine with them. But the scant amount could only sustain them for a day, and her grandson ultimately succumbed to his illness. Although the Fu family felt despair and sorrow, they could still somewhat understand that others might genuinely lack medicine. Little did they realize that soon after, as zombies began to roam freely, their son and daughter-in-law ventured out with others from the compound to scavenge for supplies. After parting ways, their daughter-in-law never returned. They were told it was her reckless decision to venture out that led to her being bitten by a zombie. Yet, the Fu family knew their daughter-in-law too well. Though capable, she was always cautious and would never take such a risk. Regrettably, even when Fu Chao confronted the leader of that group, none of them revealed the truth. It was from that moment onward that the Fu family, once united in their resolve to withstand adversity, had transformed completely. They grew cold and distant, rarely compromising, and even became somewhat indifferent. Eagle tenderly embraced his mother, saying, "It's all right, Mom. We will eventually learn the truth." Upon seeing the look in Eagle's eyes, Nanmu Ran slightly nodded. Her psychic abilities had reached level 5, enabling her to delve into the memories of others. Noticing her son's discomfort, Fu Mother sighed and swiftly changed the subject. "This meat is grilled to perfection." Her compliment was sincere, as her previously frail body felt significantly rejuvenated after consuming food. Nanmu Ran, cheeks full as she chewed, nodded in agreement. Wu Ge and Xia are quite skilled in the kitchen. Fu Mother gazed at her in admiration, momentarily lost in thought before her gentle smile returned. The once cold and menacing girl who stood before the temple now appeared so soft and beautiful. "After we finish eating, let us gather around the fire to rest. We will escort you down the mountain early tomorrow," Nanmu Ran said, returning Fu Mother's gaze with a beaming smile, and inadvertently letting out a contented burp. As the group feasted until they could barely eat another bite, a substantial portion of the roasted tiger meat remained on the spit, roughly half a carcass. The crowd of mechanical factory workers, watching the meat with drooling mouths, thought to themselves that surely it was time for them to have their share after everyone else had eaten. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted for miles, and after being deprived for so long, they were utterly ravenous. Meanwhile, the Wolf King surveyed the greedy humans before his gaze settled on the remaining tiger meat on the spit. After a moment of contemplation, he silently approached Nanmu Ran, gently nudging her shoulder with his noble head. The Fu family and Tauzi, initially tense at the Wolf King's sudden proximity, found themselves momentarily dumbfounded by this unexpected gesture. Was it an act of appeasement? Nanmu Ran turned to him, intuitively understanding his intentions without the need for words. "If you desire the leftovers, you may have them. But can you truly consume so much?" It wasn't he that Nanmu Ran was unwilling to share. Rather, she felt that the piece she had already given the Wolf King was ample. Would he not risk overindulgence? Instinctively, she glanced at the Wolf King's imposing figure, nearly 2 meters in length and standing over 90 centimeters at the shoulder. Very well, given such a physique, one must consume a substantial amount. Just as the Wolf King was growing frustrated under her gaze, contemplating whether he should take his leave, Nanmuran stood up and directly removed the remaining tiger meat from the grill, presenting it before the Wolf King. "This is all for you." The Fu family clearly felt a sense of regret, yet the meat belonged to her, and ultimately, the decision rested with her. Thus, the family of 3, along with Tauzi, refrained from displaying any signs of discontent. The Wolf King gazed at the enormous chunk of tiger meat before him, visibly astonished. He had not anticipated such generosity from this human. "Hurry and take it," he seemed to urge silently. Since the apocalypse, Nan Neuron had maintained a demeanor of indifference and even ruthlessness towards humankind, yet she was invariably patient with other living beings, barring those who perpetrated evil and devoured others. The Wolf King seized nearly half of the tiger meat and turned to exit the temple. "Why is he leaving?" Tazi inquired with a hint of anxiety. This wolf was not one to be trifled with and only behaved docilely in the presence of this fairy. He must not be allowed to return to the wild. Nan Neuron observed the retreating figure of the Wolf King with a faint smile, realizing that he had not come to offer her food after all. "He will return after delivering the food," Siu explained. "I didn't see it before, but he seems quite loyal," Nan Neuron remarked with a touch of detachment. Siu nodded, lowering his voice as he spoke to Nan Neuron. "Actually, the area beyond the mountain is quite vast. Perhaps it was due to his past as a member of the Blood Wolf Special Forces, but he found himself inexplicably drawn to the Wolf King." Nan Neuron sighed softly, turning to study his profile. The prominent brow and aquiline nose, coupled with his attractive lips, made him remarkably appealing. Pursuing something too eagerly is not the way to go. Siu paused, slightly bewildered by her words. "My mother always said that the more one desires something, the more one must maintain a balanced mindset. One must not be anxious or contravene fundamental principles. With effort at the critical moment, success will inevitably follow," Nan Neuron said, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile. Understanding dawned on Siu. It seemed she too wished to conquer the Wolf King, and perhaps her intentions were even more astute and timely than his own. Impressive. As snow began to fall, the eagle expressed his surprise at the swirling flurries of large snowflakes. Fortunately, they had built the bonfire at the rear entrance of the main hall of the temple, preventing the snow from extinguishing their flame. "It's getting chilly outside. We won't be able to sleep at night. Let's head inside," Jiawu suggested as he began to pack up. Once indoors, Jiawu and Xiaoqi started clearing the area where the tiger had been. Observing the duo, one tall and the other small, calmly picking up several skeletons and placing them outside. The technicians from the machinery factory felt a chill run down their spines. These individuals were truly not to be trifled with, and the child, appearing merely 12 or 13, exuded an air of competence that was unsettling. After placing the skeletons, Xiaoqi found a pile of straw at the back of the room and brought it over, subsequently arranging it in a circle around the bonfire created by Jiawu. Growing up in the mountains, he knew precisely how to stay warm. "Xiaoqi is amazing," Nan Neuron praised, content to simply offer compliments while remaining uninvolved. Xiaoqi smiled at her and then retrieved a thermos from Siu's backpack. "Sister, warm water." Nan Neuron happily accepted it, taking a sip that filled her with joy. The foremost priority of the Star Prick team was to place Nan Neuron first. This habit had become ingrained not only in Siu and Jiawu, but also in both the Eagle and Xiaoqi. Chapter 155. The Wolf King is impressive. Meanwhile, Siu pulled out his sleeping bag from his backpack, also retrieving Nan Neuron's sleeping bag to help organize.
Jiawu, the eagle,
and Xiaoqi produced their own sleeping bags along with an extra blanket, clearly intended for the Fu family and Taozi. Fu's mother glanced at the brand new blanket, feeling somewhat embarrassed and contemplating a refusal, but the eagle, familiar with his mother's nature, gently restrained her. "Mom, the sleeping bag is warm. You can sleep in mine. And just take the blanket." Realizing that if she denied their kindness, her son would surely suffer in the cold that night, Fu's mother quickly quelled her thoughts. Fu's father and Fu Chao exchanged amused glances at the eagle's actions. The youngest had always known how to handle their mother, and with just a few words, she complied. After helping his mother secure her sleeping bag, the eagle lay beside her, leaning against his older brother and father for warmth. In that moment, they seemed to return to their childhood, sharing a large bed as a family of 4, a scene filled with happiness and reassurance. Just as Nan Neuron was preparing to lie down and sleep, the Wolf King returned. The distance he had traversed had left a delicate layer of snow upon his silvery, flowing fur. Upon entering the grand hall, the Wolf King shook off the snow and, upon noticing that Nan Neuron and her companions intended to rest, made his way to a clearly designated spot for himself, a patch of reeds already covered with a blanket, and lay down. Without hesitation, he directed his head towards the group from the machinery factory, his gaze icy and laden with warning. Witnessing the Wolf King's actions, the technicians from the machinery factory were terrified, remaining utterly silent throughout the night, fearful that the Wolf King might, in a fit of rage, devour them as he would a tiger. Observing this, Nan simply pulled her sleeping bag closer and, with a smile, drifted into slumber. It must be admitted, the Wolf King's threat was remarkably effective against those individuals. In the tranquil mountain forest, Nan enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Meanwhile, Jiawu, Siyu, and the eagle exchanged glances before sleep, each understanding the vigilance reflected in the other's eyes. Thus, until dawn broke the following day, one among them remained in a state of feigned slumber, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances that might arise during the night. As dawn broke the next day, the group began gathering their belongings in preparation for their descent. Since the previous mountain path was no longer passable, the eagle and Jiawu opted for a new route that was considerably closer, though overgrown with weeds and considerably steeper, making it quite arduous to navigate. It would save them a significant amount of time. The technicians from the machinery factory, having gone several days without food, were feeling severely weakened and began to voice their discontent as the difficult terrain took its toll. "We really can't go on," a slightly older man expressed, frustration evident in his tone. "I'm done for," a woman echoed, sitting down and complaining. Fu's mother turned to the group, speaking gently in an attempt to soothe them. "They must return us safely through the mountains. If we delay, it will become too dangerous once night falls. Please, everyone, let us endure just a bit longer." Easy for you to say, while standing there, well-fed and well-rested. "Of course, your family can manage," a woman retorted sarcastically. She dared not confront Nan and her companions directly, but she had pent-up frustration, and Fu's mother had unwittingly become her target. "How can you speak like that?" Taozi interjected, his voice firm as he silenced her. The woman, undeterred, continued, "Am I not stating the truth? We and the children have not eaten for 3 days. Just look at this path. How can we possibly keep going?" Although Nan felt discontent towards the group, she merely furrowed her brows and remained silent. She then glanced towards the Wolf King, who was watching her with his beautiful eyes, clearly indicating his intention to take action. Momentarily speechless, the Wolf King pondered his situation. Once a majestic creature, fierce and formidable, possessing intellect to rival that of the forest's monarch, how'd he become merely a subordinate to this enchanting human, relegated to performing menial tasks? Nevertheless, the Wolf King, resigned to his fate, silently turned and moved to the back of the line. For those unwilling to proceed, the Wolf King's method of handling them was exceedingly straightforward. He would simply swat them aside with a paw, tossing them into the nearby underbrush. In the thicket, dense shrubs and protruding stones posed a significant risk of injury, even if one were fortunate enough to escape unscathed and rise swiftly to their feet. The Wolf King would never permit that individual to rejoin the procession of those ahead. Its message was unmistakable. Those who could keep pace should proceed. Those who could not would be left to await death, with no one to intervene, not even the wolves. After casting out 5 individuals, the group from the machinery factory fell into a hushed silence, each person gritting their teeth to keep up with the relentless pace.
Satisfied,
Nan cast an appreciative glance at the Wolf King and produced 2 large chicken legs from her space, offering them to him. The Wolf King, eyeing the chicken legs, involuntarily twitched its mouth. It was utterly convinced that this striking human had kept a dog, for otherwise she would not have donned such a teasing expression as though rewarding a pet. "Hurry up, this is delicious," Nan encouraged, noticing the Wolf King's hesitation. And she waved the legs closer, allowing him to catch their enticing aroma. The savory, spiced chicken legs were a personal favorite of hers. Though the Wolf King seethed internally, it could not suppress its appetite, eventually snapping up the chicken leg from Nan hand. Fumu observed the playful interaction between the Wolf King and Nan and couldn't help but chuckle. Just days ago, this wolf had been fearsome, and now it appeared almost docile.
docile?
Lowing interjected, his brows twitching. "That's not docility, it's resignation. Unable to contend with the others, and now being fed like this. One can only imagine how humiliated the Wolf King must feel." With the Wolf King providing reassurance from behind, the 30-odd members of the machinery factory successfully descended the mountain back to the family compound. However, upon entering the courtyard, some collapsed weakly to the ground, clearly exhibiting signs of physical exhaustion. In light of this, Nan couldn't help but marvel at the boundless potential of humanity. 3 days without food and they could still traverse such arduous terrain. Truly impressive willpower. "Mom, You and Taozi go ahead and wait for me at home. We must make another trip up the mountain, Laoing instructed, pulling out nearly all his supplies from his backpack and handing them to Fumu and Taozi. Staring at the overflowing bounty in front of them, the Fu family and Taozi were momentarily taken aback. It was an astonishingly generous offering. The ever-shrewd Fu Chao instinctively glanced at Nan Muron, wary that his brother might inadvertently upset her. The weary group from the machinery factory had not yet managed to return home. Starved and fatigued, their eyes widened as they beheld Laoing's assortment of instant noodles, self-heating rice, bread, milk, and various other foods. Their expressions shifted dramatically. A moment of furtive glances among a few revealed a barely concealed malice lurking in their eyes. Yet, this subtle shift did not escape the notice of Jia Wu and Siyi, who were acutely aware of the malicious thoughts brewing in their minds. Chapter 156. Seeking the Great Treasure. As Nan Muron and the others watched the Fu family and Taozi depart with a mountain of food, they finally turned to exit the family compound, setting their sights on the distant Ling Mountain. They walked all the way to the foot of the mountain. Noting that Laoing showed no inclination to return, Nan Muron, Siyi, and Jia Wu resigned themselves to the fact that this fellow truly had not grasped the earlier scene. With a hint of exasperation, Nan Muron turned back to Laoing, take Qi Jin and bypass everyone directly to head home. Laoing was momentarily taken aback by her words. But Sister Nan, we still don't know what the situation in the mountains is. It would be better for me to accompany you and lend a hand. Less chatter. Just do as Ran says, Siyi commanded decisively, his expression growing stern. Jia Wu furrowed his brow, pondering what had gotten into Laoing today, his mind seemingly befuddled. Even Qi Jin, standing nearby, let out a resigned sigh and tugged at Laoing. Brother Laoing, let us go home. Your family needs us more than the mountains do. Laoing froze at Qi Jin's action. If Qi Jin could accurately foresee the future, his words implied that something was amiss at home. What's going on? I thought you emptied your backpack to lure out those with ulterior motives regarding your family. He mused, realizing he had simply acted foolishly. Though not foolish, Laoing quickly grasped the crux of the matter. It was about the food. In this post-apocalyptic world, the provisions he had intended for his parents were worth far more than a few lives. Siyi glared at Laoing, irritated by his reckless actions. As Siyi's words fell, an overwhelming sense of panic surged within Laoing. Without time for further contemplation, he swiftly hoisted Qi Jin onto his back and dashed toward the machinery factory's family compound. Laoing was filled with regret. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had been following Nan Muron, living in abundance and never experiencing hunger, even leading a more carefree existence than before the end times. Yet here he was, having let his guard down, forgetting that in this world, food could not only save lives but also take them away. To have given so much food to his parents, elder brother, and Taozi in front of so many people was utterly reckless. Qi Jin, feeling his stomach churning, was on the verge of reminding Laoing that he was on the brink of being thrown off. Ultimately, he held his tongue, knowing he also had family. If anything were to happen to his grandfather or the others, he would be just as frantic. It was only when he realized that Laoing intended to enter through the front gate that he could no longer contain himself. Are you crazy? Let's go around the back. Laoing snapped back to reality, recognizing that he indeed needed to approach home discreetly to avoid those with sinister intentions. How foolish of him to lose his clarity in his haste. Watching Laoing finally change direction as he neared the entrance, Nan Muron could not help but rub her temples, offering an explanation to Siyi and Jia Wu. Truly, concern can lead to chaos. Just plain foolish. Jia Wu interjected bluntly. Siyi chuckled in resignation. It appears life has been too comfortable. He could use a few days of hunger. Today, Lao Ying's folly had unfolded in front of a crowd of ordinary people, leaving the situation manageable. However, should they encounter a formidable adversary in the future, such blunders could lead to catastrophic consequences. The Wolf King silently led the way ahead, appreciating the camaraderie among the members of the Startsu team. For such unity was akin to that of a wolf pack. The journey to the cave in the back mountain was nearly twice as long as that to the temple, requiring considerable time. As they reached the halfway point at the temple, the Wolf King turned to Nan Muron. The cave in the back mountain may harbor a horde of mice, including several mutated ones that will be difficult to handle. You must be well prepared. Originally, it had not intended to share this information with the human thinking it would merely guide them and that their safe return would be a matter of fate. Yet, having observed Nan Muron's joyful demeanor moments ago, the Wolf King suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. If misfortune struck and these humans encountered the mouse horde, it would be a shame. For he had to admit that the two strikingly beautiful humans would be a loss if they perished. Once Xiao Lu relayed the Wolf King's words to Nan Muron, a knowing smile spread across her face, signifying the Wolf King's acceptance of her. It seemed there was a genuine prospect of persuading this creature to leave. We have already dealt with 3 level 4 mutated mice and 1 level 5 mutated mouse during our first foray into the mountains, Nan Muron candidly informed the Wolf King. The Wolf King's cold, dark eyes betrayed an unmistakable incredulity. The repugnant mouse horde had been vanquished? How fearsome were these humans, indeed. Very well. It appeared they were formidable beings beyond its reckoning. The group, following the Wolf King, finally arrived at the entrance of the back mountain cave around 4 in the afternoon. Despite having climbed for 5 hours, the 3 of them, due to their already commendable stamina and enhanced abilities post-awakening, felt no fatigue. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, Nan Muron could not help but frown. It seemed rather mundane. The cave was not large, obscured by dense vegetation that concealed its entrance. Without prior knowledge, one would find it hard to locate. Yet, for a treasure capable of encompassing all life upon the mountain, it appeared rather unremarkable. However, she harbored no doubts about the Wolf King, for as soon as Nan Muron approached the entrance of the cave, she felt an inexplicable yearning within her body, akin to encountering a high-grade crystal core, yet 100-fold more intense. Ziyi and Jia Wu shared the same sensation. The Wolf King took a step forward and leaped into the cave. The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback by his action. It was not a matter of walking in, but rather jumping down. Was this a passage to the underground? Come down, it's not deep, the Wolf King beckoned. Ziyi grasped Nan Muron, who was about to leap. Allow me to go first. Nan Muron nodded silently. Even though her extraordinary abilities allowed her to effortlessly discern the situation within, she still needed to learn to accept her boyfriend's kindness. Jia Wu frowned, thinking to himself that, inadvertently, another one had fallen for the trap. As Ziyi jumped down, he discovered that although the cave sloped downwards, it was not particularly deep, around 4 meters at most. It's approximately 4 meters, do be cautious. Following suit, Nan Muron and Jia Wu jumped down as well, only to realize that after descending about 10 meters further, the space suddenly opened up before them. They found themselves in a vast cavern, extending in all directions like a meticulously crafted underground palace. Looking up, the cavern soared to a height of several dozen meters, resembling a colossal dome, akin to an inverted forest of stone, a marvel of nature that left them in awe. I had not heard of any caverns in this mountain, Jia Wu remarked, having previously perused related materials. The scene before him was nothing short of astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, the formation of such a cavern could take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, making it impossible for it to have formed recently. Ziyi gazed at the various stalactites and stalagmites, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. Nan Muron nodded in agreement. What a pity that there are no benevolent capitalists willing to develop this place and showcase it to the world. Ran, do you not realize that before the apocalypse, you were precisely the type of capitalist we looked up to? Jia Wu teased with a smile. Nan Muron was momentarily at a loss for words. Was she truly one? Absolutely. Without her needing to voice the thought, Ziyi could confidently affirm it just by observing her expression. Upon learning that Nan Muron was the heiress of the Nan Xiao group, his first instinct was that had it not been for the apocalypse, he would have never had the opportunity to know her, for they inhabited entirely different worlds. Very well. Let this capitalist continue to exploit you. Though she lived a hard life, she had no wages to give. Wolf King, lead the way. Nan Muron acquiesced graciously, her demeanor quite regal. Jia Wu and Ziyi exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness in their smiles as they followed her. Nan Muron was perpetually this way. She never calculated gains and losses with those she trusted and cared for, her generosity leaving one to wonder if they were truly experiencing an apocalypse. The Wolf King, observing Nan Muron's demeanor, sighed quietly and continued to lead the way, contemplating the concept of capitalism. This query was not difficult, as it would soon become abundantly clear to him just how detestable the term capitalist truly was. The group advanced deeper into the cavern, and as they ventured further, The entrance became increasingly narrow until it could barely accommodate two individuals side by side. Suddenly, the constricted and unknown space caused their bodies to tense involuntarily. Si instinctively pulled Nanmu Ran behind him to protect her, while Jia Wu discreetly surveyed the situation behind them, positioning themselves to shield Nanmu Ran from both sides as she began to harness her mental abilities to investigate every detail of their surroundings. After traversing approximately 100 meters in this narrow space, the three of them could distinctly feel their breathing becoming labored. The oxygen levels are too low. Si frowned at the Wolf King, who appeared unaffected. They could not possibly traverse this space on all fours like him, could they? Nanmu Ran promptly retrieved a portable oxygen tank from her space and handed it to them, reminding them, "We're almost there, just 500 meters ahead." The Wolf King observed their actions, his gaze growing more intense. If he was not mistaken, these peculiar bottles were conjured forth by the exquisite humans. How astonishing! After walking another 500 meters, they finally reached the end upon squeezing through a gap that required them to turn sideways, and once again, their surroundings opened up before them. To their astonishment, they found themselves in an even larger cavern, one that was more breathtaking than the previous. The most remarkable aspect was that in this cavern, a small patch of sky was visible overhead. However, none of them were in the mood to admire the bizarre formations of this cave. Their attention was immediately captured by a magnificent object standing approximately 20 meters tall. So large that it would take 10 people to encircle it, emitting a serene green glow, akin to a small building. How beautiful! Nanmu Ran, who had always been enamored with jewels before the apocalypse, felt as though she were gazing upon an extraordinarily rare piece of imperial green jade. However, having seen her fair share of fine jade, she could tell from the radiance emanating from this object that it was not jade. Such a large piece of jade would have been long claimed by someone else. Yet, this did not diminish the awe it inspired within her. It was simply too exquisite. "I can sense an inexplicable power emanating from it," Jia Wu remarked, somewhat surprised by this strange sensation. Si nodded, clearly sharing the same feeling. This sensation was undeniably positive, as confirmed by the vibrant energy of his own abilities. The Wolf King, observing their reactions, sauntered towards a corner. Thinking that by bringing them here, he had fulfilled his duty. Whether they had the capability to take the object was no longer his concern. He settled down to rest, absorbing the subtle aura emanating from the treasure. Nanmu Ran, on the other hand, stepped across the shallow pool of water in front of her and walked directly up to the precious object, circling the small green hill. Perhaps she could utilize this object to gauge the height of the mysterious mist. In truth, there was no better method to retrieve this treasure. Quickly clearing a space in the mist with her mind, she touched the small green hill, attempting to absorb it with her consciousness. Instantly, the glowing small hill vanished from sight. The Wolf King, who had been comfortably resting, assumed they would be as reverent as he was. Instead, they had directly caused the treasure to disappear. He practically leaped up in shock. What was happening? Had the treasure that belonged to all living beings in the mountains truly vanished? Nanmu Ran, however, felt a surge of excitement. This was over 20 meters tall. Clearly, the mysterious mist was far more powerful than she had anticipated. Yet, upon glancing at her space, her good mood evaporated instantly. It was not that the mist was exceptionally high, but rather that this treasure had penetrated through 2 layers of mist. The upper layer coincidentally contained a small supermarket she had previously absorbed. The shelves were now in disarray, with liquor bottles scattered across the ground, and several glass containers shattered. It was a dismal sight. Noticing the discomfort on Nanmu Ran's face, Si approached with concern. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Nanmu Ran shook her head. "My obsessive-compulsive tendencies are flaring up. It's difficult to explain in a few words. Let's discuss it later." The Wolf King observed the scene without any hint of surprise on Jia Wu's and Si's faces, realizing that this exquisite human must possess an even more formidable presence. "Let us not go back. Let us head up from here." In the dim and oppressive narrow space, Jia Wu felt an overwhelming discomfort. However, he was accustomed to suppressing such feelings with reason, which was why he had not shown any signs of distress throughout their journey. Nanmu Ran, naturally attuned to Jia Wu's discomfort, nodded resolutely. On the left arm of the treant, Xiao Lu and Xiao Bai swiftly darted upwards, rapidly constructing a verdant bridge from the ground to the cave entrance several dozen meters high. achieving this remarkable feat in the blink of an eye. Although the ascent was steep, it was certainly negotiable with hands and feet. The Wolf King, unable to maintain its composure, had traversed thousands of miles from the snowy mountains to Ling Mountain, relying on its formidable strength to lead the wolf pack through apocalyptic challenges. Yet, it was the presence of this striking human that left it in awe, a being so powerfully formidable that it defied the very essence of nature. "Stop dawdling. Do you intend to walk back on your own?" Nan Muron admonished the dazed Wolf King. The group began to ascend the somewhat steep aerial staircase until they reached the cave entrance. Upon emerging, they anticipated a direct descent down the mountain, only to be left utterly flabbergasted by what lay before them. "Is this a chimney?" Nan Muron mused, gazing down at the sheer cliff that plummeted approximately 70 to 80 meters, devoid of any vegetation. The sheer drop was utterly terrifying. What kind of cave system concluded in such a manner? Chapter 158. No turning back. The trio and the wolf stood upon the bridge constructed by Xiao Lu, encircling the modest opening at the cave summit, each contemplating the daunting cliff ahead, their brows furrowing in unison. In the dim light, the abyss below remained unfathomable, and the howling northern winds echoed like an unrelenting night watch, stirring a deeper sense of unease. As Nan Muron utilized her mental prowess to survey their surroundings, she teased Jia Wu, "So, Brother Wu, which is more comfortable, this or traversing through the mountain cave?" "Undoubtedly, this is far more agreeable," Jia Wu replied, unfazed by the apparent dangers surrounding them. With Xiao Lu and the others assisting in constructing their bridge, as long as one wasn't acrophobic, their descent from the mountain would be assuredly smooth. Si could not help but smirk. Previously, they were a band of rough individuals skirting the edges of life and death, devoid of personal preferences or fears. However, after spending time with Nan Muron, they had all begun to appreciate self-care. Casting a glance around to quickly ascertain their distance from the electrical plants community, he discovered that there was yet another peak between them and Ling Mountain. "It's getting dark. Long journeys are unwise, and we cannot return. Let us find a place to rest once we descend," Nan Muron agreed. Upon emerging from the cave, Xiao Lu, Xiao Bai, and the Treant were rendered speechless by the precarious situation before them, clearly realizing that their task of building a ladder was far from over. A 7th-tier pinnacle Xiao Lu, a 7th-tier novice Treant, and a 5th-tier pinnacle Xiao Bai, each a formidable force in the apocalypse, now found themselves serving merely as a means for others to descend. Nan, Yi, and Brother Wu are one thing, but the most infuriating is that wretched Wolf King. What right does this 5th-tier novice have? Though deeply dissatisfied, there was no need for Nan Muron to voice it. The three little creatures began to mobilize voluntarily, resignedly constructing a new slide, the intertwining hues of green, brown, and white shimmering softly in the twilight, leading down into the enchanting forest below. The trio and the wolf smoothly navigated down the steep mountain tip via the slide. Upon landing, Nan Muron, who was entirely unprepared for the depth of the snow, nearly fell directly into it. Thankfully, Si, quick on his feet, steadied her. "It's all right. I'm here. No need to rush. Take your time." The Wolf King glanced around, nudging Nan Muron's hand, clearly indicating she should follow. After more than an hour of traversing through the snow-laden forest, the leading Wolf King altered its course, seemingly circling around the mountainside. No one objected. They simply continued to follow until they arrived at a secluded corner of the mountainside. "Is this a cave?" Nan Muron expressed surprise at the modest entrance before her. The Wolf King cast a glance upward at the now pitch-black sky, feeling somewhat helpless. Was it even necessary to ask? They needed to find a warmer place to rest. Once night fell, the mountain would become perilous. It could not risk leading them into danger. Nan Muron sensed the Wolf King's disdain and promptly delivered a playful slap to its snout. Feeling the sudden strike from behind, the Wolf King instinctively turned its head, its icy blue eyes radiating a chilling aura, filled with murderous intent. For Nan Muron, having fought valiantly to reclaim the post-apocalyptic world only to be treated thus, was utterly intolerable. Without hesitation, she struck the Wolf King again, this time with greater force. Her doe-like eyes reflected a newfound intensity, a resolve that signaled her unwillingness to tolerate anything that could not be tamed. The Wolf King, observing her demeanor, felt not just fear but a dawning realization. It suddenly grasped that this striking human was not to be trifled with and possessed the capability to extinguish its life in an instant. At that moment, as it had unwittingly exhibited aggression towards her, she too had embraced the notion of violence. Disregarding the Wolf King's reaction, Nan Neuron simply gazed at it, her expression serene yet frigid. Behind her, Siyi and Jia Wu had already begun to gather their energies, prepared to unleash their powers at a moment's notice should the Wolf King dare to bare its teeth at Nan Neuron again. Momentlate. The Wolf King lowered its head and nuzzled against Nan Neuron, adopting a woefully pitiful demeanor. Both Jia Wu and Siyi were taken aback, astonished at how the Wolf King had suddenly transformed into a creature so submissive, almost as if it were a mere puppy. Nan Neuron, however, merely smiled lightly, reaching out to stroke the Wolf King's large head. In response, Jia Wu and Siyi relaxed their stances, retracting their defensive abilities. As Nan Neuron's hand wove through the Wolf King's fur, she reveled in its comforting warmth, her heart blooming with joy. The sensation of its fur was simply exquisite. The Wolf King exhaled a sigh of relief internally, only to hear a soft voice from above. "All right, lead the way." Following the Wolf King, the trio entered the cave. While the exterior was blanketed in snow, the interior was veiled in darkness. Nan Neuron retrieved a flashlight from her space for illumination. To their surprise, although the cave entrance was narrow, it opened into a spacious area exceeding 70 square meters, more than sufficient to accommodate them. Furthermore, due to the small entrance, the mountain's nighttime chill was significantly mitigated. Even the howling winds outside could not penetrate the cave's warmth, making it an excellent refuge amidst the winter wilderness. "It's a bit damp," Siyi remarked after inspecting the surroundings. "It's not unusual for a cave tucked away in the mountains to be somewhat humid." Nan Neuron nodded. "No worries, I have everything we need. Let us tidy up and rest." She promptly produced 3 single tents, 2 camping lanterns, 3 moisture-proof mats, and inflatable beds from her space, along with a complete set of fire-starting tools and smokeless coal. Jia Wu and Siyi began to collaborate, hastily setting up the tents for the 3 of them. One assisted Nan Neuron while the other began to kindle a fire. Observing Nan Neuron retrieve portable tables and chairs from her space, Siyi promptly set about arranging them. Nan Neuron turned to the 2 of them. "Given the chill in the air, let us have hot pot." "Whatever you decide is fine," both Siyi and Jia Wu responded, never picky about food. It was not that their standards were low. Rather, Nan Neuron had exceedingly high expectations. Even when she begrudgingly found something satisfactory, it was already a luxurious standard for others. As anticipated, Nan Neuron first began to retrieve various meats, offal, and dumplings, stacking them one after another. Following that, she brought forth an array of vegetables, staple foods, and an assortment of snacks, even remembering to include accompanying fruits and numerous types of beverages. Of course, in accordance with her habits, 3 special sauce bowls were indispensable. The Wolf King had been fixated on her since she took out the tent from her space, witnessing her produce heaps of food. This seemingly exquisite human transformed in its eyes from an ordinary being into a divine mountain spirit. As a mountain deity, she certainly deserved to be treated with utmost reverence. Chapter 159. A desire to sleep together. Once all the essentials for the night had been meticulously prepared, the 3 of them gathered around the portable table and chairs. Jia Wu began to tend to the stove, while Sia prepared the ingredients to officially commence the cooking of the base. Meanwhile, Nan Neuron took her place, eagerly awaiting the food. Having spent considerable time outdoors, the group had experimented with cooking, and after everyone had tried their hand at it, they discovered that the most delectable dishes were surprisingly crafted by the one who seemed least likely to excel in cooking, Sia. Ever since Nan Neuron had tasted his stir-fried ingredients for hot pot, she could no longer settle for mere boiled dishes. Whenever hot pot was on the menu, she would eagerly anticipate the stir-fried accompaniments. Naturally, she would lend a hand, as she was doing now. "Please bring me 2 buckets of 1-liter mineral water." Nan Neuron extracted large buckets of spring water from her space. Feeling a tad bored, she also retrieved a tablet and began watching her favorite anime. "This is quite good," Sia remarked, casting a few glances with mild interest. "Indeed, it's my favorite anime, Perfect World. I love it. Next time we binge-watch, let's do it together," Nan Neuron replied. While taking out a variety of nuts she had painstakingly assembled to pass the time, Sia sighed as he took the nuts from her. Only allowing her a handful, "It's almost mealtime," You shouldn't indulge too much in snacks, as it will affect your digestion. Nan Murian pouted in reluctant agreement. Observing their interaction, Jiawu couldn't help but chuckle. In their companionship, Nan Murian often resembled a child, while Sia had gradually taken on the role of her caretaker, managing her every need. Once the hot pot began to simmer, Nan Murian produced 3 small bowls and a stainless steel dog bowl. The Wolf King, noticing the items clearly prepared for it, displayed an unmistakable excitement. This exhilaration stemmed from the unmarked dog bowl. Had it known it was using a dog's dish, its joy would have vanished. Let the Wolf King enjoy the 3-flavor hot pot, Nan Murian instructed Sia and Jiawu before diving into her meal.
Meanwhile,
Jiawu and Sia found themselves with the additional task of assisting the Wolf King in dipping vegetables and serving food. Observing the Wolf King's voracious appetite, they exchanged glances, acknowledging how demanding it was to cater to such a creature. Indulging in hot pot during the frigid winter was an exquisite delight. Thus, despite the added workload due to the Wolf King, both Sia and Jiawu remained elated. The most jubilant of all, undoubtedly, was the Wolf King, as this marked its first experience tasting human food. No, rather it was the second time. It had previously sampled tiger meat at the Taoist temple, which it found astonishingly delicious, yet nothing compared to today's feast. The moment the first bite of beef touched its tongue, it was astounded by the extraordinary flavors. What a miraculous delight! It savored not just the meat, but also the offal, rice, crispy meat, and vegetables, indulging in them all. The Wolf King's frenzied eating did not faze Nan Murian, who was accustomed to such gorging, though it certainly made life more taxing for Sia and Jiawu. When gathering ingredients, Nan Murian had estimated double the usual amount due to the Wolf King, yet even that proved insufficient to satiate their hunger. After they finished their meal, all 4 of them, 3 humans and 1 wolf, collapsed, utterly spent. "I've eaten too much," Sia remarked, typically restrained in his appetites, now displaying a hint of exasperation. Jiawu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it feels as though I'm about to burst." Nan Murian echoed their sentiments with a nod. Once they had recovered, they quickly coordinated to clean up the remnants. Nan Murian then retrieved their sleeping gear from her space. After each set was laid out, they prepared to rest in their respective tents. To ensure warmth, the 3 tents were positioned around the fire pit, and none of them closed their tents, instead lying back to stretch their weary bodies after a day of traversing the mountains. "Murian, have you ever heard of that thing in the cave?" Jiawu recalled the emerald treasure she had collected, unable to suppress his curiosity. Though Nan Murian had not shared her experiences with him, Jiawu had grown accustomed to her extraordinary knowledge and keen awareness of the post-apocalyptic world. After contemplating, Nan Murian shook her head. "I've never heard of it before." Of course, it was also possible that during the last apocalypse, her humble status precluded her from being privy to such incredible secrets that could potentially alter the power dynamics. "After you collected that object, did you experience any discomfort?" Sia inquired, his concern evident. Unable to comprehend the connection between the mysterious mist and Nan Murian, he found himself worrying for her. Nan Murian shook her head. "Strangely enough, since acquiring that object, I have not only felt no discomfort, but rather a sense of fulfillment from the anomalous energy within me. When I draw close to the wolf, I experience an inexplicable yearning. The power of that object is indeed unique." Jiawu sighed in reflection. Indeed. The Wolf King observed the trio lounging in their tents, then glanced at the comfortable bedding, and finally at the slightly damp cave floor beneath its paws, clearly feeling discontent. Without further contemplation, it approached the edge of Nan Murian's tent, staring intently at her with eyes that were both stubborn and pitiful, tinged with undeniable longing. Initially engaged in conversation with Sia and Jiawu, Nan Murian turned, puzzled by the Wolf King's gaze. "Xiaolu. Murian, it wants to come into the tent to sleep." "Not the Wolf King. Surely you've lived in the mountains long enough not to have such high standards? You want to sleep in a tent? Can you even set one up in a wolf den? How audacious, and quite indulgent." The Wolf King offered no response, remaining silent and maintaining its pitiful, yearning gaze, steadfastly awaiting Nan Murian's reaction. After a long moment, Nan Murian sighed in resignation, shifting aside on her mattress to make space for the Wolf King, tossing it a packet of alcohol wipes. "Clean your paws before coming in." The Wolf King stared at the unfamiliar object, momentarily bewildered. Sia, with a hint of exasperation, rose to demonstrate. pulling out a wipe and gesturing for it to extend its paw. Complying, the Wolf King offered its paw for cleaning. Afterward, without hesitation, the Wolf King entered Nan Murian's tent, lying down in the empty space beside her. It was undeniable that this soft, cozy spot was far more comfortable than the thickets of its wolf den. Of course, it was also grateful for the bedding Nan Murian had provided during their time at the Taoist temple, as that was when it first realized the true comfort of human creations. Observing the Wolf King's contented demeanor, Nan Murian found herself at a loss for words. You really know how to indulge yourself, without any sense of boundaries. The Wolf King, once a proud, elegant, and majestic being, had now transformed into a rather absurd sight before her, an utter fool. Sai and Jiawu exchanged uneasy glances towards Nan Murian. The thought of the Wolf King sharing a tent with her raised concerns. Should any ambition arise, it would be challenging for them to intervene in time. Before they could reach a consensus, Nan Murian gently touched her left wrist, and in an instant, Xiaoliu and Xiaobai sprang forth from her arm, swiftly encircling the Wolf King's front legs. Meanwhile, the tram positioned itself at the cave's entrance, its brown branches beginning to seal the opening to a mere small window, effectively blocking out the biting cold. Rest assured, with Xiaoliu and the tram keeping watch, we can sleep soundly tonight, Nan Murian assured them, as she snugly tucked herself into her warm quilt. Chapter 160. The Mysterious Mist Upgrades. The Wolf King cast a glance at the ethereal green vines and the luminous Xiaobai entwined around its forelegs, directing a displeased look towards Nan Murian. It detested being so guarded against. You can either allow them to keep an eye on you, or you may choose to sleep outside. There is no alternative. Nan Murian, propped on her arm, regarded the Wolf King with an unwavering tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Acknowledging that he could not alter her decision and reluctant to endure the damp, cold ground, the Wolf King settled down submissively. Xiaoliu remarked, You were quite fierce with Ranran earlier. Trust is clearly out of the question. The Tran added, It is wise to be wary of strangers. Xiaobai chimed in, Annoying Wolf King. The Wolf King cast an irritated glance at the trio, exclaiming, You are all a bunch of fools. Xiaoliu retorted, You dare call me foolish? Be careful, or I shall strike you. The Tran suggested, Shall we practice? Xiaobai pointed out, You rank the lowest here. Unfazed, the Wolf King replied, You are no match for me. I simply lack my extraordinary powers at the moment. Silence now. Will you not let me sleep? Nan Murian intervened with a frown, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Nan Murian was oblivious to the fact that she could now perceive the voices of Xiaobai and the Wolf King without the presence of Xiaoliu and the Tran. Sai and Jiawu understood that Nan Murian could communicate with them and recognized her reprimand, marveling at the lively atmosphere that had formed. Thanks to the Tran blocking the cave entrance with its body, the frigid air could not penetrate, and as the night wore on, the warmth from the charcoal fire gradually filled the cave. All four, Nan Murian, Sai, Jiawu, and the Wolf King, enjoyed a restful slumber. However, upon waking the next morning, Nan Murian discovered that she had unwittingly used the Wolf King as a pillow during the night. No wonder she had felt neither cold nor discomfort. In fact, she felt rather warm. Observing the Wolf King still resting with closed eyes, she couldn't help but reflect on the fact that, indeed, humans seem to excel at enjoying the comforts of existence. It feels a bit improper to keep calling you Wolf King. Perhaps I should give you a name? Nan Murian mused, nestling against the warmth of its body, feeling utterly at ease. Hearing her intent to name the Wolf King, Sai and Jiawu, who had already awakened, turned their attention to her. While Nan Murian's naming skills may not be the most practical, they were certainly amusing. A morning chuckle is beneficial for one's mental health. How about Xiaobai? She pondered, only to dismiss it as it had already been used. Then I shall call you Dubai, she suggested hesitantly, gazing at the Wolf King's large head. The Wolf King's expression shifted from anticipation to incredulity. The naming skills of the mountain spirit left much to be desired. Not to your liking? How about Bye-Bye? Nan Murian quickly amended, realizing her naming choices were rather lackluster. Although Bye-Bye was a slight improvement over Dubai, the Wolf King remained unconvinced. What about Dadu? Lanyan? She continued her futile attempts to find a suitable name. Sai, observing Nan Murian's growing embarrassment under the Wolf King's discontent, interjected, Let us name it Xuanyue. Xuanyue? Nan Murian pondered, a bit confused, as Xuanyue seemed to refer to the month of September. But you have Xuanwu, so let us consider it a surname, Sai explained. Regardless of Namuran's approval, the Wolf King was evidently quite pleased with its new name. Very well. As long as it pleases you, Namuran said, rising from the tent with a hint of disappointment. Sai, observing her expression, gently reassured, the moon also connotes whiteness. It was your inspiration. Namuran managed a playful smile. Thank you. From now on, whatever name it may be, it shall be left to Sai to decide. After all, we must not forget that Ranran is quite the capitalist. Without the need to pay wages, we can freely let him work, Jiawu remarked with a chuckle. Namuran couldn't help but laugh at Jiawu's statement. You are absolutely right. With a grand gesture, she stored all 3 tents back into her own, preparing to return home, knowing they would still be needed on the journey. Upon placing the tents back, Namuran was taken aback by the sudden expansion of the space within her consciousness, leaving her nearly speechless. What transpired? Sai questioned, noticing her reaction with concern. You two should pack your belongings first. I must check on the situation in the space, Namuran declared, and without further ado, she vanished into the space. Sai and Jiawu stood in astonishment at Namuran's sudden disappearance, along with the disheartened Xiaoliu, Xiaobai, the Treant, and the other 4 small creatures left behind. Since their acquaintance, they had gradually become accustomed to Namuran retrieving various items from her space, and they could imagine the vastness of that realm. Yet, they had never heard her elaborate on the mysterious mist, nor did they realize she could physically enter the space. Clearly, it was a realm that only she could access. Sai gazed helplessly at the 3 forlorn creatures and the bewildered 4, his tone tinged with resignation. This space does not allow any other beings to enter, which means they would simply have to wait. Meanwhile, within the space, Namuran, now familiar with the layers, began to explore beyond the original confines of the mysterious mist, eager to discover how much space had expanded after its upgrade. After walking approximately 50 meters, she found herself unable to proceed further, but instead of the previous impenetrable darkness, she was met with an endless expanse of mist. Did this signify that the mysterious mist could continue to grow? Yet, what was the significance of mere expansion? Ultimately, it would still serve as mere storage. However, after some reflection, Namuran inspected all 10 layers of the space, finding the expanded areas consistent throughout. Upon encountering the disarray in the 6th layer caused by the great treasure, her compulsive tendencies were stirred. If only it could be tidied up all at once. No sooner had she spoken than the scattered items on the ground began to reorganize themselves, as though someone were tidying up, finding appropriate places for each object, even avoiding the shelves near the great treasure. What on earth? Namuran had previously relied on her mental prowess to organize items within the space, which required prior knowledge and planning. Yet, this was the first time such an instantaneous realization had occurred merely from a fleeting thought. Evidently, the mysterious mist had not only expanded, but had also become more intelligent, or perhaps it could now perceive her thoughts. Mysterious mist, is that you? Namuran pondered, uncertainly calling into the void of the space. Chapter 161. Xuanyue departs. Regrettably, no voice responded to her call. The space was so tranquil that it felt as though blood itself had come to a standstill, with even the echo seemingly absent. With a sense of helplessness, she sighed, questioning her own sanity for naively believing that the mist held life. Namuran attributed the sudden enhancement of the mist to that verdant treasure within the Lingshan, clearly recognizing that the decision to relocate it was indeed astute. In the next moment, a shocking occurrence unfolded. She found her botanical and psychic abilities remarkably augmented. Her plant-related powers surged to the early 5th level, while her mental abilities reached the mid-5th level. This transformation was undoubtedly linked to the luminous green entity before her. One could not deny the extraordinary potency it possessed, though the potential side effects remained uncertain. Yet, at this juncture, such concerns were trivial. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. Having come to this realization, and in an effort to alleviate any worries from Sai and the others outside, Namuran promptly exited the space. Upon landing, 7 small creatures devoid of any sustenance swiftly coiled around her left wrist, clearly feeling insecure in her absence. What happened? Sai scrutinized Namuran, ensuring she was unscathed, and breathed a sigh of relief. The mist has leveled up. Nan Neuron stated directly. Level up? How so? Jiawu inquired, their understanding of the mist quite limited, leaving them perplexed about its upgrading process. After a moment of contemplation, Sai speculated, has it grown larger? Indeed, it has expanded significantly. However, the opportunities to stockpile resources are dwindling, Nan Neuron replied with a hint of resignation. Perhaps there will be a chance. After all, this is a good development. Let us finish breakfast and descend the mountain swiftly, Sai suggested, cooperating with Jiawu to set up the convenient table and chairs they had arranged the previous night. Nan Neuron then produced a copious amount of breakfast, as the Wolf King once again accompanied them into the realm of culinary delights, relishing the various meat-filled buns. One bite after another was an absolute delight. After their meal and packing their belongings, the treemen finally opened the cave entrance, and a biting chill surged through the opening. This temperature is unusual, Sai and Jiawu remarked as they glanced outside, only to discover the snow had reached waist-high, with the surface beginning to freeze solid. Jiawu frowned. It's nearly 20 degrees below zero. Given this situation, descending the mountain seemed impractical. Sai gazed at the towering snow, unable to stifle his frown. Nan Neuron pondered. I have skis and a snowboat. Shall we choose one? The snowboat, both men exclaimed in unison, not from a desire to use it, but purely out of curiosity. Upon seeing the yellow plastic vessel, both Sai and Jiawu felt a wave of embarrassment, yet ultimately, the trio and the wolf climbed aboard. As the snowboat zipped through the mountains like a streak of lightning, their hearts raced, sensing the inherent danger and the difficulty in controlling it. Faced with a steep incline, the trio nearly launched into the air. The treeman on Nan Neuron's left wrist, Little Willow, sprang forth to shield them. Simultaneously, the two small creatures, resigned to their roles, ensured that the trio and the wolf remained aboard while also aiding in steering the snowboat downward.
Meanwhile,
the previously unbothered Little White was summoned to clear a path ahead. Without the valiant efforts of these three adorable companions, they could not fathom how many times they would have capsized, nor could they have safely reached the mechanical factory's residential area. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, the Eagle family and Chijuan were understandably concerned, waiting at the entrance of the residential area. Is that them? Eagle's father gazed apprehensively at the small blacks hurtling down from the mountaintop, his voice quivering. Eagle himself was uncertain. Little Chijuan nodded silently. It's them. One could not deny that they were indeed engaging in a rather reckless escapade. The speed they were traveling at bore little resemblance to skiing, and instead felt like a visual jolt of tumbling down the mountain. It was only when the trio and the wolf landed steadily on the opposite road that Eagle's parents, along with his brother Fuchao and good friend Taozi, were left bewildered by the unfolding events. Sister Ranfan, you've returned, Chijuan exclaimed, having anticipated their safe return without excessive worry. Nan Neuron tousled the little one's hair. Have you eaten breakfast? Yes, I have. With this assurance, Nan Neuron nodded in relief and turned to Eagle. The extreme cold may arrive sooner than expected. We must hasten our return to the mountains. How do you plan to arrange for your family? I intend to take them back to the safe base in Shishir. Eagle replied without hesitation. If the apocalypse were to persist, he felt a greater sense of security, knowing his family was closer. Very well. Let us prepare our belongings and set off swiftly. We also need to make a trip to the Lon City safe base. The Ouyang and Chun families have close ties with the underground laboratory. Should progress be made in the Ziling area, I might stumble upon unexpected gains. Eagle nodded, Sister Nan. There's another matter I need your assistance with. When Eagle and Chijuan returned to the mechanical factory, they were timely in intercepting those who intended to harm their family within the residential area. Among them was one of the individuals who had led the food search team alongside Eagle's sister-in-law. Initially, Eagle believed he could clarify the situation through his means. Yet to his surprise, his efforts bore no fruit, and the man remained tight-lipped. Upon hearing this, Nan Neuron immediately understood. Very well, leave it to me. After speaking, the family prepared to enter the residential area, but after taking a few steps, Nan Neuron turned to the stationary Wolf King. Xianyu, will you not join us? The Wolf King gazed at Nan Neuron with an array of complex emotions flickering in its eyes, yet ultimately, it did not move. Nan Neuron comprehended its intent. The Wolf King had never belonged solely to her. It had its own pack, its own kin. They had journeyed tirelessly to reach this point, and it could not simply abandon them. She first retracted the vines controlling its powers from within, then retrieved 5 mutated fruits from the space, placing them in a bag. Xianyu, no matter where you are, take care of yourself. I hope to meet you again. The Wolf King nuzzled against Nan Muron's hand with a hint of melancholy before turning away, departing without a backward glance towards Lingshan. Only when its silhouette vanished into the woods did Zhou furrow his brow in discontent. What does this mean? It just left? He had always assumed that after everything they had been through, Xianyu would accompany them back. If it leaves, then it leaves. Would you have us bind it and drag it back? Nan Muron, however, remained unperturbed, recognizing that the most profound significance in this world lies in understanding, while the least meaningful resides in misunderstanding. Apart from providing her with some solace, it could not alter any outcomes, and she was, after all, someone who valued results deeply. Chapter 162. The journey home begins. After Xianyu's departure, Nan Muron and her companions followed Eagle's family back to the mechanical factory's residential area. Even though it had been meticulously cleaned, an undercurrent of blood still lingered in the corridor outside Eagle's home, unmistakably indicating that more than 1 or 2 individuals had left their mark. It was evident that, aside from the individual Eagle had left for Nan Muron to interrogate, many had come with intentions of seizing food. Upon returning home, the Fu family did not immediately begin to tidy up the remaining items, but instead gathered in the living room. The second son mentioned that Miss Nan had a way to uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the eldest daughter-in-law, which weighed heavily on the hearts of the Fu family, leaving them on edge. During that food search, the leader had been a robust and somewhat fierce middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age. Now, this ferocious man finds himself confined within a modest room tucked away in the corner of the Fu family estate. The window stands wide open, allowing the cold wind to sweep in with an unsettling chill. The man has lost 3 fingers from his left hand and 1 from his right, and despite the gusts, the air within the room is thick with a pungent, metallic odor of blood. As the temperature continues to plummet, the man's vital essence noticeably wanes. Will you tell me what transpired at that time? Nan Muron inquires directly as she steps before the man. Her voice is crisp and cool, her tone steady and devoid of any semblance of intimidation, as if imbued with a mesmerizing power that prompts one to involuntarily relax. The already weakened man is momentarily taken aback. He had expected a far more violent treatment, yet here stands this formidable woman, so composed. It is clear that Nan Muron's direct and tranquil questioning is a calculated move. She must steer his thoughts toward that event in order to delve into his memories. I have already informed them. That woman wandered off on her own. The man asserts weakly, his tone resolute. In that instant, Nan Muron envisions a gentle-faced woman, approximately 30 years of age, being forcefully restrained on the ground. Her frantic struggles depicted vividly in her mind. Simultaneously, she perceives several men of varying ages surrounding them. In the final moments of this man's recollection, she witnesses the naked, disheveled woman seizing a blade and plunging it into one of the men's lower body. Ultimately, she is overwhelmed and killed by the collective force of the men, alongside the man she had injured. The beautiful woman meets a tragic end, and to obliterate any evidence, they discard her unclothed body into a horde of zombies below. Upon relaying this harrowing vision to Eagle, his blood runs cold, and even breathing becomes a struggle. Soon, his eyes blaze crimson, and his entire frame begins to tremble. The others who had entered the room with him, Sir Yi, Jia Wu, and Qi Jin, fall into a heavy silence, for such scenes are the ones they dread confronting. The man in the corner gazes at Nan Muron as if she were a specter. This woman is terrifying, and how does she know all of this? The very individuals who had violated Qiu are now dead. Then, Eagle's bloodshot gaze turns to the man, and without hesitation, he draws a dagger and strides towards him. You deserve to be sliced into 1,000 pieces, beast. As he descends into a frenzy, the others do not intervene. Even the youngest, Qi Jin, feels no fear. Since the apocalypse began, he has witnessed too much of humanity's depravity, realizing that some individuals are unworthy of being called human. Only when the man lies lifeless, drenched in his own blood, does Eagle cease his assault, tears streaming down his face. Sir Yi places a hand on his shoulder, his voice low and suffused with suppressed fury. Think of how to explain this to your family.
Meanwhile,
Jiawu approaches and unceremoniously hurls the man's corpse out the window, while Sir Yi ignites a fire to reduce the body to ash. He also manipulates water to cleanse the bloodstains on the floor, subsequently discarding the tainted liquid. At last, Eagle tells his parents and older brother that it was due to the sister-in-law discovering an abundance of food that they had to fight over it, resulting in her being bitten by a zombie. Overwhelmed with guilt, they lie to their family. I always knew they were deceiving us. How could such a composed person as Qiao wander off alone? They truly deserve condemnation, Fu mother laments, tears brimming in her eyes. Mom, Dad, brother, Taozi, please gather your belongings swiftly. We must depart soon, Eagle urges, glancing at his weeping family, afraid of losing his composure, and hastily shifts the topic. He has informed the Fu family about the extreme cold and mentioned taking them to the safe base in Shishir. They do not perceive leaving their homes in the apocalypse as a significant loss, merely concerned about burdening Eagle. After he elaborates on the conditions in Shishir, they finally agree. Nan Muron contemplates, shouldering the Fu family, and retrieves a barrel of gasoline from her storage.
Thank you, Sister Nan.
This is precisely what we needed, Eagle expresses his gratitude. Is it necessary to be so formal with me? Nan Muron retorts, her tone slightly exasperated. Once they have packed all their belongings, Fu mother prepares a large pot of noodles to share with everyone. Under normal circumstances, such hospitality would be considered quite inadequate, yet in this dire time, it is indeed the most lavish meal they could muster. The Fu family could scarcely afford this pack of noodles. It was a gift from Eagle earlier. Fu mother's culinary skills are exceptional, and even the notoriously finicky Nan Muron finds satisfaction in the meal. Enjoy as much as you like. I shall serve you more. Fu mother offers gently, her care for Nan Muron stemming not only from her son's respect, but also from a genuine fondness for the young woman. No, thank you,
Aunt.
I'm quite full. Nan Muron quickly declines, waving her hand. Jia Wu, Sir Yi, and Qijin each consume only a bowl before setting down their chopsticks. Knowing full well that the pot would not suffice to satiate them all, they cannot allow their hosts to go without food. Observing Fu mother's intent to insist, they hastily rise. Aunt, we'll head down to warm the vehicle. We'll depart as soon as you finish eating, they announce. As they dash out, Fu mother scolds her son lightly. Second, you didn't even speak a word to persuade them to stay. Mom, there's no need to worry. They have enough to eat. Eagle brushes off her concern nonchalantly. Fu mother sighs, recognizing her son's good nature, but lamenting his lack of social awareness. Eagle hastily finishes his last bite of noodles. Dad, pass me the car keys. I'll go warm up the vehicle. Taozi, having finished his bowl, quickly stands to escape. Fully aware that Fu mother did not serve herself or her husband noodles, fearing the young ones would not have enough to eat. Once everyone has loaded their belongings into the vehicle, they set off directly toward the Lawn City safe base. It seems like there's a vehicle trailing us, Jia Wu remarks, casting a glance behind at the approaching cars, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Nan Muron leans closer to Sir Yi, finding a comfortable position. Those are survivors from the mechanical factory. We needn't concern ourselves with them. In this weather, following them could lead to salvation or doom. And Nan Muron has little desire to engage with them. Chapter 163. Farewell to Lu Mei. Originally a journey of 2 hours and 40 minutes, the group, comprising 3 vehicles, takes a full 10 hours to reach the vicinity of Lawn City by 12:30 at night. To avoid traversing the center of Lawn City at night and risking an encounter with a horde of zombies, they deliberately take a detour. Out of the 10 vehicles that had trailed them, 3 are now missing, clearly indicating that some have been abandoned along the way. In this weather, stopping would be tantamount to a death sentence. It's quite late. The Lawn City base must be closed by now, Jiao speculates, uncertainty lacing his voice. Closed? Yet perhaps not? Nan Muron muses, her gaze fixed ahead, contemplating the scene. The imposing, fortified defense walls of the Lawn City base appear to encircle a smaller defensive enclave. Equally high and deep, yet its gates stand wide open, illuminated by red lettering that seems strangely familiar. The Eternal Night Hotel. Has Boss Lu truly arrived at the Lawn City safe base? Jia Wu expresses his surprise. It seems so. This works in our favor. As we can avoid setting up tents outside, Nan Muron replies with a smile. The Eternal Night Hotel sits within a small fortified enclave, its walls tall and sturdy, featuring a heavy steel gate left ajar. At this moment, 10 handsome attendants stand at attention on either side, their faces adorned with professional smiles, with the foremost two being recognizable as two of the 5 exceptional abilities from the hotel. Miss Nan, upon spotting Nan Muron in the vehicle, was greeted with the same surprise as the handsome doorman. "I apologize for the trouble," she said. Nan Muron exited the car and gestured for Jia Wu to toss the keys to the gentleman. After receiving the keys, the handsome man personally parked the vehicle for Nan Muron. Behind them, the eagle was driving with her parents, while at the rear, Tazi and the elder brother of the eagle, Fu Chao, were present. As they beheld the scene before them, reminiscent of a world before the apocalypse, a sense of disorientation washed over them. Meanwhile, news of Nan Muron reached the hotel in no time. Inside, the previously bored Lu Mei, upon learning that it was Nan Muron and her companions, greeted them with a beaming smile, still adorned in her striking red attire, alluring and dazzling. "Sister, it truly is you. I can hardly believe it. Once again, I must trouble Boss Lu," Nan Muron replied with a smile, admiring Lu Mei's newfound confidence and vivacity. "What are you saying? Am I to be troubled by you?"
You may find on the answer.
Nan Muron quickly smiled an apology, then I would appear rather petty. Lu Mei then linked her arm with Nan Muron's, her tone affectionate. "Of course. Just tell me what delicious treats you desire, and I shall have the chef prepare them for you. I must tell you, I have found a master chef here, renowned for his exquisite culinary skills." "Very well. Then I shall not hold back," Nan Muron replied with great candor. At worst, she could gift Lu Mei some beautiful clothing, cosmetics, or accessories. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, she lacked for nothing. "That's the spirit. Consider yourself at home in eternal night," Lu Mei remarked, clearly pleased with Nan Muron's lack of reservation. As the two entered the lobby of the hotel, Nan Muron was taken aback to find it bustling with patrons, even reaching the point of overcrowding. "So many people?" "Indeed. I opened both the front and back doors. The front door accommodates those unable to enter the base, while the back leads directly to it," Lu Mei replied proudly, asserting that her Eternal Night Hotel was the happiest place within the safe base of Lawn City. Observing the bustling scene, Nan Muron was impressed. Lu Mei's prowess was evident, likely aided by Zhou Ling's assistance, a privilege only attainable through the collusion of officials and merchants in a standard base. "Boss, the private rooms on the second floor and the rooms for Miss Nan and her party are all prepared," a handsome young man with thick brows and large eyes respectfully informed Lu Mei. "Come, let's head to the second floor for dinner," Lu Mei said, pulling Nan Muron's hand as they ascended. Just as they had before, they occupied a small private room while arranging for the others to be seated in a larger one. Nan Muron gazed at the 10 exquisite Huayang dishes laid before her and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Truly impressive. "Do try it," Lu Mei urged, pushing the Buddha jumps over the wall and braised pork towards Nan Muron. "You'd best consider what you desire, or I might feel guilty eating it." Nan Muron picked up a succulent abalone and took a bite, her eyebrows arching in delight. It was indeed authentic. Lu Mei sighed. "I have little need for anything. I have food and drink, clothing and entertainment, living a life that others would deem idyllic. Yet, at times it can feel rather dull. Then it's simple. I can provide you with some preloaded hard drives. When boredom strikes, you can binge-watch some dramas," Nan Muron suggested casually. Lu Mei was momentarily speechless. "Binge-watch?
Well,
If you don't wish to watch dramas, then perhaps read? I have quite a few books here as well," Nan Muron continued. "I want them all," Lu Mei declared without hesitation. Nan Muron chuckled and handed her a tablet. Lu Mei gazed at the device filled to the brim with dramas. "Sister, you are truly a treasure trove. By the way, is Eternal Night sensitive to the cold?" Nan Muron suddenly inquired. "Not at all. Why do you ask?" Lu Mei didn't find Nan Muron's question casual at all. Nan Muron, not wishing to conceal the truth from Lu Mei, after all, both were unique beings in this world, revealed. "We are about to enter a severe cold snap. Temperatures will plummet to around -70 degrees. Be prepared." Lu Mei sighed, a touch of resignation in her voice. "It seems I'll have to huddle in my room and binge-watch dramas. How did you manage to relocate Eternal Night here?" Nan Muron couldn't help but be curious. "I owe it to your friend, young Master Zhou. He knew of our close relationship and took the initiative to arrange everything, refusing any form of compensation. However, as a discerning person, I will ensure resources are sent his way." The Eternal Night Hotel accepts only crystal cores, and with business thriving, we are hardly in want of resources. Nan Muron nodded. With such a place appearing overnight, hasn't it drawn any covetous eyes? Oh, certainly. Those with nefarious intentions thought to take advantage of me simply because I am a woman, but I dealt with them by feeding them to eternal night. Lume replied nonchalantly. My reputation in this space isn't exactly stellar, but I don't care. Lume's indifference to such matters was apparent, especially in front of Nan Muron, whom she trusted to understand her. Nan Muron smiled. Beautiful women often attract their share of gossip. There's no need to be concerned. I knew you would be insightful, Lume said, clearly pleased with Nan Muron's words. Do you like these dishes? I'll prepare some for you to take when you leave. You are generous. I shall gladly accept, Nan Muron replied. By the way, do you want any mutated fruits? Nan Muron was not a greedy person and would not accept favors without reason. If you are willing, I won't hold back, Lume replied playfully. Nan Muron then waved her hand, producing 2 of each type of mutated fruit from her storage space. These are for you. Keep them for yourself. Don't give them away. What about those handsome men? Lume laughed. Just trifles to alleviate boredom. It's worth my effort to invest in them. Chapter 164. Just throw it out. Upon hearing Lume's candid remarks, Nan Muron was slightly taken aback. Observing Nan Muron's expression, Lume paused. What is it? Do you think your sister is cold-hearted? Just a bit surprised, but it's a good thing you can see it clearly. Nan Muron replied as she sampled a lion's head meatball, savoring its fragrant flavor and tender texture. Nan Muron understood that eternal night was Lume's lifeline in this post-apocalyptic world. Thus, she would always require a substantial supply of bodily fluids and embryos to nourish it. Since these unavoidable and unspeakable matters were destined to occur, it was better to face them with some degree of acceptance.
Lume appreciated Nan Muron's calm demeanor.
A refreshing contrast to the world's prejudices that allowed her to live freely and unabashedly. As Nan Muron observed Lume returning to her cheerful self, she smiled in return. You should live boldly and vibrantly. Sister, you are indeed thoughtful. Lume felt a warmth in her heart. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the hotel, towards the entrance of the base. What is happening? Lume furrowed her brow. Who dares to cause a commotion at the gates of eternal night? They must be courting death. Utilizing her psychic abilities, Nan Muron scanned the area but continued to focus on her meal. Why don't you go check it out? I'm starving after a long journey of over 10 hours. Lume, understanding that the ruckus was somewhat related to their party, did not mind. With a smile, she stood up, looking at Nan Muron with affectionate eyes. Just enjoy your meal. If it's not enough, ask the waiter to have the kitchen prepare more for you. Hearing this, Nan Muron instinctively glanced at the 10 classic national banquet dishes before her, momentarily at a loss for words, pondering where this perception of her as a voracious eater had originated. Outside the hotel, at the grand entrance of Eternal Night, a group of individuals of varying ages stood in disarray, confronting the hotel security personnel. We merely wish to find shelter for the night. We intend to enter the safe base first thing in the morning. If you want to allow us into the hotel, must you also drive us out from the city walls? Isn't that excessive? The leader of the crowd, a man of slightly older age, spoke with dissatisfaction, his brows laden with frost. The handsome security guard responsible for reception at the Eternal Night Hotel, suppressing his inner desire to unleash violence, spoke in a low, indifferent tone. I have already stated that our hotel exclusively accommodates those with special abilities. That is utter nonsense. The Fu family trio and that wild child, Tazi. Do any of them possess special powers? Yet they managed to gain entry, a middle-aged woman retorted, her voice ringing out loudly. Those individuals may lack abilities, but they were brought in by esteemed guests of our Eternal Night Hotel, the handsome guard continued to explain. We are also acquainted with the second son of the Fu family. Consider us as his guests, a woman chimed in from behind. Indeed, we came here alongside them. How can we not be allowed entry? Others began to argue, insisting that if they were familiar with someone, they too deserved to enter. In this frigid weather, to be denied entry into the hotel for the night, or even to remain within the small defensive city, would likely result in their demise from the cold. At that moment, the Eagle family, along with Sai, Jiawu, and Qijin, rushed down upon hearing the commotion. Upon recognizing the troublemakers, the Eagle parents' expressions turned grave. Their entry into the Eternal Night Hotel was granted solely out of respect for Miss Nan, and now these individuals audaciously sought to enter, shamelessly using their second son as a shield. Those from the mechanical plant, spotting the Eagle family, seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hurriedly sought assistance.
Yet,
They did not dare approach the cold-faced Eagle, but instead turned to the more familiar Fu Chao and Taozi. Fu Chao, Taozi. Please speak on our behalf and let us in to warm ourselves. Taozi, seething with anger, had heard every word of their earlier remarks and was taken aback by their sudden change of tone. At that moment, Lu Mei, who had just reached the entrance, caught wind of their pleas and, glancing at the displeased expressions of Sai and the others, grasped the situation. Turning, her beautiful peach blossom eyes gleamed with pride, and her voice dripped with evident mockery. The only reason they are allowed in is due to my sister Nan. You truly believe you can leverage them to gain entry into my eternal night? What a farce.
what do you mean by that?
Who are you to dictate our entry? A hoarse-voiced, middle-aged man protested, clearly displeased. You look like a seductress. Surely you cannot be a good person. The middle-aged woman glared at Lu Mei, irritated. Despite the apocalypse, this woman still donned a red dress, draped in furs, with flawless makeup. She must be up to no good. Lu Mei, having encountered many who judged by appearances, found it beneath her to engage with such insignificant individuals. She turned directly to the handsome security guard. If they cannot be persuaded, simply throw them out.
Today,
Our Eternal Night Hotel is closed to guests. We shall not be responsible for anyone freezing to death. Upon hearing Lu Mei's command, the group from the mechanical plant stood in stunned silence, clearly realizing that this woman was the true proprietor of the establishment. Finally, the handsome security guard, filled with pent-up frustration, exhaled in relief. Without hesitation, the group unleashed their abilities. Wind and water manifested, effortlessly pushing all the unruly individuals out through the small gate of the Eternal Night Hotel's outer defenses. They then resolutely closed the heavy iron door behind them. The crowd of mechanical plant employees stood outside, staring at the impenetrable door, despair settling over them. In front of the hotel, I apologize, Boss Lu. I have brought trouble upon you, Eagle said, bowing his head in apology to Lu Mei. The Eagle parents, along with his older brother and Taozi, watched in disbelief as the members of the mechanical plant were unceremoniously expelled, unable to comprehend how it had happened so swiftly. Lu Mei regarded the contrite Eagle and couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate his companions were. Am I the type to shy away from trouble? Thank you for your generosity, Boss Lu. Eagle sighed in relief, grateful that Miss Nan had not caused any issues. Sai, looking at Lu Mei with sincerity, offered. We will cover the losses incurred from your closure today. As a favor to my brother-in-law, I shall let it go, Lu Mei replied, her gaze sparkling with amusement at the sight of such an exquisite, handsome man. Sai chuckled. Then I am very grateful, Boss Lu. You share the same forthright nature as your sister. All right, you've all traveled a long way. Go back and enjoy a meal. Do not let insignificant matters dampen your spirits. Lu Mei, accustomed to the human condition in the apocalypse, could surmise the underlying dynamics. Because of Nan Morong, she was willing to extend them a courtesy. Chapter 165. The Useless Zhou Ling. While Nan Morong dined earnestly in her private room upstairs, she nonetheless employed her mental energy to probe the situation below, furrowing her brow in dissatisfaction, yet too apathetic to resort to violence. Given the temperature tonight, it was unlikely that many of those outside would survive until dawn at the Lawn City safety base. After finishing her meal, everyone returned to the accommodations Lu Mei had arranged for them, a row of rooms on the top floor directly opposite Lu Mei's, clearly having been recently renovated in a style reminiscent of modern Chinese aesthetics. The Fu family and Taozi stood in disbelief at the lavish decor of the suite before them. Not to mention the apocalypse, even prior to it, they had seldom enjoyed such opulent meals or accommodations. Isn't this place rather expensive? Fu mother asked, sitting uneasily on the sofa, feeling overwhelmed by the generosity they had received. Eagle shook his head. I am not sure. It was all arranged by Sister Nan.
Child,
Are you foolish? While working for Miss Nan, you cannot bring your family to enjoy her hospitality, Fu mother replied, exasperated. In this apocalypse, food is life itself. Even before the end times, this is simply improper. Eagle understood the rationale behind his family's concerns, yet in this moment of despair, he could only assure them, do not worry, I know what I must do. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to my duties. Or else your mother, and I will hold you accountable. Eagle's father spoke sternly, his brow furrowed. All right, I understand. You all should rest. It's nearly 2 in the morning, Eagle urged, ushering his parents back into their room. In another suite of the hotel, Nan Morong had finished washing up and lay back on the bed. Sai reached out to pull her close, taking the hairdryer to dry her damp hair. Speaking of which, I still owe Boss Lu a favor. I gave her 5 tablets, a pile of hard drives, and a dozen mutated fruits. That's settled then. Nan Morong nestled into his embrace, seeking comfort. You. Sai relented, allowing her to lean against him while gently drying her hair. Nan Morong smiled contentedly. This is much more comfortable. Do you like her? Sai inquired, surprised by Nan Morong's kindness towards Lu Mei. Nan Morong sighed softly. Life in the apocalypse is harsh. She possesses a character I admire, and if I can help, I shall. Sai nodded, refraining from further comment. Yet he understood that this was not the true reason for Nan Morong's kindness. As he finished drying her hair and applied hair oil from his backpack, Nan Morong began to drift into slumber. I'm sleepy. Sai tidied up and climbed into bed, wrapping her in his arms. If you're tired, then sleep. I will stay with you. Ever since their last night at the Eternal Night Hotel, when Nan Morong experienced nightmares, Sai had always slept beside her whenever they found themselves in the hotel. The familiar scent and the warmth of each other's bodies transformed the once frigid night into a haven of comfort. Perhaps it was the presence of Saya that spared Nan Morong from the clutches of nightmares. Regrettably, her wish to awaken naturally was abruptly shattered by the early visit of Zhou Ling. With a hint of morning irritation, Nan Morong felt an overwhelming urge to send this man flying with a single slap. Upon noticing the unmistakable displeasure etched across her face, Zhou Ling cautiously inquired, Miss Nan, have I erred in some way? Would you like to be roused at 8 after sleeping at 2? Nan Morong retorted with irritation. You arrived here without considering when I went to bed. Zhou Ling, taken aback, realized he had hastily rushed over upon hearing of her situation, neglecting to inquire about her arrival time, an oversight indeed. Shall I wait here while you catch a bit more sleep? He suggested. Be quiet, Nan Morong replied, finding his demeanor rather foolish. Now, tell me about your visit that day. I went to see old Chief Lin and explain the situation, precisely as you speculated. Qin Shohan has been deceiving both above and below, tricking old Chief Lin into helping him guard the mutated fruit trees. Zhou Ling recalled the sight of Qin Shohan's despondent face when he reported to old Chief Lin, feeling a sense of vindication. And then, Nan Morong pressed. That scoundrel Qin Shohan fled with Ouyang Yun and those other ability users. Upon learning that there were tens of thousands of ordinary people at the Lan City safety base, old Chief Lin wasted no time, bringing along the WJ Reinforcement Battalion to join me at the base, where they now oversee security operations. Zhou Ling spoke with a sense of pride regarding the matter. Had it not been for old Chief Lin's arrival, the Lan City base would not have been as unified as it currently stood. Noticing Zhou Ling's exclusive mention of Qin Shohan, Nan Morong frowned slightly. So, after the incident, the Qin family abandoned Qin Shohan? Indeed, they are quite ruthless, Zhou Ling replied, surprised that the Qin family would so readily forsake their sole heir. However, Nan Morong was not taken aback. Without Qin Shohan, they could no longer rely on the Qin family's power. Conversely, if the Qin family's influence waned, he would become a discarded pawn of the underground laboratory, destined for demise. Hence, the Qin family had to retain their power to preserve the lives of both Qin Shohan and all their kin. Do the Qin family still manage the Lan City base? Nan Morong inquired, her brow furrowing. Zhou Ling awkwardly nodded. They still handle the reception services. Everything else falls under the jurisdiction of our Zhou family and old Chief Lin. Yet they still have considerable authority over finances and personnel. Nan Morong found Zhou Ling's reliability questionable. Zhou Ling scratched his head, acknowledging the Qin family's deep-rooted influence, which he found challenging to navigate. I will take the eagle to meet with the old chief shortly, Saya stated confidently, possessing full faith in the wisdom and decisiveness of old Chief Lin. If dealing with the Qin family required more than Zhou Ling could manage, it necessitated his intervention. With a sigh, Nan Morong recognized this as the best course of action. Make haste and return promptly. We depart this afternoon. Do not forget to remind them about the extreme cold. Upon seeing the 2 new recruits he once favored, Old Chief Flynn was momentarily taken aback before suddenly regaining composure. Ah, good lads. In these times, only those who had awakened their abilities could freely leave the main force, so he was aware that Saya and the Eagle had awakened. They did not conceal their experiences from Old Chief Lin, recounting how they were taken by the underground laboratory, later escaping, only to face the onslaught of Lin Weiqing's WJ forces. Listening intently to their detailed account, Old Chief Lin's one-straight posture gradually slumped, exuding a palpable sense of melancholy. He had never anticipated how swiftly humanity's essence would deteriorate in the apocalypse, allowing even the WJ system to harbor scoundrels like Lin Weiqing. The existence of an inhumane underground laboratory was beyond his imagination. Old Chief, Saya and the Eagle said in disbelief, struggling to accept the sight of their once resilient leader displaying such despondency. After a prolonged silence, Old Chief Lin's aged voice carried a hollow resonance. Tell me, do you believe humanity has a future? Hearing the gravity in his words, Saya and the Eagle fell into contemplation. Since the onset of the apocalypse, each individual had faced imminent crises, teetering on the brink of life and death, struggling to survive. The tension of existence had almost caused them to overlook how such a vast collective as humanity might endure in these dire times. Observing the two lost in thought, Old Chief Lin revealed an uncommon tenderness, his gaze both accepting and tranquil. I am old. I may perish on the battlefield tomorrow or the day after. This is a matter for you young ones to ponder. Listening to his words, Saya and the Eagle were momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Old Chief Lin understood their nature and recognized that their silence stemmed from the weight of his words. Perhaps, since you have come to see me and shared so much, you have other considerations as well. They proceeded to discuss matters concerning the Qin family. Following his entry into the Lan City base, Old Chief Lin had developed a closer rapport with the Zhou family, remaining vigilant against the Qin family due to Qin Shohan's actions. After hearing their accounts, he became even more resolute in his convictions. Saya felt a sense of relief, knowing that with Old Chief Lin as a support, the Zhou family could better manage the Lan City safety base, preventing the Qin family from finding a breakthrough that could lead to calamity. Those trees are your handiwork, I presume? Old Chief Lin suddenly remarked after their discussion. The moment Saya clarified everything, it dawned upon him. Had they not kept a close watch on the underground laboratory's movements, they would not have been able to timely thwart the transportation of the mutated fruit trees. Clearly, those who had intervened that day possessed formidable strength and no ill intent, yet were resolute in their objectives. If it were indeed individuals of wolf lineage who acted, everything would fall into place. Saya smiled but offered no reply, as an understanding lingered among them. Tell Chun Jiangwo that with me here in Lan City, he need not worry, he should focus on his own duties. Old Chief Lin's tone was resolute, his eyes glinting with steel.
As he saw Saya about to speak,
he waved his hand decisively. I know you are no longer a soldier, but surely you can convey a message. Saya nodded, saluting Old Chief Lin with military respect. I will ensure the message is delivered. By the way, Old Chief, as we made our way here, I suspect this winter will bring forth troubles beyond the current temperature. Preparations must be made promptly. I will communicate with the Zhou family and expedite preparations, Old Chief Lin assured. In the wake of the apocalypse, natural and man-made disasters had become incessant. Prior experiences could no longer suffice, demanding thorough readiness. Upon leaving Old Chief Lin's office and returning to the Eternal Night Hotel, Saya and the Eagle contemplated the old chief's reflections on humanity's future. Is that all? Nan Muron observed their perplexed expressions, her own demeanor reflecting confusion. Zhou Ling and Lu Mei shared a similar sentiment. Indeed, when will the human world return to its former splendor? They long for all that existed before the apocalypse, yet must confront their current circumstances.
None yet.
Isn't this a grave concern? The Eagle asked, astonished by Nan Muron's apparent nonchalance. Lu Mei and Zhou Ling expressed similar surprise. Nan Muron chuckled softly. Since the onset of the apocalypse, we have been entrenched within the underground laboratory, exerting every effort to empower ourselves and the forces of the Shishir military base. Is that not a form of attitude in itself? What do you mean? The Eagle was perplexed, yet Shia seemed to grasp the situation somewhat. All of us are not saviors, nor can we ever become the saviors of this apocalyptic world, let alone dictate the future of humanity. What we can do is strive with all our might to steer events in what we deem a positive direction, even if it's just a single step. That alone is a monumental achievement. Rather than clutching a heart filled with pity, we should not allow ourselves to be tormented by trivialities. Upon hearing Namu Ran's words, Shia chuckled softly. We nearly fell into that trap. My sister truly possesses clarity. Lu Mei promptly extended her thumb in approval.
Well,
I was quite troubled about this all along. The eagle, too, felt a sense of relief. In this apocalypse, merely surviving and acting with a clear conscience is already the greatest triumph. Even before the end times, the fate of humanity was never determined by just one or two individuals. Namu Ran pursed her lips slightly, her voice gentle. However, in this cannibalistic apocalypse, individuals like your esteemed leaders, Commander Chun and others, are indeed worthy of respect. I understand your sentiment. Xia gazed at Namu Ran, his eyes reminiscent of a spring breeze brushing past. Very well, let us hasten back to our rooms to gather our belongings, after we have had our lunch. We must set off promptly. Namu Ran turned her gaze towards them. Lu Mei, however, tugged Namu Ran along. Let them tidy up first. You come with me. Namu Ran followed Lu Mei into her room. Lu Mei's quarters were shrouded in mystery. Aside from herself, no one else had ventured into the hotel. The layout comprised 3 rooms and a hall, adorned in a distinctly European style that exuded an atmospheric charm. As Namu Ran surveyed her surroundings, her attention fell upon a painting with a black background and crimson lines intertwining. Your decor is quite impressive. Indeed, dear sister, I possess a keen aesthetic sense. Lu Mei glanced at the painting, exasperated. You have quite the discerning eye that is titled Eternal Night. Namu Ran approached and nodded. How about I transform it into a true work of art? Do as you please. Namu Ran extended her hand, gently manipulating the red threads. 10 minutes later, Lu Mei went from indifference to sheer astonishment as the painting before her depicted none other than herself. Even the confidence and arrogance in her features bore an uncanny resemblance. Namu Ran, arms crossed, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. My skills haven't dulled. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Lu Mei admired the painting deeply, clearly enamored. Evidently, the eternal night in the painting was equally pleased. I am, after all, trained in the arts. This is merely child's play. Lu Mei lamented. I should have prepared more for you, dear sister. Namu Ran, puzzled, followed Lu Mei as they exited through the back door of her room and arrived at a corner room. My heavens! Namu Ran was momentarily stunned by the sight of an entire room filled with neatly packed meals. This is all prepared for you. In addition to numerous delectable dishes, there is freshly squeezed juice, homemade milk tea, and various soups. You can secretly stash them away. It should last you a year. Lu Mei was remarkably generous. Namu Ran couldn't help but exclaim, Lu boss, you are truly exceptionally generous. Of course, I sincerely regard you as my sister. Lu Mei genuinely cherished Namu Ran's character and was more than willing to share her possessions. Well then, thank you, Sister Lu. Namu Ran promptly gathered everything and expressed her gratitude to Lu Mei. Lu Mei, with a haughty lift of her chin, replied, Ah, at last, you're willing to call me sister? Such words are only right. Namu Ran replied as she began to unpack a suitable home brand for Lu Mei from her space. Upon seeing several hundred outfits she adored, Lu Mei felt that her gift was not in vain. Ah, my sister truly understands me. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, the group prepared to depart. Sister, perhaps one day I will come to the West City safe base to find you. Lu Mei's voice was flirtatious, tinged with reluctance. Namu Ran nodded. I will be waiting for you. Zhou Ling looked at Namu Ran, feeling a sense of attachment, even with tears brimming in his eyes. Big shot. Remember to come visit us at the Lawn City safe base when you have the time. The eagle looked at him, somewhat speechless. Can't you be a bit more manly? I can't bear to part with you all. Zhou Ling appeared rather sorrowful. Just as everyone was saying their farewells, several individuals suddenly sprang forth from the side. It's these people who caused my son to freeze to death outside the base last night. A woman in her 30s, from the mechanical factory-s family quarters, glared at the Fu family with venom in her eyes. Old Lu-s family, you shouldn't speak like that. Mother Fu unhesitatingly stepped forward, shielding everyone behind her. The woman's gaze grew increasingly venomous. While you all feasted and slept warmly in the hotel, we froze outside for an entire night, resulting in 7 deaths. When did you arrive at the base's entrance yesterday? Zhou Ling, shedding his earlier timidity, spoke with a serious demeanor. The woman looked at Zhou Ling in confusion, instinctively wanting to retort. Young Master Zhou is one of the leaders of our base and is known for his fairness. You should explain your situation to him. Perhaps he can help you seek justice. An older woman nearby kindly advised the distressed woman. Namo Ran was somewhat surprised by the older woman's words. Zhou Ling's ability to win people over was truly commendable. The woman suppressed her urge to lash out. We arrived at the base entrance at 12:30 last night. 12:30? That was when the zombie horde was roaming. You dared to travel at such a perilous time. What incredible luck you have. Arlon City Base closes its gates promptly at 8 o'clock each night. Once the gates are shut, no one can enter. If you arrived at that hour, you would have had to wait outside. A man nearby expressed sympathy for the woman but patiently explained the situation. A couple of days prior, Zhou Ling and the Zhou family's ability team were also trapped outside the city, forced to wait at the gates, but now with eternal night, returning late from missions has become much more manageable. The woman turned to the onlookers, her tone increasingly fraught with impatience, but at that time, the hotel was still open. They watched us freeze to death without lifting a finger. A sigh arose from the crowd. The Eternal Night Hotel does not belong to our Lawn City safe base. Moreover, it only accommodates ability users, so it's only natural that you couldn't enter. When the Eternal Night Hotel opened here, some raised concerns, but Old Bien directly purchased this piece of land outside the city with hundreds of high-level crystal cores, and the hotel does not require the base's manpower for protection. The only stipulation was to conduct business with the base, necessitating a back door facing the base. Initially, there were doubts, but soon it became clear that the hotel hosted several competent ability users. Located outside the base, the hotel served as a safeguard for the entire Lawn City safe base. It did not share resources with the community, yet provided security, allowing ability users to indulge occasionally. It was a win-win situation, and gradually, the entire base accepted the existence of Eternal Night. Indeed, the Eternal Night Hotel only accommodates ability users or their companions, never making exceptions. Some ability users in the crowd began to defend the hotel. The woman felt her heart sink as she listened to the whispers around her, realizing that these individuals were beyond her reach. Does this mean my son died in vain? Zhou Ling furrowed his brow and glanced at the soldiers near the base gate. Arrange for them to come here. The woman watched as the soldiers approached her, spiraling into madness. Aren't you the base leader? You must deal with them. Otherwise, I will die right here. This woman seems to have gone mad. A man in the crowd speculated. They were not at fault. The incident involving your son was merely an accident, one that I am unable to manage. Zhou Ling, observing the woman's heightened emotions, wished to approach and comfort her. Yet, to his surprise, the woman laughed bitterly. My son's death is merely an accident. But it is an accident they caused. They are the truly damned ones. Calm down. From the Liu family, Fu Mu attempted to intervene. Even as a ghost. I will not spare you, the woman raved, frantically charging towards the defensive wall, where she ultimately collapsed, unconscious. The onlookers from the Lawn City base felt pity for the woman, yet not a single person deemed Liu Mei to be in the wrong. In this apocalyptic era, minding one's own business became the standard for survival. Thus, it was clear that anyone wishing to endure must not place their hopes in others. Nan Mu Ran raised an eyebrow and glanced at the others from the electromechanical factory, her tone chilling and her gaze filled with murderous intent. She is still alive, but if you do not act swiftly to save her, she will not last much longer. The few individuals, taken aback by the coldness in Nan Mu Ran's eyes, shuddered involuntarily.
What?
Do you not wish to save her? The old hawk turned to the electromechanical factory crew, his eyes laden with threat. The others were not fools. They hurriedly approached to lift the woman and made their way into the base. They understood that in this world, a moment's negligence could cost one their life. This woman was undoubtedly beyond saving, for they lacked the means to assist her. Zhou Ling watched the departing figures, instinctively glancing at Nan Mu Ran, realizing that with but a word from her, these individuals would find no peace in the Lawn City safe zone. Yet, Nan Mu Ran said nothing and simply turned to board the vehicle. The two cars roared to life, heading towards the West City safe zone, while simultaneously, over a dozen figures began their descent from Ling Mountain, their target set on the southern hills of West City. Chapter 168. Xianyu encounters danger. The temperature outside continued to plummet. Shortly after their departure, Jia Wu, at the wheel, noticed ice beginning to form on the car windows, thickening with each passing moment. The biting winds howled past on either side of the road, whipping up swirling flurries of snow, obscuring visibility and making the journey increasingly treacherous. Despite being the only two vehicles on the entire 6-lane highway, both equipped with anti-skid chains, they could only manage a speed of 40 miles per hour. Any faster would risk disaster. The temperature had dropped 10 degrees from the previous day. Siyi retrieved the thermometer, a weight of seriousness etched on his features. Observing the increasingly ferocious winds, Nanmu Ran frowned slightly. We will not make it back today. We should find a place to spend the night. In this frigid temperature, it was imperative to locate suitable shelter promptly, lest they risk freezing to death. As Zhao spoke, he gestured for Qi Jin to open the map. In the depths of a night plunging to 30 degrees below zero, they needed to find a warm refuge. By 6 in the evening, darkness had already enveloped the sky. The journey from Lan City to West City, which typically took less than 8 hours, had taken them 6 hours, and they had barely covered half the distance. Let us not press on. We should find a nearby place to stay, Nanmu Ran suggested, her gaze fixed on the swirling goose-down snow outside, her unease palpable. Clearly, the onset of extreme cold had arrived much earlier than in her previous life. This deviation from her memories marked the first time since the apocalypse that events had unfolded differently, and this loss of control left her feeling insecure. There's a highway service station 3 kilometers ahead. Let us settle there. Zhao quickly assessed their location via the map and made the final decision. The service station they found was situated right by the highway, not far from the county town, and thus small in size. It consisted of 2 buildings, one a public restroom, the other a convenience service area. The service area housed a modest supermarket, its shelves completely bare, as all food and essentials had been stripped away by previous scavengers. The large windows of the supermarket did little to insulate against the cold. The office at the back seems more suitable for our needs, Jia Wu suggested, flashlight in hand, scouting the premises. He frowned at the expansive windows before ultimately choosing the more secluded office area. The Fu family and Taozi had no objections and followed suit into the building. Inside the office, long abandoned and water-damaged, the white walls had peeled away, thick with dust. You stay and keep watch. We'll tidy up, Siyi and Jiawu said, placing their bags together before turning to Nanmu Ran. The group began collaborating with the Fu family to arrange items against the windows, blocking the cold wind that seeped in. Afterward, they produced fire, and soon flames flickered within the cramped office, infusing the space with warmth. As they busied themselves, the winds outside grew ever more ferocious. The old Hawk-S family, having moved, was well prepared, even bringing along camping tents. Due to the limited space in the office, they set up 2 tents, intending to huddle together for warmth during the night. Because Nanmu Ran found it inconvenient to directly access food, they opted to cook instant noodles. Gazing at the entire box of noodles, along with pickled vegetables, sausages, eggs, and greens, the old Hawk-S family felt as though they were dreaming. Was this not a tad extravagant? Mom, your cooking is the best. You should be the one to prepare it, and make plenty. We all eat a lot, the old hawk urged his dazed mother. The old Hawk-S father quickly added, You all tidy up. I'll assist your mother. With their bedding left outside, Nanmu Ran and her group chose to retrieve theirs from the vehicle. Once they had organized their sleeping arrangements, the group gathered around the fire, watching as Fumu cooked eggs, added water, and prepared the noodles. Despite the simplicity of the tools, she executed her tasks with remarkable efficiency. When the meal was finally ready, a single bite revealed an unexpected delight. It turned out that instant noodles could indeed be delicious. Auntie, your skills are remarkable, Taozi remarked, having often dined at the Fu household but still finding the flavor exceptional. Fu Mu smiled. I saved some. If it's not enough, we can cook more. Upon realizing the portion sizes required for Nanmu Ran, Siyi, Jia Wu, and little Qi Jin, the Fu family felt somewhat embarrassed. Back at their own home, 1 bowl of noodles had barely sufficed. After all, even the smallest Qi Jin needed 3 large bowls to feel full. Suddenly, Siyi frowned. What's that sound? Jia Wu immediately strained to listen. It sounds like a pack of animals approaching. Nanmu Ran set down her bowl and began to probe the surroundings with her mental energy. As a mid-level psychic of the 5th tier, she could discern details from about 1,500 meters away. Approximately 1,000 meters from the service station, Xianyu was surrounded by a pack of wolves she had previously encountered from Ling Mountain, now encircled by dozens of other wolves. It's Xianyu. This is bad. They're in trouble, she exclaimed. Old Hawk, Qi Jin, stay back to protect them. Si Yi and Jia Wu, follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Muran sprang to her feet and dashed towards the service station's exit. Si Yi and Jia Wu, hearing her command, quickly rose to follow her. Nan Muran moved with remarkable speed, running over 1,000 meters before finally spotting Xianyu and the wolves. The pack was trapped amid another group of wolves, and what was more alarming was that a horde of zombies trailed behind them. Those wolves, are they zombies? Si questioned, observing the awkward movements of the creatures with uncertainty. Nan Muran glanced at the hollow-eyed wolves. It appears so. Trapped in the midst of danger. Xianyu observed the three approaching figures. A mournful howl pierced the night sky, conveying a clear warning. Do not approach. It is perilous. Its instinctive protectiveness dissuaded them from advancing. Xianyu's caution prompted Nan Muran to furrow her brow. Logically, as a level 5 mutated beast, Xianyu should be one of the apex predators of the apocalypse, and it was inconceivable that it would be obstructed by dozens of zombie wolves and hundreds of the undead. Evidently, the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Si surveyed their surroundings, his tone tinged with resignation. Indeed, we cannot avoid a fierce battle. The withered trees flanking the highway were now teeming with dark figures, clearly indicating that this horde of zombie wolves was accompanied by countless more undead. While Xianyu was unafraid, the pack included both young and elder wolves. Should a conflict erupt, it could escape easily, but it could not protect the entire wolf pack behind it. Muga, return swiftly and instruct everyone to gather their belongings and evacuate, Nan Muran urged, lowering her voice. The service station where they had taken refuge was too close, and if the horde discovered them, they, along with the 4 defenseless ordinary individuals, could very well be overwhelmed. Jia Wu, fully aware of the urgency, turned without hesitation and made his way back to the service station. At the same time, the treant on Nan Muran's left wrist swiftly leaped forward, traversing the outer horde of the undead and the wolves, directly reaching Xianyu and the others. The treant then extended its branches, encircling Xianyu and the pack in a protective barrier of brown. The zombie wolves, initially attacking instinctively, found themselves unable to inflict harm upon the treant and were instead swiftly skewered. The treant also absorbed their crystalline cores, discarding the energy-less remnants on the ground. Listening to the crackling sounds, Xianyu, sheltered within the safety of the treant's barrier, felt a headache coming on. Is this fool truly so formidable? It pondered. Guide the wolf pack swiftly towards Rand and Yi. I will support you, the treant instructed. You cannot withstand them. Their leader is a level 6 mutated beast. And there are humans behind it, Xianyu countered. I and Xiao Lu are level 7 mutated plants. There is no need for concern, the treant replied confidently. Are mutated beasts and mutated plants of equal power? Xianyu inquired. Only one way to find out, the treant replied, its tone radiant with assurance. Glancing through the horde, Xianyu spotted Nan Muran standing on the battlefield's edge, feeling a surge of courage. Very well, we shall heed your counsel. Once consensus was reached, the treant swiftly encircled the pack of wolves, varying in age and size, and began moving towards Nan Muran and Si amidst the encroaching zombie wolves. During their movement, any unwary zombie wolf or undead that attempted to block their path was mercilessly skewered by the treant, which showed no discrimination in absorbing crystalline cores of any level, as they served as excellent sustenance for energy replenishment. Meanwhile, the horde of zombie wolves and undead, intent on attacking the treant and Xianyu, began to encounter fireballs and psychic assaults from Nan Muran and Si. With their proximity, both forces soon converged. Xianyu, what brings you here? Nan Muran exclaimed, her tone a mix of surprise and delight, though she already knew the answer. Xianyu, seeing her smug expression, resigned itself. I came to find you. Not to find. You should say you came to seek refuge, Nan Muran retorted. Your word stands, but what now? Xianyu asked, surveying the surrounding zombie wolves and horde. These creatures were typically aimless and sluggish, and it was implausible they could outrun the wolves even at night. Can you not outrun them? Xianyu inquired. Of course, we can outrun the horde, but these zombie wolves are unaffected in speed. even faster than ordinary mutated beasts. Came the response. Then we simply need to deal with these zombie wolves, Nan Mu Ran concluded, understanding the crux of the matter. Clearly, only by eliminating every single zombie wolf could they confront the remaining undead, as they would typically deal with a horde. When faced with a large horde, especially one numbering in the tens of thousands, recklessly engaging was the height of folly. Retreat should be the primary strategy. We must hold our ground here for half an hour, Nan Mu Ran calculated, estimating when Jia Wu and the others would leave the service station. See Yi, aware of her thoughts, replied no problem. From her left wrist, Xiao Bai and Xiao Lu sprang forth, joyfully circling the two. We can skewer them now. The crystalline cores are particularly delightful, especially those from beasts, they chirped. Can we help? Xiao Zi asked, her tone hesitant yet eager. I want to help too, chimed in Xiao Fun. Me too, said Xiao Huang. We want to find crystalline cores, added Xiao Qing. Hearing their scattered thoughts, Nan Mu Ran nodded slightly. Then let us all assist. After all, it's just you and Si here. Having more little helpers can only be advantageous. As they gazed at the growing number of formidable adversaries in the center, the zombie wolf pack shifted uneasily. Engaging directly with them, the zombie wolves might not secure victory. The target is every single zombie wolf here. They must all perish, Nan Mu Ran declared, feeling an unexplainable conviction that even if she were to slay thousands of the undead today, it would pose no issue. In this apocalyptic world, the most formidable entities were the supernatural beings, and the deadliest aspects during their confrontations were twofold. 1. The exhaustion of physical stamina leading to defeat. 2. The depletion of supernatural energy, leaving one defenseless against adversaries. In her previous life, Nan Mu Ran had been a mere weakling. However, in this life, her constitution was robust, nearly on par with Si Yi and the others. As for her supernatural energy, since acquiring the precious treasure from Ling Shan, it had remained in a state of abundance. To test the state, she had subconsciously utilized her psychic abilities to probe her surroundings. Remarkably, her physical supernatural energy continued to flow effortlessly. In an instant, 7 vibrant tendrils erupted from Nan Mu Ran's body, swirling around her and Si in an exuberant dance before launching towards the surrounding zombie wolf pack and horde. They moved swiftly, each vying for animal crystalline cores, leaving no opportunity for their foes to react. Mimicking the trance technique, they expertly extracted the cores from the zombie wolves and undead, swiftly absorbing them before proceeding. On Nan Mu Ran's side, Si conjured a water shield, enveloping the two within. Have we located the entity commanding the wolf pack and horde? Nan Mu Ran queried, intensifying her psychic searches for any elevated presence, yet discovering none. This situation feels odd, Si remarked, shaking his head. Wait, look at that zombie wolf with green eyes, Nan Mu Ran suddenly pointed out, noticing a mutated wolf stealthily retreating behind the horde, evading their gaze. Si followed her line of sight, quickly identifying the target. This zombie wolf was merely a level 3, yet it was evidently different from the others. It sought to escape. Communication was unnecessary. A tacit understanding dictated their actions, which were almost instinctual. The ice blade, fireball, and sharp edge in Sai's hand struck with lightning speed. The mutated wolf, aware that it had been discovered by the two, showed no inclination to linger and immediately turned to flee, knowing it had to report the situation to its master as swiftly as possible. Chapter 170. New discoveries. Sai did not retract his offensive measures despite the green-eyed zombie wolf's movements. The relentless barrage of attacks pierced through the surrounding zombies and zombie wolves, showering the area with the foul green blood. 3 razor-like attacks successfully sped toward the zombie wolf's position, realizing it could not evade the incoming projectiles. The green-eyed zombie wolf braced itself and charged forward. It adeptly dodged the foremost ice blade and fireball but was ultimately grazed by the following sharp edge, sustaining only a shallow wound. Remarkably, it exhibited signs of intelligence. Sai's tone grew grave. This green-eyed zombie wolf displayed a cunning far beyond that of a typical wolf. Such a phenomenon was characteristic of mutated beasts, yet this was a zombie creature. Meanwhile, Xianyu, who was wreaking havoc among the horde of zombies to collect crystal cores and enhance her abilities, also observed the zombie wolf's actions. The opponent's swift and precise maneuvers ignited her combative spirit. As the Wolf King and a 5th-level mutated beast, she had traversed over 1,000 miles from the snowy mountains, believing her strength to be formidable. However, it was evident that this green-eyed zombie wolf was no slouch either. According to the rules, there could only be one wolf king among the pack. Even though the rival had transformed into a zombie wolf, this principle remained unchanged. Without hesitation, Xianyu spat out the head she had been holding in her mouth, shook her shimmering white fur, and cast her eerie blue gaze toward the green-eyed zombie wolf. The latter, sensing her stare, met her gaze, and a chilling intent to kill radiated from their eyes, each displaying an unwavering determination to prevail. With a low growl, the green-eyed zombie wolf commanded the surrounding horde to part, creating a vast open space. Despite having been attacked by Sai's sharp edge, the wounds on the zombie wolf were superficial, merely surface lacerations that appeared more terrifying than they were serious. This suggested that the ensuing battle would be relatively fair. Observing Xianyu's actions from the periphery of the battlefield, Nan Rand understood her intentions and signaled Sai to stand down. "Is this a Wolf King competition?" Sai inquired. Uncertain. Nan Rand nodded. "Yes, it seems so. Who will emerge victorious?" "I cannot say for certain. Xianyu is formidable, but this creature is equally enigmatic." Nan Rand slightly rotated her left arm, channeling a subtle life force through the dense horde of zombies, eventually wrapping it around Xianyu's hind leg. Sai chuckled at her little maneuver. "Worried?" "As long as it can save a life at a critical moment," she replied. Suddenly, Xianyu lunged and engaged the green-eyed zombie wolf in combat. As one sought the optimal attack position, the other made a precise judgment. In just one exchange, it became apparent that their strengths were evenly matched. When powers are comparable, combat skills and psychological resilience become pivotal in determining the victor. Recognizing the opponent's strength, both Xianyu and the green-eyed zombie wolf felt their fighting spirits ignite, and the second round was set to commence. Sai and Nan Rand focused on the battle between Xianyu and the green-eyed zombie wolf, while assisting the small creatures collecting crystal cores amidst the swarm of zombies, as well as managing other wolves in the pack dealing with imminent threats from zombies and zombie wolves. Soon, the cacophony of battle, clearly audible in the night, drew the horde of corpses closer to their lively position. The smaller creatures, being mutated plants, could swiftly readjust after a bite and manage to fend off the attacking horde. However, the ordinary wolves in the pack faced dire consequences. Each strike they attempted risked an assault from the zombies and zombie wolves. Should they sustain injuries, they too would face the possibility of mutation, potentially becoming the very zombie wolves they fought against. At this moment, the roles played by Nan Rand and Sai became crucial. Their seamless cooperation offered robust protection, bolstering the wolves' morale and ensuring their dominance. After approximately 15 minutes, the battle between Xianyu and the green-eyed zombie wolf reached a decisive conclusion. The green-eyed zombie wolf had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Since its mutation, it had successfully ambushed the wolf pack numerous times without failure. This time, not only did it fail to turn any of the wolves into zombies, but it also sustained severe injuries. Realizing it was outmatched, it began strategizing for an escape, instructing the horde of corpses and mutated wolves to slowly create a narrow retreat path. As it beheld the passage behind it, Xianyu hesitated. As the Wolf King leading the entire pack into battle, retreating in fear seemed rather cowardly. Nan Rand, who had been attentively observing the situation, recognized that if the mutated zombie wolf turned to enter the passage, Xianyu would likely be unable to pursue. This peculiar entity was not something she intended to let slip away. Without hesitation, she concentrated her mental energy and unleashed a wave of psychic pressure upon the green-eyed zombie wolf. The zombie wolf, initially intent on fleeing the battlefield, suddenly felt disoriented, its head splitting with pain. In an instant, its strength waned, and it collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. This creature has attained the strength of a 5th-level mutated beast. Nan Rand mused, astonished that such a being, devoid of a crystal core, could possess such power. However, it was merely unfortunate timing. Today, it faced Xianyu, a combat-experienced adversary with formidable strength. Had it encountered a typical 5th-level mutated beast, the outcome might have been different. As the green-eyed zombie wolf lay motionless, Xianyu momentarily froze before turning to gaze at Nan Rand in the distance. She had always known that this striking human was exceptionally powerful, but never anticipated her capability to dispatch a 5th-level mutated beast with a single strike. How did this green-eyed zombie wolf come to be? Sai furrowed his brow. The entity was perplexing. It exhibited intelligence yet lacked a crystal core, its rank indiscernible. Yet it possessed the strength of a fifth-level mutated beast. All manner of inconsistencies seemed to converge upon this creature. This question intrigued Nanmu Ran as well, prompting her to exercise restraint when utilizing her psychic pressure on the green-eyed zombie wolf. It had not yet fully succumbed to unconsciousness. Once it collapsed, she began to delve into its memories using her psychic energy. The earliest recollections revealed a dense, ancient forest, a bright full moon, a pack of wolves running freely, and their coordinated hunts of various small animals, a bloody yet exuberant tableau, with each memory evoking joy. Then came the apocalypse. The wolf pack experienced rising floods, with companions who could not escape vanishing in landslides. Following that were torrential acid rains, leading to the rise of the undead. In the forest, various mutated plants and animals became threats. To survive, it began guiding the pack away from their mountainous home, traversing roads, cities, and mountains in a desperate quest for life. And thereafter. Chapter 171. The Divine Demise Organization. To her astonishment, Nanmu Ran uncovered the memories of the green-eyed zombie wolf, revealing the presence of two individuals, Xing Chen and Inu. When Xing Chen first appeared before her, he was clad in a white shirt and light-colored trousers, impeccably neat and somewhat reticent. In contrast, Inu exuded an aura of chilling coldness. Yet, this did not seem to align with Inu's true self. Although they bore striking resemblances, the eyes are the windows to the soul, and thus, could this be a pair of twin sisters? The decisions made by the Divine Demise Organization are beyond the feeble influence of you and me. The woman observed Xing Chen's displeasure, her tone laden with unmistakable resignation. Xing Chen gazed back at her, his beautiful peach blossom eyes brimming with a tinge of pleading. "In Xian, only you possess the ability to do this. I implore you. Can you rescue it?" He referred to the zombie wolf, now collapsed and evidently on the brink of death. At that moment, its eyes were still a silvery gray, not the current eerie green. Its gray fur ruffled in the cold wind, devoid of any superfluous motion, clearly indicating its rapidly waning vitality. Xian frowned, manifesting her reluctance. "My healing power is not one of mercy. I cannot assure you it will remain the creature you envision. I do not care. I only wish for it to survive. Xian, it not only saved my life but also that of your sister, Inu. Can you bear to watch it perish?" Pain flickered in Xing Chen's gaze. Observing his expression, Xian fell silent for a prolonged moment before letting out a soft sigh and placing her hand upon the body of the zombie wolf. An inexplicable dark energy gradually emanated from her being. Was this the healing power? Nanmu Ran couldn't help but furrow her brow. This healing energy exuded an eerie essence, clearly indicating something was amiss. Yet, moments later, the seemingly lifeless zombie wolf suddenly sprang back to life. However, its once silvery gray eyes had transformed into the now haunting green. Subsequently, the green-eyed zombie wolf began to trail closely behind Xing Chen and Xian. As time passed, more zombie wolves began to emerge alongside the green-eyed zombie wolf, leading to an overwhelming horde of zombies that amassed into a formidable army of thousands. Nanmu Ran suddenly realized that the entity commanding this vast tide of undead was neither the zombie wolf nor the zombie king, but rather, it was humanity. It was the Divine Demise Organization that the zombie wolf had recalled in its memories. The words Divine Demise Organization were uttered for the first time in both this life and the last for Nanmu Ran. It seemed the power lurking behind the underground laboratory was far more extensive and complex than she had imagined. "Xianyu approached me with the wolf pack. Xiao Lu, Tree Man, Xiao Bai, and the four of you return. See, I need you to protect me." A sense of unease washed over Nanmu Ran. If Xing Chen and Inu were part of the Divine Demise Organization, then it was highly likely that this organization harbored even greater forces. Xing Chen was a level 5 controller, and Inu's abilities were equally peculiar, not to mention the two other ability users encountered at the Eternal Night Hotel. Perhaps what she had touched upon was merely the tip of the iceberg of this so-called Divine Demise Organization. In the face of such a presence, she had to exercise extreme caution. There could be no room for lingering combat. Xi quickly discerned the perilous situation from Nanmu Ran's words and swiftly conjured a water shield to protect everyone. The wolf pack, along with Xiao Lu and the others, obediently moved towards them, until they were all within the confines of Siya's water shield. Nanmu Rand unleashed her mental energy, obliterating the green-eyed mutated zombie wolf's head. The previously orderly attack on the water shield by the zombies came to an abrupt halt, as if they had fallen into a state of confusion. Was it truly that zombie wolf directing them? Siyi regarded the surrounding zombies with surprise at their response. Nanmu Rand shook her head. On the surface, it appears to be directing them, but behind it lies an organization known as Divine Demise. There is no time for elaboration. We must eliminate all the zombie wolves and depart swiftly. Xianyu, accompanied by the mutated wolves, began cooperating with Nanmu Ran to handle the remaining zombie wolves outside the water shield. Once the area was cleared, Nanmu Ran retrieved the Iraq's vehicle she had previously stored in her space. Xianyu helped them board the vehicle. As she instructed Xianyu, Xiaolu, Tree Man, and Shabai leaped out, taking over Siya's water shield to safeguard everyone. The wolf pack stared in astonishment at the suddenly materialized vehicle, but Xianyu remained unfazed. After all, the Ridge Mountain treasure was even larger, and it too had been taken in by the exquisite humans. After the wolves boarded, Nanmu ran, and Si quickly followed suit. Si promptly took the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and relishing the view ahead, his brows arching in satisfaction. With the path cleared by Xiaolu, Tree Man, and Xiaobai, the vehicle successfully navigated out of the horde of zombies, leaving the pursuing undead far behind due to their inadequate speed. Not far away, in a somewhat opulently decorated hotel room on the second floor of the county town, a clean-looking man lay on the bed, though he was not at ease in his slumber, appearing to be ensnared in nightmares. In Exion, something has happened to Green Eye. Xing Chen nearly leaped from the bed, a sense of panic and unease coursing through him. Seated on the sofa, In Exion, who bore an almost identical appearance to Inu, radiated a distinctly different aura. Inu resembled an undeveloped child, innocent and proud, whereas In Exion exuded a mature, icy demeanor. Her gaze cold and her presence serene. The strength of Green Eye rivaled that of a level 5 mutated beast, and with its vast combat experience, accompanied by over 40 zombie wolves and 20,000 zombies, how could it possibly encounter trouble? In Exion regarded Xing Chen with a touch of helplessness, speaking softly. Xing Chen, understanding the rationality of her assessment, could not dismiss the inexplicable anxiety that gripped him. I still feel uneasy. Let us go check together. In Exion, unable to refuse the look in his eyes, reluctantly nodded, though she felt her actions were rather childish. Knowing full well that the person before her harbored no affection for herself or her sister, yet still clung to hope. It's too cold outside. Dress warmly. Xing Chen admonished as he noticed her leather attire. In Exion simply picked up a military coat. Do not worry, I am resistant to the cold. With her assurance, Xing Chen ceased his insistence. The pair drove out of the county town, heading towards the location of Green Eye and its companions. Regrettably, by the time they arrived at Green Eye's side, they were met with the sight of a body as rigid as iron. Countless zombies aimlessly wandered in the dark night, amidst the incessant snowfall. Meanwhile, Nanmu Ran and Siyu were transporting a truckload of wolves towards the direction of West City. Chapter 172, The Conspiracy of Divine Demise. Xing Chen stared intently at the motionless Green Eye, memories flooding his mind of the time he had been on the brink of freezing to death, when it had utilized its body heat to revive him. Green Eye had become his closest companion in this world, yet now it was gone. A profound ache gripped his heart, rendering even his breath labored as he slowly crouched down to reach out and touch Green Eye's now completely stiff body. Its once soft fur had turned sharp, and as he delved into the depths of its coat to feel for its warmth, the typically gentle yet distant Xing Chen found his eyes reddening, tears welling and cascading to the ground. Xing Chen,
In Sin,
aware of the bond between Xing Chen and Green Eye, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, in contrast to the death of Green Eye, her greater concern lay elsewhere. The ability to wreak havoc amidst thousands of undead and a sentient zombie wolf pack, then retreat unscathed, indicated that such a presence was undoubtedly formidable. An entity of this caliber posed a grave threat to the organization. As Stardust listened to the call of In Exion, it felt as though it transcended the boundaries of time and space, rendering him speechless. He could not ascertain how long it had been until he sensed his blood was no longer circulating. Warmth had inexplicably enveloped him. Only then did Stardust regain his senses. "What has happened to you?" Xian exclaimed, startled by Stardust's seemingly soulless demeanor. As he gazed upon the familiar visage, so close at hand, Stardust managed a faint smile. His gaze then shifted to Green Eyes, prompting him to rise and examine closely. Green Eyes bore only a few superficial injuries that were not life-threatening, likely the result of an attack from its own kind. This was not surprising, as the pack of zombie wolves had not originally consisted of over 40. It was the continuous mutation and migration of wolves during their journey that had swollen the ranks of the undead canines. The absence of fatal wounds indicated that the assault had originated from within. Among all the abilities, only psychic powers could inflict internal damage, necessitating a particularly aggressive form of such abilities. Moreover, the surrounding area was littered with the remains of zombies from which their cores had been instantaneously extracted, a method characteristic of formidable mutated plants. And it was evident that this was not the work of a single newly mutated specimen. Stardust had deduced the identity of the assailant. Aside from the wolf pack, it could only be Nanmu Rand and her companions, the only formidable psychic he had encountered since the onset of the apocalypse. Following the incident at the Lon City safe base, Jean Tai Lin had been rescued back to the Divine Saber base. Upon his return, his first demand was for the organization to capture Nanmu Ran and the others for further study in the laboratory. Yet, the self-proclaimed apex force of the apocalypse, Divine Saber, displayed little concern for their existence, dismissing them as mere clowns in this catastrophic era. In hindsight, if these individuals were indeed clowns, then Divine Saber was the greatest fool of all. "Stardust, have you discerned the identity of our adversary?" Xian inquired, observing the deep furrow of contemplation upon Stardust's brow. Stardust raised his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone icy. "What you should ponder is that Green Eyes is gone, and the zombie wolf pack has been utterly annihilated. Relying solely on this foolish horde of zombies, how can we launch an assault on the Lon City safe base?" Witnessing his chillingly calm response, Xian could not help but let out a quiet sigh, yet she voiced her true thoughts. Without the zombie wolves, these mindless zombies pose no threat to the current Lon City safe base. We should simply return to the city. Stardust appeared momentarily taken aback by her words. When had the Lon City safe base fortified its defenses? Anticipating his thoughts, Xian elaborated. After Chen Shuhan's mission to gather mutated fruit trees failed, Zhou Ling persuaded Commander Lin to deploy the WJ Enhanced Battalion to the Lon City safe base for perimeter security. Furthermore, that Lu Mei had relocated her Eternal Night Hotel to the outskirts of the Lon City safe base. Lu Mei brought her Eternal Night Hotel? Stardust recalled the orders from the Divine Saber organization. Had they not claimed they would find a way to bring her back to the organization? Why had she not only evaded capture, but also established herself at the Lon City safe base? Xian nodded with a hint of exasperation. The laboratory reported that the relationship between the Eternal Night Hotel and Lu Mei is symbiotic. If we were to apply force, provoking Lu Mei could result in the loss of what we seek. Stardust scoffed. Previously, the Divine Saber organization had lost 3 adept psychics at the Eternal Night Hotel, and now, instead of seeking vengeance, they were negotiating with her for profit. It was utterly ludicrous. Let go of such thoughts. Circumstances have shifted, and we must return swiftly to report. Xian surveyed the densely packed horde of zombies, frowning. Without the control of the zombie wolves, these creatures had lost their combat value. It appeared imperative to devise a means to locate new intelligent zombie animals forthwith. Meanwhile, in the RV, Nanmu Rant's expression darkened. They have departed. At the moment Stardust and Xian had arrived, Nanmu Ran, along with Si Yi and the wolf pack, had been stationed approximately 1.5 kilometers west, precisely at the limit of her psychic probing. Thus, their entire conversation had reached her ears without omission. Upon hearing Nanmu Rant's words, Si Yi restarted the RV. Even now, with the situation altered, should they abandon their assault on the Lon City safe base, they will undoubtedly seek another opportunity. I am curious as to why they would directly attack such a large human safe base. Of course, Nanmu Ran could not fathom this just yet. Let us return and inform Commander Chen. Perhaps they have insights to share. Ever pragmatic, Nanmu Ran did not indulge in needless worries and was disinclined to dwell on the matter. She stood and crossed into the driver's cabin, heading toward the rear compartment. Since the apocalypse began, She had believed her quest for vengeance would lead her to a clandestine laboratory with a powerful protective background. Yet at this moment, she realized that behind the laboratory loomed a colossal entity. To uproot it, she must tread carefully and act with caution. C had also contemplated this issue, understanding that reckless actions could no longer be afforded. All right, I will return to seek out Commander Chen. Once Nanmu Ran had relaxed against the bed at the rear of the RV, she finally noticed the 16 wolves behind Xianyu. Among them were the elderly, the weak, and the young, yet each was well cared for, though a few appeared to have sustained minor injuries. Two of them, with wide eyes fixed upon her without blinking, were not particularly large. One was entirely snow-white like Xianyu, while the other bore a grayish-white coat.